everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime crossover starting with Sasuke. I journey through the world of Hunter x Hunter, chapter 71 to 137. A one-sided situation. Razor caught the rebounded ball and threw it again. This time, the ball was passed precisely to the hand of one of his nin beasts in the outfield. Subsequently, the volleyball began to be passed between Razor's nin beasts at an extremely high speed. The speed was so fast that only a blurred afterimage remained, carving sharp arcs through the air. It was impossible to see the ball's trajectory. One could only hear the piercing sound of the volleyball cutting through the air. Such speed was absolutely not a problem for Sasuke and Biscuit Kruger. Their dynamic vision and physical reaction abilities had long since reached an extremely high level. They could clearly see every landing point of the ball and even predict the direction of the pass, making dodging effortless for them. After the systematic training provided by Biscuit Kruger during this period, Gon and Killua had greatly improved their strength. Although it was a bit strenuous, they could barely see the ball's position and make timely dodging movements, avoiding being hit by the ball. Only Sasuke, due to not having undergone high-intensity exercise for a long time, found that his body's reaction speed and dynamic vision were lagging behind. Facing this high-speed passing volleyball, he couldn't see it clearly at all, and every dodge appeared extremely flustered. "Behind you!" Gon shouted to warn Sasuke. He noticed the volleyball flying rapidly toward Sasuke's back. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be hit. Hearing Gon's warning, Sasuke instinctively adopted a defensive posture, quickly concentrating his nen on his back. The next second, a muffled thud was heard as the volleyball slammed into his back. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled forward. He felt that at least a few of his ribs were broken, the pain was unbearable, and his strength seemed to have been drained. He could no longer continue the match. He slowly stood up, clutching his back, and walked off the court in a disheveled manner, step by step. Fortunately, he had concentrated his nen on his back at that moment, so he didn't suffer fatal injuries. It was the best outcome in a bad situation. In just a few rounds, the players' side had suffered heavy losses. Of the original 8-person team, only Sasuke, Biscuit Kruger, Gon, and Killua remained on the court to continue the match, and the situation instantly became severe. Because the ball rebounded to Razor's outfield after hitting Sasuke, according to the rules, possession returned to Razor. This doesn't look good. Killua stared intently at the volleyball in Razor's hand, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. His body tensed slightly, and his tone carried a hint of gravity. "Since they gave us 2 points at the start, we haven't scored again. If this continues, we'll be picked off one by one sooner or later." He watched Razor's movements closely, silently guessing who the next target would be, while quickly thinking of countermeasures. "Here it comes." Razor acted again, swinging his arm. The volleyball flew toward the player's side with great force at an astonishing speed, and the piercing sound of it cutting through the air rang out once more. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the volleyball, trying to see its target. Biscuit Kruger. Seeing that the ball's target was Biscuit Kruger, Sasuke sighed in relief. It was time to let Razor taste what it was like to hit a brick wall again. "You are facing the invincible super-strong Gorilla Girl Biscuit Kruger. With her strength, catching this ball would be a breeze. Player Biscuit Kruger is out. Move to the outfield." The voice of the referee Nin Beast suddenly sounded. Hearing the news that Biscuit Kruger was out, Sasuke was instantly stunned and instinctively asked, "Why? Didn't she dodge it just now?" "Yeah, she clearly dodged it. How could she be out?" The 3 bodyguard partners outside the court also showed confused expressions, not understanding what was going on. They had clearly seen Biscuit Kruger dodge the volleyball by turning to the side. How could she still be ruled out? It turned out that when Biscuit Kruger dodged, the volleyball grazed a corner of her puffy skirt. According to the game rules, clothing is also considered part of the body. As long as the ball touches it, you are out. "Teacher, you're going way too easy on us." Sasuke helplessly rubbed his forehead. He absolutely did not believe that with Biscuit Kruger's strength, even if she didn't catch it head-on, it would be impossible for her not to dodge it completely. Of course, Sasuke had no right to criticize Biscuit Kruger. He himself was not playing with his full strength either. After all, he knew this was a game specifically prepared by Gon's father, Jing, for Gon. He couldn't steal the spotlight and waste Jing's good intentions for Gon. The reason he entered the match was just to play along with Gon and the others, and to complete a side quest along the way. There was no need to go all out. Razor tossed the volleyball in his hand and spoke slowly, "Now, who is next?" As his voice fell, the amount of nen on his body suddenly became even more immense. His originally squinted eyes opened slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. An aura far more powerful than before instantly enveloped the entire court, making everyone present feel a sense of suffocation. The nen he concentrated for this ball was stronger than any previous one. "I'm throwing it, Gon." Razor's tone became incredibly serious, his gaze locked tightly on Gon. He swung his arm with force, and the volleyball flew out instantly. Clearly, the target of this ball was Gon. He wanted to personally test how strong Jing's son really was. "Bring it on." Gon's eyes were firm, without the slightest fear, and his face even revealed a hint of an excited smile. He knew that Razor was truly serious this time, and the power of this ball was definitely not to be underestimated. But he did not shrink back, instead, he was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to prove himself, to prove that he had the qualification to stand before Razor and the qualification to go find his father, Jing. Gon took a deep breath, concentrating all his nen onto his hands, using Ko to firmly protect his hands and head, preparing to receive this ball head-on. "Don't catch it, dodge. You'll die." Seeing this scene from the sidelines, Sasuke was anxious and hurriedly shouted to persuade Gon. He had personally experienced the power of Razor's ball, and knew that if Gon caught it head-on, he would definitely be seriously injured, or even lose his life. "Gon, look out." Killua and Sasuke also called out a warning at the same time, their eyes filled with a hint of worry. The volleyball was coated with powerful nen, flying rapidly toward Gon at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The air around the ball became somewhat distorted. In the next moment, the volleyball collided head-on with Gon's hands. With a loud bang, the massive impact sent Gon flying, and he crashed heavily into the wall behind him. A huge crater instantly appeared in the wall, debris splattered, and dust filled the air. The volleyball was also launched away by this powerful impact, embedding itself deep into the ceiling, several meters deep, leaving only a small hole. "Is Gon okay?" Everyone immediately gathered around, their faces full of worry. Sasuke stepped forward quickly, pushing aside the rubble to check on Gon's injuries. Gon slowly crawled out of the crater in the wall, blood seeping from his forehead, his face covered in dust, and his hair messy and disheveled. He looked quite wretched. But his eyes remained firm, without the slightest retreat. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his forehead, shook his numb arms, and shouted, "I'm totally fine." Fortunately, it was just some bleeding, and overall there was no major harm. Earlier he had used Ko to protect his vital areas, and coupled with his naturally resilient physique, he had barely withstood the impact of that ball. The referee and Beast made a judgment based on where the volleyball landed and gave possession to the player's side. "Killua passed the ball to me," Sasuke said, his tone becoming serious, and the casualness in his eyes was gone. He felt it was time to make a move, at least to turn the current situation around. The current situation was quite bad, only he and Killua remained on the player's inner court, along with Gon, who was receiving bandaging on the side and preparing to call back to return to the inner court. And on Razor's side, including himself and his nin beasts, there were still 5 members. Furthermore, they still had one chance to call back to revive. If he didn't act now, they might really lose the match. 72 Chapter 72 Sasuke, move aside, I'm about to show off. Chapter 72 Sasuke, move aside, I'm about to flex. Sasuke, are you finally going to make a move? Killua's face lit up with excitement, and he passed the ball to Sasuke without a moment's hesitation. He believed that Sasuke would definitely be able to turn the tide and lead them to win the match. Seeing Sasuke take the ball, Razor narrowed his eyes again, bent his knees slightly, and assumed a defensive stance. The nen on his body rose once more. This action showed how much importance he placed on Sasuke. He knew that the real contest was about to begin, and this boy would be his greatest opponent. Sasuke's pupils slowly rotated, and a pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan appeared. He poured his nen into the volleyball, causing a faint white light to shimmer on its surface. Then, he swung his arm and hurled the ball with force toward one of Razor's nen beasts. At the same time, he leaped into the air above Razor's inner court. Using moonwalk, he hovered steadily in place, his eyes locked on the ball's trajectory, ready to catch it. The volleyball, carrying immense force, struck the nen beast accurately, and the nen beast instantly turned into white light and was out. The volleyball ricocheted into the air, and Sasuke, who was waiting there, caught it steadily, his movements fluid and natural, without a hint of hesitation. First one. Then, he threw the ball toward another nen beast again, and used moonwalk to quickly move to another position to wait. After the volleyball struck that nen beast, it bounced back toward Sasuke's position again, and he caught it steadily. Second one. Sasuke repeated the process and threw the ball toward another nen beast, numbered 6. But this time an unexpected event occurred. The nen beast numbered 6 suddenly moved closer to the nen beast numbered 7 beside it. The two nen beasts instantly fused together, transforming into a larger, more powerful nen beast, and its number changed to 13. This fused nen beast extended its massive palm, and forcefully caught Sasuke's ball. Because the force and angle of Sasuke's throw had been calculated using his Sharingan based on the target's size, strength, breathing, and position. So when the target changed, his calculation became incorrect. This strike failed to hit the target, and was instead caught by the opponent. Seeing that he couldn't continue his success, Sasuke had no choice but to use moonwalk to return to his own inner court. He had forgotten that his nen beasts possessed the fusion technique. Truly impressive technique, you almost picked them off one by one. Razor glanced at his inner court, his tone carrying a hint of praise. Under Sasuke's offensive, 2 of his nen beasts had quickly been eliminated. Now, only he and the fused nen beast remained. The situation was instantly leveled, and his original advantage had vanished. Well done, Sasuke, great job. Killua gave Sasuke a thumbs up. He knew it, there was no problem Sasuke couldn't solve once he made a move. It's a pity I didn't take them all out. Sasuke shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of regret. I originally intended to leave only Razor for Gon to handle, but I didn't notice that his nen beasts had this fusion technique. I still underestimated you. Razor looked at Sasuke, his gaze becoming incredibly serious. Next, I will use my full power. Let's see if you can handle this move. He felt that if he held anything back, he would likely lose this match. He had to go all out to have any chance of winning. This time, Razor withdrew all the energy from the nen beasts in the outfield back into his own body. His aura began to skyrocket, and the nen on his body grew increasingly dense, shimmering with a faint golden hue. His entire presence rose to its peak, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression, like a volcano about to erupt. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. Killua, stay away from me, he's getting serious. Sasuke signaled for Killua to retreat, while he stepped forward to face Razor directly. At the same time, a powerful nen erupted from his body, clashing with Razor's aura, and the air was filled with a tense, hostile atmosphere. Sasuke used Ken, coating his body with a continuous flow of nen that far exceeded his usual output. Strengthening his defense and power, he prepared to welcome Razor's full-force attack. Razor tossed the volleyball high, and it slowly rose into midair. Then, he leaped up, his form stretching in the air, using all his strength to spike the volleyball with a heavy blow. The power contained in this ball was incredibly domineering. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing sonic boom. The surface of the volleyball shimmered with a rich golden halo, hurtling toward Sasuke like a meteor, distorting the air in its wake. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged as he assumed a receiving stance. He utilized the ninja technique of walking on water, using nen to firmly anchor his feet to the floor. Iron body, immovable as a mountain. The volleyball collided violently with Sasuke's hands. A powerful shockwave instantly spread out from the point of impact, sweeping across the entire court. The people on the sidelines had to raise their hands to block the impact, and even Sasuke and Gorinu outside the court were forced to retreat repeatedly by the shockwave. After the shockwave passed, everyone slowly lowered their hands to see the scene in the court. Sasuke was seen holding the volleyball tightly in his hands, still standing steadily in place, without even a millimeter of displacement. Who exactly is this boy? He's too terrifying. Yeah, a ball with that kind of power was actually caught head-on by him, and he didn't even move a single inch. This strength is simply inconceivable. It's not something an ordinary person could possess. The scene before them left everyone present feeling incredibly shocked, and their gazes toward Sasuke were filled with awe. They never imagined that this seemingly young boy would possess such formidable strength, capable of easily catching a ball launched by Razor's full-force attack. Razor's eyes opened wide. For the first time, a look of shock and astonishment appeared on his face. This was a ball he had hit with almost all his strength. It was the first time he had seen someone catch it so easily and remain completely motionless. This boy's strength had exceeded his understanding, even making him feel a trace of fear. After the shock, Razor assumed a rigorous defensive stance again, his eyes locked on Sasuke, his body slightly tense, preparing to welcome Sasuke's next round of attacks. He knew the upcoming contest would be even more intense, and a slight carelessness would mean losing the match. Since I've caught your strongest ball, it's only right that I return the favor. Sasuke tossed the volleyball in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes changed, his muscles began to swell, and veins bulged. A violent, ravaging nen surged into the sky, his skin color gradually turned purplish-red, and his eyes transformed into eerie red pupils with black irises. The pupils were still Sharingan. Removal 50%. Chapter 73, Gon's stage. Sasuke's terrifying appearance startled the onlookers. What terrifying nen, is this truly a form a human should possess? Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. If he had to choose, he would rather face Razor's ball again than confront the current Sasuke. Is this really Sasuke? Biscuit Kruger, Gon, and Killua were also seeing Sasuke in this state for the first time, and he suddenly felt like a stranger to them. What on earth is this ability? Razor's originally narrowed eyes suddenly widened as he stared fixedly at the Sasuke before him. Could this demonic appearance be the result of using a vow and restriction? As removal was activated, Sasuke's emotions became increasingly agitated. I'm feeling so high right now. He was no longer satisfied with playing this dodgeball game. Now, he just wanted to have a brutal, physical brawl with Razor. Fortunately, his remaining sanity stopped him, preventing him from rushing in directly. The feeling of suppressing his own desires was truly uncomfortable. Sasuke did not want to drag this out any longer. Take this, Razor. Sasuke tossed the ball high into the air, and in the next second, he flashed into midair, the floor instantly caving in under his stomp. When the ball reached him, he threw a punch. The volleyball, carrying immense power, shot out at a speed that completely rivaled Razor's spike. Razor's pupils constricted as he concentrated all his nen into his hands, preparing to take Sasuke's ball head-on. As his arms made contact with the ball, a massive booming sound erupted. Razor was sent flying uncontrollably, rolling along the ground until he slammed into the wall. The volleyball also exploded instantly, unable to withstand the collision of the two forces. What kind of power is this? Razor gasped for air, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Severe black and purple bruising had already appeared on his forearms, and blood was still seeping out. After hitting the volleyball, Sasuke immediately deactivated removal, returning to his original appearance. The ball is gone, so who gets possession for the next round? It's yours. Razor slowly climbed up from the ground, adjusted his breathing, and shouted back to return to the court. His expression was solemn, with a sense of resignation as if facing death. He felt that if he had to catch another one of Sasuke's balls, he might actually die. No need to be so nervous, your next opponent isn't me. Sasuke chuckled and turned to look at Gon, who was walking toward them. He knew that this match ultimately belonged to Gon. Gon used his only revival opportunity to return to the inner court. His gaze was more determined than before, and his aura had become much steadier. I'll leave the rest to you. Sasuke took a new volleyball from the referee, and tossed it gently to Gon. Gon reached out and caught the volleyball, nodding heavily at Sasuke. Don't worry, Sasuke, I will definitely win. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He didn't want to let down Sasuke's trust, nor did he want to waste his own efforts, and even less did he want to fail his father Jing's expectations. Seeing that his next opponent was gone, Razor felt a strange sense of relief, but he immediately felt ashamed of this feeling. He had actually felt fear toward an enemy. Gon walked to the center of the court and discussed briefly with Killua, quickly formulating a strategy. The two exchanged glances, reaching a mutual understanding. Afterward, Killua took the volleyball and walked to the center of the court, holding the ball between his hands. Gon stood in front of the ball, took a deep breath, and began to use Ren, a powerful Nen aura exploding from his body. A massive amount of Nen surged continuously from within him, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Then, this massive Nen was gradually concentrated onto his fist, his aura growing stronger and stronger. First is rock, scissors, rock, paper. Gon shouted, and his fist, infused with all his Nen, struck the volleyball heavily. The volleyball, like a cannonball, slammed toward the fused Nen beast beside Razor with tremendous force. Facing this volleyball containing such massive Nen, the fused Nen beast couldn't catch it at all. The immense impact knocked it, along with the ball, directly out of the court. Its body turned into white light and vanished, completely eliminated. With that, Razor was the only one left in his inner court. Furthermore, he had already lost the opportunity to shout back to revive. The scales of victory had begun to tip toward the player team. It's not enough. Gon shook his head as he watched the direction the ball flew, his eyes filled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Although he had successfully knocked away Razor's Nen beast, he was clearly unsatisfied with the power he had just unleashed. He felt that he could exert even greater power, and do even better. Killua stood in the center of the court again with the ball, holding it between his hands. At this moment, Sasuke noticed that Killua's hands had suffered severe damage. Both hands were swollen, and his knuckles were somewhat deformed. Clearly, the previous strike had put immense pressure on his hands. In order not to affect the power of Gon's strike, Killua did not use Nen to protect his hands. This was equivalent to him using his own hands as the cannon barrel for the projectile, enduring the massive impact of the volleyball being launched without any protection. However, even with injured hands, Killua didn't have a single complaint, he just stood there silently. Because he trusted Gon, and wanted to win this match together with him. Gon, in fact, had also noticed the injuries on Killua's hands. But he didn't say anything either, he trusted Killua, and didn't want to waste Killua's sacrifice. He was going to use his strongest power to win in one blow, so that Killua's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. This was perhaps the mutual understanding between the two. If it were Sasuke holding the ball, he could use life return to achieve ultra-high-speed conversion of Nen. He could protect his hands with Nen the moment Gon hit the ball, without getting injured or affecting the power of the strike. But watching the two of them, Sasuke naturally wouldn't do anything unnecessary. This was a moment that belonged to Gon and Killua, he just needed to watch over them silently. Gon stood in front of the ball, his gaze locked tightly onto Razor. An incredibly strong aura erupted from his body, with Nen surging out continuously, even stronger than before. To defend against this ball from Gon, Razor dared not be the slightest bit careless, adopting a receiving posture. He concentrated all his Nen onto his hands, preparing to meet the impact. You really are your son, Jing. This perseverance and talent are exactly like yours, perhaps even better than you were when you were young. Watching Gon, whose Nen was still rising, such thoughts couldn't help but arise in Razor's mind. First is rock, take this, razor. Gon concentrated all his nen into a single point without reservation. Scissors. With a loud boom, a punch even stronger than the last struck the volleyball heavily. The volleyball, carrying an incomparably massive amount of nen, slammed directly toward Razor, bursting with a piercing sonic boom. Razor did not retreat in the slightest. He exerted all his effort to hit Gon's ball back the way it came using a receiving technique. And to diffuse the force, he had no choice but to fall backward, performing a backflip out of the court. The flying ball contained power that was in no way inferior to Gon's full power strike. 74 Chapter 74 A Perfect Victory Chapter 74 A Perfect Victory. Gon, dodge it. We can still win without catching it. Sasuke watched from the sidelines, anxious and frantic, and shouted at Gon. No, he won't dodge it. Razor shook his head. He isn't the type of person to pursue that kind of victory. What he wants is a fair, just, and all-out duel. Just as Razor expected, Gon had absolutely no intention of dodging. His eyes were firm as he stared fixedly at the incoming volleyball, preparing himself to take the hit head-on. He wanted to win fair and square, to earn Razor's recognition, and not to betray Sasuke's trust or let Killua's efforts go to waste. Just then, Sasuke and Killua each placed a hand gently on Gon's shoulders. They didn't say much, but their actions gave Gon the greatest support. It let Gon know that he wasn't fighting alone, and that they were always there. Go for it, Gon. Sasuke's tone carried a hint of encouragement. A match has to be won perfectly. Feeling the strength on his shoulders, Gon turned his head to look at Sasuke and Killua, whose eyes were filled with trust and encouragement. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his remaining nen into his hands without reservation, and used his strongest ko to firmly protect his hands and head. He left his back entirely to Sasuke and Killua to support. With them there, Gon had no worries and could give it his all. Catch it for me. The moment his hands made contact with the volleyball, the immense impact sent Gon reeling backward. Fortunately, Sasuke and Killua braced him firmly from behind, supporting his body with their nen, so he wasn't blown away by the impact. Gon tried his best to resist the volleyball, constantly neutralizing the force within it. In the end, Gon successfully caught the ball. The moment the Nen Beast referee announced, "Match over," the player team wins. Gon's tense body instantly relaxed, as if all his strength had been drained, and he lost consciousness, collapsing straight to the ground. Yet, he was still clutching the volleyball tightly in his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. Dodgeball match mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white skill chest. Looking at the system prompt that popped up in his mind, Sasuke's face showed a look of frustration. Why was it a white chest again? It seemed like every time he completed a side quest, it was a white chest. Couldn't there be something different? A blue chest would be nice too. System, isn't the drop rate for these white grade chests a bit too high? Sasuke asked the system in his mind. Please understand, host, that for quest rewards where the chest grade is not restricted, white grade chests are the norm. Getting a blue chest would already be considered incredibly lucky. Forget it. It was a free reward anyway, so Sasuke didn't ask for much. He shook his head, putting the matter of the chest to the back of his mind, and crouched down to check on Gon's condition. Fortunately, it was just excessive nen consumption, leading to fainting from exhaustion. There was nothing serious, he would recover after resting for a while. Razor stood in place, watching Gon lying on the ground with gratification, a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes full of approval. What a spectacular match, Gon. You have every right to be proud. You have not only inherited Jing's talent, but also his perseverance and courage. You are even more outstanding than I imagined. Jing must be very proud to have a son like you. Subsequently, Razor looked at Sasuke and Killua, who were gathered around Gon, and couldn't help but feel alarmed. The youths of today were truly terrifying, one after another. Sasuke's strength was unfathomable, even making him feel fear. Killua's talent was also not to be underestimated. The future achievements of these three youths would likely far exceed everyone's expectations, and perhaps even surpass Jing. After confirming that Gon was fine, Sasuke found a quiet corner. System, open the white skill chest. White skill chest opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Fujiwara no Sai's Go Mastery, from the world of Hikaru no Go. The moment the system prompt ended, a massive stream of information instantly flooded into Sasuke's mind. Fujiwara no Sai's lifelong knowledge of Go, playing techniques, competition experiences, as well as his understanding and insights into the game, were all clearly imprinted in his mind. In just an instant, he went from a novice who had only played Gomoku and didn't even understand the rules of Go to a world-class Go master. Sasuke closed his eyes, digesting the information in his mind, and once again marveled at the wonder of the system. Just a white-grade chest was enough to instantly turn an ordinary person into a top expert in a field. It was a pity that being good at Go didn't seem very useful in this supernatural world. Sasuke wasn't pursuing the divine move, and he didn't have much interest in Go. However, the improvement in calculation ability brought by Go was somewhat useful to him. At least in battle, he could analyze an opponent's moves faster and predict the enemy's actions. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, on an observation deck overlooking the entire ocean, Sasuke and the others stood together, listening to the game's plot NPC tell the story of the legendary treasure. As the first ray of morning sunlight slowly rose, golden light pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the pitch-black sea. Gradually, a bright coastline appeared, radiant and dreamlike, dyeing the entire ocean gold. The game NPC telling the story gradually turned into a white light, eventually condensing into a card that landed in Gon's hand. 2. A coastline of 1 Pyong was successfully obtained. The original card is yours. We can just use a clone card to make a copy. Sasuke spoke up first. He knew very well that obtaining this card was entirely due to the efforts of the four of them, especially Sasuke and Gon. If it weren't for them, there was no way they could have won that dodgeball match, let alone obtained this precious card. It was only natural to hand the original card over to them. Sasuke's idea was also agreed upon by Gore Inu. He nodded quickly, that's right, give the original card to you guys, we'll just copy one. Getting this card is entirely your credit, we didn't really help much. Of course, only Sasuke knew that if it weren't for Gon, Razor might have deliberately gone easy, and the difficulty of this match wouldn't have been so high. Gon was undoubtedly the one who gained the most from this operation. Not only did he successfully obtain the designated card, but he also achieved great growth during the match, and his control and application of Nen ability became much more proficient. Furthermore, after the match, he learned a lot of information about Jing from Razor, bringing him one step closer to finding his father. Just as everyone had packed their things, and was preparing to leave, the binder in Sasuke's hand suddenly emitted a crisp electronic notification sound. Another player has used communication on you. As soon as the notification sound ended, a low and sinister man's voice came through the receiver, carrying an indescribable malice. Long time no see, Sasuke. You know who I am, right? Hearing the voice on the other end, Sasuke's fingers clutching the binder tightened abruptly, his face instantly clouded with gravity, and his tone sank, Genthru. What do you want? He never expected that Genthru would suddenly contact him. Chapter 75, Dimensional / Genthru the Bomber. Gon and Killua beside him instantly tensed up, and everyone pricked up their ears, listening intently to the content of the transmission. They all knew that Genthru the Bomber was ruthless, and had no bottom line. This contact with Sasuke definitely boded nothing good. A sinister chuckle came from the other end of the receiver, and Genthru's voice remained cold. You obtained a coastline of 1 Pyong, didn't you? Playing dumb is useless, I just checked the player list, it's clear as day. How about we make a deal? I'll spare all your lives, and you hand over that card. How about it? It was a naked threat right from the start. Impossible. If you want the card, you'll have to kill me first. Sasuke refused decisively without a second thought, without the slightest compromise. Humph, don't push your luck. Genthru seemed to have anticipated his answer long ago, and wasn't disappointed. He just said slowly, if you change your mind, come to the entrance of Macedora in 1 hour. Then, he slowly and deliberately reeled off a long list of player names. You can check and see if these people are still on the player list. Everyone's hearts sank instantly. The names Genthru mentioned were exactly those of the filler players who had temporarily teamed up with them earlier. Gon reacted the fastest, immediately summoning his binder, his fingers sliding quickly across the screen to carefully check the list. A moment later, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and his voice trembled slightly. They're gone, their names have all disappeared. Needless to say, everyone understood that those players had already met their end at the hands of Genthru. Just as Sasuke was about to retort angrily, Sasuke stepped forward and placed a hand on his arm. He spoke slowly into the binder's receiver, Genthru the bomber, right. The original A Coastline of One Pyong is in my hands. We'll be at the entrance of Macedora on time in 1 hour. Sasuke turned his head sharply to look at him, his eyes full of shock, instinctively wanting to stop him. Do you know what you're saying? Don't you know how dangerous Genthru the bomber's group is? Genthru on the other end of the receiver was stunned for a moment, then let out a harsh, weird laugh. He, so it's one of those for brats. You've got some guts. Interesting, then it's settled. As soon as he finished speaking, the communication was rudely cut off, leaving only a busy signal. Sasuke, you're taking too big a risk. You just finished the dodgeball match, your injuries haven't healed yet, and Killua's hands can't even move. Going to see Genthru the bomber in your current state is practically walking into a trap. After this cooperation, Sasuke had long regarded the four of them as partners and really didn't want them to throw their lives away in vain. He knew very well that the strength of Genthru the bomber's trio could not be underestimated. Especially Genthru, his nin ability was extremely bizarre, and many people had already fallen victim to him. Don't worry, I alone am sufficient. There was not a hint of fear in Sasuke's eyes, only thick killing intent. An inherently evil guy, I must kill him. The brutality of Genthru the bomber's group had already crossed his bottom line, and he would absolutely not allow such evildoers to continue running wild. In his view, the threat posed by this group didn't even compare to a fraction of the Jinei Raiden, so there was no need to wait for everyone to recover before taking action. We trust Sasuke. Biscuit Kruger, Gon, and Killua stood behind Sasuke. From beginning to end, they had never doubted Sasuke's strength, even without having witnessed Genthru the bomber's power. They believed Sasuke would definitely be able to resolve this perfectly. You guys. Sasuke looked at the three determined gazes, remembered Sasuke's formidable performance on the court, and ultimately swallowed the dissuasion that had reached his lips. He knew Sasuke's strength was unfathomable. He even suspected that even if all the other players were just fillers, Sasuke could have soloed that dodgeball match by himself. Perhaps Sasuke really could solve the Genthru the bomber problem by himself. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Alright, you must be careful. If things look bad, use a company immediately to come find us. We will support you at any time. 1 hour later, in the forest at the entrance of Macedora. Genthru the bomber, along with Bara and Sub, appeared instantly at this location using an accompany card. As soon as they landed, they saw Sasuke and the other three already waiting in a clearing not far away, their expressions calm, without the slightest hint of timidity. Genthru the bomber crossed his arms and looked at the four of them with contempt. I didn't expect you brats to actually dare to come, you've got some guts. Enough nonsense, hand over A Coastline of One Pyong, and I can spare your lives and let you leave alive. Genthru the bomber's trio slowly approached Sasuke's side, continuously releasing malicious nin towards them. Sasuke took out the Kusanagi sword from his system backpack. Then, holding the scabbard, he also slowly walked toward Genthru the bomber's trio. It seems you don't want to submit obediently. Seeing Sasuke take out a weapon, Genthru the bomber's expression sank instantly. Boss, let me take care of these brats. Gen through the bomber's lackey, Bara, could no longer suppress his killing intent and rubbed his fists, wanting to be the first to attack. Wait a moment. Gen through the bomber reached out to stop him, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes staring vigilantly at Sasuke. Something's wrong, this brat gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. We can't be careless, the three of us will attack together. He had lived for so long, killed countless people, and his intuition for danger was extremely sharp. The aura on Sasuke's body inexplicably made him feel a sense of trepidation. Sasuke gently placed the Kusanagi sword at his waist, assuming a standard Aido stance, his palm resting on the hilt. The aura on his body began to become sharp and biting like sword energy, and a cold killing intent radiated continuously, enveloping the entire forest. His eyes swept coldly over the three of them, his tone flat but carrying bone-chilling killing intent. It seems you aren't hopelessly stupid, but it's a pity you met me. For evildoers like you who kill the innocent for your own benefit, and have no bottom line, there is only one outcome in front of me, and that is... You brat, stop posturing here. Bara was provoked by Sasuke's tone, and could no longer hold back. He exchanged a look with Sub, and the two of them rushed towards Sasuke simultaneously. Gen through the bomber remained standing in place, motionless. Watching the two who rushed out, crimes he had committed throughout his life flashed involuntarily in his mind: murder, robbery, stealing cards. His hands were stained with blood. But he felt no remorse. The only thing that made him feel uneasy was standing here at this very moment. The moment Sasuke's last word fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood, his speed so fast that only an afterimage remained, and even the fluctuations of his nen had almost vanished. The next moment, he appeared behind Gen through the bomber's trio, his wrist flicked lightly, and the Kusanagi sword traced a graceful arc in the air, performing a clean sword flourish. Then, with a click, he sheathed the sword. At the very moment he sheathed the sword, dozens of silver-white dimensional slash attacks suddenly appeared around Gen through the bomber's trio. The sharp sword energy tore through the air, forming a small vortex of sword energy, emitting a crisp ringing sound of blades. Under the spatial cutting of the dimensional slash. In just an instant, the bodies of Gen through the bomber, Bara, and Sub were turned into neat pieces of corpse, blood gushing out and staining the surrounding grass and fallen leaves red. Perhaps they hadn't even realized it before they died. Bara and Sub's eyes still maintained the ferocity from when they were attacking Sasuke, and their faces still bore arrogant expressions. Gen through the bomber's face, however, carried a trace of regret. Perhaps, before he died, he was already regretting not having provoked Sasuke. 76 Chapter 76 Collect all cards. Chapter 76 Collecting all the cards. Sasuke turned around to look at Biscuit Kruger, Gon, and Killua, who were standing to the side watching the battle. He then looked down at the dismembered body parts on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a bit of concern. Hacking the enemy into pieces was an extremely brutal method. After hesitating for a moment, Sasuke asked, "Do you think this was too cruel? How could we?" There was not a hint of fear on Killua's face. Instead, his eyes lit up with a touch of curiosity. He walked over to the remains, crouched down, and gently touched the cross-section of one of the body parts. "I'm just curious, how did you cut them so smoothly? The edges of these pieces are as flat as a mirror." "That's amazing." As a former professional assassin, Killua had long been accustomed to such bloody scenes, so he naturally wasn't afraid. This level of carnage was not even worth mentioning to him. "Sasuke, you did the right thing." Gon also stepped forward and said. "They were wicked people who deserved to die. They hurt so many innocent people, so killing them was the right thing to do. If it were him, he might have chosen to show mercy, but he also understood that being kind to such villains was cruelty to the innocent. Therefore he completely agreed with Sasuke's actions." Biscuit Kruger walked over with a smile, reached out, and gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, her face showing a proud smile. "Sasuke, you really are getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid you've completely surpassed your teacher now. I wonder if you're strong enough now to beat that old man, Chairman Netero." Looking at the three of them, whose eyes held no prejudice, Sasuke smiled. "That's right, there was no need to consider whether the methods were cruel when dealing with villains. He was a partner of justice, and everything he did was for the sake of justice. As for whether he could beat Chairman Netero, Sasuke wasn't very confident himself. He didn't know who would win if his Susanoo clashed with Chairman Netero's 100-type Guanin. Sasuke suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering something important, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. I forgot, we haven't taken Genthru and his team's cards yet. He turned to look at the scattered body parts on the ground that were gradually disappearing in a white light, frowned, and finally shook his head. Never mind. He would just collect the cards slowly, there was no rush. He didn't feel right about taking these stolen cards. After the bomber incident ended, Sasuke and Gon returned to their routine of training and collecting cards. Killua, due to the serious injuries on his hands, could only watch from the side, and was temporarily unable to participate in high-intensity combat and training. Biscuit Kruger watched the two of them train every day, and would occasionally offer them pointers on how to use their nin ability. Thus 10+ days passed. Early this morning, Gorinu suddenly found Sasuke and the others, who were training in the forest. With a trace of fatigue on his face, he summoned his binder. The billionaire Battera has given up on clearing the game. Sasuke and his team discussed it, and decided to entrust all the cards they collected to you. They have already left Greed Island. Gorinu handed all of Sasuke's team's cards to Gon. Combined with the cards that Sasuke and Gon had collected themselves, Gon's binder now contained all 99 designated cards. Only the final number 0 card remained to completely clear the game. Just then, a server-wide announcement suddenly rang out in the sky, echoing through every corner of Greed Island. Attention all players, a player has collected 99 designated cards. To commemorate this, a quiz tournament for all players on the island will be held in 10 minutes. The tournament will feature 100 questions about the designated cards, and the player with the highest accuracy rate will receive the number 0 card, Ruler's Blessing. Please open your binders and prepare yourselves. The four of them looked at each other and instantly realized this was a contingency plan left by Jing. Apparently, Jing had long anticipated that players might collect the 99 cards through improper means like theft, robbery, or coercion, so he had set up this quiz tournament. Only someone who truly played the game seriously and understood the stories behind each card would be able to obtain the final card. This was exactly Jing's original intention in creating Greed Island. He hoped that every player could enjoy the game in a relaxed and happy way, rather than being driven by greed and killing each other. Not long after, a dozen or so players flew toward their location from all directions. Sasuke, Gorinu, and the others immediately went on high alert, fearing that they had come to steal the cards. Don't worry, we aren't here to cause trouble. If anything, we're here to assist you. A player wearing casual clothing in the crowd spoke up first, wearing a friendly smile on his face. It turned out that some of the players who came over hoped that if they won the last card, they could trade for benefits with Sasuke and the others, while some were just there to join in the fun. Hearing this, the 5 of them relaxed their tense nerves slightly. Biscuit Kruger turned to look at Sasuke, Gon, and Killua and asked, "So, what should we do? Should we work together on the quiz? The accuracy rate would definitely be higher that way." No, of course we should do our own questions." Gon immediately shook his head. "That's the only way it's fun. Let's see who answers better. We answer our own, and the person with the lowest score at the end has to accept a punishment." Killua immediately agreed. "It's a deal." Gon and Killua clapped their hands excitedly, already unable to wait for this quiz competition to begin. Biscuit Kruger looked at Sasuke, her eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Sasuke helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Since the 2 little ones had said so, he couldn't dampen their spirits. Actually, he was more inclined to work together on the quiz, as that would significantly increase the probability of obtaining the no. But looking at Gon and Killua's excited expressions, he ultimately abandoned that idea. When it came down to it, Sasuke had long lost his innocent heart. He considered problems more from a utilitarian perspective. unlike Gon and Killua, who were purely enjoying the happiness brought by the game. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the quiz tournament officially began. Sasuke frowned the moment he looked at the questions. The questions asked about the stories of NPCs behind certain cards, and he had absolutely no impression of them. Although he had collected many cards with Gon, he had never seriously read the card descriptions, let alone paid attention to the background stories. Just like playing games in his previous life, he only liked to focus on combat and clearing the game. He would never watch those long, drawn-out cutscenes, and even after clearing the game, he wouldn't know what story it was telling. It was precisely because of this that he preferred action games, and had never been interested in role-playing games. At first, he would struggle over each option, trying to recall the relevant information about the cards. But later on, faced with those completely unfamiliar questions, he gave up entirely, and just started picking answers at random. The 100 questions were quickly asked, and the scene fell into a brief silence as everyone waited for the official results to be announced. Not long after, the server-wide announcement in the sky rang out again, announcing the name of the player with the highest score. And now, announcing the winner of the highest score. The highest score is 87 out of 100, and the player's name is Gon. Gon jumped up in excitement instantly, raising his hands high, his face full of a bright smile, his eyes even curving into crescents. Killua, I'm better than you. Sasuke stood to the side, a gentle smile on his face as he quietly watched the cheering Gon and Killua. He wasn't surprised at all by this result. Gon was someone who truly enjoyed the game. He could empathize with the story even just by watching the cutscenes. He would remember the details behind every card, and would even be happy for the NPC's happiness and sad for their sadness. It was only natural that he would get the highest score. At the same time, Sasuke was secretly glad that the officials only announced the highest score, and wouldn't reveal other players' scores. This way, there would be no need for any punishment games, and it would save anyone from feeling embarrassed by their low scores. Chapter 77, Clearing the Game and Rewards. After the quiz concluded, a snow-white owl flew down from the sky, carrying an exquisite envelope in its beak, and landed precisely in Gon's hand. The moment the envelope touched Gon's fingertips, it transformed into a beam of light and coalesced into a brand new card. An invitation from the ruler of this island. Gon carefully picked up the card and examined the description on it. It turned out that this number 0 card was not a direct reward, but a necessary item to enter the ruler's castle. Using it would grant the map to the castle's location and an access badge. After Sasuke, Gon, and the others said goodbye to Gore Inu, they followed the map's guidance and set off toward the ruler's castle. Soon, they arrived outside the castle. Go on, Gon. We'll wait for you here. Biscuit Kruger patted Gon's shoulder, a gentle smile on her face. There must be many stories about Jing inside. Listen carefully. Gon stood at the castle entrance, looking at Biscuit Kruger, Sasuke, and Killua, and nodded vigorously. I'm going in, I'll be out soon. With that, he took the card and turned to walk through the castle gates. Inside the castle, through the game master's narration, Gon learned the story of how Jing created Greed Island back then, as well as the various traces Jing had left behind. When he walked out of the castle and reunited with Sasuke and the others, he was still in an excited state, his face full of joyful smiles, and he kept muttering about Jing. That night, Greed Island held a grand party to celebrate the game's completion. Fireworks bloomed all over the night sky, dazzling and bright, illuminating the entire island. All the players, game masters and game NPCs gathered together, without distinction, singing, dancing, and cheering, immersed in an ocean of joy. This was the first time in the more than a dozen years since Greed Island's creation that players had successfully cleared the game, and everyone was cheering and celebrating this moment. After the party ended, the 4 of them returned to their room in the castle, welcoming the most exciting part of clearing the game, choosing the completion rewards. According to the game rules, players who clear the game can choose 3 designated cards from their binder to take back to the real world as prizes. I'll pass, you guys choose. Sasuke spoke first. With 4 people splitting 3 cards, it was inevitable that someone wouldn't get one, so to avoid unnecessary conflict, he simply chose to give them up. After all, his purpose for entering Greed Island was solely to train his Nen ability. Now that he had mastered various advanced applications of Nen, he had long since achieved his goal. Of course, it wasn't strictly true to say he had zero interest in all the cards. There were many cards in the binder with miraculous effects, such as the risk dice, which felt quite useful. Perhaps before opening a treasure chest each time, rolling a great success could yield better rewards. But if one rolled a great disaster, it could lead to unpredictable dangers. However, Sasuke still chose to give them up. No matter how miraculous the abilities of these cards were, their upper limits would not exceed those of the creators of Greed Island. He didn't believe these cards could truly affect the system's lottery, otherwise, this system would be too unimpressive. I don't want any either. Killua chimed in. He never had a clear goal when entering Greed Island, he was simply accompanying Gon to help him find his father, Jing. Now that the game was cleared and Gon was one step closer to his goal, it didn't matter to him whether he had cards or not. In the end, Biscuit Kruger chose the blue planet she had dreamed of. Gon chose the Paladin's necklace and the Company card that had been mimicked as a coastline of one Pyong. The former could dispel various effects, including mimicry, while the latter would allow him to travel to where Jing was. After selecting their rewards, the 4 of them returned to the real world through the port in the game. An abandoned house in the real world. Biscuit Kruger looked at Sasuke with reddened eyes, stepped forward, and hugged him tightly, refusing to let go, her voice choked with emotion. Sasuke, there's nothing left for me to teach you. You'll have to walk the path ahead on your own. Sasuke didn't push her away as he usually did, he just raised his hand and gently patted her back, his tone soft. All right, teacher, don't be so sentimental at your age. It's not like we won't ever see each other again. Biscuit Kruger reluctantly let go of Sasuke, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, and gave him a reproachful glare. Honestly, now that it's time to part ways, can't you say something nice? You don't know how to be considerate at all. Then, Biscuit Kruger looked at Gon and Killua with teary eyes and asked softly, Gon, Killua, where are you planning to go next? Gon said firmly, I'm going to find Jing. Before, when Gon had just entered the game, he discovered a name on the binder's player list that he had never seen before. Nig. This name read backward is exactly Jing, so Gon believed that when he was very young, Jing had once brought him into Greed Island. Therefore, as long as he used a company to go to Nig's location, he would be able to find Jing. Biscuit Kruger looked at him and sighed softly, your persistence is truly remarkable. There are so many valuable cards in the binder, yet you don't even look at them. You only have your heart set on finding Jing. After a pause, she asked again, what do you plan to do first after you meet Jing? Of course, I'll introduce Killua to him, and tell him this is my best friend. Gon answered without hesitation, turned his head to look at Killua, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hearing this, Killua became a bit flustered and scratched his head shyly. Don't, it's embarrassing. This was directly ignored by Gon, who turned to look at Sasuke, his eyes full of anticipation. Sasuke, will you come with me to see Jing? I want to introduce you to him too. Sasuke looked at Gon's expectant eyes and nodded slightly. I don't have a clear goal right now either, so I'll just go with you for the time being. That's awesome. Gon instantly jumped up in excitement, reached out both hands, and wrapped his arms around the necks of both Killua and Sasuke. Killua, did you hear that? Sasuke agreed to come with us too. The 3 of us are going to find Jing together. In truth, Sasuke had other plans in mind. If they were really going to meet Jing, he would never have agreed. It was inappropriate for an outsider like him to interfere when a father and son were reuniting, especially when Gon wanted to introduce his best friend. But he knew that where Gon would eventually arrive using a company would not be Jing himself, but the location of Jing's disciple Kite. And that place happened to be his next target, which is why he agreed to it. Geez, don't do that. Biscuit Kruger watched the three of them embracing, and the tears she had just stopped welled up again. Ah, how annoying. It's easy to cry when you get old. You must keep getting along like this forever. Gon let go of the two of them. He took the paladin's necklace out of his pocket, gently put it around his own neck, and then picked up the card that had been mimicked as a coastline of one pyong. The moment his fingertips touched the card, a flash of light shone from it, the mimicry effect was dispelled, and it returned to the appearance of the accompany card. It worked. Gon raised the card excitedly and turned to look at Biscuit Kruger. Biscuit Kruger, do you want to come with us? Let's go see Jing together. Biscuit Kruger shook her head gently, a helpless smile on her face. I don't want to meet a man with a kid, it's too much trouble. In reality, she knew very well that the reason she refused was because if she continued to stay with Sasuke and the others, she would find it increasingly hard to let them go. Rather than feeling even more reluctant to part later, it was better to bid a graceful farewell now. Gon didn't force her, nodded, gripped the card in his hand and shouted, use accompany, target, nig. The card instantly transformed into a dazzling beam of light that tightly enveloped Sasuke, Gon, and Killua. Then, the three of them turned into a shooting star, flew rapidly toward the distance, and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Biscuit Kruger stood where she was, watching the direction where the light disappeared, and waved her hand, goodbye, Sasuke, Gon, Killua. I love you guys the most. 78 Chapter 78 Kate. Chapter 78, Kite beside a riverbank shrouded in thick fog. A meteor streaked across the sky, crashing onto the clearing by the riverbank, its dazzling light gradually fading. The figures of Sasuke, Gon, and Killua slowly appeared. Upon landing, Gon immediately and impatiently began to observe his surroundings. Fog obscured the scenery in the distance, except under an old tree by the river. A figure wearing a black cloak and hood was sitting there, quietly fishing. His heart skipped a beat, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Could that person be Jing? Anxiety and anticipation intertwined in his heart, making him slow his breathing. The person seemed to notice the movement behind him, put away his fishing rod, and stood up to walk toward the three. The shadow of the hood obscured his face, revealing only a blurry jawline. Gon took a deep breath and was about to open his mouth to ask for the person's identity. Suddenly, Nin condensed in the person's palm, a clown roulette appeared out of thin air, and as the wheel spun, it quickly transformed into a strangely shaped gun. He raised the gun, aiming it at the direction of the three, the muzzle gleaming with a faint, cold light. Almost the moment the muzzle was raised, a massive amount of blue lightning suddenly erupted from Sasuke, the current crackling as it poured down from his palm toward the ground. The current spread out, leaving scorched marks on the ground, and a faint smell of burning filled the air. Wait, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Seeing this, Gon hurriedly stepped forward, spreading his arms to block in front of Sasuke, his voice tinged with urgency. He had suddenly seen the opponent and Sasuke release their nin ability at the same time, thinking they were about to start a fight. Don't worry, my target isn't him. Look at where you are standing right now. Hearing Sasuke's reminder, Gon and Killua hurriedly looked down, only to realize that beneath their feet was a hidden ant nest. On the ground lay hundreds of strange, dense ants scorched by the lightning, their limbs curled up and shells blackened, with no signs of life left. It turned out that Sasuke had noticed a slight movement underground, with countless tiny figures rapidly approaching their feet. He had immediately activated Chidori current to attack the ground, wiping out all these attackers. It seems I won't need to take action. The mysterious man retracted the muzzle, his deep voice emanating from under the hood. He raised his hand and fired several shots into the sky. The gun he held gradually turned into light and shadow, finally disappearing. The mysterious man wore a blue hat, the brim shading part of his eyes, his figure tall and straight, with white hair falling loosely on his shoulders. Boy, your reaction was fast. He looked at Sasuke and nodded slightly in approval. If you hadn't launched an attack in time, the three of you would have been chewed to pieces. These are not ordinary ants. They are called chimera ants, designated as a class, 1 quarantine species. They are ferocious, carnivorous insects. I have always been confident in my own perception of danger. Sasuke didn't act coy and calmly accepted the compliment. Killua shifted his gaze from the chimera and corpses on the ground to the moon in front of them, quietly leaning toward Gon and asking in a low voice, "Is he Jing?" Gon frowned, the photo of Jing kept at home appearing in his mind. He carefully compared the man's appearance with the photo. His eyes, brows, and facial contours were completely different. He shook his head gently, his tone filled with undisguisable disappointment. "He is not Jing." Hearing this name, the Mun, who was about to walk back, suddenly stopped. "Are you looking for Jing?" Hearing that the person seemed to know Jing, a spark of light reignited in Gon's eyes, and he hurriedly stepped forward to ask eagerly, "You know Jing? Is he here right now?" "Jing is my teacher." The Mun nodded slightly. "But I'm sorry, he is not here right now." Gon stared at the man's face, and a vague memory suddenly flashed through his mind, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Could it be that you are Kite? You know my name?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Kite's eyes, and he leaned over slightly to examine Gon carefully. "Who are you?" "On Whale Island, I accidentally trespassed into the territory of a foxbear with cubs. You were the one who saved me back then." Kite stared at Gon's face, his gaze gradually softening, as the image of the scrawny little boy in his memory slowly overlapped with the teenager in front of him. He smiled and gently patted Gon on the shoulder. "I didn't expect to see you here again. You've grown up." After the two recognized each other, Kite gathered dry branches and set up a campfire in the clearing by the riverbank. The four sat around the campfire, and Kite skewered the fish he had caught onto branches and roasted them over the fire. Kite talked about his past with Jing while turning the roasted fish. Although he learned some of Jing's past, Gon still didn't get any clues about his location. From Kite, the three learned that his purpose for coming here was to investigate an unregistered creature, a chimera, ant of unusually large size. Before he finished speaking, several figures walked out of the fog. They were Kite's companions. The two sides introduced themselves, and Gon quickly took the initiative to go over and chat with Kite's companions, with topics ranging from the hunter exam to their profession. It must be said that he is truly a social butterfly, with terrifying social skills. Whether it's strangers or animals, he can quickly become friends with them. Sasuke and Killua were more reserved, sitting quietly to the side and listening to the group's discussion. They wouldn't initiate conversation, only occasionally chiming in faintly when asked. "You guys have already obtained your hunter license at such a young age. That's amazing." Upon learning that the three of them were already professional hunters, Kite's companions all exclaimed in surprise. The small talk gradually ended, and Kite put away his smile and began to talk about business. "Regarding the matter I asked you to investigate earlier, are there any results?" One of the big guys named Monta took a sealed glass bottle out of his backpack, which contained a giant insect claw. "Just as you expected, this is a chimera ant's claw, and it is very similar in characteristics to the queen's claw. Monta, can you lend me the bottle to take a look?" Sasuke stood up, his gaze falling on the glass bottle. The chimera ant was exactly the reason he and Gon had come here. "Of course." Monta readily handed the bottle to Sasuke. Sasuke took the bottle and carefully observed the claw inside. The claw was nearly the size of a human finger, with faint bloodstains still remaining on the surface. According to the proportions of the chimera ants we saw earlier, if this is real, then this chimera ant queen is at least over 2 meters tall. Sasuke put down the bottle and analyzed it calmly. "That's right, and that's also what I'm most worried about." Kite took the bottle, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Such a massive chimera ant, once out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why would it be dangerous? Gon couldn't help but ask. Chimera ants have a special way of laying eggs, called eating-based reproduction. Kite explained patiently. Their queen can pass on the characteristics of other creatures to the next generation by eating them. To leave better genes for its offspring, the queen needs to constantly ingest the genetic material of more powerful creatures, and it will eat non-stop until the species it fancies is driven to extinction. After listening, Gon vaguely understood Kite's concern. In other words, you are worried that this giant chimera and queen will feed on humans. Yes, that is not impossible. Kite nodded, his tone heavy. Once the queen lists humans as a prey target, it will be a huge disaster for humanity. So we must find this queen and eliminate it before the disaster spreads. That is the only way to keep the crisis within the smallest possible range. Chapter 79 An Encounter with Peng Si. Kite, are you currently investigating these chimera ants? I want to join your investigation team. Sasuke directly stated his intention to join the investigation team. Kite, we want to join too. Gon immediately chimed in, looking at Kite with expectant eyes. Killua also nodded slightly, wanting to take part in the operation. Kite looked at the three of them, silent for a moment. He could sense the powerful aura on Sasuke. His strength was not below his own, perhaps even stronger. Although Gon and Killua looked young, their foundation in Nen was solid. Clearly, they had undergone systematic training and possessed a certain level of combat power. Very well. Kite spoke. But once you encounter danger, you must prioritize your own safety. Do not push yourselves. That's great. With 3 professional hunters joining, we'll be even more confident. Upon hearing Kite's agreement, his companions smiled, welcoming the addition of Sasuke and the others. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave on the coast of the Yorbian continent, it was dim and damp, with a pungent, fishy smell permeating the air. The chimera ant queen was deep inside the cave, having already given birth to the first batch of soldier ants. The soldier ants were all different in appearance, each possessing characteristics of different animals, standing in neat rows before the queen. Soldiers, obey my command. My mission is to give birth to the king. To give birth to a stronger king, I need more nutritious food. Go and bring back the best food. Driven by the chimera ant queen's command, the soldier ants turned and crawled toward the cave exit, their figures quickly vanishing into the darkness. A disaster destined to affect the fate of countless people was quietly brewing. The next morning, the mist dissipated. In order to find the place where the giant chimera ants might appear, Kite, Sasuke, and the others began a meticulous search around the location where the severed chimera ant limb was discovered. The group dispersed to investigate, but they found no trace of any chimera ants. With the search yielding no results, Kite gathered everyone to share his thoughts. Perhaps we can investigate based on the habits of the chimera ants. If the queen has set her sights on humans, there must be mass disappearance incidents occurring at the village or town level. Kite's companion, Spin, sat on a rock, operating a laptop. The screen displayed dense text and data. I've traced the records back to half a year ago. There have been no reports of mass disappearances involving more than 10 people, nor any sightings of giant insects. Is it possible that the incidents have already occurred, but because of information isolation, the news hasn't been able to get out? Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk and spoke slowly, voicing his hypothesis. Of course, this was information Sasuke provided based on the plot of the anime. This statement immediately caught Kite's attention. He thought of a possibility and immediately said, "You mean the chimera ants might have appeared in a country isolated from the outside world? Like the NGL Autonomous Region?" The more Kite thought about it, the more he felt this was highly likely. He immediately instructed Spin to retrieve the ocean current data from the day the severed chimera ant limb was discovered. After some calculations and deductions, it was indeed possible that the severed chimera ant limb had drifted along the current from the Mighten Union, where the NGL Autonomous Region was located. Having found a lead, the group immediately set off for the NGL Autonomous Region. Since there was no direct route to the NGL Autonomous Region, they had to take an airship to the neighboring Republic of Rocario, and then travel to the town closest to the NGL border. Upon arriving in the town, Kite and the others intended to find a local and pay them to take them to the NGL border checkpoint. Just as they were asking around, a familiar figure appeared at a street corner not far away. It was Ponzu, whom Sasuke and the others had met during the hunter exam. "Miss Ponzu, long time no see." Gon recognized Ponzu at a glance and immediately waved enthusiastically, walking quickly toward her. Hearing someone call her name, Ponzu turned to look. A look of surprise appeared on her face, followed by a smile. "Gon, long time no see. I remember you are Killua and Sasuke. Where are your other two companions, Kurapika and Leo Rio?" Ponzu was relatively familiar with Gon. During the fourth phase of the hunter exam, Gon had helped her. Sasuke and Killua, however, did not have much interaction with her, so the two just nodded in greeting without saying much. Kite also walked over at this time. "Gon, is this young lady someone you know?" "Yeah, we met during the hunter exam. Her name is Ponzu." Hearing the words hunter exam, Kite's companions all looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, "Is she a professional hunter too?" "No, Ponzu didn't pass the hunter exam." Gon blurted this out very bluntly, completely unaware that his words were rubbing salt into Ponzu's wound. Fortunately, knowing Gon's character, Ponzu didn't get angry. She just said self-deprecatingly, yes, you are all impressive professional hunters, and I'm the only one who isn't. My apologies. Miss Ponzu, why are you here? Are you alone?" Gon asked. "I came with my companions. One of them you also know, Pakal. We received news of giant insect creatures appearing within the NGL autonomous region, so we came to investigate. But Pakal said it might be dangerous inside and wouldn't let me go in with them, so I have to wait here for them to return." After hearing Ponzu's account, Sasuke knew that the words he had spoken to Pakal previously had taken effect. Originally, Ponzu should have gone along with them. However, it hadn't been entirely effective, as Pakal had still chosen to go inside. Giant insect creatures. Kite's eyes flickered and he said, "It seems our objectives are the same. You are also going to enter the NGL autonomous region to investigate the giant insects." Ponzu looked at Kite and instantly understood the reason for their presence here. "That's right." Kite nodded. "We are on our way to the NGL border checkpoint. If you are going in, you need to be careful." Ponzu quickly reminded them, "The border checkpoint inspection is very strict, no technological products are allowed. Not to mention mobile phones and computers, even glass products, synthetic clothing, and metallic substances are prohibited." She had seen her companions undergo the border inspection before, and was very clear about these regulations. "The inspection is that strict." As soon as Ponzu finished speaking, Kite's companions began asking all at once whether this or that could be brought in. "It's not a big problem. Just give me the things you need to bring in, and I'll take care of it." Sasuke stepped forward and took on the task. "Sasuke, how much can you carry?" Kite's question made Sasuke fall into thought. It seemed he had never really tested his limit. The method Sasuke mentioned was actually to temporarily seal the items into a sealing scroll to bring them in. Sasuke knew simple sealing jutsu, but he believed he wouldn't be able to seal an entire ocean like Tenten could. Sasuke said somewhat uncertainly, "Anything the size of a normal suitcase should be fine." Kite clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and made arrangements for deployment. "Here's the plan. Let's first determine who will enter the NGL autonomous region. Necessary items that need to be carried, such as mobile phones and communication equipment, will be entrusted to Sasuke for safekeeping. Everyone else will wait in this town, and we will keep in touch if there are any developments." After discussion, the 6 people to enter the NGL autonomous region were finalized: Sasuke, Gon, Killua, Kite, and Kite's 2 companions, Stick and Padungo. 80 Chapter 80 In-Depth NGL. Chapter 80. Deep into NGL. Sasuke took a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and spread it out on the ground. Everyone placed their necessary items, phones, small communication devices, etc. onto the scroll. Sasuke clapped his hands together, and the items on the scroll instantly vanished, replaced by a black seal character. This ability is just too convenient. As expected of a professional hunter. Kite's companions watched this scene, exclaiming in wonder. Ponzu also looked at the ceiling scroll with amazement, thinking that if they had this ability, Pakal and the others wouldn't have had to leave only a few bees behind to maintain contact when they entered the NGL. Kite's focus was different from the others, his gaze fell on the strange characters on the scroll. Those characters were not any language he was familiar with, they looked neither like the scripts of other countries nor like the divine script. Perhaps his teacher, Jing, would be interested in these characters. That settles it, let's go. Sasuke packed up the scroll and put it back into his ninja tool pouch. The 6 of them found a local driver in the town and paid him to take them to the checkpoint at the NGL border. They successfully entered the NGL after passing a series of strict inspections by border officials. However, even after passing the inspection, they were not granted complete freedom of movement. Instead, personnel were assigned to accompany them throughout their journey, nominally as guides but actually responsible for surveillance. This is so troublesome. With people watching us like this, Sasuke won't be able to take anything out. Gon pulled on the horse's reins, his gaze sweeping over the 2 people following not far behind them, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. It can't be helped. We couldn't bring things like phones in from the start anyway, and not being able to contact the outside world doesn't have much of an impact. Regarding Gon's complaint, Kite could only console him this way, the situation was special, and it was best not to cause extra trouble. Kite's party rode on horseback along the forest path, with 2 NGL staff members, a man and a woman following about 50 meters behind. The 2 rode side by side, seemingly chatting in low voices, but their eyes remained fixed on Sasuke and his group, keeping their every move under tight surveillance. Being watched like this made everything they did feel restricted. Sasuke felt it would be safer to have them leave. I'll go talk to them. Maybe they'll be reasonable and choose to leave. How could it be that simple? If they could be made to leave just by saying a few words, they wouldn't have been sent to monitor us in the first place. Killua knew the duties of these monitors all too well. After all, there were many such existences within the Zoldyck family. Sasuke ignored Killua's sarcasm and walked straight toward the 2 monitors behind them. Is there something you need? The 2 monitors noticed Sasuke approaching and immediately stopped talking, their expressions becoming vigilant. One of them asked, hand quietly resting on the weapon at their waist. Sasuke didn't waste words, directly activating his Sharingan to hypnotize the 2. You don't need to worry about us. Just act like nothing happened and find a place to stay for a few days before heading back. The eyes of the 2 monitors instantly turned vacant and listless, and they silently turned their horses around and returned the way they came. Sasuke returned to his companions, and Killua immediately crowded over, looking curious. They actually left. What did you do, Sasuke? They were actually quite nice. They agreed as soon as I talked to them. Killua didn't speak, just looked at him with an expression that said, do you think I believe that? Clearly, he didn't buy this explanation. Sasuke felt a bit unnerved by Killua's stare and helplessly shrugged. Fine, I just cast a simple hypnosis on them. With the monitors gone, Sasuke took out the sealing scroll and unsealed all the items stored previously. Kite picked up his phone, and as soon as he turned it on, several missed calls from Spin popped up. His heart sank, assuming there was urgent information, and he immediately called back. The call was answered almost immediately, and Spin's hurried voice came through the receiver. Hello, thank goodness, the call finally went through. Spin, is there something urgent? Kite, the situation is very critical now. Spin's tone carried a hint of urgency. Ponzu's bees sent back a distress signal from her companions. It seems like they've encountered some danger. I've already sent the simple map drawn on the distress message to the computer you have there. Check it immediately. Kite immediately picked up the laptop on the ground and opened his email to check. There was indeed a new email in the inbox, with an image attached. It was a crumpled piece of paper with scribbled distress text written on it, and in the corner, a simple map was drawn, marking the approximate location of the Chimera Ant nest. Spin, send a request for assistance to the Hunter Association immediately. Seeing this, Kite made arrangements quickly. We will head to the Chimera Ant nest to investigate the situation first. Received. After Spin finished speaking, there was a slight movement on the other end of the line, and then someone else took the call. It was Ponzu's voice. Kite, please save my companions. Pockle must still be alive. Please, I beg you to save him. Ponzu pleaded with Kite, her voice choked with tears. We will do our best. Kite did not make an easy promise. Judging by the current situation, it was highly likely that Ponzu's companions were already in grave danger. An overly absolute promise would only give Ponzu unrealistic hope. Sasuke stood to the side, quietly listening to the voices on the phone, and sighed inwardly. It was unavoidable after all. He vaguely felt that Pockle might still be alive, but even if he were, he had already fallen into a hopeless situation and could turn into a brain-dead puppet at any moment. Kite hung up the phone and turned to look at his companions. You've all heard the content of the call. The situation is very urgent now. We need to pick up the pace. Stick and Pedungo, you two head back the way we came, meet up with Spin and the others, and coordinate with the Hunter Association's assistants. Then his gaze fell on Gon, Killua, and Sasuke. Gon, Killua, Sasuke, the four of us will head there as fast as we can. Remember, if you can't keep up, I won't wait for you. Understood. Gon, Killua, and Sasuke did not retreat in the slightest. Kite handed the laptop and extra items to Stick and Pedungo to take back, keeping only his phone for necessary contact. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Kite's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Sasuke, Gon, and Killua followed closely behind. The four of them ran at an extremely high speed, fully comparable to a speeding car, their figures constantly weaving through the forest. As they ventured deeper into the NGL, the population became increasingly sparse. At first they could still see sporadic farmers working, but later on, they ran for a long time without seeing a single person, only dense forests and barren land. After running for who knows how long, the four arrived at a village. The village houses were intact and didn't look like they had been abandoned for long. However, the entire village was terrifyingly quiet, without a single sound, and not a single villager could be seen. Did you find anything? Kite walked into the village, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Killua crouched down, his fingertips lightly touching a few dark red bloodstains on the ground, then picked up a piece of torn clothing nearby and shook his head. Only some bloodstains and clothing fragments. The blood is still fresh and hasn't been there for long. It's highly likely that all the villagers in the village have been taken away by chimera ants. Gon frowned, his nose twitching slightly, and pointed toward the woods behind the village. Kite, I smell something strange over there. The scent was a mixture of blood and rot, strange and pungent. Chapter 81, Encountering Chimera Ants. The four of them followed the direction Gon pointed, passing through the dense forest until they reached an open clearing. The sight before them made them pause for a moment. The carcasses of 3 horses were impaled on sturdy tree trunks. The bodies had already begun to rot, and flies circled around them, which was the source of that strange smell. What is this? It looks like some kind of sacrificial ritual. This horrifying scene made Gon feel nauseous. That's the habit of a loggerhead shrike. Kite's eyes were solemn as he carefully examined the horse carcasses on the tree trunks. They use tree branches to impale the prey they catch, storing it to eat slowly. This must be the chimera, and having fused with the genes of a loggerhead shrike, which is why it behaves like this. As a hunter specializing in biological surveys, he identified the origin of the scene at a glance. Watch out behind you. Sasuke spoke suddenly. He sensed something unusual behind him, not through aura, but through the subtle changes in the surrounding electromagnetic waves, confirming that a living thing was approaching. Hearing Sasuke's warning, Kite, Gon, and Killua turned around almost simultaneously, their muscles instantly tensing up. A strange-looking chimera ant stood behind a tree not far away. It had rabbit ears and limbs, but sported the feathers and wings of a shrike, appearing in a winged human form with a fierce gaze. It was Ramit, a squadron leader-level chimera ant. Kite was startled, inwardly marveling at the enemy's concealment ability. The opponent was actually able to completely eliminate its own aura. If not for Sasuke's timely warning, he would have been unable to detect it at all. Such concealment ability was enough to launch a sneak attack silently. "Hey, a bunch of trash, that's my stuff." Ramit stepped forward, pointing a finger at the horse carcasses on the tree trunk. His words carried intense hostility, completely disregarding Kite and his group. Sasuke raised his hand, blue lightning swirling around his fingertips. Just as he was preparing to strike and eliminate this chimera, and Kite suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Sasuke, don't make a move yet." Then, he turned to look at Gon and Killua. "Gon, Killua, you two go. If you don't earn my approval, don't follow me for the rest of the way." Seeing this, Sasuke withdrew his ability and silently stepped aside. Gon and Killua exchanged a look and immediately assumed fighting stances, their nin beginning to surge continuously throughout their bodies. "Don't underestimate us, we are professional hunters too." Gon clenched his fists and charged at Ramit first. Killua followed closely behind, moving at high speed to flank Ramit. Gon attacked from the front, his fist concentrated with dense nen, swinging a punch toward Ramit's face. Ramit tilted his body, easily dodging the attack, and simultaneously raised his hand, slapping Gon across the face. Gon couldn't react in time, and was slapped hard. His body staggered back a few steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Killua seized the opportunity, leaped into the air, and concentrated blue lightning at his fingertips, which poured down from them. A thick bolt of lightning struck straight at Ramit. Thunderbolt. Ramit, hit head-on by the lightning, was instantly paralyzed. He stood stiffly in place, unable to move, his feathers scorched by the lightning, emitting puffs of black smoke. "Now is the time." Gon stepped forward quickly, clenched his hands rapidly, and erupted with powerful nen throughout his body, concentrating all of it into his right fist. First is rock, scissors, rock, paper. Then, he struck Ramit's abdomen hard with the fist that had gathered all his nen. Bullseye. The tremendous force sent Ramit flying into the sky. Gon and Killua quickly prepared for the next round of attacks, waiting for Ramit to fall so they could launch the final strike to finish it off completely. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly darted out from the forest. That figure had the appearance of Lei Jinzi, with a pair of wings and extreme speed. It reached out its feet, grabbed Ramit in midair, and turned to fly away into the distance. Gon and Killua exclaimed in unison, looks of surprise on their faces, not expecting that other chimera ants were hiding nearby. Ramit, unable to break free in the sky, roared frantically. "I will definitely eat you. You just wait." Just then, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from the ground, heading straight for the feet of the Lei Jinzi-like chimera ant. The chimera ant reacted extremely quickly, immediately ascending to avoid the strike. But Ramit, beneath its feet, was not so lucky. The beam blew away half of its body, and blood and internal organs spilled down. Even with the tenacious vitality of a chimera ant, there was no possibility of survival with such injuries. The Lei Jinzi-like chimera ant turned its head, and took a deep look at Sasuke on the ground, its eyes filled with vigilance and fear. It did not linger further, flapping its wings rapidly while clutching Ramit's severed body, and disappeared into the sky. "You were still too careless. You shouldn't hold back when dealing with enemies." Sasuke slowly lowered the American-made M1917 Smith & Wesson revolver in his hand. That beam of light just now was his railgun. He had intended to eliminate both chimera ants in one fell swoop, but unfortunately, the reaction speed of that Lei Jinzi-like chimera ant exceeded his expectations. The speed of the railgun was already extremely fast, yet it was still dodged by the opponent. Perhaps the distance was too great, giving it some reaction time. In fact, long before Gon and Killua were battling Ramit, Sasuke had already sensed that another chimera ant was hiding in the forest. And that chimera ant's strength was far above Ramit's. So he had taken the revolver out of his system backpack at that time, readying himself for an attack at any moment, just waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Gon and Killua walked up to Kite with their heads lowered, their tone carrying a bit of guilt and unease. "Kite, did we fail?" Kite reached out and gently patted the two on their heads. "No, your strength has already earned my approval. You can continue to follow me for the rest of the way." He saw it very clearly, although the two were careless, the strength and combat awareness they displayed already made them qualified professional hunters. After speaking, Kite looked at Sasuke, his eyes full of amazement. "The one who surprised me most is you, Sasuke. The power of that attack just now was truly astonishing, but the amount of nin contained in it wasn't very high. It must have been achieved through some special technique, right?" Sasuke nodded, not hiding anything. "That move just now is called railgun. It is not a simple emitter attack, but achieved through some scientific principles." Then Sasuke said to Killua, "Killua, if you can learn knowledge regarding electromagnetism, you can also use this move." Killua's eyes lit up, a look of surprise and joy on his face. Ever since he developed his lightning-based nin ability, he had been troubled by the lack of electrical power and the weak effectiveness of his techniques, but he could never find a solution. Sasuke's words undoubtedly gave him hope. "Of course." Sasuke smiled faintly, then briefly explained the launch principle of the railgun to Killua, including electromagnetic induction and energy conversion. He also hoped that Killua would be able to use railgun to compensate for the deficiencies in the power of his own techniques. As for whether Killua can learn it in the future, it depends on his mastery of electromagnetic knowledge and the development of his nin ability. After all, not everyone can possess life return like Sasuke, where just understanding it is enough to use it. 82 Chapter 82 The Dark Side of NGL Chapter 82 The Dark Side of NGL. Kite and his group continued to venture deep into the NGL interior, where the trees grew denser and the light grew dimmer. After traveling for some time, a massive rocky mountain appeared before them, its surface riddled with caves of various sizes. Inside the caves, faint specks of light flickered, standing out starkly in the dim environment. "Is this the Chimera Ant Nest?" Gon stopped in his tracks, looking up at the mountain with its illuminated caves. "Probably not." Kite shook his head, carefully observing the environment surrounding the caves. Chimera ant nests aren't formed by digging holes. They usually build them using a mixture of soil and excrement, with a structure more like an anthill than these natural rock caves. After explaining, Kite walked straight toward the cave entrance. "Let's go. We'll know once we take a look." The four of them followed the path between the rocks, stepping closer to the cave entrance. Along the way, corpses were scattered everywhere. The deceased were all wearing white vests and hoods of a uniform style, clearly members of the same organization. Some of the corpses were twisted and curled up, while others were dismembered, their bodies covered in wounds, indicating they had suffered brutal torture before death. "Something is very wrong." Sasuke stopped and crouched down to examine a corpse by the side of the path. The Chimera ants attack humans to collect food for the queen, usually bringing their prey back to the nest. Yet these corpses are scattered everywhere, completely ignored. It looks more like simple slaughter. These people must be members of the organization behind NGL. Kite looked at the uniforms on the corpses, his tone grave. It seems the Chimera ants are not as united as we imagined, with every individual strictly obeying orders. After fusing with human genes, perhaps they have also developed independent thoughts and desires. As for whether this change is good or bad for us, it's hard to say right now. Kite's words reminded Sasuke of the plot in the anime, where the internal hierarchy of the Chimera ants instantly fractured after the Ant King was born. One faction followed the Ant King, one stood by the queen, and another refused to submit to either side, choosing to strike out on their own. But with the Ant King not yet born, signs of this division seemed to have already begun to manifest. The four walked into the cave, which was far more spacious than they had imagined. Dim oil lamps hung on the rock walls on both sides, illuminating the scene inside the cave. Various production equipment was set up on the ground, with test tubes, beakers, and other containers scattered about, some still containing unknown colored liquids. The air was filled with the pungent smell of chemical agents, and large quantities of firearms, ammunition, and drug manufacturing raw materials were piled in the corners. This is likely their drug factory. Kite scanned the instruments and raw materials in the cave, explaining to Sasuke and the others. This is the true dark side of NGL, profiting from drug manufacturing and trafficking. But it's empty now, it looks like they've all been wiped out by the Chimera ants. Sasuke stood in place, his gaze sweeping calmly over everything inside the cave. In his view, neither the organization behind NGL nor the Chimera ants were anything good. The former manufactured and trafficked drugs, harming countless people, while the latter were brutal and bloodthirsty, feeding on humans. Sasuke didn't care at all whether they lived or died. Even if these organization members hadn't been wiped out by the Chimera ants, if he had encountered them, he would have eliminated them without hesitation. There are 3 presences ahead, heading this way. Sasuke suddenly warned, his ability to detect changes in electromagnetic waves allowing him to quickly identify the enemy's positions. Kite, Gon, and Killua immediately went on alert, their eyes fixed on the darkness deep within the cave, ready for battle at any moment. From the depths of the dim cave came groans of pain, accompanied by the scraping sound of chains being dragged, gradually drawing closer. Soon after, a centaur-like chimera ant walked out. It had the upper body of a human, muscular, and with a ferocious face, and the lower body of a horse. In its hands it held 2 chains, and at the other end of the chains were 2 naked men covered in wounds. The 2 men were crawling on the ground in pain, their wounds still bleeding. "Save me, please, save me." One of them saw Kite and the others, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his lifeless eyes. He used all his remaining strength to call for help, his voice hoarse and broken. As soon as he finished speaking, the centaur chimera ant suddenly raised its front hoof and stomped on the man's head. With a crisp crack, the skull was crushed, blood and brains splattered out, and the cries for help were abruptly silenced. "Don't speak, Pochi." The centaur chimera ant wore a cruel smile, as indifferent as if it had just stepped on an ant. "You are nothing more than a dog for my amusement now." To treat humans like dogs on a leash, even though Sasuke knew both men were wicked drug traffickers, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Gon almost attacked but was luckily stopped by Kite in time. "Don't act rashly. There is more than one enemy, if you rush in, you'll fall into a trap." Just then, a chimera ant emerged from the tunnels on either side of the cave. The one on the left had a centipede-like figure, a long, slender torso, and 16 arms growing from its sides. The one on the right resembled a human female, wearing a mask, but with a pair of transparent mosquito wings on its back. The centaur chimera ant glanced at the other man still crawling on the ground, seemingly annoyed, and raised its thick front hoof, stomping down without the slightest hesitation. Another crisp crack echoed as the man's skull instantly shattered, blood splattering all over its hoof. It shook its hoof to flick off the blood, then slowly turned its gaze toward Kite and the others, its eyes filled with mockery and hostility. "Who are you people, daring to trespass on my territory?" Its hoarse voice echoed in the cavernous cave, a cruel curve forming at the corner of its mouth. "I'm already bored with these 2 dogs. You lot can be my new pets. Kite, leave the one in the middle to me." Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly activated, and he stared coldly at the centaur chimera ant, his aura gradually becoming frigid. "A chimera ant that has fused with the genes of wicked men, and is evil by nature. I will take care of it myself." Treating living humans as playthings to be brutally slaughtered had long since crossed Sasuke's line of tolerance. Even if those men were vicious drug traffickers themselves, they should not have been subjected to such humiliating treatment. "Very well." Kite nodded and slowly backed away, standing by the rocks on one side of the cave, his gaze sweeping over the 3 enemies ahead. "Gon, Killua, you 2 take care of the other 2. He would stay on the sidelines to observe the overall situation, ready to provide support if anyone was in danger. Gon locked onto his enemy and charged toward the centipede-like chimera ant, his fists clenched, nin gathering on his knuckles. Killua flashed forward, quickly circling behind the female chimera, and with dragonfly wings, faint lightning gathering at his fingertips as he prepared to attack. Sasuke remained standing where he was, locked in a standoff with the centaur chimera, and, the chill in the air deepening. "Brat, you're quite arrogant, saying you're going to take care of me." The centaur chimera ant burst into laughter, its voice hoarse and grating, filled with disdain. "A fool who can't even discern the gap in strength between us." Sasuke's tone was flat, but his eyes were as cold as frost. In his eyes, the other party was destined for only one outcome, death. Chapter 83, Shinigami's Waltz. I wonder if you'll still be able to bark like that when you're acting like a dog later. The centaur chimera ant was thoroughly enraged by Sasuke's words. It reared its sturdy limbs and charged towards Sasuke with intense killing intent. As it ran, its hooves struck the ground with a heavy, thud-thud sound, causing the cave walls to vibrate slightly. Sasuke had no intention of dodging. He reached into his system inventory and pulled out an American-made M1917 Smith & Wesson revolver. He aimed the muzzle steadily at the charging centaur chimera and rested his finger lightly on the trigger. "It's useless. I've seen plenty of these human trinkets before." The centaur chimera ant sneered, not slowing down in the slightest because of the firearm. It had seen many humans attack it with guns, but not once had it been injured. In its eyes, such weapons were nothing more than useless toys. "Is that so? We'll see if it's useless once we try," Sasuke said calmly, applying slight pressure to his fingertip as he pulled the trigger. A dazzling beam of white light instantly shot out from the muzzle, moving so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to track. The railgun struck the centaur chimera ant's head instantly, shattering it like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter sprayed out, splattering against the cave walls in a shocking display. The headless centaur chimera ant maintained its running momentum, its limbs continuing to move as it rushed past Sasuke. After running a few meters, its lower equine body finally lost its strength, and it collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Its body twitched a few times before it went completely still. Sasuke raised the revolver and blew gently on the smoking muzzle. Times have changed. Meanwhile, the battle on Gon and Killua's side had also ended. Killua was the first to succeed. Taking advantage of a gap in the mosquito chimera ant's wing-flapping attack, he flashed behind it. Lightning erupted from his fingertips, and he followed up with the Zoldyck assassination technique, Snake Wake. He swung both hands rapidly, completely destroying its head. Soon, the mosquito chimera ant's body slowly collapsed, its wings stopped flapping, and it showed no signs of life. Things were a bit more precarious on Gon's side. He seized the opportunity, concentrated his nin onto his fingers, and slashed with a nin blade, cutting the centipede chimera ant in half at the waist. The chimera ant's upper and lower body separated and fell to the ground. Thinking he had succeeded, Gon lowered his guard and retracted his nin while panting slightly. But he didn't expect that the chimera ant, despite being cut in half, was still alive. Its upper body suddenly began to writhe, leaping up to ambush the completely unprepared Gon. At that critical moment, Kite, who had been watching from the sidelines, immediately summoned that strange gun, and pulled the trigger on the chimera ant's head without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the chimera ant's head with precision, shattering it completely. Only then did the chimera ant's body finally stop moving. Kite walked over and looked at the still-shaken Gon, reprimanding him in a serious tone. "Gon, your training is not enough. You cannot lower your guard just because you've severed an opponent's body. Chimera ants have incredibly tenacious vitality. Even if their head is separated from their body, they can continue to survive for a time, and even launch a sneak attack." Then he turned his gaze towards Sasuke and Killua and continued, "Sasuke and Killua did quite well. They completely destroyed the enemy's head, which is the only way to ensure they can no longer counterattack." Gon lowered his head, clenched his fists, his face full of guilt. He knew clearly that if it hadn't been for Kite's timely intervention, he might have been successfully ambushed by that chimera ant, perhaps even losing his life. This lesson made him fully realize his own negligence and shortcomings. After dealing with their opponents, the four of them passed through the NGL underground organization's cave base and continued toward the Chimera ant nest. The forest was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps rustling through the fallen leaves. Occasionally, a breeze blew through the leaves, causing a faint rustling. While walking, Sasuke suddenly sensed a change in the electromagnetic fluctuations ahead, and immediately stopped. After several previous warnings, the three of them had a profound understanding of Sasuke's sensory abilities. They stopped as well and assumed a combat stance. "Sasuke, did you discover enemies again?" Gon asked in a low voice. "That's right. Enemies are continuously approaching us. A dozen, no, 20 or 30 chimera ants are surrounding us." A while after Sasuke finished speaking, a succession of noises began to emanate from the surrounding forest. Chimera ants of various shapes and sizes emerged from the shadows. They were numerous and they quickly surrounded the four of them in a tight circle, leaving no room for a breakout. A toad-like chimera ant stepped out from among them, seemingly the leader of this group of chimera ants. "The four of you who have been targeted, decide on the order and method of combat. You may choose your own way to die, but if you try to run, you will die even more miserably. I'll handle this one." Kite stepped forward. Through the previous battles, he had gained a rough understanding of the strength of Sasuke and the others. There was no need to continue wasting time testing them, a quick resolution was the key. Nin surged in Kite's hand, and a bizarre-looking clown appeared abruptly in his grasp. The roulette wheel in the clown's mouth began to spin rapidly, then slowly came to a stop, with the number 2 clearly displayed. A mist carrying a bone-chilling cold spread from Kite, rapidly expanding outward. Wherever it passed, a thin layer of white frost covered the ground. The light from the roulette wheel in the clown's mouth flared, and its form began to shift constantly, eventually transforming into a giant scythe taller than Kite himself. The blade was long, narrow and sharp, glinting with a cold light. Held in Kite's hand, it carried an extraordinary sense of oppression. Sasuke stood in place, his eyes fixed on the giant scythe in Kite's hand, a feeling of palpitations involuntarily rising in his heart. This scythe gave him a very dangerous feeling. The nin contained within the scythe was extremely sharp, and its power was unfathomable. If he were to take a direct hit from this scythe, he would likely be in mortal danger. Kite's ability is called Crazy Slots. Upon activating the ability, it manifests a talking clown. When the ability is activated, the roulette wheel in the clown's mouth spins numbers 1 to 9, each corresponding to a different materialized weapon. Which number it lands on and which weapon is materialized is not something Kite can control himself. Furthermore, if the weapon drawn by the clown is not used properly, it will not disappear on its own, it will persist until it is correctly utilized. Precisely because the restrictions are so great, every weapon Kite manifests is exceptionally powerful, far exceeding ordinary conjuration abilities. "Didn't hit the right one," Kite murmured to himself, then said to Sasuke and the others behind him, "Gon, Sasuke, Killua, jump upward in 3 seconds." Kite walked forward, holding the giant scythe horizontally with one hand behind him. The mist around him began to flow rapidly, condensing onto the scythe's blade and emitting an even more intense chill. When 3 seconds were up, Sasuke, Gon, and Killua did not hesitate in the slightest and simultaneously leaped into the sky. Almost the instant the three of them jumped, Kite spun the scythe, and swung it in a circular slash centered on himself. The slash carried the bone-chilling mist, moving at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, whether it was the chimera ants blocking the path, or the sturdy trees, everything was instantly severed without the slightest obstruction. Shinigami's Waltz. The icy, bone-chilling cold instantly surged, forming a small tornado around Kite. The tornado, carrying the lingering power of the slash, expanded outward and finally dissipated into the sky. 84 Chapter 84 Nife Hada. Chapter 84, Neferpitu. As the mist dispersed, the ground was left in shambles. Sasuke and the other two descended from the sky. As their gazes swept across the scene before them, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. With Kite at the center, within a radius of 100 meters, all the chimera ants had been cut in half at the waist, their corpses scattered across the ground. The surrounding trees were also completely severed, their cross-sections smooth, forming a forbidden zone devoid of any living things. Sasuke sighed inwardly. This power was far superior to his own tempest kick slashes. It had practically reached the level of cutting through anything. He couldn't help but recall the plot from the anime, wondering if Kite had used this move when he originally fought the Catwoman, Neferpitou. However, the weakness of this move was also obvious, the wind-up was too long. Skilled nin ability users could easily dodge it in advance by reading the direction of Kite's side swing. Kite retracted his nin ability, and the massive scythe in his hand vanished instantly. He raised a hand to adjust his hat and said calmly, "Let's go." Gon and Killua immediately followed, their faces still carrying a lingering sense of shock. The power of that move just now had completely exceeded their understanding of nin ability. Sasuke stood in place, turned his head to glance at a distant hilltop, then withdrew his gaze and quickly followed Kite and the others. On the distant hilltop, a lion-like squadron leader chimera ant was standing on a rock. Its gaze fixed tightly on the direction where the four of them were leaving, and it said in a deep voice to its two subordinates, "Retreat. That is not an opponent we can handle." Sometimes, the strength of chimera ants is not what's terrifying. Even someone as strong as the Ant King could not ultimately withstand the explosion of the poor man's rose. What is truly terrifying is that they not only possess powerful strength, but also human reason, knowing how to endure, and not blindly throw their lives away. Such enemies who know how to assess the situation are the most dangerous. As the four continued to advance, getting closer and closer to the chimera ant nest, the ominous premonition in Sasuke's heart grew stronger and stronger. Just in case, he quietly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and used the record ability to save his current physical state. Once an accident occurred, he could timely rewind. Kite, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He reached into his pocket, took out a hunter license, and handed it to Gon. A hunter license? Gon took it, puzzled, and looked down at the information on the license, his eyes full of confusion. "Yes, this is Mr. Jing's hunter license." Kite nodded and sat down on a flat rock. "Do you still remember my final test?" "Yeah, I remember. It was to have you find Jing." Gon nodded immediately, he would never forget any news about Jing. "Before the test began, Master handed this to me." There was a hint of reminiscence in Kite's eyes. "He said he wanted me to try to find him using this. Originally, I intended to return the hunter license to him when I found him, but I forgot about it at that time." "Gon, you said you wanted to find Mr. Jing on your own, right? Then please, you must find him, and could you please help me return this to him?" Gon gripped the hunter license in his hand, looked up, and nodded firmly. "First, I'll finish this job with Kite, and by then, I'll be stronger than I am now. That way, I'll definitely be able to find Jing, and return this to him. It's a promise." Moonlight spilled over the two of them, and Gon solemnly made a vow to Kite under the moonlight. It was clearly a very heartwarming scene, but Sasuke had the urge to interrupt this atmosphere. "Brother, why do you have to make this kind of promise at a time like this? Is this really not setting a flag? And Kite, why did you have to suddenly remember this just now, when we are about to reach the chimera ant nest and face a powerful enemy?" However, complaints aside, Sasuke had no intention of backing down. As long as the Ant King had not yet been born, he had the confidence to control the situation. Furthermore, now was the best opportunity to kill Neferpitou. While she hadn't yet developed her nin ability, and the other two royal guards hadn't been born, dealing with her quickly was the only way to avoid greater trouble later on. After finishing the matter of the hunter license, the four of them didn't delay any further and continued to advance towards the chimera ant nest. Passing through the dense forest, the view suddenly opened up, and a massive, strangely shaped anthill towered before the four of them. This nest was far larger than they had imagined, grayish-brown in its entirety, built from a mixture of soil and excrement. It was layered and complex in structure, completely out of place with the surrounding forest environment. Under the moonlight, the nest shimmered with an eerie luster, appearing exceptionally terrifying, and a faint, bloody stench permeated the air. What is this? How could it be so massive? Cold sweat dripped from Sasuke's forehead, his expression grave, his heart filled with shock. He had originally known that the Ant King's royal guards were far stronger than the squadron leaders, but he hadn't expected the gap to be this exaggerated. It was no exaggeration to call it a difference between heaven and earth. What's wrong, Sasuke? Gon turned to look at Sasuke, thinking he was just marveling at the size of the chimera ant nest, and didn't think much of it. The next instant, an aura of extreme terror suddenly spread from the direction of the nest, instantly enveloping the four of them. This aura was filled with ominousness, fear, and darkness, as if it were the embodiment of all evil in this world, heavy and suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Under the shock of this aura, Gon and Killua felt their skin crawl, their bodies began to tremble involuntarily, and they instantly lost the ability to think. In their minds, only the most primal human fear remained, and they didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Kite's expression changed drastically, and he immediately rushed in front of Gon and the others, shielding them behind him. Gon, Sasuke, Killua, you three run. Get out of here quickly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a black shadow shot out from the distant chimera ant nest. The speed was extreme, almost turning into an afterimage, and it instantly lunged in front of the four, carrying dangerous and deadly nen. It's too late. Removal 100%. Sasuke did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately lifted all human physical restrictions. Violent nen instantly erupted from his body, and the air around him was shaken to the point of slight distortion. At the same time, the ground exploded, and he shot into the air, actively meeting the black shadow. The two figures collided violently in midair, emitting a huge roar, and the shockwave spread, shaking the surrounding trees violently. Gon and Killua couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces full of pain. Immediately after, the two figures landed heavily on the ground, and without the slightest pause, they engaged in close-quarters combat at extreme speed again. Fists and legs clashed continuously, and the battle instantly erupted into a white-hot state. Aura, 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 aura. Sasuke's roar rang out, his fists swinging towards the opponent like a storm, each punch containing violent nen and power. Meowda, 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 meowda. The opponent was not to be outdone, mimicking Sasuke's shouts, and her fists also swung rapidly, clashing fiercely with Sasuke's. The intense impact generated by the collision caused the ground between them to constantly crack and cave in. Chapter 85, Sasuke covering the rear alone. I can't see it at all. Kite stood where he was, his gaze fixed tightly on the battlefield, yet he couldn't see the speed of their punches at all. He could only see two blurry afterimages constantly crossing and colliding. He was deeply shocked. Is this truly Sasuke's real strength? It's far more powerful than what he had shown before. At this moment, Gon and Killua finally recovered from the shock of that terrifying aura, their gazes turning toward the battlefield, their faces filled with disbelief. Is that really Sasuke? Gon muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. He saw that Sasuke on the battlefield was twice his size, his muscles swollen, his entire body covered in purple-red veins. His eyes were eerie with black irises and white pupils, his body wreathed in violent nen, like a demon god out of control. His posture was even more terrifying and exaggerated than what they had seen at Greed Island. In contrast, the shadow that had just brought them such terrifying dread, a chimera, and with an appearance resembling a catgirl, now appeared exceptionally petite. For a moment, one couldn't tell which of the two was the chimera ant. In the intense battle, Sasuke's body was about to give out. Forcefully activating 100% removal placed an immense load on his body. Ignoring his body's limits, Sasuke erupted with nen again. A more powerful surge of nen burst from within his body, forcibly pushing the catgirl back, gaining him a momentary breather. Sasuke panted heavily, deactivated the removal state, his swollen body gradually returning to its original size, and the nen on his body became much weaker. Gon and Killua hurriedly ran to Sasuke's side, their faces filled with worry. "Sasuke, are you okay? That's a serious injury." Sasuke's appearance right now was indeed terrifying. His entire body was covered in blood, his clothes soaked through, and he looked severely injured. But in reality, most of this blood was from his capillaries bursting due to the forced Nen eruption. It looked terrifying, but the actual injuries weren't as exaggerated as they appeared. Instead, it was his hands that were most severely injured. The bones throughout his fists and arms were fractured, and he couldn't lift them at all. Earlier, under the adrenaline surge of the removal state, he was able to ignore the pain and keep throwing punches. "I didn't expect humans to be this strong." The cat girl dusted herself off, her face showing no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, it was beaming with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Continue, this is so fun, meow." She looked almost completely uninjured, just a bit disheveled, appearing as if she hadn't had enough. Clearly, the previous battle had made her incredibly happy. "My name is Neferpitou, this is the name the queen bestowed upon me." Neferpitou looked at Sasuke, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. "Strong one, what is your name, meow?" "Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke lifted his head, his gaze cold as he stared directly at Neferpitou. "Remember it, this will be the name of the person who kills you." "Sasuke, is it? I'm really looking forward to it, meow." Neferpitou licked her claws, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She was even more interested in Sasuke now. Sasuke weighed his options. He couldn't keep using the removal state to engage her in close-quarters combat. Engaging a monster like Neferpitou in close-quarters combat was practically suicide. Just this short battle had already ruined both his hands. Fortunately, he was able to use the rewind ability to restore his state, otherwise he would have completely lost his combat capability at the very start of the fight. What Sasuke excelled at was never close-quarters combat, but rather utilizing various abilities in combination for battle. Only barbarians would blindly engage in melee. It was just an emergency earlier, and he hadn't had time to think, so he activated the removal state, and even accidentally got carried away. At this moment, Kite walked quickly to Sasuke, standing in front of him to face Neferpitou himself. "Gon, Killua, take Sasuke and leave here. I will hold this thing off." He felt that Sasuke was severely injured and could no longer continue to fight. They had to evacuate as soon as possible, so he would have to be the one to stay behind and buy time. "This thing's opponent is me." Sasuke reached out and gently placed his arm on Kite's shoulder, his tone calm yet firm, showing no signs of backing down. "Don't try to be a hero right now, your injuries." Kite turned to look at Sasuke, his words stopping abruptly as he revealed a look of surprise. At this moment, Sasuke had no traces of injury on him, his aura was stable, and his complexion had returned to normal, not looking like he was just pretending. Only the bloodstains on his clothes proved he had been severely injured just a moment ago. Kite also noticed that Sasuke's eyes had turned an eerie blood red. There were strange patterns within his pupils, completely different from the previous Sharingan, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. Could it be that he used some kind of restriction and pledge? Kite guessed to himself. He knew that the more powerful an ability, the greater the price that often accompanied it. He suspected that Sasuke had paid a huge price to recover from his injuries. However, Kite didn't know that this was Sasuke's true innate ability. The Mangekyo Sharingan rewind ability could return his state to a previously recorded point in time. Whether it was injuries or his state, he could fully recover without needing to pay any extra price. "Kite, take Gon and Killua and leave here quickly." Sasuke gently pushed Kite aside and walked to the front. "Continuing to stay here will only distract me. I can defeat this thing alone." After saying this, Sasuke took the Kusanagi sword from his system backpack, held it in his hand, and assumed a combat stance, the nen on his body rising steadily with his fighting spirit. He was serious. Kite could clearly feel that Sasuke wasn't lying. There was not a shred of fear in his eyes, only firm fighting spirit. Recalling the terrifying strength Sasuke had burst out with earlier, he realized that staying here would only cause trouble for Sasuke. Besides, he also had to protect the safety of Gon and Killua. You must survive, Sasuke. Kite's tone carried a hint of heaviness and a trace of unwillingness. I will find someone to come and support you immediately. At this moment, Kite hated his own powerlessness. As a disciple of Jing, and as an experienced professional hunter, he hadn't expected that one day he would become a burden to others, needing a junior to block danger for him, and buy time for him to escape. Rest assured, as long as you leave here, even if I can't beat her, it's easy for me to escape alone. Sasuke said calmly, his words full of confidence. Kite nodded, no longer hesitating, slowly retreating while keeping his gaze fixed on Neferpitou, constantly alert in case she suddenly launched an attack. I'm not leaving. I want to stay and fight. Gon clenched his fists, his entire body beginning to condense nen, preparing to burst with it. Suddenly, he was struck on the back of the head by a hand chop from Killua at his side, and his vision went black as he fainted. Well done, Killua. Kite immediately bent down to pick up the unconscious Gon and gave Killua a look. The two didn't linger any longer, turning and running quickly toward the direction of the forest, soon disappearing into the shadows. 86 Chapter 86 The battle begins again. Chapter 86, Battle Resumes. Are you done with your chattering, Naya? Neferpitou flicked her tail in slight impatience. I can't wait to continue the fight, Naya. She didn't care in the slightest about Kite and the other two leaving. Her eyes were only on Sasuke. As long as Sasuke could stay and keep fighting her, she didn't care at all where the others went. She had never imagined that fighting could be such a joyful thing. This feeling of going all out and clashing against each other fascinated her immensely. Yeah, I can't wait either. The corners of Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Perhaps the aftereffects of his removal state were still lingering, or perhaps it was because he had finally encountered a true opponent. But what did that matter? Right now, Sasuke just wanted to have a thrilling fight. Ever since he had learned Nen ability, Sasuke had never met anyone who could make him fight seriously. Long accustomed to bullying weaklings in low-level matches, he didn't even know what his true strength was when going all out. Now that he had encountered such a powerful opponent in Neferpitou, he could finally test his strength properly. Then, let the second round begin. Sasuke placed his Kusanagi sword at his waist, held his breath, and focused his mind. His nin retracted, becoming exceptionally calm, a stark contrast to the berserk state from just a moment ago. Immediately following that, lightning erupted around his body, and Sasuke vanished from his spot in an instant. With a flash of lightning, Sasuke's figure turned into a blue afterimage as he dashed in front of Neferpitou. Thunder breathing, first form, Thunder Flash, Soru. He drew his blade quickly with his right hand, the Kusanagi sword carrying a fierce gust of wind as it slashed toward Neferpitou's neck. The speed was extreme, giving Neferpitou almost no time to react. However, at the very moment the blade was about to strike Neferpitou's neck, she merely raised her hand slightly and pinched the blade of the Kusanagi sword with 2 fingers. The blade could not advance a single inch further, nor could it be pulled out, as if it had been firmly fixed in place. What immense strength! Without the slightest hesitation, Sasuke let go of the hilt and, with a thought, recalled the Kusanagi sword into his system inventory. Immediately after, he withdrew it from the inventory, and the Kusanagi sword instantly reappeared in his hand, slashing out once more. Neferpitou leaned backward, easily dodging the strike. The sword actually disappeared and reappeared. Naya. A look of confusion appeared on her face. Clearly, she didn't understand how Sasuke had just done that, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Sasuke didn't give her time to think. His body began to rotate at high speed around Neferpitou, forming streaks of afterimages around her. At the same time, he kept swinging the Kusanagi sword, unleashing wave-like lightning slashes from all directions toward Neferpitou. Thunder breathing, third form, Mosquito Thunder Swarm. The dense barrage of slashes left no room to dodge, so Neferpitou could only cover her body surface with nen to defend. After the continuous attacks, Sasuke stopped spinning and stood in place, his gaze fixed tightly on Neferpitou in the center of the strikes. The slashes were not entirely ineffective. Several small wounds had appeared on Neferpitou's body, with faint traces of blood seeping out. But it was merely breaking the skin. It hadn't caused any substantial damage at all. The opponent's defensive power far exceeded his expectations. It seemed that simple thunder-breathing slashes were already difficult to utilize effectively in a battle of this level. Neferpitou stretched her limbs and lightly rubbed the places where she had been struck. There was not a hint of pain on her face. Instead, she wore an excited expression. Tingly, what a strange feeling. The moves are interesting, but they're so weak, Naya. Can you use that state from the beginning? That kind of fight is fun, Naya. The implication was that Sasuke's current moves were flashy but lacked any real power. They weren't satisfying at all, and were far inferior to the hand-to-hand combat from earlier. Don't be in such a rush. Isn't that what fighting is all about? Probing each other to find weaknesses, and then finishing it with a single strike at the end. Sasuke made up a line on the spot, hoping that Neferpitou wouldn't get serious too quickly so that he would have a chance to launch a sneak attack. So that's what fighting is like, Naya. I've learned something. Neferpitou nodded thoughtfully, as if she truly accepted Sasuke's words, and earnestly noted down this fighting technique. Since you've already probed, it's my turn now, Naya. Neferpitou crouched down, curling her body up like a quadrupedal beast. Her thigh muscles suddenly bulged, veins throbbing, containing terrifying power. Using the reaction force from the ground, she instantly launched herself forward. Before Sasuke could even react, Neferpitou's figure had already passed right by his side. Sasuke was shocked. He subconsciously touched his neck with his hand, and felt a warm sensation at his fingertips. He looked down and saw his fingertips were stained with blood. A long, thin gash had been cut into his neck by Neferpitou, and blood was streaming down. If it hadn't been for his Sharingan capturing her figure, and his body subconsciously swerving, had he been just 1 second later in dodging, his neck might have already been severed. Although his Sharingan could see Neferpitou's movements clearly, his body's reaction speed couldn't quite keep up. This feeling of being suppressed in the area of speed, which he prided himself on, made him very uncomfortable. He suddenly understood a little of the feeling of helplessness Phaeton must have felt when being suppressed by speed during their fight back then. Before Sasuke could adjust his state and launch a counterattack, Neferpitou rushed at him rapidly once again. Her figure flashed, and she appeared instantly before him, her sharp-cut claws carrying dangerous nen as they swiped rapidly toward his chest. Iron body, no. Sasuke made a judgment in an instant, abandoning the use of iron body for defense. He immediately used Soru, his body retreating rapidly while leaving a lightning illusion clone in his place. But even so, he was a step too late. Neferpitou's cut claws still managed to rake across his chest, and four massive wounds appeared instantly, deep enough to see the bone. Blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. Sasuke couldn't help but grunt, feeling a wave of lingering fear in his heart. If he had been any slower to dodge just now, he might have been sliced into several pieces. In that instant, he felt as if he had seen a future where he had used iron body and been sliced directly into several segments by Neferpitou's claws. Taking advantage of the moment Neferpitou was paralyzed by the lightning from the lightning illusion clone's explosion, Sasuke didn't hesitate, and immediately activated the rewind ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He completely rewound his state to the previously saved moment, and his injuries healed once again. Immediately following that, he activated Thunderbolt mode, and blue aura began to erupt from his body, accompanied by dense, crackling lightning winding around him. After a long period of exploration and improvement, the side effects of Thunderbolt mode on his body had now been reduced to a minimum. He could now use it for long periods during battle, which greatly enhanced his speed and attack power. Chapter 87, Terpsichore Neferpitou's figure lunged forward in a surprise attack once more. Under the augmentation of Thunderbolt mode, Sasuke successfully swung his sword to block the sharp claws this time. Failing the first strike, Neferpitou began darting around Sasuke in erratic patterns. She launched a frenzied, non-stop assault on Sasuke at super speed, with every flash of her dark silhouette delivering a lethal claw strike. Sasuke's Mangekyo followed Neferpitu's figure closely, using his immense dynamic visual acuity to track her movements, while continuously wielding his Kusanagi sword to parry each strike. Every collision between claw and blade erupted in violent sparks, emitting a harsh, screeching sound of metal against metal. The ceaseless clashing numbed Sasuke's arms, his movements gradually becoming distorted, and the Kusanagi sword nearly flew out of his hand several times. With absolutely no opportunity to counterattack, he was steadily losing the upper hand. After a violent collision, the Kusanagi sword in his hand was knocked away. Sasuke had no choice but to cross his arms in front of his chest and use Iron Body to tank Neferpitu's claw strike. Blood sprayed out as his hands were sliced into several pieces, and his entire body was sent flying backward, snapping several trees in the process. Sasuke activated Rewind to restore his state and quickly scrambled up from the ground. Just as he stood up, Neferpitu lunged right in front of him, swinging her claws to attack once more. Sasuke used several consecutive steps of sword trying to create distance, but before he could even steady himself, he realized Neferpitu had already appeared before him, swinging her sharp claws toward him. This time, Sasuke had nowhere to dodge and was sliced into several pieces from top to bottom. A cloud of smoke erupted, and Sasuke's body suddenly turned into several sections of broken wood. Where did he go? Neferpitu followed his presence and realized that Sasuke was still standing where he had been knocked away earlier. Standing in place, Sasuke recalled the Kusanagi sword through his system inventory, then infused Chidori current into the blade, unleashing Chidori blade. Lightning flowed along the blade, significantly increasing the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword. The blade glowed with blue lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. "It's my turn to launch an attack now, isn't it?" Lightning surged from his body continuously. Sasuke flashed forward, his speed even faster than before. He transformed into a blue afterimage and instantly dashed in front of Neferpitu, the Kusanagi sword in his hand bringing blue lightning as he swung it toward her neck. Thunder breathing, first form, thunder flash, God speed. This time, Neferpitu did not choose to catch it with her hands. Her intuition told her that this sword wreathed in lightning was extremely dangerous. She kicked off with her legs and retreated rapidly, avoiding this lethal strike. "It's effective." Sasuke felt a surge of joy. Not giving Neferpitu any chance to retaliate, he immediately stepped forward and began a frenzied chain of slashes. Thunder breathing, first form, modified, thunder flash 16-fold. Streaks of blue lightning flashed around Neferpitu, and the Kusanagi sword, carrying sharp lightning, struck at her repeatedly. The speed was so fast it blurred into a single motion, giving her no chance to catch her breath or counterattack. Now, it was Neferpitu who was being suppressed by Sasuke. Under Sasuke's slashes, Neferpitu could only continue to dodge. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to mistakes. Neferpitu's footwork began to falter, her movements gradually becoming disheveled, and she sustained several wounds scorched by lightning on her body. Just as Neferpitu dodged again, Sasuke suddenly turned to the side, his other hand quickly pulling a revolver from his system inventory. He aimed the muzzle at Neferpitu's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A railgun shot instantly fired from the muzzle. The blue beam, carrying violent energy, hit Neferpitu's head head-on at close range. Under the bombardment of the railgun, Neferpitu was sent flying by the massive energy, crashing heavily into a distant rock, triggering a huge explosion. Smoke filled the air, obscuring his vision. Having been hit in the head by the railgun at close range, even with Neferpitu's tenacious vitality, she should have suffered heavy damage and been unable to continue fighting, even if she wasn't decapitated. Sasuke stared intently at the smoke in front of him, simultaneously activating N to probe for Neferpitu's presence within the smoke. However, the result of the probe made his heart sink. Something was very wrong. A bad premonition rose in Sasuke's heart, and he kept his eyes fixed on the smoke, not daring to relax in the slightest. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Neferpitu's figure slowly appeared. Her entire head was a bloody mess, half of her face was unrecognizable, and one of her ears was missing a chunk. Her body was covered in wounds, and she clearly had sustained extremely serious injuries. Blood poured continuously from the wounds, staining her body red. However, the nen on her body was rising continuously, becoming deeper and deeper, even exceeding her state before she was injured. When the smoke completely cleared, Sasuke finally saw Neferpitu's full appearance, and his expression instantly turned grave. At this moment, Neferpitu's hands were raised, her body stiff, like a puppet being controlled by someone. Directly above her, a huge phantom of a demonic puppeteer emerged. Dozens of thin nen strings hung down from the puppeteer's hands, each one connecting to a part of Neferpitu's body. This was clearly the ability Terpsichore that Neferpitu would develop later. She had actually awakened her own nen ability in the middle of battle. Sasuke was shocked. Growing and evolving in the middle of a battle was a privilege reserved only for protagonists. He suddenly felt that the situation seemed to have spiraled slightly out of his control. Just then, a similarly terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the distant chimera ant nest. This aura was heavy and dark, completely no weaker than Neferpitu's. The worst-case scenario had occurred, another of the king's royal guards had been born. In all likelihood, the massive energy fluctuations generated by his battle with Neferpitu had awakened the other, causing it to be born ahead of schedule. He could not continue the battle, he had to retreat immediately. Sasuke knew clearly that if he stayed any longer and waited for the other royal guard to arrive, he would end up in a situation where he was besieged from both sides. By then, even with his rewind ability, it would be very difficult to escape, and he might really end up dying here. Sasuke was an extremely rational and cautious person. Once he realized the situation was unfavorable, he would never try to be a hero, and immediately began considering an escape. He gripped the Kusanagi sword in his hand, turned around, and quickly slashed a cross-shaped cut into the empty space behind him. As the slash landed, a small fissure appeared in the air. Immediately after, the fissure began to expand until it formed a spatial channel large enough for one person to pass through, with waves of spatial energy emanating from within the channel. Let's end today's battle here for now. While walking toward the spatial channel, Sasuke turned his head to look at Neferpitu. His steps were steady but by no means slow. The battle with you has been the most exhilarating one I've had so far. Sensing that Sasuke wanted to retreat, the demonic puppeteer manipulated Neferpitu into a sprinting stance. Neferpitu exerted force with her legs, the massive explosive power blasting a large crater into the ground. She flew rapidly toward Sasuke like an arrow released from a bow, her sharp-cut claws extending once more, attempting to stop Sasuke from stepping into the spatial channel. Sasuke had been prepared long ago. Without the slightest panic, he directly activated the lightning stone on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, which had been precharged with a large amount of lightning. The lightning stone erupted instantly, releasing all the lightning stored within it. Sasuke held the sword with both hands and slashed a crescent-shaped strike toward Neferpitu, a strike of immense power carrying a vast force of lightning. Thunder Crescent Slash. We will meet again. Sasuke took one last look at Neferpitu, who had been sent flying by the slash, and without further hesitation, turned and stepped into the spatial channel. Immediately following, the spatial channel began to shrink and eventually disappeared completely, leaving only a huge trench on the ground carved out by the slash. 88 Chapter 88 After the battle Chapter 88. After the battle on the battlefield outside the Chimera ant nest, 100-meter-long fissure across the ground looked exceptionally hideous and terrifying. At the end of that fissure, Neferpitu lay heavily on the ground. Sasuke's crescent-shaped lightning slash had left a massive wound on her body, cutting from one shoulder all the way to the opposite thigh. The wound was so deep that her bones and internal organs were visible, and blood gushed out continuously, staining the surrounding ground red. For a normal person, such a wound would have long been fatal, leaving them to silently wait for death. But for Neferpitu, this was just a slightly troublesome wound. Nen surged from Neferpitu's body, and then, a giant humanoid doll wearing a nurse's outfit manifested from her tail. The doll held various medical instruments like needles, thread, and bandages, floating above Neferpitu, and skillfully began to stitch and repair the wound on her body. This was another ability Neferpitou had just developed to treat her own injuries. Dr. Blythe. It could rapidly repair her injuries, allowing even fatal wounds to recover in a short amount of time. The most exhilarating battle, is it? That's really great, Naya. Neferpitou lay on the ground, gazing at the full moon hanging high in the sky, murmuring to herself, her eyes filled with anticipation. Next time we meet, we must have another good fight, Naya. To think you lost to a human. As one of the Queen's royal guards, you are truly derelict in your duty. An elegant and cold male voice suddenly sounded beside Neferpitou. Neferpitou turned her head to look and saw a figure dressed in noble attire standing under the moonlight. He had dazzling golden hair, a handsome face, and a pair of magnificent butterfly wings on his back, exuding an elegant and powerful aura. It was the other royal guard of the king that Sasuke had just sensed. I really can't refute that, Naya. Neferpitou smiled, her tone calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. However, the opponent was indeed stronger than me. I really want to fight him again. By the way, who are you, Naya? A member of the Queen's royal guard, Sheyapouf. Sheyapouf bowed slightly with an elegant posture. Moonlight spilled onto him, making him appear radiant, but his eyes held a hint of arrogance and indifference. I just came to see what kind of human could beat you into such a state. In a forest a dozen kilometers away from the Chimera ant nest, a silver cross tore through the air out of nowhere, its sharp energy breaking the silence of the woods. The fissure expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually forming a space wormhole just large enough for one person to pass through, and Sasuke stepped out from it. At this moment, his tattered clothes were still stained with undried light brown blood traces left from the fierce battle with Neferpitou earlier, but his breathing was steady, and not a single scratch could be seen on his body. It seems I underestimated the strength of the Chimera ants. I originally thought the squadron leader-level Chimera ants were just SOSO, and I assumed the royal guard couldn't be that much stronger. I didn't expect the gap between them to be this huge. Sasuke replayed the battle scene in his mind, Neferpitou's dangerous and massive nen, her incredibly swift speed, and her claw attacks that were impossible to defend against. Not to mention that she had developed her own nen ability during the battle, becoming even stronger. And there was also that other terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from the depths of the Chimera ant nest at the end of the battle. Whether it was Neferpitou or the other royal guard, judging solely by the amount of nen, they both firmly surpassed Sasuke. Sasuke knew clearly in his heart that if it weren't for the rewind of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. He would have already been defeated in the very first clash of the battle. Sasuke took another look at the system's main quest. Main Quest 3, Tragedy of the Chimera Ants, participate in the Chimera Ant subjugation operation, kill any one of the king's royal guards, or survive for 20 minutes against the Ant King Marum to receive a gold skill chest. The strength of the royal guard was already this formidable, Sasuke had completely lost his initial blind confidence in challenging the Ant King. As the apex of the Chimera Ants, the Ant King's strength must far exceed that of the 3 royal guards. Instead of throwing an egg against a rock, it was better to act cautiously. It seemed this quest could only be completed by targeting the 3 royal guards. It was better to leave the Ant King for Chairman Netero to deal with. Through his head-on confrontation with the Catwoman Neferpitou, Sasuke had roughly figured out the strength of the royal guards. He felt that even if Neferpitou fully awakened her nen ability later, as long as no other royal guard interfered, he was confident he could win in a one-on-one duel by relying on his own abilities. Then the next goal was very clear: create an environment where he could duel Neferpitou one-on-one. As for why it wasn't one of the other 2 royal guards. According to their respective performances in the anime, although the 3 might be similar in strength, it was clear that the other 2 had stronger self-preservation abilities and were harder to kill. They weren't like Neferpitou, whose fighting style was straightforward and thus easier to find a breakthrough against. The most urgent task was to contact Kite and the others. Because of his hasty retreat, he hadn't informed them of his whereabouts in time, and they would likely assume he had met with some misfortune. Sasuke reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone with a cracked body. The screen was shattered and black, and pressing the power button yielded no response. It had clearly been damaged by the aftermath of the battle, and was completely ruined. He shook his head slightly. His rewind ability could only restore his own injuries and state, it could not restore his personal belongings. For now, he would have to find another way. A faint layer of nen rose from Sasuke's body, and his N quietly expanded. The invisible energy spread to the surroundings, covering a range far exceeding that of an ordinary nen user. Following his aura perception, he headed toward the NGL border checkpoint. According to his calculations, the Chimera and subjugation team organized by Chairman Netero should have already arrived, and he might just run into them on the way. Meanwhile, a 4-person squad was speeding from the NGL border checkpoint toward the Chimera ant nest. 4 figures dashed through the forest, their feet landed on the fallen leaves without a sound, and only the constant whistling of the wind could be heard. In the lead was Kite. His brows were tightly locked, his face wore a hint of anxiety, and he was silently praying that Sasuke would survive. This squad was the Chimera and subjugation team, sent by the Hunter Association. Besides Kite, who was responsible for leading the way, the squad members included the association chairman Netero, the 1-star Sea Hunter Morel, and Nov, who possessed space-based abilities. Netero had his hands behind his back, his pace seemingly slow, yet he was always able to keep up with the team's tempo. Morel wore black sunglasses, his build was burly, yet his speed was not slow at all. Nov was wearing a black suit and rimless glasses, his expression was calm, and he kept an eye on the surrounding aura while running. Faster, faster. Sasuke, you must hold on, we are rushing toward you right now. Kite urged them in a low voice, exerting more force with his feet, increasing his speed by a notch. In his mind, the image of Sasuke facing Neferpitou alone replayed repeatedly, and the guilt in his heart grew even stronger. Chapter 89, Chimera and Extermination Team Nov, following behind Kite, pushed up his glasses, his voice calm to the point of indifference. Kite, being anxious is useless. So much time has passed. According to your description, if the enemy is truly that strong, that boy has likely already died by now. That's not true. Kite paused for a moment, then immediately resumed running, his tone firm. Sasuke told me he would definitely survive, he won't break his promise. Kite knew that what Nov said might be the truth, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope deep down. The strength Sasuke displayed was always unexpected, perhaps he could truly create a miracle. In that situation, anyone would say the same thing. There was a hint of disapproval in Nov's eyes, he never believed such words. He had never met Sasuke, and he didn't believe a boy could survive in such a situation. Facing an enemy that even a professional hunter like you feels fear and helplessness against, saying such things is merely to let companions escape with peace of mind. Morel, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but rebuke him. Nothing is set in stone yet, so there is still hope. Stop saying such discouraging words and hurry up. Nov snorted coldly, a look of displeasure on his face, but he didn't continue to speak. After all, Chairman Netero was right beside them, and being too presumptuous was inappropriate. He could only suppress his dissatisfaction and quicken his pace to catch up with the team. The 4 of them continued to weave through the forest. After running for an unknown amount of time, Netero, who was behind them, suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Stop!" Kite, Nov, and Morel immediately stopped in their tracks upon hearing this, instantly entering a state of alert, scanning the surrounding forest vigilantly, afraid of missing any movement. "Chairman, did you find something?" Kite asked in a low voice, a light cold sweat already forming on his palms. "Ho ho ho ho." Netero raised his hand to stroke his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at the forest path ahead. "A powerful nen is gradually approaching us, but I don't feel any malice from it." "Powerful nen? Could it be the Chimera ant that Mr. Kite mentioned?" Nov immediately pressed his hand to the ground, faint nen rising from his fingertips, ready to activate his nen ability hide and seek at any moment to dodge if attacked. Before Chairman Netero could explain, Kite and the others clearly sensed that nen. Someone was releasing N, the nen heavy and refined, with an incredibly wide coverage, far exceeding that of an ordinary nen user. Such a range was indeed enough for Chairman Netero to call it powerful, and the group became even more vigilant, ready for battle. Nov quickly retrieved Morel's giant pipe from hide and seek, and handed it to him, ready to face the enemy. Netero remained calm, his eyes locked firmly on the direction the nen was coming from, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A moment later, a familiar figure slowly walked out from the forest, the surrounding end slowly retracting. It was Sasuke, heading toward the NGL border checkpoint. The bloodstains on his clothes were still clear, and his aura was steady, showing no signs of the exhaustion one would have after a fierce battle. "Is that you?" Kite recognized him at a glance. The previous anxiety and worry instantly dissipated. He walked up quickly and patted Sasuke's shoulder, usually calm and collected. He couldn't suppress his joy at this moment. "This is great, you're still alive." Nov stood where he was, his pupils slightly constricted, his face full of disbelief. This boy is Sasuke. Could the nen from earlier have been released by him? How is that possible? Nov couldn't believe it. A boy's nen was incomparably stronger than his own. Even a natural-born nen user couldn't be this strong. "Don't worry, Kite, I'm fine." Sasuke nodded gently, an involuntary, gentle smile appearing on his face. "Sorry for making you worry. I intended to contact you, but my phone broke during the battle." "No need to apologize. As long as you've returned safely, everything is fine." Kite patted his shoulder, his eyes full of relief. Ho 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 ho, Sasuke, I didn't expect you to have become this strong after not seeing you for over a year. Your growth truly surprises me." Netero stepped forward, looking him over. He knew Sasuke was talented, but he didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Over a year ago, although Sasuke had some strange abilities, it was obvious he hadn't learned nen at all. How much time had passed since then? The nen on Sasuke was almost catching up to his own. "Old man Chairman, you've come too." Sasuke looked at Netero, his gaze shifting slightly. He could clearly feel the nen on Netero. It was still very powerful, but it no longer held the suffocating pressure he felt when they first met. It was no longer an unconquerable existence. Nov walked to Sasuke's side, his expression complex. "Boy, was that N from earlier released by you?" Sasuke looked at the elite-looking man in front of him, and nodded calmly. "It was released by me. Just call me Sasuke." "May I ask who you are?" Hearing Sasuke's confirmation, Nov completely let go of his wishful thinking, his past perceptions completely shattered. There really was someone in this world with such heaven-defying talent. He opened his mouth, but in the end, could only say weakly, "My name is Nov." "Nice to meet you." Although one cannot fully judge a person's strength solely by the amount of nen, and the range of N. But it was certain that someone possessing such massive nen and capable of releasing an ultra-wide range and must be a top-tier powerhouse, certainly not someone he could underestimate. "Ha ha ha ha, Nov, now you know there's always someone better, right?" Morel stepped forward, slapping Nov's back hard, laughing heartily. He had long been annoyed by Nov's arrogant and condescending attitude, and now he finally found a chance to tease him. After patting Nov, Morel turned to look at Sasuke with a hearty smile. "Kid, my name is Morel, I'm a sea hunter." "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Sasuke nodded slightly. He was no stranger to Morel and Nov, both were indispensable key figures in the Chimera and extermination battle. He quietly sensed them with his nen, both indeed had some strength, but they shouldn't be stronger than Razor, whom he met on Greed Island. At this time, Netero asked, "Sasuke, since you have escaped from there, what are your plans? Do you want to leave NGL to rest, or will you come with us to exterminate the Chimera ants?" Treating Sasuke, Netero naturally wouldn't require him to pass a test to participate in the operation like he did with Gon and Killua. He could clearly feel that Sasuke's current strength far exceeded that of an ordinary hunter. If even Sasuke wasn't qualified to participate, then few people in the Hunter Association would be qualified to stand here. I'll go with you. I'm in good condition right now and there's no need to rest, so I won't have to make a special trip later. Sasuke didn't hesitate and chose to join the team directly. If he could find an opportunity to duel Neferpitou during the operation, it would be perfect for completing the system mission. With Kite and Sasuke joining, the original 3-person Chimera and Extermination team, sent by the Hunter Association, became a 5-person squad. 90 Chapter 90 Launching the Encirclement and Suppression Operation Chapter 90, Launching the Encirclement Campaign Netero, and the other 4 quickly advanced toward the Chimera Ant nest. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. Occasionally, they encountered a few Chimera Ant grunts, but the moment these ants saw the 5, they were killed instantly before they could even react, not even having time to let out a scream. They only stopped when they reached a mountain peak in the distance, overlooking the Chimera Ant nest. Netero used Gyo to observe the Chimera Ant nest standing in the forest and couldn't help but sigh, "This is tricky. That guy is probably even stronger than me, right?" "Stronger than you, Chairman." Nov shook his head repeatedly, completely disbelieving what Netero said. "Stop joking. If that were really the case, then no one among the hunters could contend with them." He just assumed Chairman Netero was being humble and joking. After all, Netero was the world's strongest nin user. Although this strongest title was a thing of the past, he wasn't someone just anyone could challenge. The fact that my nin ability was the strongest is something from half a century ago. Netero stroked his beard and smiled helplessly. "My current strength is probably not even half of my prime. I really don't want to get old." He had a clear understanding of his own strength. The title of the world's strongest was something he could no longer bear. Netero pointed to the highest point of the Chimera Ant nest, where a figure was releasing a powerful N. It was Sheapuf, one of the royal guards. "Sasuke, is that guy on guard the opponent you fought?" Sasuke looked in the direction he pointed and shook his head. "No, the one I fought was a cat-like Chimera Ant. She should be inside the nest recovering from her injuries now." "But it's about the same. Judging by his aura, he's on the same level as Neferpitou. He should also be one of the Queen's royal guards." "Ho ho ho ho, it seems you not only escaped unscathed, but also dealt heavy damage to the enemy. That's truly remarkable." Netero felt slightly surprised. "Then what suggestions do you have for the upcoming operation? You are the one here who understands their strength the best." Sasuke pondered for a moment, weighing the lineups and the gap in strength, and spoke slowly. "I think it's best to avoid a direct assault. Currently, we don't know if there are other royal guards inside the Chimera Ant nest. Even if there aren't, the numerous squadron leaders and captains inside are a significant problem. If possible, we should adopt a siege tactic, splitting up their forces and defeating them one by one. This will reduce casualties and steadily weaken the Chimera Ant's strength." A very good suggestion. It coincides with my initial thoughts." Netero raised his hand to stroke his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Sasuke's caution and foresight far exceeded those of his peers. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you act so cautiously at such a young age. You don't seem like a young person at all. But I like it." Morel laughed and patted Sasuke on the back with quite a bit of force. Sasuke felt a bit of pain from the pat, and could only smile wryly. Being young made it easy to be underestimated. There was no helping that. He didn't defend himself much, just turned and asked, "By the way, why did only you 3 from the Hunter Association come for this Chimera Ant extermination mission? If their combat power isn't up to par, they might be absorbed by the enemy." Netero said calmly, "To do our best to prevent the situation from escalating, sending a small number of elites is the most reasonable choice." Sasuke agreed verbally, but in his heart, he didn't believe a word of it. A small number of elites. If they really took it seriously, why didn't a single one of the Zodiacs come? Instead, they waited until the later stages after the Ant King was born to send a bunch of association specialists to die in vain. Sasuke secretly guessed that this Chimera Ant incident was likely a trap set jointly by the V5 and the upper echelons of the association to deal with Netero. And Netero himself might have already realized it, but he craved a thrilling battle, so he chose to go along with it. Regardless, Sasuke was not interested in the thoughts of those higher-ups. His purpose for this trip was just to complete the system mission. During this period, he would also do his best to minimize the scope of the disaster caused by the Chimera ants, that was all. The five discussed the tactical details on the mountain peak. After determining the division of labor and the steps, the Chimera ant extermination operation officially began. Morel picked up his giant pipe, took a deep breath, gathered thick smoke in his mouth, and then slowly exhaled. The moment the smoke hit the ground, it instantly transformed into hundreds of tiny smoke rabbits. The smoke rabbits were agile, scattering in all directions and running around the Chimera ant nest, responsible for scouting the distribution of the enemies. Immediately after, he took another deep breath from his pipe and exhaled a large amount of thick smoke. The thick smoke spread rapidly, shrouding the entire Chimera ant nest area. Vision became blurred, thereby interfering with and confusing the enemy, creating conditions for subsequent actions. Morel's Nin ability is called Deep Purple, which can transform smoke into various shapes. Flexible use according to the current situation, it can scout, interfere, and attack. It is a highly versatile Nin ability. Nov, based on the intelligence sent back by Morel's smoke rabbits, would act whenever a lone Chimera ant appeared. He would activate Hide and Seek, opening an invisible spatial entrance next to the Chimera ant, instantly sucking it into the apartment. Sasuke, Kite, and Netero stayed inside Nov's Hide and Seek, each in an independent room, responsible for dealing with the Chimera ants thrown in by Nov. Nov is a conjuration Nin user. His Hide and Seek can set entrances and exits at any location, leading to a four-dimensional space created by his Nin ability. The rooms inside the apartment can only be opened with the keys in Nov's hands, making it safe and hidden. According to the judgment of the Hunter Association experts, the time until the Ant King's birth is at least 2 months. Therefore, Netero and the others must reduce the Chimera ants' strength as much as possible within these 2 months, weakening their effective fighting force. Finally, launch a general offensive before the Ant King is born to completely eliminate the Chimera Ant Queen, and prevent the disaster from expanding further. Of course, Sasuke knew that the time judged by these so-called experts was not accurate. According to the plot in the anime, the Ant King would be born earlier than the scheduled time, and the time left for them was far less than expected. But if the Hunter Association didn't send more combat members at the level of the Zodiacs, it would be impossible for the 5 of them to succeed by force alone. The Ant King just hadn't finished developing. It didn't mean he couldn't be born. If the Ant King were forced to be born early, they would have to face the Ant King, the 3 royal guards, and the huge Chimera Ant army. Such a terrifying lineup. By then, they would truly have no way out but death. Moreover, Sasuke felt that Chairman Netero didn't seem to particularly want to prevent the Ant King's birth. Instead, he was vaguely happy to see this result. Perhaps in Chairman Netero's view, since there was the poor man's rose as a fallback, it was better to test just how strong this so-called Ant King was. Therefore, Sasuke did not have the idea of forcibly killing the queen at this time. All he had to do now was to eliminate as many Chimera ants as possible and reduce their forces. To avoid these Chimera ants scattering to all parts of the world and causing greater destruction after the Ant King was born. Chapter 91, The Birth of the Ant King. After the Chimera Ant encirclement operation had been underway for some time, soldiers began disappearing inside the Chimera Ant nest. Squadron leader Colt stood on the open ground outside the Queen's cave, listening to his subordinates' report, his face dark and terrifying. Another squad of soldiers has gone missing. How many times is this now? If we can't collect food, the Queen's nutritional supply won't be able to keep up. If the King's birth is affected, you will all die. The subordinate lowered his head, trembling all over, not daring to look into Colt's eyes, reporting to Lord Colt, "It is already the 15th squad. The enemy is very cunning, targeting lone soldiers. We cannot find any trace of them, nor can we organize an effective counterattack." Colt felt that things could not go on like this. He had to report to his superiors and seek instructions from the royal guards. He did not hesitate any longer, turned around, and walked quickly into the cave where the queen was giving birth. At this moment, Neferpitou was sitting on a stone stool to the side reading a book, while Sheopuuf stood in the center of the cave calmly guarding the queen. Lord Neferpitou. Colt bowed, his tone respectful yet tinged with urgency. The soldiers out foraging are constantly being attacked by the enemy. Several squads have completely lost contact, and the food supply is about to be cut off. What should we do? Neferpitou put down the book in her hand, did not answer immediately, but turned to look at Sheopuuf beside her, and asked unhurriedly, "What should we do, Miao? Waiting here for them to come to us is fine. If they take the initiative to break in, we will just destroy them all. Before the king is born, we will not leave the queen's side for even a step." Sheopuuf didn't care about the lives of the soldiers below. His duty was only to protect the queen, and ensure the king's smooth birth. "That's right, Miao." Neferpitou nodded, spread her hands towards Colt, indicating that they should think of a way themselves. Both of them looked relaxed, as if the situation was not urgent at all. Colt felt helpless, but he did not dare to refute the royal guard's orders, so he could only bow and retreat. He gathered all the captains and soldier ants, merged them into a large group, and ordered his subordinates to stick together tightly when moving, strictly forbidding anyone from wandering off alone, and trying to concentrate their forces for foraging. But even so, soldiers continued to go missing. As Sasuke and the others gradually shrank the encirclement, the chimera and casualties became increasingly heavy. Countless grunts died, and the captains and squadron leaders also suffered heavy casualties. The remaining chimera ants were completely terrified and began to shrink their range of activity. In the end, they all huddled inside the chimera ant nest and dared not go out again, so food hunting was forced to stop. The nutrition for the queen to give birth to the ant king could only rely on the food stored in the nest. To maintain nutrition and ensure the ant king could be born smoothly, the queen had to slow down her feeding speed and carefully consume the remaining food. But this approach brought an unexpected result. The ant king continued to develop in the queen's womb, becoming stronger and stronger, and less able to endure the torment of food scarcity. He no longer waited to fully develop, but forcibly broke out of the queen's abdomen. More than a month earlier than the Hunter Association experts had predicted, the ant king was born. Inside the nest, a violent vibration instantly spread out. An aura far stronger than Neferpitou and Sheopuuf swept across the field like a tsunami, forcing all chimera ants to prostrate themselves on the ground, shivering. In a hidden cave outside the chimera ant nest, the entrance was completely covered by vegetation. Morel and Nov were guarding here, keeping a close eye on the movements of the chimera ant nest. Since the chimera ants had completely shrunk their defensive line and huddled inside the nest without coming out, they hadn't seen a single chimera ant for several days. Morel leaned against the cave wall, wiping his giant pipe, his brows slightly furrowed. There has been no movement from the chimera ants for several days. Could it be they really intend to hold the nest and not come out at all? In my opinion, we should just launch a total attack to save us from wasting time here. Nov sat on a stone nearby, holding a book and flipping through it casually, his tone calm. "Don't be impatient. Since we started the encirclement, the chimera ants have been cut off from food supplies. They can't keep holding out forever, they will make a move sooner or later." He had already figured out the current situation of the chimera ants, so he was not anxious. Suddenly, Morel straightened up and pointed to the sky. "There's movement." His gaze locked onto a figure flying over quickly. "A chimera ant is flying towards us. It seems it finally couldn't hold back." Nov immediately closed the book, threw it on the ground, and pressed his palm to the ground. An invisible space portal slowly emerged. "Discovered? Let's hide first and see what its purpose is." "Wait a minute, it doesn't look right. Look at its body." Morel reached out and held his arm, stopping his next move. Nov stopped, looked up, and saw the chimera, and holding a wooden stick with a white cloth tied to it. The two looked at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Colt flapped his wings, slowly landed in front of them, folded his wings, and kept his posture very low. We are willing to surrender to you. Morel's eyes widened sharply. They had anticipated that the Chimera ants would break through or counterattack, but they had never thought they would take the initiative to surrender. Before the two could digest this news, Colt's words shocked them again. Please help save the queen. She no longer has the ability to give birth. The king has already been born. In another cave near the Chimera ant nest, Sasuke, who was squatting there, suddenly sensed a terrifying aura coming from the ant nest. He immediately used Zetsu to completely hide his aura to avoid being discovered. It was definitely the Ant King's birth. Although he only sensed a trace of the aura, it made him feel the crushing of the life hierarchy. The last time he had this feeling was before he learned Nen ability. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, pressed against the cave wall, and observed the movements of the Chimera ant nest with his peripheral vision. Soon, the Ant King Meruem appeared at the entrance of the nest. Neferpitou, Sheapuf, and Menthetheupi followed closely behind. The three looked respectful, spread their wings, and surrounded the Ant King as they flew into the distance. Sasuke waited until the figures of the Ant King and the three royal guards completely disappeared into the horizon before he breathed a sigh of relief and released his aura to investigate the situation inside the nest. At this time, the Chimera ant nest no longer had its previous order. The squadron leaders were divided into two factions, arguing endlessly. One faction of squadron leaders chose to stay in the nest, guarding the queen, trying their best to save her life. The other faction could no longer hold back, and wanted to leave the nest to find a territory to set themselves up as kings, imitating the Ant King to build their own power. Zazan belonged to the latter. Not long after the Ant King left, she also chose to leave the nest, followed by 5 captains and dozens of Chimera ant soldiers. Originally, the forces under her command were far more than this, but after the constant encirclement by the subjugation team, most of them were killed or injured, and in the end, only this many people were left. A lecherous-looking spider-type Chimera ant walked quickly behind her, its 6 legs moving rapidly on the ground, its voice flattering, "Lord Zazan, where are we going next?" The Chimera ant called Lord Zazan was a hot-looking female with long purple-red hair, but a thick scorpion tail dragged from her coccyx. She was a proper femme fatale. Zazan turned around and kicked the subordinate who asked the question away. "Get lost. Also call me queen." She withdrew her foot and walked forward on her own, looking arrogant. "Just find any direction, it's all the same wherever we go, as long as I can build my kingdom." "If that's the case, you wouldn't mind going to hell, would you?" A calm voice suddenly came from the forest in front. Sasuke walked out slowly, without any fluctuation of nen, but with an invisible sense of oppression. 92 Chapter 92 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Chapter 92 10,000 swords returned to the ancestor. Sasuke stood in the middle of the road, looking at Zazan and her group with a calm gaze, his expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. Pakun, who had just been kicked away, immediately scrambled over to Zazan, trembling all over, her 6 legs gripping Zazan's thigh tightly. "Lady Zazan, it's that person. It's the human who fought Lady Neferpitou before." This time, Zazan did not mind the error in her address. Her expression instantly turned grave, staring fixedly at Sasuke as her scorpion tail lifted slightly, the stinger at the tip glinting with a cold light. "It's you. Why have you appeared here?" These Chimera ants actually all recognized Sasuke. Back when Sasuke fought Neferpitou outside the nest, the squadron leaders and troop captains inside the nest had all been hiding in the shadows, watching the battle. That was the first time they had ever seen such a powerful human. Having originally viewed humans only as food, they realized for the first time that there were beings among humans capable of crushing them. Zazan knew very well that the human before her could go head-to-head with Neferpitou, and even hold the upper hand. She was simply no match for him. She clenched her fists, her heart in a panic, yet she still feigned composure. "With so many squadron leaders who left, why did you choose us of all people?" She hadn't yet had the chance to establish her own kingdom, nor had she truly become queen, and she was unwilling to die here just like that. Sasuke's ambush of Zazan's Chimera ant unit really wasn't a random choice. The main reason was that they were the culprits behind the deaths of Pakal and his companions. Having known them, it could be considered helping Ponzu avenge her companions. Secondly, according to the anime plot, they would wander to Meteor City to establish their own territory, only to be wiped out by members of the Jinei Ryodan. But now that the Jinei Ryodan had already been wiped out by Sasuke, there was no one left to deal with Zazan. Eliminating them could be considered settling the karma between Sasuke and the Jinei Ryodan. Sasuke's cold gaze swept over the group of chimera ants before him, and he slowly spoke. Have you captured a hunter who wasn't very tall, and could conjure a bow and arrow to shoot? He thought for a moment and decided to ask one more question. Perhaps the plot would deviate, but even if there were deviations, Zazan and her group had to die. I know that human. He could shoot many different kinds of arrows. Lady Zazan captured him personally. He was the first rare human we hunted. Before Zazan could answer, Pakun spilled everything. Then there's no mistake. Sasuke nodded slightly, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. It seemed Pakal's fate had ultimately not changed. It seems I haven't found the wrong people. Damn you, Pakun. Why did you say everything? Zazan was trembling with rage, her scorpion tail lashing out violently, striking the tree trunk beside her. The trunk snapped instantly, sending wood chips flying. She wished she could kill this loose-lipped subordinate immediately. I was just following orders. If you want to blame someone, blame that human for delivering himself to our doorstep. If you have a grudge, you should go find the queen. It has nothing to do with me. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to listen to Zazan's explanation, nor did he want to waste any more time. Nen expanded from Sasuke's body as he released his N to its maximum, placing the magnetic field within a 500-meter radius entirely under his control, having improved after Biscuit Kruger's special training on Greed Island. Sasuke manipulated the electromagnetic force. Beneath the ground, countless tiny iron sand particles slowly rose, converging and rotating in the air, gradually differentiating and molding into sharp iron sand swords. Thousands of iron sand swords lined up neatly in the air, their blades glinting with a cold, black light, obscuring half the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Sasuke brought two fingers together to form a sword hand. The thousands of iron sand swords instantly changed direction, their tips pointing in unison at Zazan and her group. Not a single chimera ant could escape this net of blades. Pakun was scared out of her wits, hugging Zazan's thigh and wailing, Lady Zazan, help. We're really going to die this time. We surrender, can't we just surrender? Zazan, annoyed and flustered by her crying, raised her foot and kicked her away. Pakun landed heavily on the ground, grimacing in pain. What are you crying for? Isn't it all your fault, you idiot? Zazan roared, the nen on her body surging frantically. How could I possibly die here? Suddenly, she reached out with both hands and grabbed her scorpion tail tightly, a painful expression on her face as she gritted her teeth and pulled with all her might. With a rip sound, the scorpion tail was forcibly ripped off. Black blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding small pits. She squeezed the severed tail area hard, and a new tail quickly grew out from the wound, thicker than the previous one. At the same time, her body began to undergo a drastic change, her figure constantly growing larger and turning green, her skin becoming rough and hard. Her originally sexy and hot female body gradually expanded into a green-skinned monster resembling a dinosaur, with thick limbs covered in spikes, its mouth opening to reveal sharp fangs. This was Zazan's true form. All soldiers, listen to my orders. Zazan's voice had also changed from its original sexy female tone to something deep and ferocious. Tear the human before you to shreds. Hearing the command, the 5 troop captains rushed out first, followed closely by dozens of chimera ant soldiers, waving their sharp limbs and claws as they pounced toward Sasuke. Sasuke's expression did not change as he lightly tapped his sword finger. The thousands of iron sand swords in the air instantly whistled out, sweeping toward the chimera ant unit like a fierce storm. The sword momentum was like a net, every iron sand sword was incredibly sharp. The ordinary chimera ant soldiers could not resist at all, instantly being pierced through by the rain of swords and falling dead to the ground, their black blood staining the earth red. The iron sand swords were dense and thick, leaving no gaps. The chimera ant soldiers fell like harvested wheat, their screams rising and falling until, very quickly, there was no sound left. 10,000 swords returned to the ancestor, iron sand sword version. After the thousands of iron sand swords fell, they scattered back into tiny iron sand particles, falling into the soil and leaving a field of chimera ant corpses. Only the green-skinned dinosaur that Zazan had transformed into stood tall among the corpses, her body covered in small wounds, black blood flowing from them, yet she still had not fallen. She shook her head and let out a thunderous laugh, ha 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 ha, I knew I wouldn't die that easily. This body of mine has no flaws. I will tear you to shreds, devour your flesh and blood. Let you. Before Zazan could finish her sentence, a railgun blast instantly blew her head off. Black blood gushed out, and the headless green-skinned monster swayed for a moment before collapsing heavily to the ground, completely devoid of life. Sasuke retracted the revolver in his hand. Rest easy now. You don't need to feel unbalanced. I will send the other chimera ants down to join you one by one. This technique, 10,000 swords returned to the ancestor, was, in the end, just condensing iron sand into thousands of swords and projecting them. Although the momentum was grand, Sasuke was not satisfied with its power. It was fine for clearing out cannon fodder, but dealing with a squadron leader, with such formidable defensive power as Zazan still required a railgun to finish the job. In truth, Sasuke's standards were just too high. The green-skinned dinosaur form Zazan had transformed into had astonishing defensive power. According to the original plot, when Phaeton fought her, his weapon couldn't pierce her body in the slightest, and he eventually had to use his ultimate move Rising Sun to burn her to death. Sasuke sensed his surroundings, confirmed that no chimera ants had survived, and then turned and left. Chapter 93, The Queen Ant. Returning to the temporary base set up by the extermination team, only Kite was there. Sasuke, where did you go just now? Seeing Sasuke return, Kite asked. Went to take care of some ants. Where are the others? A trace of the chimera ant's bloody scent still lingered on Sasuke, a remnant from when he had just slain Zazan. News has come from the chimera ant side that the Ant King has been born, and has left the nest with his royal guard. The chimera ants that remain in the nest have chosen to surrender. The queen ant is in critical condition, and the chairman and Mr. Morel are organizing the Hunter Association's medical team to go and provide aid. Kite told Sasuke everything that had happened, without any excess emotion. Why help those chimera ants? Wouldn't it be better to just exterminate them all? Sasuke frowned, asking with confusion. He had seen too many villages wiped out by chimera ants, where most of the victims were just ordinary, innocent villagers. He truly could not understand this act of showing mercy to the enemy. Perhaps the chairman and the others feel that not all chimera ants deserve to die, and that they also have the right to live. Regarding Sasuke's question, Kite could not give a definitive answer either. Sasuke's lack of understanding stemmed mainly from him viewing the problem through the values of his past life. In the hunter world, the lives of ordinary people were too cheap, they could die inexplicably at any moment. It could be getting caught in a conflict between non-ability users while out shopping, or getting killed as collateral damage while watching a match at Heaven's Arena. Organizations that seemed just like national governments or the Hunter Association did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. This chimera ant disaster, when it came down to it, was it not just a result of those in high positions controlling and deliberately letting it happen? That was why Sasuke admired Kurapika. Facing the Janae Ryodan that slaughtered his entire clan, even though he bore a deep blood feud, he could not bring himself to kill them without hesitation. Instead, he would feel pain from killing his enemies. Sasuke followed Kite into the interior of the chimera ant nest, which was filled with the stench of dirt, feces, and a thick, bloody smell. Here they met Morel's two apprentices, Knuckle and Shoot. Knuckle sported an exaggerated pompadour and wore a long white coat with gold buckles, looking like a delinquent. Seeing Sasuke for the first time, Knuckle was full of confusion. The youth before him had a steady aura, and not a single scratch on his body. "You're Sasuke? Gon and Killua asked us to make sure we rescued you. Looking at your state, you don't seem like someone who needs saving." Sasuke also looked at Kite in confusion. "Kite, didn't you tell Gon and the others that I was safe and sound? It seems I didn't notify them." Kite seemed to remember something, and his deadpan face rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. "After sending Gon and Killua out of NGL, I didn't know Mr. Nov had space-time abilities at the time, and when I returned, I didn't bring my phone, so I couldn't contact them in time. I spent the last month fighting chimera ants, so I just forgot about it." Well, Kite already had a track record. Sasuke was not surprised. Previously, Kite had even forgotten to return Jing's hunter license, which was enough to show that he was not the type of person to be particularly careful, and would occasionally overlook such small matters. Knuckle looked at the two of them and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you guys are really interesting. It's fine, it's better that they don't know, that way, when you meet again, Gon and Killua will be even more surprised." The group continued deeper into the chimera ant nest, passing through winding tunnels, and finally saw the queen ant of the chimera ants. She lay on a hospital bed prepared by the Hunter Association, with various tubes inserted into her body. Several doctors in white coats were gathered around her, doing their best to save her, with various advanced medical devices neatly arranged to the side, their indicator lights constantly flashing. In Sasuke's perception, the queen ant's aura was extremely weak, like a candle in the wind, likely to be extinguished at any moment. He shook his head slightly. There was a high probability that the queen ant could not be saved. When the Ant King was born, he had forcibly burst out of her stomach, causing too much damage to the queen ant's internal organs. Even with highly skilled doctors and advanced medical equipment, there was no way to reverse it. Here, Sasuke also saw those chimera ants that had chosen to surrender. They stood quietly to the side, without the slightest intention of resisting. Judging by their appearance and the aura they emitted, they really didn't seem like the treacherous, evil kind. Their previous hunting activities were mostly just bodily instinct to hunt food for the queen ant. Perhaps before becoming chimera ants, they were inherently lawful and good people, only becoming tools for hunting after being devoured and reborn by the queen ant. As for those truly evil chimera ants that took pleasure in hunting humans and wantonly harmed lives, they had long since abandoned the dying queen ant, left the nest, and gone to various parts of the world to find territory and set themselves up as kings. Among you, does anyone know about the first human with a nen ability that you captured? The one brought in by that squadron leader called Zazan, the one with the scorpion tail. Sasuke looked at the squadron leaders quietly waiting for the results of the queen ant's surgery. He still wanted to confirm Pakko's situation one last time, even though he already had the answer in his heart. A bull-headed squadron leader stepped forward and replied respectfully. "I know that human you are talking about. Because he was the first rare type, I remember him very clearly. He has already been made into meatballs and fed to the queen. If he was your relative or friend, then we can only say we are sorry." "I understand." Sasuke nodded slightly and said no more. It seemed Pakko was truly dead, without even a shred of hope. Just didn't know if he had been reincarnated as some chimera ant. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the queen ant's side. The originally weak breathing suddenly became rapid, and the doctors immediately accelerated their rescue efforts. Everyone looked over and saw the queen ant slowly open her eyes, her consciousness regained. "Your Majesty, how are you feeling now?" Squadron leader Colt immediately guarded the queen ant's side, gently holding her hand, his tone full of worry. Since humans could not receive the frequency signals emitted by the queen ant, a chimera and squadron leader in the form of an old octopus took on the job of translation, converting the queen ant's words into a language humans could understand. The queen ant knew her time was running out, and now the only thing on her mind was the Ant King, who had been born not long ago. She kept asking Colt about the Ant King. When she heard Colt say that the Ant King was safe, and had left the nest with his royal guard, She finally set her mind at ease, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. He was born too early, so I was always worried about him. As long as he is fine, that is good. I have completed my mission. The Queen Ant's voice was weak but exceptionally clear. I am dying, but I have no regrets. Finally, I have only one request. I have thought of a name for that child. For the king. Maruam, a name meaning to illuminate all things in the world. Help me convey it to that child, convey it to my lovely child. The Queen Ant used her last bit of strength, forcing herself to finish saying the Ant King's name. Her eyes gradually lost their luster, her arm dropped, and she slowly died amidst Colt's crying. On the side, Knuckle was also moved to tears by this scene, a tough guy crying. Sasuke sighed softly in his heart. The hearts of parents everywhere are to be pitied, although the species were different and their positions opposed, this sincere maternal love was the same. He really couldn't bear to keep watching, so he silently turned and left the Chimera Ant nest. Regarding these Chimera Ants inside the nest, Sasuke decided not to intervene anymore. Their fate would be left entirely to Morel, and the others, and the Hunter Association to handle. In any case, it had been confirmed that the remaining Chimera Ants would no longer harm humans, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. 94 Chapter 94 concludes the NGL trip. Chapter 94, ending the NGL trip after a month, Sasuke and Kite returned to the city closest to the NGL border. In stark contrast to the primal silence of the NGL, the town was bustling with noise, the air filled with the scent of everyday life, making people temporarily forget the gloom brought by the Chimera Ants. Thank goodness, you're still alive, thank goodness. The moment Sasuke saw Gon and Killua, Gon lunged at him, and hugged him tightly, as if Sasuke would disappear again the moment he let go. All right, I've returned safely, haven't I? Look, I'm completely fine. Sasuke gently patted Gon on the back, his tone helpless but carrying a hint of imperceptible tenderness. But Gon refused to let go, his voice filled with a distinct sobbing tone. But that time I really thought you wouldn't come back. With no other choice, Sasuke could only let Gon hug him, turning his head to smile at Killua and say, Killua, I'm back. Killua stood to the side and nodded in response, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. He wasn't like Gon, wearing all his emotions on his face, but the joy in his heart at Sasuke's safe return was no less than Gon's. However, Sasuke could still tell from the subtle changes in Killua's expression that he was troubled. When Gon finally calmed down, he let go. Gon, why is your nin gone? It's like you've been forced into a state of zetsu. The moment Sasuke saw Gon, he noticed this strange phenomenon. Ordinary people always have some aura leaking out, but there wasn't a single ripple of nen on Gon. Gon turned around to show Sasuke, and Kite the nen beast clinging to his back. The nen beast looked like a strange little cat, sticking tightly to Gon's back, motionless. This was caused by Knuckles' ability. He is a student of Mr. Killua, and I lost the competition against them for the qualification to enter the NGL, so I haven't been able to use my nen ability for this past month. Knuckles' ability is called Hackaware. After the ability is activated, a chubby doll named Pot Clean appears beside the opponent, lending them nen like a high-interest loan that compounds. When the loan amount exceeds the opponent's maximum nen capacity, they go bankrupt. At that point, Pot Clean turns into a mort and forces the opponent into a state of zetsu for 30 days. And that strange cat behind Gon is a mort. Hearing this, Sasuke instantly remembered the guy with the pompadour and delinquent-style clothing he had seen at the Chimera Ant nest. It's him. Kite, and I saw him in the NGL. Looks like you guys lost pretty badly, ha ha ha. Geez, Sasuke, stop laughing. Gon looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Killua also lowered his head slightly, his face showing a bit of awkwardness. We also know our strength isn't enough yet, we need to work harder in the future. Suddenly, a kitchen knife flew from a distance, aiming at the back of Gon's head. It was extremely fast and completely unexpected. Gon, look out. Kite reacted quickly and pulled Gon away. The knife flew past Gon's ear, stirring up a gust of wind. Everyone looked over to see a disheveled woman walking towards them. Her hair was messy, covering most of her face, and her eyes were wild, just like Sadako. As she walked, she kept muttering, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Nearby pedestrians saw this scene, and were scared away from Sasuke's side, fearing they might get into trouble. Had the Chimera ants already infiltrated the city this quickly? Sasuke immediately pulled out a kunai and stood in front of Gon. Although this crazy woman looked scary and the nen she emitted was full of resentment, the amount of nen was not large and she wasn't very strong. "I can tell at a glance that you aren't human. Prepare to die." Just as Sasuke was preparing to finish off this crazy woman, who had launched the sneak attack, Gon's hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, gently holding him back. "Wait, Sasuke, she isn't an enemy. She is Palm Siberia, Mr. Nov's student. She's not an enemy. She was clearly aiming to kill you." It was hard not to suspect that there was some deep hatred between Gon and her, given this nen filled with such resentment. "Because we did something that wronged her, let me explain it to her." Gon's tone carried a hint of guilt. At this moment, Kite also chimed in to persuade Sasuke, "Since this is Gon and the others' business, let them resolve it themselves. Sasuke, you shouldn't interfere. I believe Mr. Nov's student shouldn't be a bad person. Killua, you are responsible for protecting Gon." Killua nodded. Even if this crazy woman really tries something, Killua's strength is enough to stop her. Sasuke put away the kunai and stopped interfering. Gon and Killua took Palm Siberia to find a place to have a conversation. Sasuke and Kite stayed behind and did not follow, so they didn't know exactly what was said. However, when Gon and the others returned, Gon's face showed a bit of shyness, saying he needed to go prepare a gift for tomorrow's date. Sasuke looked puzzled. He really didn't know how the two had gone from being bitter enemies to going on a date. You could only say that Gon really had a way with women. After parting ways with Gon and the others, Sasuke found Ponzu alone. At present, Ponzu was still staying in this city, and hadn't left, doing her best to search for news about Pakal and his partners. A month ago, after Gon and Killua returned from the NGL, Ponzu had approached them to understand the situation. However, Gon and Killua hadn't seen Pakal at the time, and couldn't get any information about them from the Chimera ants. Although they knew that the NGL was extremely dangerous, they couldn't be sure if Pakal was still alive, so they didn't give Ponzu a definite answer. "How is it, Sasuke? Did you get any news about Pakal and the others?" When Ponzu saw Sasuke, her eyes immediately lit up, her words carrying a hint of fear mixed with anticipation. From Gon and the others' descriptions, Ponzu already knew that the situation in the NGL had been very dangerous, and there was a high probability that Pakal had been killed. She was afraid of hearing news of his confirmed death, but she couldn't help but hold on to a glimmer of hope, wishing for a different answer. Now that Sasuke had come specifically to find her, he must have obtained some definite news. Sasuke looked at Ponzu's expectant eyes and really couldn't bear it. He was silent for a moment, then slowly told her the information he had learned. Hearing the news, the eyes of Ponzu, who had still been holding on to a glimmer of hope, instantly dimmed. She froze on the spot, her lips trembling slightly, unable to say a word, and then, tears involuntarily slid from the corners of her eyes. Watching the cute girl crying in front of him, Sasuke had no idea how to comfort her. In his memories, whenever he faced such a situation, he seemed to only know how to say "Urusai." He suddenly regretted not bringing Gon along. That wretched Togashi, why did he have to write such a plot? He suspected that Togashi was a member of the FFF group. As soon as he drew a young couple, he would immediately write them to death, and in extremely cruel ways. Come to think of it, when did Pakal and Ponzu get together? During the hunter exam, Sasuke hadn't noticed any particularly deep relationship between the two at all. In fact, they had barely interacted. That same day, Ponzu boarded an airship and left the town that had broken her heart. After Gon and Killua got the news, they also rushed over to join Sasuke in seeing Ponzu off. Chapter 95, Nin Needle. The next day, Gon and Palm Siberia officially began their date. At this moment, Palm Siberia was stunningly beautiful, completely different from the Sadako-like appearance she had yesterday. Meanwhile, Killua kept lurking nearby, stealthily observing the two. At this moment, Sasuke approached Killua. "What's wrong? Sasuke, why did you bring me here?" Killua followed Sasuke to a deserted forest. "I still need to protect Gon. He can't use his nin ability right now and could be in danger at any moment." "You don't need to worry about Gon, he won't have any problems." Just in case, Sasuke had already released a shadow clone to protect him nearby. Sasuke slowly turned around and looked straight at Killua. "The one with the problem right now is you, Killua." "What kind of problem could I have? I haven't been hit by any nin ability attacks." Killua flashed a relaxed smile and spun around, indicating that he was in great shape. "I'm not talking about your body but your mental state. Although you've hidden it well and Gon hasn't noticed, you can't fool me. Tell me, what are you hiding?" Sasuke looked at Killua earnestly, his tone unusually serious, completely lacking his usual gentle demeanor toward friends. Killua lowered his head, no longer able to maintain that feigned relaxed smile, his voice dropping a few decibels. "I just feel like I don't have the qualifications to stand with you guys. I don't deserve to continue being your friend." Sasuke didn't speak, just watched him quietly. "At that time, it wasn't because you told me to leave that I left, it was because from the very beginning, I wanted to abandon you guys and run away alone." Killua took a deep breath and continued. "There's always a voice in my head telling me to run for my life, to retreat if there's no chance of winning. I can't control my thoughts, my mind is filled with nothing but run away fast, and I can't care about anything else. A few days ago, Biscuit Kruger told me that one day I would refuse to save Gon." Killua's voice gradually lowered, and a glimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. "I'm really scared that one day, I'll abandon Gon, just like I abandoned you." At this point, a few tears slid down Killua's cheeks. He raised his hand to wipe them, but couldn't stop them. "So I've decided that during this month while Gon cannot use his nin ability, I will protect him with all my might, and then, I will leave Gon's side forever and never drag him down again." Sasuke listened quietly to Killua's heartfelt words before slowly saying, "Killua, I believe you aren't the type of person who would abandon companions in a moment of crisis. There must be some reason affecting your judgment. Do you know? My nin ability is called electromagnetic control. It's not just about controlling lightning, magnetic force is also within the scope of my ability." Killua didn't understand what Sasuke meant, why he would suddenly talk about his nin ability at this time. Sasuke ignored Killua's confusion and continued, "This ability allows me to sense everyone's magnetic field, and your magnetic field, Killua, is a bit different from others. It's not a single, cohesive whole, it's as if a trace of someone else's power has been mixed in. It gives an unharmonious feeling, and that location is right above your forehead." Someone else's power. Sasuke's words seemed to make a fragment flash through Killua's mind, but when he tried to recall it carefully, it was blocked by an unknown force. He couldn't remember it at all, only feeling a faint sensation of a foreign object above his forehead. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly released terrifying nin toward Killua. This nin carried a bone-chilling coldness, and he had imbued it with the concept of death. Instantly, Killua felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body turning cold. "Does Sasuke want to kill me?" Although he believed Sasuke wouldn't harm him, this nin made him feel death. That familiar voice rang out in his mind again, run for your life quickly." Killua's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his feet moving backward involuntarily. His eyes became unfocused, his rationality gradually consumed by fear. He stopped thinking about why Sasuke was doing this, and just instinctively wanted to escape from here. "Think about what I just said," Sasuke shouted at Killua while releasing nin. "Think about Gon." As soon as Gon's name was mentioned, it instantly made Killua recall the time he and Gon had adventured together. Those warm memories dispelled the fear in his heart. Killua bit his teeth hard, his eyes becoming determined. He pressed his fingertips hard, and jabbed them into the spot above his forehead. Then, with a forceful pull, a tiny nin needle was pulled out of his forehead. Ha ha ha, I've been played. Killua looked at the nin needle in his hand, and laughed helplessly, the confusion and fear in his eyes completely dissipating, replaced by relief. That guy Alumi, to think he stuffed something like this into my head. He finally understood that what had been trapping him, and affecting his judgment, was actually just such a tiny nin needle. It was this exact nin needle that, whenever he encountered danger, kept urging him to run away, preventing him from following his own heart. Seeing Killua reveal a relieved smile, Sasuke withdrew his nen, and also smiled, knowing that the matter was settled. Actually, to help Killua remove the nen needle, it would have been simpler for Sasuke to just do it himself, but that would have been of no benefit to Killua at all. As for Alumi inserting the nen needle into Killua's head, were the others in the family unaware of it? Obviously not. Besides hiding the matter of Nanika, there was also the hope that Killua could break free from the shackles himself. Only in this way could Killua achieve true growth. On the way back, Sasuke suddenly asked, during this time, has Biscuit Kruger also come over? Yeah, she came over to give me and Gon special training, and then left very quickly. Killua nodded, his tone much lighter, and there were more smiles on his face. Didn't she worry about me, her apprentice? Sasuke asked, feigning dissatisfaction. Biscuit Kruger said she believes in you. You are her proudest apprentice, after all. She said you're strong and will definitely come back safely, Killua answered with a smile. Sasuke smiled and shook his head. That's definitely the old hag's style, tough talk, soft heart. Right, right. Killua immediately agreed, and his mind couldn't help but recall the image of Biscuit Kruger giving him special training alone. I finally understand why you always call Biscuit Kruger an old hag, Sasuke. At first, I thought you were like me, teasing her about her age, until I saw Biscuit Kruger's true form and finally understood. You've also seen that form of hers. Sasuke and Killua exchanged a look, and the two suddenly laughed in tacit understanding. That day, Killua's problem was solved, and Gon's date ended up falling through in the end. 96 Chapter 96 Guido Chapter 96 Cheetu. In the weeks following the Ant King's birth, news of strange beasts injuring and eating humans continued to arrive from all over the world. These beasts did not appear out of thin air. They were the squadron leaders and their subordinates who had left the Chimera Ant nest. Having broken free from the Ant Queen's control, they scattered to every corner of the world, treating humans as prey and slaughtering them at will. To prevent the scope of the damage from expanding further, the government has issued a request to the Hunter Association for the capture of these biological entities, and the association has officially taken over the relevant work. We believe the incident will be resolved soon. The television in the room was playing the news. The female anchor on the screen looked serious, introducing the current situation with a steady tone. Killua picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. He turned his head to look at Gon beside him. Why pay attention to this? Your nen ability hasn't recovered yet, so you can't do anything at all. Gon pouted and said unhappily, I want to go out and hunt chimera ants like Kite and Sasuke, too. Staying in the room is so uncomfortable. That won't do. Kite has already instructed me to keep a close eye on you and not let you run around. Killua looked indifferent. Although he also wanted to go out, Gon's safety was more important. For the past few weeks, Sasuke had been busy tracking the movements of the chimera ants that had left the chimera ant nest. As long as he obtained concrete clues, he would immediately rush over and kill them on the spot, leaving no room for error. He was not the only one in action. Kite, Morel, and others were also searching for traces of the chimera ants, though their methods were more gentle. When they encountered chimera ants that surrendered voluntarily, they would selectively spare their lives and hand them over to the Hunter Association for disposal, unlike Sasuke, who was so resolute. Cheetu was one of the chimera ants who had escaped. He was a chimera ant possessing the genes of both a cheetah and a human. Since his birth, he possessed unparalleled speed, and among all the squadron leaders, no one could rival him in speed. At this moment, he was sprinting along a wide, flat road. When his paws hit the ground, one could hardly hear a sound, only a fleeting afterimage could be seen sweeping across the road, kicking up fine dust. Sasuke, meanwhile, had already been waiting for a long time at the intersection ahead on the road, based on the clues provided by Morel. He stood quietly at the intersection with his hands in his pockets, his gaze locked tightly on the direction from which Cheetah was sprinting. "It seems you are waiting here specifically for me to hunt me down." Cheetah noticed the figure in front and suddenly stopped, his legs slightly bent, maintaining a posture ready to sprint at any moment. He resembled a cheetah in appearance and spoke with a touch of nonchalance. "You don't seem to be afraid of me. Don't you know who I am?" Sasuke was somewhat surprised. The chimera ants he had encountered before were all full of wariness and fear upon seeing him, yet this cheetah-type chimera ant in front of him seemed exceptionally relaxed. "Of course I know you. The human who defeated Neferpitou, but so what? Although I am not your match, it is very easy for me to run away, and you cannot catch me." Cheetah was still in that cavalier manner, bouncing lightly on his toes in place, his paws landing alternately, his eyes full of confidence in his own speed. "It seems you are very confident in your speed," Sasuke said. "That's only natural. Since I was born, I have never met anyone faster than me." Cheetah tilted his head triumphantly, completely missing the sarcasm in Sasuke's words. "Heh heh heh heh, what a frog in a well." Sasuke shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat amused by Cheetah's ignorant confidence. "Perhaps among all the squadron leaders, you are indeed the fastest, but that is as far as it goes. I will give you a 10-second head start. If I catch you, you will forfeit your life." Sasuke could feel that this chimera ant had a simple personality, even a bit silly, just overly confident and simple-minded. But judging from the information collected so far, Cheetah had already killed many innocent humans since leaving the chimera ant nest, his hands stained with blood. Therefore, it was impossible for Sasuke to let him go, even if he subjectively thought he wasn't doing anything bad. "You said it yourself." Cheetah's eyes lit up, and he immediately struck a stance to build up power, his limb muscles tensing. "You won't even need 10 seconds, you won't even be able to see my shadow." Before the words had even faded, Cheetah's body bolted, rushing out like an arrow released from a bow. He was so fast that only a blurred afterimage remained, and in the blink of an eye, he had dashed over 100 meters away. He soon disappeared at the end of the road, leaving behind only a faint trail of dust. Sasuke did not break his promise. He stood in place and began to count down silently, 1 second, 2 seconds. However, he was not entirely underestimating Cheetah. Instead, he released his own aura, locking onto Cheetah's position firmly. Even though the opponent had disappeared from his field of vision, he could clearly perceive his movement trajectory. At the same time, a pale blue aura began to rise from his body, with threads of lightning crackling and coiling around him. Thunderbolt mode activated. Once 10 seconds were up, Soru. Sasuke vanished from the spot instantly, leaving behind only a faint afterimage of lightning. He exerted force beneath his feet, every step carrying the power of lightning, as he sped in the direction of Cheetah's aura. The sand, dust, and weeds along the way were stirred up by the shockwave. In just a blink of an eye, Sasuke caught up to Cheetah, maintaining the same speed as him, running side by side on the road. "What's wrong? Even with a 10-second head start, didn't I catch up quickly? Your speed doesn't seem as impressive as you claimed." Cheetah turned his head abruptly to look at Sasuke, his face filled with shock. "Impossible. How can anyone be faster than me?" He didn't have time to think further and immediately leaped violently, his body carving an arc in the air, attempting to put distance between himself and Sasuke. But Sasuke flashed, and in the next second, he appeared behind him, still maintaining the same speed. Cheetah panicked, performing several quick turns and springs, dodging left and right, attempting to shake off Sasuke's pursuit. But no matter how he accelerated or changed direction, Sasuke could steadily follow behind him, like a shadow. Cheetah was infuriated, let out a low roar, and suddenly turned around to swing his sharp claws at Sasuke. But the moment his claws were swung out, his body suddenly collapsed uncontrollably. His head hit the ground, rolling several meters away, while black blood gushed out, staining the road beneath him red. Play is play, and joking is joking, but when it came time to actually do it, Sasuke didn't indulge him. At the moment Cheetah turned to attack, the Chidori in Sasuke's hand had already instantly severed his neck, the action crisp and clean, without the slightest hesitation. Cheetah's head rolled onto the ground, his eyes still wide open, his face bewildered, as if he hadn't yet realized what had happened. All he could hear was the harsh, crackling sound of thunder. My head. Sasuke flicked the blood off his palm, and looked calmly at the head on the ground that still retained consciousness. If you can't win in speed, you resort to violence. You were the one who attacked first, so you can't blame me. He took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Morel, informing him that the target had been eliminated. Just as Sasuke turned to leave, he hesitated for a moment, then looked back at Cheetah's head and said softly, in terms of speed, among all the opponents I have fought, no one is better than you. I, Sasuke, am willing to call you the strongest. Cheetah's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, and he used his last bit of strength to say, my speed was indeed the fastest. After saying this, his eyes slowly closed, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 97, Strategy Meeting. Under the continuous clearing operations by Sasuke, Kite, Morel, and others, the number of Chimera Ant remaining on the Yorbian continent was dwindling. Seeing this, the surviving Chimera Ant chose to group together and head to the Republic of East Gorto to join under the Ant King. After the Ant King was born, it left the nest with its 3 royal guards and headed to the Republic of East Gorto. Using Neferpitu's Nen ability, they controlled the dictator of this country, and using his identity, issued an order to the entire population. It required all citizens to gather in the capital. The purpose behind this order was to select suitable humans nationwide and convert them into Chimera Ant soldiers. This process was expected to result in the sacrifice of 5 million humans. A month had passed since the Ant King's birth, and the debt on Gon had also expired, successfully lifting the state of Zetsu and restoring his Nen ability. At this moment Sasuke, Kite, Morel, Nov, and others were sitting around a table at a temporary base, looking serious as they discussed the plan to deal with the Ant King, and mapped out the next steps. With the consent of Kite and Morel, Gon and Killua were also able to participate, sitting on the side and listening intently to the discussion. We absolutely cannot allow the Ant King to carry out the national selection operation. Morel slammed his hands hard on the table. If there really are 5 million casualties, none of us will be able to take responsibility, and Chairman Netero will certainly be forced to step down because of it. That may be true, but the Hunter Association should send more personnel. Sasuke frowned, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. This is a matter concerning the fate of humanity. If we fail, even if their selection success rate is only 1%, there will be 50,000 Chimera Ant soldiers with Nen ability, and humanity will truly be finished by then. He couldn't understand it. How could the higher-ups dare to rely solely on the few of them for such a major issue from start to finish? Weren't they afraid that if they failed, the disaster would become uncontrollable? Although this world possessed superweapons like nuclear missiles, they could only be used against clear targets like the Ant King. If tens of thousands of Chimera Ant soldiers were scattered across the world, there would be no way to deal with them, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Nov adjusted his glasses and explained slowly, the association's screening division is currently controlled by Vice Chairman Periston's people. Without their approval, we cannot dispatch more personnel. Even the matter of Morel and me accompanying the chairman was debated for a long time at the executive meeting before it was barely approved. Sasuke sighed helplessly after hearing this, not knowing what to say anymore. At this critical moment of life and death, the higher-ups were still engaging in internal fighting. Were they really only satisfied with driving Chairman Netero to his death? Even Morel and Nov, who were allowed to be brought along by the chairman, were Nen users inclined toward support roles. Their combat capabilities were not top-tier, and they could hardly handle the Ant King's royal guards. Wasn't that Vice Chairman Paris Tun afraid of things getting out of hand? However, seeing that they only classified the Chimera Ant as a B-level disaster showed that they believed the danger level of the Chimera Ant was controllable, which was why they dared to be so negligent. But they had no idea that the Ant King's strength had already far exceeded their estimations. Sasuke waved his hand. He couldn't manage the affairs of the higher-ups. By the way, where is the old man, Chairman Netero? I haven't seen him for a while. Don't tell me he went to risk his life against the Ant King alone. Nov took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to the group. We previously received a message from the chairman. He had already infiltrated the Republic of East Gorto, but there has been no news since. We had the same thought as you at that time. However, the chairman sent a message this morning, telling us to lure the Ant King's royal guards away from him, and to act precisely at midnight before the national selection gathering begins. Kite pondered Chairman Netero's order. It seems the chairman wants to fight the Ant King one-on-one. There are 10 days left until the national selection gathering begins, which means we must formulate a plan to lure away the royal guards within these 10 days. Morel nodded and picked up the conversation. That's right, we only have a 10-day deadline. The most critical issue now is how to deal with the Ant King's 3 royal guards, and who will deal with them. Leave Neferpitou to me. Sasuke spoke immediately without the slightest hesitation. I have had the experience of fighting her head-on. As long as you create a one-on-one combat environment for me, I am confident I can defeat her. Sasuke, are you really okay with this? Killua spoke subconsciously. The terrifying shadow Neferpitou had left on him had not yet dissipated, and he was genuinely worried about Sasuke facing such an opponent alone. No problem. I won't risk my own life. Seeing that Sasuke's attitude was firm, the others stopped trying to dissuade him. Morel began to assign opponents based on everyone's abilities. Since you are confident, Sasuke, then Neferpitou is yours. The 4 of you Gon, Killua, Knuckle, and Shoot will be responsible for dealing with Menthetheupi. As for Sheapuf, leave it to me, Nov, and Kite to handle. Understood. No problem. Leave it to me. Everyone nodded in agreement with this allocation plan. By the way, there is one more point in the message sent by the chairman that is specifically for you, Sasuke. Nov handed the phone to Sasuke and pointed to the content at the end of the message. Specifically for me. Is there some special mission arrangement? Sasuke took the phone, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. I'm not sure. The message didn't specify what it was about. It just told you to wait for his contact after entering East Gorto, and then go find him when the time comes. Sasuke looked at the message on the phone. Just as Nov said, there was no substantial content, just a simple instruction. He nodded slightly. Understood, I will wait for his message then. After confirming their respective targets and tasks, the meeting concluded, and everyone immediately went their separate ways. They needed to find a way to infiltrate the Republic of East Gorto first, and once inside, they would contact each other and rendezvous to prepare for subsequent actions. The Republic of East Gorto is located at the easternmost point of the 4 republics of the Mighten Federation, and is a small country practicing a militarized dictatorship. This country's policies are strict. All citizens within its borders are prohibited from using mobile phones and the internet. It is extremely closed off to the outside world, and does not allow any foreign personnel to enter. Trying to enter through normal channels is almost impossible. What is even more daunting is that this country also has a powerful reporting system called the Finger Group, used to control all intelligence within the country. The core of this system is to have ordinary citizens monitor and report each other. Once an outsider, a defector, or someone withholding information is discovered, anyone can report them. Those who are captured are immediately executed, and a collective punishment system is implemented, implicating their families and friends. The more Sasuke learned about the Republic of East Gorto, the more he felt a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but guess whether Togashi was alluding to a certain small Asian country when creating the plot for this country. Especially since there is a country named West Gorto right next to it, all these settings make one unable to help but make connections. As for how to sneak into East Gorto without being discovered, it was absolutely not a problem for Sasuke. 98 Chapter 98 Infiltrating the Ant King's Palace Chapter 98 Infiltrating the Ant King's Palace. Night fell, and Sasuke used moonwalk, stepping on faint waves of air in the sky, quietly flying over the borders of East Gorto under the cover of the night. Since he did not know when Netero would contact him, Sasuke decided to head to the Ant King's palace first to scout the situation. He adjusted his direction and flew rapidly toward the capital of East Gorto. He was extremely cautious along the way, constantly using magnetic field sensing to scout enemy positions and remain vigilant. Whenever he encountered a few chimera ant grunts or human soldiers along the way, he used Zetsu to bypass them. Before long, the silhouette of the palace where the Ant King resided clearly came into Sasuke's view. It was a palace built entirely of massive white stones, magnificent in scale, surrounded by a ring of towering stone walls. This won't be easy to approach. Sasuke shifted his feet and leaped behind a rock on a hillside, pressing himself against the rock face, his gaze passing through the gaps in the stone to observe the palace from afar. Within his line of sight, with the palace as the center, an extremely vast N spread out in layers. The pale purple N surged like a living thing, covering the entire palace area, and even encompassing the range of several hundred meters outside the stone walls, leaving no blind spots. Sasuke immediately suppressed the thought of moving forward. If he were to approach rashly, he would likely accidentally trigger the N released by Neferpitou. Neferpitu's N was not the regular circle seen in ordinary Nin users, but an irregular form in a state of continuous dynamic change. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a dormant giant amoeba, with countless slender tentacles of Nen extending and retracting in multiple directions, sometimes contracting into a compact mass, and other times stretching out into the distance. Some tentacles could even extend up to 2 kilometers away. Being able to maintain such a large range, highly dynamic, and, for long periods without interruption made it hard for Sasuke to imagine just how immense Neferpitu's hidden Nen capacity was. This level of Nen capacity already exceeded his understanding of Nen users. Even if he were to unleash his Nen at full power in a short burst, he might not be able to expand such a vast N. For a long time, Sasuke had always been confident in his own Nen capacity. When he awakened his Nen ability, his Nen far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even geniuses like Gon and Killua, who appear once in a century, were not his equal in terms of the quantity of Nen. When he awakened his Nen ability, he used the system to perfectly fuse his original chakra with his Nen, further amplifying his Nen capacity. Later, after activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, his Nen achieved a qualitative leap, becoming even more immense, allowing him to gain an advantage through sheer Nen capacity even when facing tricky enemies. When he met Netero in NGL, he believed he was not at a disadvantage in terms of the sheer depth of his Nen capacity, though he might have been slightly inferior in the techniques of utilizing his Nen ability. But at this moment, he felt the pressure of being surpassed for the first time. The Nen belonging to Neferpitou, emanating from the depths of the palace, was as heavy as a mountain, making it hard to breathe. He had to admit that the Chimera Ant species was gifted with exceptional natural talent. Having been born for only a few short months, they already possessed such terrifying Nen capacity. If not for his cheats, Sasuke would never have dared to easily challenge such an opponent. Could he only watch from afar and leave like this? Sasuke pondered how he could maximize the collection of intelligence on the Ant King and the 3 royal guards. Just then, the roar of an engine was heard, and a dark green military vehicle sped along the plains road toward the palace. The area surrounding the palace where the Ant King resided was a vast, desolate plain, with no vegetation other than a few sparse patches of wild grass, and certainly no other buildings. The destination of this military vehicle could only be the palace. A bold idea took shape in his mind. Perhaps he could use this military vehicle as an entry point to find an opportunity to infiltrate the palace. Sasuke did not hesitate, taking advantage of the fact that the vehicle was still several kilometers away from the palace. He used the body flicker technique and instantly appeared a dozen meters directly in front of the military vehicle. Seeing someone suddenly jump out in front, the driver slammed on the brakes, and the military vehicle skidded forward a few meters due to inertia before slowly coming to a halt. Subsequently, the doors were pushed open with a clatter, and 4 or 5 fully armed soldiers jumped out of the vehicle, their rifles aimed uniformly at Sasuke. "Who are you? How dare you obstruct us from executing our official duties?" the leading officer shouted. Sasuke swept his gaze over the soldiers present, a faint trace of Nen quietly probing out to secretly inspect their auras. These people were all ordinary humans. There were no traces of being manipulated by Nen abilities on them, nor did they have the aura of chimera ants. It seemed they were just ordinary soldiers carrying out orders. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and glared at them. All the soldiers were instantly hypnotized. "Where is your vehicle headed, and what is your purpose?" All the soldiers' eyes became vacant and dull, their rifles dropped, and their bodies stood stiffly in place. The leading officer stepped forward mechanically and replied respectfully, "Reporting to you, sir, our destination for this trip is the palace ahead. According to the Supreme Commander's orders, we need to bring the National Gungi Champion to the palace to meet the Supreme Commander and await instructions." "The National Gungi Champion? Where is he now?" Sasuke continued to ask. "Reporting to you, sir, this person is inside the vehicle, and we are keeping him securely under guard." "Open the rear door of the vehicle," Sasuke commanded. The leading officer immediately turned around, walked quickly to the rear door of the military vehicle, and pulled it open. A thin, bespectacled man was curled up in the corner, holding his knees with both hands, trembling, his face full of fear. "Please, let me go. I haven't done anything. I'm just a player. I don't want to go to the palace, I don't want to die." Seeing someone open the door, the man looked up and saw Sasuke, mistaking him for the leading officer, and immediately knelt on both knees, kowtowing repeatedly and begging. Sasuke looked at him, recalling the plot from the anime in his mind. The Gungi Champion. It seemed there was such a plot. To pass the time before the national selection tournament, the Ant King had found a bunch of board game champions to play with him. Those champions would be cruelly killed by the Ant King if they lost, without exception. It wasn't until he met the Gungi champion, Komugi, that the Ant King was moved by her dedication and love for Gungi, gradually changing his murderous heart, and beginning to ponder the meaning of life. The man before him was undoubtedly one of those unlucky losers. Isn't this a coincidence? In a previous system reward, Sasuke had acquired the entire chess mastery of Fujiwara no Sai. At the time, he thought this reward would probably never be used, as playing board games seemed useless in this world full of combat, but now it was just right for the occasion. He could completely replace this Gungi champion, and infiltrate the palace to scout the situation of the Ant King, and the 3 royal guards at close range. Sasuke activated his Sharingan again, hypnotizing this Gungi champion as well, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Subsequently, he ordered one of the soldiers to take this person back to his original location. To avoid being detected as abnormal by Neferpitu's N, Sasuke used a very small amount of Nen to create a shadow clone. This way, even if scanned by the N, it would be treated as an ordinary human, and would not arouse suspicion. Then, the shadow clone used the transformation technique to take on the appearance of that Gungi champion. Finally, Sasuke hypnotized all the soldiers again, erasing all their memories of just now, and ordered them to proceed according to the original plan, as if nothing had ever happened. After doing all this, the shadow clone climbed into the vehicle, replacing the original Gungi champion, and sat in the military vehicle heading to the palace. Chapter 99. The match. The military vehicle slowly started, driving once again towards the palace. The shadow clone of Sasuke sat inside the vehicle compartment, completely suppressing its aura, even keeping its breathing extremely light, waiting quietly. A moment later, the vehicle drove into the range of Neferpitu's N. Sasuke clearly felt an invisible aura sweep over his entire body from top to bottom, meticulously probing every corner. Fortunately, the owner of that aura did not discover anything unusual, and did not react at all. After the aura swept past, it slowly retracted. It seemed the shadow clone's disguise and weak aura did not arouse Neferpitu's suspicion, successfully allowing it to slip through. The vehicle drove through the palace gates, passing through a series of strict inspections, including body searches by soldiers and identity verification. After confirming there was nothing unusual, Sasuke was finally led by two controlled soldiers into the hall where the Ant King was located. Upon entering the hall, the first thing he saw was the Ant King sitting upright at the very front of the hall. With just one glance, Sasuke felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The Ant King's aura was too terrifying. Looking at the Ant King was like gazing into an abyss profound, cold, and dark. At this moment, the Ant King was sitting in front of a Go board, slowly flipping through a book in his hand. Shayapuf stood quietly beside the Ant King. At the hall entrance, Menthithiyupi stood with his arms crossed, constantly monitoring the surrounding movements. Meanwhile, Neferpida crouched on a high tower on the periphery of the palace, maintaining the operation of her N. In the current situation, once discovered, it would be certain death. Fortunately, what stood here at this moment was only a shadow clone. Even if it were destroyed, it would not affect the original body. Therefore, Sasuke felt no fear in his heart, and even had the leisure to observe the environment inside the hall. The most eye-catching thing was the human corpses casually placed in the corner of the hall. They were likely champions of some board games. I have already understood the rules of Go. The Ant King closed the book in his hand, looked up at Sasuke, and spoke, his voice carrying an innate sense of majesty. Sasuke withdrew his gaze from the corpses nearby, and walked to the board to sit down directly. He did not choose to sit formally like a professional player, but sat cross-legged directly on the cushion in front of the board, his posture casual, and without the slightest restraint. The Ant King glanced at him but did not care. In his view, regardless of sitting posture or attitude, the outcome was the same if one lost the game. There was no need to waste energy worrying about such details. You don't seem to be the commander-in-chief. In fact, one could even say you aren't even human. Sasuke's voice was flat. The Ant King raised his eyelids, his expression unchanged. That guy has already been killed by me. Now, I am the king of this country. Sasuke picked up a Go stone from the board and looked at it casually. Since that is the case, I cannot call you commander-in-chief. How about I call you the Ant King? That suits your status, doesn't it? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense, and the air seemed to congeal. Shayapuf immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee beside the Ant King, and stared coldly at Sasuke. King, this person must be a thief who snuck in with ill intentions. To dare to be so disrespectful to you, let this subordinate deal with this wanton human to serve as a warning to others. His nen ability surged, ready to strike and kill this rude human at any moment. The Ant King waved his hand, signaling Shayapuf to withdraw. He looked at Sasuke again, his tone turning colder. I don't care who you are, nor am I interested in your purpose. Say one more word of nonsense and you can die. Let's play. Sasuke felt a trace of impatience from the Ant King, and knew he could not continue to probe, or it would only invite trouble. He said no more, focusing all his attention on the board before him, picking up a Go stone with his fingers, ready to make his move. Sasuke closed his eyes, and the experiences and insights of Fujiwara no Sai's entire life of playing Go flashed rapidly through his mind. From the awkward matches of his youth to the peak duels of his adulthood. Every layout of each move, the brilliance of every placement, and every game of attack and defense appeared clearly, as if he had experienced it himself. When he opened his eyes again, his temperament was completely different. It was an elegant and tranquil aura, as if a genius Go player from Japan's Heian period had possessed him. Every gesture was filled with the composure and indifference of a Go player, a completely different person from the casual and rude appearance just a moment ago. This subtle change caught the Ant King's attention. His gaze fell on Sasuke, and for the first time, he showed a hint of interest. It seems you are different from those so-called national champions earlier. I hope you can bring me some fun, and not be as vulnerable as them. After they determined who would go first, the match officially began. The sound of the Go stones landing was crisp and pleasant, exceptionally clear in the silent hall. Both players moved extremely fast, with almost no time for thought. Between the rise and fall of their fingertips, the stones were already on the board, without the slightest delay. Soon, 3 games were finished, and the Ant King had lost all of them. After the 3rd game ended, the Ant King did not immediately start the 4th, instead, he put down the stone in his hand. He stared sharply at Sasuke, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Are you looking down on me?" "I am not." Sasuke's tone was calm. "Why does the Ant King say that?" "Do not think I haven't noticed." The Ant King lightly tapped several key positions on the board with his fingertip. "In these 3 games, you were guiding me the entire time, deliberately letting me win with every step. You were not going all out at all." "That is indeed the case." Sasuke admitted it unhurriedly, without the slightest concealment. "I saw that the Ant King had no prior experience playing Go, so I wanted to use tutorial games to help you familiarize yourself with the strategies and improve your skill, so that the subsequent matches could be more enjoyable." "Unnecessary." The Ant King's tone was cold. He raised his finger and pointed to the corpses in the corner, his eyes devoid of any pity. "I do not need you to let me win, nor do I need your guidance. If you lose, your fate will be the same as theirs, becoming a corpse in this hall." "In that case, as you wish." Sasuke nodded slightly, his eyes becoming focused. Whether due to the influence of his nin ability or an illusion, in the Ant King's eyes, the figure of a Go player wearing white hunting robes and holding a folding fan vaguely appeared behind Sasuke. When he looked again, there was nothing there. "Interesting," the Ant King thought to himself. The match began again. This time, Sasuke no longer played tutorial games, nor did he hold back. The layout of the game was meticulous, every move was precise and ruthless, pressing tightly with every step, not giving the Ant King any chance to breathe. For several consecutive games, the Ant King was forced into retreat by him, falling into desperate straits, and could only resign mid-game. But the speed at which the Ant King's Go skill improved was shockingly fast, arguably heaven-defying. In the first game, he was still a novice player who had just understood the rules and could only place stones simply, not even understanding the basic layout. By the 3rd game, he had already mastered sophisticated attack and defense techniques, reaching the level of a professional first dan. By the 10th game, his Go skill had already joined the ranks of the top human professional players, with exquisite layouts, and he could even occasionally play brilliant moves that surprised even Sasuke. 100 Chapter 100 Conversation with the Ant King. Chapter 100, Conversation with the Ant King. "I must admit, Ant King, your rate of improvement in chess is unpredictably fast." Sasuke placed a black piece, landing precisely on a key position on the board, his gaze fixed on the Ant King. Perhaps he acknowledged Sasuke's skill, or perhaps he found this human somewhat interesting. The Ant King did not immediately order him to shut up, instead, he gave him the chance to speak. "It is nothing. Once you understand the essence of such things, they become easy to master," the Ant King said indifferently. "That may be true for you, but for some, this is a path they pursue their entire lives. Ant King, I want to know, by summoning US champions of various board games and defeating us time and again, are you trying to prove that you can transcend the human species? To prove that what we humans have painstakingly studied for decades, you can master and even surpass in just a few hours?" The Ant King looked into Sasuke's eyes and unexpectedly fell into thought. But he quickly found it amusing that he would actually take a bug's words seriously. "It is merely to pass the time, the long wait is too boring. Perhaps I also have the thoughts you mentioned, to see just how ridiculous your so-called human peak abilities really are. If you have such thoughts, Ant King, then I can only say that such a test is meaningless." Sasuke shook his head and casually placed a black piece, neutralizing one of the Ant King's counterattacks. "Even if you defeat every champion in this world, it cannot prove that you have surpassed the human race. Human strength has never come from the individual but from the collective. The hidden power of us humans exceeds your imagination." The Ant King's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. "Ridiculous. No matter how many ants there are, aren't they still just ants? In the face of absolute power, they are all vulnerable. I can forgive your ignorance, for you have never witnessed power that transcends all else. Perhaps so. If humanity did not possess weapons of mass destruction like nuclear weapons, or those powers capable of destroying everything, the Ant King's power would indeed be unrivaled, transcending all else. But human strength has never been limited to individual power. It also includes those trump cards hidden in the shadows, capable of turning the tide of battle. He did not argue, instead placing the final black piece with his finger, landing precisely on a key position on the board. In an instant, it wiped out the Ant King's entire main force, completely cutting off any possibility of a comeback and ending the match. On the board, the black pieces intertwined, the white pieces were tightly suppressed, and the outcome was decided. I wonder who is truly the ignorant one. Sasuke spoke slowly, his words carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Just like our game now, you think you are the player controlling the pieces, mastering the entire board, yet you do not know that there is someone behind the scenes controlling the whole game. And you, Ant King, are merely a piece being controlled. You think you control everything, but in reality, you have long since fallen into someone else's layout. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from the Ant King, sweeping through the entire hall. The floor tiles cracked into fine lines from this aura, and the surrounding air became thick and heavy, as if it were about to crush someone into pulp. The Ant King stared into Sasuke's calm eyes and asked, word by word, "What exactly are you trying to say? Who could control me?" Sasuke stood up and stretched his wrists and neck briefly. The aura allocated to the shadow clone was already minimal, and after maintaining it for so long, it was now nearly exhausted. Moreover, if they continued to play, given the Ant King's rate of improvement, Sasuke losing would only be a matter of time. His chess skill came from Fujiwara no Sai and ultimately had a limit, while the Ant King's learning ability had no limit. He was not the real Fujiwara no Sai, and would not stay to continue playing just to pursue the so-called divine move. It is nothing, Sasuke looked at the Ant King calmly. It is just time for me to leave. Let us end the game here. Before he had finished speaking, Sheapuf and Menthetheupi flashed, appearing instantly behind Sasuke, their auras locking onto him tightly. Forming a triangle with the Ant King sitting before the board, they surrounded Sasuke, giving him no chance to escape. Even Neferpitou, who was guarding outside, felt the Ant King's erupting aura, and appeared at the hall entrance like a ghost, staring coldly at Sasuke, ready to strike at any moment. The Ant King retracted his aura, his tone indifferent yet carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression. Do you think you can just leave whenever you want? Surrounded by the Ant King and his two subordinates, with Neferpitou guarding the entrance, Sasuke was in a desperate situation, yet he was not panicked at all. To enjoy such high-level treatment, I am truly honored. Sasuke chuckled calmly. One last piece of advice, do not underestimate humanity. Ant King, humans are no different from chimera ants. No, they are even more cruel. You cannot withstand the malice of humanity. Having said this, Sasuke dispelled the shadow clone. With a pop, the shadow clone turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished instantly on the spot, leaving no trace behind, its aura completely gone. Seeing this, Sheapuf's expression changed, and he immediately spread his wings and flew out of the hall. At the same time, he released his N to meticulously search every corner of the palace. From the palace roof to the underground secret chambers, from the corridors to the gardens, he did not miss a single spot, but he never found any trace of Sasuke, and in the end, he could only return to the hall dejectedly. Upon returning to the hall, Sheapuf immediately looked at Neferpitou and asked, Pitou, did your N find any trace of that person? Neferpitou pressed her fingertips to her mouth, pondered for a moment, shook her head, and said, It seems not, meow. His aura suddenly disappeared from Mayan, without any warning, and he left no trace of aura behind. He must have used some kind of special Nen ability. Hearing that Neferpitou had also found nothing unusual, Sheapuf knelt on one knee before the Ant King, head bowed, his voice respectful yet filled with guilt. This subordinate is incompetent for failing to discover the intruder's trail, and letting him escape from under the king's nose. I ask for the king's punishment. The Ant King remained in his seat, picked up the book on the table, and flipped a page casually, without a trace of anger, as if what had just happened was a trivial matter. It does not matter. He was merely a fellow who refused to accept failure and chose to run away. I have already seen his limit, he is not worth mentioning. What game is next? Yes, my king. Sheapuf stood up, relieved. This country has another certified board game called Gungi. It is also a board game competition with complex rules and high entertainment value. It may bring the king pleasure. Sheapuf stepped forward, took a Gungi rulebook from his chest, handed it to the Ant King with both hands, and began to explain the rules of Gungi in detail to the Ant King. As for the matter of Sasuke, it had long been cast aside, and they did not mention it again. After all, Sasuke's shadow clone had a weak aura, no different from an ordinary person, and in their view, it was not worth much attention. And the words Sasuke said before leaving were regarded by them as the ravings of someone about to flee, and they did not take them to heart at all. In the face of absolute power, any scheme or trick is just a joke. Chapter 101, Underground Cavity. At this moment, Sasuke's original body had just finished clearing out a squad of chimera and soldiers when the full memories of his shadow clone suddenly flooded into his mind. The layout of the palace, the fluctuations of Nefertiti's the aura of the Ant King, and every detail of the game played against the Ant King were all as clear as if he had experienced them personally. Sasuke took a look at the main quest in his mind, but the system did not pop up a notification that the quest was complete. Main Quest 3, Tragedy of the Chimera Ant. Participate in the Chimera Ant subjugation operation, kill any one of the king's royal guards, or engage in combat with the Ant King Marum and survive for 20 minutes without defeat to obtain a golden skill chest. It seems that the combat, judged by the system, is limited to pure fighting. Other forms of competition do not count. Otherwise, since his shadow clone had played against the Ant King for several hours just now, and had suppressed the opponent the entire time, the quest should have been completed long ago by common logic. Sasuke's plan to exploit a loophole in the system's quests had failed. He originally had two goals for arranging for his shadow clone to infiltrate the palace and play chess with the Ant King. The first was to collect intelligence inside the palace and figure out the information on the 3 royal guards and the Ant King. The second was to test the system's rules and see if he could easily complete the main quest through this non-combat method. Just a moment ago, the instant his shadow clone dissipated, he had quietly released a trace of his aura to probe the Ant King. The result of the probe was only endless darkness, as if it could swallow everything. That sense of oppression was something he had never felt in his life. Therefore, Sasuke firmly determined one thing in his heart: he must absolutely not become an enemy of the Ant King. He recalled the Ant King's behavior in the anime, where it seemed to particularly enjoy using its tail to instantly crush people's skulls. If they were to clash head-on, Sasuke worried that his Mangekyou's rewind ability wouldn't have time to activate before his own head was already crushed. He didn't have a head as hard as Nefertiti's. If one did not rely on nuclear weapons like the poor man's Rose, there probably truly wasn't anyone among humans who was a match for the Ant King. Sasuke had never seen Netero in his prime. He had only heard the chairman mention himself that his current strength was less than half of his prime. He didn't know if Chairman Netero in his prime could contend with him. If he hadn't already known the final result of the Chimera and subjugation, Sasuke would never have participated in this seemingly suicidal operation. To know it was a trap and still jump in voluntarily, perhaps only someone like Chairman Netero would do such a thing. He would rather die in a thrilling, heart-pounding battle than grow old in silence and pass away peacefully. Sasuke took out his phone and sent the information about the interior of the palace to Morel. It really is endless. In Sasuke's perception, chimera and auras were constantly approaching him, dozens, no, nearly 100 of them. Perfect, I'll take care of them all at once. Sasuke watched the chimera ants that kept emerging from the woods and surrounding him. He released his nen, and a massive N instantly expanded with him at the center, firmly locking onto the auras of all the chimera ants within range. Pseudodomain expansion, 10,000 lightning heavenly prison. In an instant, a lightning storm erupted within a 500-meter radius, with streaks of thunder crisscrossing and striking down indiscriminately at these chimera and soldiers. With the sound of every scream, the life of a chimera and soldier quickly faded away. Very quickly, the area around Sasuke was in ruins, with no living creatures left. Just as Sasuke stood there, contemplating his next move, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from Chairman Netero. The content of the text was extremely simple, containing only an unfamiliar address without any extra explanation. Only an address. What exactly does the old man want me to do? Sasuke stared at the address on the screen, frowning in thought. If it weren't for the sender being noted as Old Man Netero, he would have even suspected that this was a trap set by the chimera ants to lure him into walking right into their snare, although he wasn't afraid of that anyway. He checked the location against a map, and then dashed directly toward the address in the text message. The destination was hidden deep within several barren mountains, where weeds grew rampantly and not a single soul could be seen. Sasuke patrolled the area but did not find Chairman Netero's figure. He only found a pitch-black cave entrance under a hidden cliff. The entrance was not wide, and he could vaguely see stairs extending downward inside, looking like an abandoned underground passage. Sasuke did not hesitate. He walked into the cave and followed the cold stone steps down, step by step. The stone steps were long. He walked for about 100 steps before reaching the end of the staircase. The moment he stepped off the stairs, Sasuke was completely stunned. Before his eyes was not a narrow passage, but a massive underground cavity. The space of the cavity was very vast, with dozens of tall stone pillars standing erect. Each pillar was embedded with unknown glowing ore, allowing him to see clearly even while underground. Sasuke speculated that this was definitely not a naturally formed cavity. It was highly likely some kind of ancient ruin, or a secret place built by humans. He continued walking deeper into the cavity and finally saw Chairman Netero, who had called him over, under one of the stone pillars. At this moment, Netero was sitting cross-legged in meditation, his eyes tightly closed, with a faint golden, sacred light emanating from his body. His aura was steady and heavy, like a bodhisattva without joy or sorrow. This was like a completely different person from the Netero Sasuke had seen in NGL. Usually, Netero was always wearing a loose martial arts uniform, looking like an ordinary old geezer who loved to joke, exuding the temperament of an old urchin. But at this moment, he was wearing a white t-shirt with the Chinese character, heart/mind, printed on it, paired with black shorts. His exposed arms and legs were covered in solid, well-defined muscles, and his physique appeared tall and robust. If it weren't for that familiar face, Sasuke would never have associated the person before him with that old urchin. "You've come, Sasuke." Netero slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Sasuke, and the golden light around his body dissipated, his aura also returning to peace. "Chairman, is there something you needed me for? And what is this place?" At this moment, Netero was exuding a steady and dignified aura, completely different from usual, so Sasuke couldn't help but put away his casual posture, his tone becoming serious. "Ho ho ho, no need to be so formal, just be like you usually are." Netero laughed. "Let me tell you about this place first. This is an underground shelter specifically built by the past leaders of this country to withstand the threat of nuclear bombs, and it is also the burial ground I have prepared for the Ant King. How about it? Not bad, right?" Sensing that Netero's tone had returned to normal, Sasuke also relaxed, his hands in his pockets. He looked around the entire underground cavity with interest, his gaze sweeping over those stone pillars engraved with patterns. For such a large underground cavity, the manpower and money expended must be an astronomical figure. "But old man, you said this is the burial ground prepared for the Ant King. Do you intend to fight the Ant King head-on right here?" "That's right." Netero nodded. "Of course, it's also possible that this will ultimately become my own burial ground as well." Chapter 102, Battling Netero. "Old man, I saw the Ant King today." Sasuke put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. "I can tell you quite clearly, you are no match for the Ant King. Even though you look very strong right now, it is still far from the oppressive feeling the Ant King gives me. Even knowing the outcome will be like this, do you still insist on fighting the Ant King to the death? To be honest, Sasuke did not want Netero to sacrifice himself like this. Although Netero could not be considered a good person in the conventional sense, he generally stood on the side of humanity. So he wanted to try and persuade Netero to give up this battle that was destined to cost him his life. Ho 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 ho, that is truly exciting news. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Netero was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, fiery fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. I never expected that at my age, I would still have a day where I could become a challenger. Seeing the fighting spirit in Netero's eyes, Sasuke knew his persuasion was futile, and could only shrug helplessly. Fine, it seems it's useless for me to say anything more. So old man, you called me over. Do you have some mission to entrust to me? It's like this. Netero began, stroking his beard. Because I haven't fought seriously for a long time, my physical abilities have been deteriorating. My reaction speed, strength, and nen are not what they used to be. For this period, I have been meditating in this underground cavern to restore my state, but I feel it is not enough. I need someone who can help me find my battle instincts again. After thinking it over, given the current conditions and personnel, there is only one person who can help me, and that is you, Sasuke. Then, old man, how do you need me to help you? Sasuke had roughly guessed Netero's intention. Fight a match with me. Netero stood up and stretched his limbs, his joints emitting faint cracking sounds. Sasuke, use your full strength. Rest assured, I will control the force of my strikes based on your strength. I won't cause you too much harm, and it certainly won't affect your participation in the operation to subjugate the Chimera Ant later. Heh 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 heh, ha 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 ha. Sasuke suddenly burst into wild laughter, a trace of arrogance flashing in his eyes, as if he had heard a very funny joke. Use my full strength. Control the force of your strikes. Old man, I think you must have misunderstood something. I am indeed no match for the Ant King, and I have never thought about fighting him head-on. But aside from that, I don't believe there is anyone else in this world I cannot deal with, and that includes you, old man. As his voice fell, Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the three-pronged star pattern slowly rotated within his pupils. An incredibly powerful nen instantly erupted from his body. A violent wind pressure suddenly burst forth in the stifling underground cavern, causing the surrounding stone pillars to tremble slightly. Ho 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 ho, interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Intense fighting spirit rose in Netero's eyes as he quickly pressed his hands together in a prayer position. A soft yet heavy light slowly spread from behind him, and a massive 100-type Guanyin statue manifested within the radiance. The statue was entirely golden, with a compassionate face, yet it exuded an inviolable majesty. It radiated majestic pressure from its entire body, colliding with the wind pressure erupting from Sasuke. Air currents surged wildly in the underground cavern, whipping up gusts of wind. Nen a 100-type Guanyin. Sasuke, be careful. Netero's voice came through the air currents. This technique is called a 100-type Guanyin. It is a nen ability I realized at the peak of martial arts, after day, year after year, throwing 10,000 gratitude straight punches every single day. This was the first time Sasuke had seen Netero's nen ability in reality, but he had already known about it beforehand. Netero's nen ability could manifest a 100-type Guanyin statue capable of launching extremely fast attacks. It used powerful and incredibly swift palms to conduct dense attacks on enemies from all angles. Among all nen abilities, it could be called the pinnacle of attack speed, and was almost impossible to block. Sasuke did not attack rashly. He first utilized the record ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan to save his current physical state, making perfect preparations to ensure his survival. Subsequently, nen erupted beneath his feet, and he used the body flicker technique, combined with Soru, to rush quickly toward Netero. But just at the moment Sasuke's figure was about to approach Netero, a golden Buddha hand suddenly extended from behind the statue. It was so fast that only a streak of golden light remained, and a force like a landslide, impossible to resist, instantly swatted Sasuke away. Bang! The massive sound of impact echoed in the underground cavern. Sasuke's body was smashed fiercely into the stone pillar behind him like a kite, with a broken string, embedding deep into it, with cracks instantly spreading along the pillar. Completely impossible to dodge. Sasuke was secretly shocked. Although his Mangekyo Sharingan had clearly captured the appearance of the Buddha hand and even saw the trajectory of its swing, his body was completely unable to react in time. Fortunately, at the moment before being struck, he had timely used flow to cover the impacted area with Nen, and used Iron Body to forcibly endure the blow, which prevented serious injury. Sasuke gritted his teeth, grabbed the edge of the stone pillar with both hands, and pulled his body, which was embedded in the pillar, out with force. Old man, I am really curious. Sasuke brushed the dust off his body, his gaze falling on the 100-type Guanin behind Netero. Is your Nen ability an enhancer type, an emitter type, or a conjuration type? Ho 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 ho, who knows? Netero smiled craftily. As for this question, explore it yourself slowly during this battle. Cunning old man, saying it wouldn't affect the battle. Sasuke cursed inwardly, but didn't ask any more questions aloud. He wouldn't get an answer anyway. He took the Kusanagi sword from his system inventory, gripped the scabbard with one hand, assumed an IAI stance, and the Nen on his body began to change. Pale blue aura enveloped his body, accompanied by the crackling of faint lightning. Thunderbolt mode activated. Let me see whether your Buddha hand is faster, or if my sword is faster. Lightning continuously surged from his body, and Sasuke's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. His speed was nearly doubled compared to before, leaving only a faint afterimage of lightning. Thunder-breathing first form a thunderclap and flash Soru. The next moment, he appeared behind Netero. With a flick of his wrist, the Kusanagi sword, carrying sharp lightning, was drawn and slashed fiercely toward Netero's back. A trace of surprise flashed in Netero's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected Sasuke's speed to reach such a level. But his reaction was not slow in the slightest. Almost the instant Sasuke appeared, he had completed the actions of pressing his hands together in prayer, and then swinging the Buddha hand. This series of actions in Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan was visible in every detail, fluid and elegant, yet appearing exceptionally slow. But in reality, this entire set of movements took no more than an instant to complete, so fast that it transcended a normal person's perception of speed. What was even more terrifying was that this was not merely simple speed, but a preemptive strike that transcended the concept of speed itself. By the time Sasuke saw Netero's action of pressing his hands together in prayer, the strike of the Buddha hand had already arrived. 103 Chapter 103 Susanoo vs 100 Style Canon Chapter 103 Susanoo vs 100 Type Guanin. A golden Buddha hand descended from the sky, carrying immense power, and struck down towards Sasuke's head. Sasuke had no time to sheath his sword. He immediately used paper art, his body becoming as light as a piece of paper. Borrowing the powerful wind pressure generated by the descending Buddha hand, he shifted his body to the side, evading the blow. While evading the attack, Sasuke did not pause. He flicked his wrist, and the Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning, continued to slash towards Netero's neck. But he had underestimated Netero's 100-type Guanin. This ability was never just a series of single palm strikes. The moment the first palm struck empty air, countless afterimages of Buddha hands emerged from all directions. Over 100 golden Buddha hands launched an attack on Sasuke simultaneously, the palm shadows dense as rain, sealing off all his room for evasion. Relying on paper art, Sasuke barely managed to dodge the first dozen or so strikes, but the dense palm winds kicked up chaotic pressure, preventing him from maintaining the lightness of paper art. With no other choice, he could only wrap his entire body in chi, circulate his blood energy to tense his muscles, and use Iron Body to forcibly endure the subsequent palm strikes. For the next few dozen seconds, the battle turned into a completely one-sided bombardment. Sasuke was like a human punching bag, struck repeatedly by countless Buddha hands, constantly sent flying and smashed into the air, crashing against stone pillars and the ground, emitting dull thuds with each impact. Finally, a massive Buddha hand slammed down, driving him fiercely into the ground and creating a huge crater, with dust and smoke instantly filling the air. Sensing that Sasuke's aura had become weak, Netero retracted his nen, and the 100-type guanine behind him dissipated accordingly. Ho 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 ho, it seems it's over. Netero walked to the edge of the crater and looked down to inspect. Your speed is truly astonishing. I was almost struck by that slash just now. He was telling the truth. The speed and the power of the lightning carried by Sasuke's slash just now had indeed exceeded his expectations. Had he not reacted quickly, he likely would have been struck. It's not over yet, old man. Sasuke's voice came from the crater, carrying a hint of hoarseness. Now is when I'm actually getting serious. The dust gradually settled and Sasuke struggled to stand up from the crater, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then lightly leaped out of the crater. Upon closer inspection, the injuries on his body had completely vanished, and his aura was recovering rapidly. A moment later, he had returned to his peak state, completely unharmed. It seems I still underestimated you, Sasuke. A flash of amazement crossed Netero's eyes. Sensing that Sasuke's aura had fully recovered, he pressed his hands together, and the 100-type guanine reappeared behind him. Your strength truly surprises me. Sasuke did not rashly attack again. He gave up the idea of using speed to break through the defenses of the 100-type guanine. He knew he could try to mimic the Ant King's method, finding Netero's attack rhythm through constant assault. By taking advantage of the brief gap when he pressed his palms together to pray, he could seize the opening to launch an attack. But he did not possess the Ant King's formidable defensive power, nor did he have the Ant King's endurance. To find an opening through this method, he would have to constantly endure the bombardment of the 100-type guanine, then use his rewind ability to recover, repeating the cycle. Sasuke had no tendency toward masochism, so he had no intention of considering this method at all. Since breaking through with speed wouldn't work, he would try another way. A thought occurred to Sasuke. He wanted to try and answer a question he had contemplated before. Which was truly stronger, Netero's 100-type guanine or his Susanoo? He closed his eyes, focused his spirit, and fully unleashed the power hidden within his Mangekyo Sharingan. A massive amount of purple chakra erupted from his body instantly. The chakra fused with his nen, transforming into dense purple waves of energy that wrapped around his body, quickly condensing and taking shape to form a massive, semi-humanoid entity. The semi-humanoid entity grew and refined from its initial skeletal form, with meridians, flesh, and bones gradually taking shape. Finally, it transformed into a semi-humanoid warrior clad in Tengu armor. The warrior held a massive energy sword in its left hand, and its right hand was equipped with a giant crescent-shaped crossbow, surrounded by purple lightning, exuding an imposing aura. This was the first time Sasuke had activated Susanoo, and the first time he had seen the appearance of his own Susanoo with his own eyes. It seemed that although his Mangekyo Sharingan ability differed from the original Sasuke's, the appearance of Susanoo hadn't changed much, remaining similar to the way Sasuke activated Susanoo in Hokage. I see, so those eyes are your true ability. Netero could sense that the source of Sasuke's power was those eyes. He tilted his head back, his gaze fixed intently on that massive Susanoo. There was no trace of ease on his face anymore. His expression had become incomparably serious and solemn. The Buddha statue of the 100-type guanine behind him became increasingly solid, its pressure even more powerful than before, and the number of Buddha hands had increased significantly. Old man, come on. Sasuke's voice came from inside the Susanoo. Let's see if your 100-type guanine can break through my absolute defense. As his words fell, Sasuke's chi erupted once more, and the Susanoo followed suit, releasing an even more powerful pressure. Colliding with the pressure of the 100-type guanine, the ground of the underground cavern began to tremble violently, more stone pillars cracked, and gravel fell continuously. Absolute defense. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Netero no longer held back, truly regarding Sasuke as an opponent of equal standing. First, try this move of mine, 100-type guanine, third hand. Netero pressed his hands together. The instant he completed the prayer motion, Two huge Buddha hands extended from behind the 100-type Guanyin, carrying immense power as they clapped towards Sasuke's Susanoo. The Buddha hand slammed heavily into the Susanoo's Tengu armor, emitting a loud noise, and the powerful impact caused Sasuke to stagger back 2 steps. However, not a single mark was left on the armor. Instead, the Buddha hands were repelled by the armor's rebounding force. Sasuke did not passively defend. He manipulated the Susanoo to swing the energy sword in its right hand, and a massive purple energy blade whistled out, instantly severing the 2 Buddha hands. The severed Buddha hands turned into golden light in the air and slowly dissipated. At the same time, the giant crossbow in the Susanoo's left hand aimed at Netero and fired a thick energy arrow. But before the energy arrow could get close to Netero, it was blocked by golden Buddha hands that suddenly appeared from all directions, erupting in a violent explosion. After the explosion, looking at Netero again, the severed arms of the Buddha statue behind him had already regrown, returning to completeness once more. It seems this so-called absolute defense of yours really does have some merit. Netero nodded, somewhat acknowledging Sasuke's arrogant claim. If you can still block this next move of mine, then I will consider this battle lost. 100-type Guanyin, 99th hand. As his words fell, Netero pressed his hands together in prayer, then quickly formed the shape of the number 99 in front of his chest. Instantly, all the Buddha hands behind the 100-type Guanyin unfolded, creating a quite spectacular scene. Chapter 104, Netero's Determination. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately manipulated Susanoo to transform the giant crescent-shaped crossbow in its left hand into a massive purple shield, blocking it in front of him. He went all out to withstand the upcoming attack from the 100-type Guanyin. In an instant, a dense swarm of Buddha hands unleashed a frenzied, rapid-fire barrage against Sasuke's Susanoo. The palm shadows were as dense as rain, with the sounds of slapping and impact rising and falling in succession, never ceasing. Bang, 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 countless Buddha hands continuously struck the shield. The immense power forced Susanoo to retreat steadily, and Sasuke's feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground. Even the giant stone pillars in the underground cavern were knocked down by Susanoo's body. They collapsed with a roar, filling the air with dust and smoke. Even so, Sasuke remained firmly in control of Susanoo, desperately resisting the storm-like onslaught. When Netero finished executing the 100-type Guanyin, 99th hand, the Buddha hands retracted. Although Susanoo's shield was damaged, it remained sturdy, and the defense had not been broken. Seizing the gap while Netero retracted his palms, Sasuke swiftly swung the energy sword in Susanoo's right hand. The massive energy sword hovered above Netero's head, its blade emitting a biting chill, signaling the end of the battle. Ho 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 ho, truly, the younger generation is formidable. Netero looked at the energy sword hovering above his head, a look of relief on his face. I have lost this battle. It was truly a hearty and satisfying fight. Thank you, Sasuke. Thanks to your help, I have now regained my former combat state. After speaking, Netero retracted his nin ability, the 100-type Guanyin behind him dissipated, and his aura returned to a state of calm. On Sasuke's side, he also retracted all his chakra and nin ability, and Susanoo slowly dissipated. The underground cavern returned to peace, leaving only the collapsed stone pillars and craters everywhere to tell the tale of the recent duel. Sasuke knew clearly that Netero still had one trump card he hadn't used, Zero Hand. However, that move was one Netero used to perish together with his enemy. Once used, his stamina and nin ability would be completely exhausted, his body would rapidly age, and he would eventually reach the end of his life. Obviously, Zero Hand was not suitable for use in such a sparring session. This move would likely only be used when Netero held a resolve to die, fighting a powerful enemy to the end, just like the battle he was about to have with the Ant King. Even so, Sasuke had absolute confidence. Even if Netero used Zero Hand, his Susanoo could block it entirely without sustaining the slightest bit of damage. One has to admit one is getting old. I really am not reconciled to this. Netero let out a long sigh, a hint of emotion in his eyes. If I could have met you when I was at my peak, what a wonderful thing that would have been. Then we could have had a proper, hearty battle. Old man, I am someone who is particularly good at self-preservation. Sasuke spread his hands. If that time had really come, I probably wouldn't have chosen to fight you. Just kidding, fighting Netero when he was at less than half his strength was already this strenuous. If he were to really encounter Netero at his peak, he would probably just turn around and leave, staying far away. Sasuke would never take on an opponent beyond his capabilities, so from start to finish, he never had the slightest intention of fighting the Ant King. Ho 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 ho, why are you young people so afraid of everything? Netero stroked his beard and said, feigning seriousness. How can you become stronger like this? Only by holding the heart of a challenger and defeating powerful enemies can you continue to grow in battle and constantly transcend yourself. Netero began to tell Sasuke about his original intentions and journey as a martial artist, his words filled with reverence and love for the martial way. Thanks but no thanks. Sasuke silently rejected Netero's advice in his heart. I have the system's support and life-saving abilities like the Mangekyo record and rewind. There is absolutely no need to risk my life fighting powerful enemies. Isn't cheating great? Why look for trouble? Helping Netero regain his combat state could be considered fulfilling his request. Sasuke checked the time and planned to leave here to meet up with Gon and Killua. Before leaving, he carefully recalled every move and style of this battle and told Netero the problems he had discovered during the fight. Old man, your 100-type Guanin is indeed very fast. It is the fastest attack speed of any nin ability I have ever seen. However, this nin ability has a very serious problem, and that is that the damage is insufficient. Of course, this damage is only relative. I believe you could instantly kill 99% of the nin users in the world. But it won't work against the Ant King. This will become your biggest hidden danger when dealing with the Ant King. He paused, then continued. There is one more thing, old man, before every attack, you perform a prayer motion with your hands clasped together. Although the time for this action is very short, almost negligible, in the eyes of an expert at the level of the Ant King, this subtle action will become your fatal weakness. However, these were not problems Netero could solve right now. The damage of the 100-type Guanin and the pre-attack wind-up were both core aspects of this nin ability. They were deeply rooted and could not be easily changed. He chose to say it all at once, just hoping that Netero would pay more attention, perhaps giving him a better chance of winning when he fought the Ant King. Don't you worry about the Ant King. Netero waved his hand, his tone calm, as if he had come to terms with it. After fighting you, I understood that I could not possibly be a match for the Ant King that even you fear so much. But I guarantee that I will definitely kill the Ant King. He looked up at the ceiling of the underground cavern, a glimmer of longing flashing in his eyes. My whole life has been dedicated to martial arts and prayers for life. The goal of my life is to find a respectable opponent, have a hearty battle with him, and fight until I collapse and die. Don't get involved in this matter, just consider it satisfying the final wish of this old man. In Netero's words, there was not the slightest fear of death, only excitement and anticipation for fighting a powerful enemy. Although Sasuke did not have this kind of martial artist mindset, he respected it from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps dying in a battle where he gave his all was Netero's greatest wish now, and his best final destination as a martial artist. Sasuke did not try to persuade him further, and turned to walk towards the exit of the underground cavern. Before leaving, he took one last look back. Netero had already sat cross-legged again, closing his eyes to begin regulating his breathing. The aura around his body became steady and heavy once again, as if he were silently accumulating strength, waiting for the final battle with the Ant King. Old man, I hope you can fully enjoy this final battle. Sasuke thought silently in his heart, then withdrew his gaze, his figure disappearing at the end of the stairs. 105 Chapter 105 The Joining of New Partners. Chapter 105 The addition of new partners. When Sasuke arrived at the meeting point agreed upon with Gon and the others, Gon, Killua, Knuckle, and Shoot were already waiting there. The four stood around an old tree, and beside them were two strange, humanoid creatures, huddled in the corner, appearing exceptionally reserved. Sasuke slowed his pace, raised a hand to scratch his head, mimicking the manner of that unreliable teacher from his memories, and spoke with a smile, "Sorry, I'm late. On my way here, I saw a chimera, and that needed help. You know how it is, I'm soft-hearted. Once I saw it, I couldn't just ignore it." "Sasuke, you're here." "It's okay, we just arrived too." Hearing Sasuke's voice, Gon immediately turned around, a bright smile on his face, waving his hands vigorously at him. Sasuke's gaze passed over the four of them, and landed on the two humanoid creatures. He pointed at them, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "What's the deal with these two? Are they Pokemon you've captured? Have you debuted as trainers during this time?" Gon and Killua were both dumbfounded, blinking in confusion. Sasuke shrugged helplessly, dropped the teasing tone, and said straightforwardly, "Never mind. I'm just asking why there are two chimera ants here. It was a pity that this world didn't have Pokemon games, otherwise, these two little guys might have gotten his reference, and wouldn't be looking so bewildered." Oh, I see. Gon suddenly realized, quickly stepped forward, and introduced the two humanoid creatures to Sasuke. "They are our new friends. This is Mr. Melioron, and this is Mr. Melioron." Gon referred to was a bipedal chameleon chimera, and who was even smoking like a human. As for Ikalgo, he was a chimera ant resembling a big-headed octopus, with a head that took up half his body and tentacles for his lower half. Killua noticed that the two of them kept hiding behind him and Gon, their heads buried low, not even having the courage to look up at Sasuke. He couldn't help but frown and asked with a hint of confusion, "What's with you two? Why are you so scared?" Upon hearing the question, Mr. Melioron's body trembled slightly. He leaned into Gon and Killua's ears and said cautiously in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, "That guy is a chimera ant killer. It's said that no chimera ant he sees survives. He's terrifying." He kept his voice extremely low, terrified of being heard by Sasuke. After finishing, he subconsciously glanced at Sasuke, then immediately lowered his head, his body shrinking even tighter. "No need to whisper, I can hear everything." Sasuke's calm voice rang out, devoid of any anger. "Rest assured, I'm not some kind of devil. Since you are friends with Gon and Killua, I won't attack you." Looking at the timid appearance of the two chimera ants, he felt a bit helpless. It seemed that his battle against Neferpitou in front of the chimera ant nest last time, combined with his continuous hunting of chimera ants during this period, had left a terrifying shadow among the chimera ant population, and he had inexplicably earned the title of chimera ant killer. Hearing Sasuke's promise, Mr. Melioron and Ikalgo finally relaxed a little. They looked at each other and slowly peeked out from behind Gon and Killua. "Ha ha ha ha." Knuckle couldn't help but laugh out loud at Mr. Melioron and Ikalgo's actions. "I told you, Sasuke, don't be so brutal. Not all chimera ants deserve to die. Look, aren't there righteous and kind chimera ants? How is that brutal?" Sasuke rolled his eyes. "The chimera ants I kill all deserve it. Otherwise, these two would have been dead the moment they saw me." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Melioron and Ikalgo, who had just relaxed, shuddered again and subconsciously wanted to turn and run. Fortunately, Gon reached out and held their shoulders in time, managing to calm them down. Sasuke looked around. "By the way, where are Kite, Mr. Morel, and Mr. Where are they now?" "The Master Kite and Mr. Nav are currently in the capital of this country, disrupting the Ant King's operations. We can just head over and meet up with them," Knuckles said. With the plan confirmed, the group began to head towards the capital of the Republic of East Gorto. On the way, Gon and Killua explained Mr. Melioron and Ikalgo's ability to Sasuke. Sasuke listened while calmly observing the two, silently evaluating the role they could play. Melioron possesses two nin abilities, Perfect Plan and God's Accomplice. When using Perfect Plan, he only needs to hold his breath to completely eliminate his presence. Not only can it make opponents unable to see him, but even if they accidentally touch him, they won't feel anything. And God's accomplice allows those he touches to enter this invisible state together, sharing the perfect plan. These two abilities complement each other perfectly. They are truly God-tier skills for close-range surprise attacks. As long as they are used properly, one can approach the enemy silently and launch a fatal strike. Sasuke suddenly realized that if Mr. Melioran were to cooperate with Nov's spatial slash, wouldn't they be able to instantly kill even the Ant King? Ikalgo's Nen ability is called Living Dead Dolls, which is a possession-type ability. It allows him to possess a corpse, control its actions, and fully use the corpse's original abilities. This is also a quite powerful ability. Its upper limit depends entirely on the strength of the possessed corpse. The stronger the corpse, the stronger the ability Ikalgo can exert. Unfortunately, Mr. Melioran and Ikalgo's own combat abilities are quite weak. Excluding their Nen ability, their strength is about the same as an ordinary chimera and soldier, with no strong direct combat capability. Therefore, in this operation, they can only serve as support, assisting the group in completing the mission. Racing along the way, the seven of them soon arrived at Peijin, the capital of the Republic of East Gorto. When Sasuke previously headed to the Ant King's palace, he had flown over this city. At that time, he was focused on infiltrating the palace and didn't observe carefully, just glancing at it from afar, thinking the city was quite large. Stepping into Peijin at close range this time, Sasuke truly saw what the city looked like. He was a bit surprised. Most other regions of the Republic of East Gorto remained at the level of primitive villages, with the people living in simple conditions. Yet, this capital was exceptionally prosperous, with high-rise buildings, busy streets filled with traffic, and an endless stream of pedestrians. Its level of prosperity far exceeded his expectations. This huge contrast was enough to show the vast gap in wealth between the high-ranking officials and the common people at the bottom of this country. Life was severely polarized, and the suffering of the lower-class people did not affect the enjoyment of the upper-class individuals in the slightest. As agreed, Sasuke and the others successfully met up with Morel, Nov, and Kite in a hidden alley in the capital. But the moment they met, Nov's state immediately caught everyone's attention. "Nov, what happened to you? Were you attacked by an enemy's ability?" Gon asked with concern. At this moment, Nov looked haggard beyond recognition. His originally jet-black hair had turned completely snow-white, his eyes were hollow, and his whole body was trembling incessantly. Huddled in the corner of the alley like an old man on the verge of death, he no longer had his previous confident and spirited demeanor. Chapter 106, Preparations before the operation. He wasn't attacked by the enemy's ability. He was terrified by the enemy's horrific aura. That kind of fear might haunt him for the rest of his life. Nov probably won't be able to participate in this operation. Morel sighed and briefly described to everyone how Nov had ended up in his current state. Last night, during a heavy downpour, Morel and the others discovered that the N that had been shrouding the Ant King's palace had suddenly disappeared. Nov felt this was a good opportunity to infiltrate the palace and set up the entrance and exit, so he snuck into the palace alone. Inside the Ant King's palace, Nov felt the aura emitted by the enemy at close range, an aura filled with endless resentment and darkness. In that instant, Nov's body and mind were subjected to intense fear and shock. After fleeing in a panic, he had been consumed by that fear ever since, his hair turning white overnight from the torment. After hearing Morel's words, the alleyway fell into silence. After a long while, Nov slowly raised his head. His gaze fell upon Gon and Killua, and he asked in a hoarse, trembling voice, filled with a hint of confusion, "Gon, Killua, why do you still have the courage to choose to confront the enemy after facing such terror?" He couldn't wrap his head around it. Kite and Sasuke, fine. Kite was inherently very strong, and an experienced professional hunter. Sasuke was even stronger, capable of taking on one of the Ant King's royal guards single-handedly. His strength was unfathomable. But Gon and Killua's strength was clearly inferior to his own. Why could they bounce back so quickly after feeling the same terror as he did, and still have the courage to continue facing those terrifying enemies? I don't know either. Gon was a bit at a loss. I'm really sorry, Mr. Nov, I can't give you any useful advice. He truly didn't know how to comfort Nov. Overcoming fear was something that always varied from person to person. Some people, once bitten by a snake, are afraid of a rope for 10 years, while others can choose to face their fear head-on and overcome it. He couldn't explain why he was able to recover so quickly either. You don't need to apologize. This isn't your problem. Nov shook his head. I just hate my own cowardice and timidity. Why can't I even compare to two teenagers? He knew very well that even if Gon and Killua could answer him, a couple of words wouldn't possibly rid him of his fear. That fear, deep in his marrow, had already been etched into the depths of his heart, and wouldn't go away. Sasuke stood to the side, watching Nov silently, understanding him deeply. In fact, you can see a person's heart through their nin ability. Nov's hide and seek, at the end of the day, is just a space to avoid danger and protect himself. Creating such a survival-oriented ability shows that Nov himself is a person whose heart is not strong enough. This is very similar to Sasuke himself, so he understands that this feeling is called cherishing one's life. As for why Sasuke himself isn't afraid, it's not because he is brave, but because he is strong enough. He has enough self-confidence to believe that this level of enemy still cannot threaten his life. If he were asked to confront the Ant King head-on, he would also choose to retreat without hesitation, and would never force himself. Since things had come to this, everyone could only temporarily leave Nov alone. After all, the operation was imminent, and they couldn't let one person's state affect the entire plan. Everyone entered Nov's hide and seek, sat around together, and began to discuss the final operation plan. Everyone, I think I don't need to break into the palace from the exit Mr. Nov set up. Sasuke made his suggestion based on the situation of the 3 royal guards. Nefertiti's position is very clear. She is always on the high tower of the palace, responsible for releasing and to guard it. I have a certain ability to fly, so I can launch an attack directly at Nefertiti from the air. Morel nodded upon hearing this, acknowledged Sasuke's proposal, and agreed, that works. Sasuke can launch an attack the moment we break in. This way, we can catch the enemy off guard, distract them, and reduce the pressure on us. Once the operation time arrived, the others would immediately break into the palace through the exits Nov had previously set up inside, each finding their targets and initiating containment. Gon, Killua, Shoot, Mr. Melioron, and Knuckle would deal with Menthithiyupi, while Morel and Kite would go to deal with Sheapuf. As for the task assigned to Akalgo, it was to utilize the reconnaissance ability of the dragonfly-type chimera, and stored in Nov's hide and seek. He was to scout around the palace, and look for traces of Palm Siberia. Yes, Palm Siberia had already infiltrated the palace through the channels of the palace staff long before the operation began. Palm Siberia's nin ability is called Wink Blue, which uses her own blood as a cost to project the image of the surveillance target inside a materialized mermaid skeleton crystal ball. The prerequisite is that Palm Siberia must have seen the surveillance target. In order to be able to use Palm Siberia's ability to continuously monitor the Ant King's movements. Long before this, Nov had planted Palm Siberia inside the palace, just so she could have a chance to see the Ant King. It's just that ever since Palm Siberia infiltrated the palace, no news had come out. Everyone was worried that she had been discovered by the Chimera ants and might have already been killed. Therefore, they arranged for Akalgo to search for traces of Palm Siberia to see if there was a chance to rescue her. As for the final Ant King, Meruem, that was left to Chairman Netero to deal with. Everyone's core mission was not to defeat the Ant King's royal guards, but to do their utmost to contain them and prevent them from going to support the Ant King. As long as they waited for Chairman Netero to successfully eliminate the Ant King, then this battle to exterminate the Chimera ants would be humanity's victory. After the operation plan was finalized, everyone adjusted their states within the apartment and prepared for battle. At this moment, Nov, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go out and scout the situation at the palace." He knew clearly that in his current state, he truly could not participate in direct combat. But if he did nothing and left everything to his companions, his conscience really wouldn't be able to handle it. He also wanted to do his part for his companions, even if it was just doing some simple reconnaissance work, it was better than sitting here and waiting for death. Morel looked at Nov, who was forcing himself to pull it together, and asked with concern, "Are you really okay like this? You still look in very bad shape." "I am the only one who can enter and exit the entrances and exits of this hide and seek everywhere." Nov's voice was still trembling a bit, but one could feel his determination and seriousness from it. "This is something only I can do. I'll notify you if there are any abnormal situations. You guys should rest here for now, adjust your states, and prepare for the operation." Morel was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and urged, "All right, but you must be very careful. Once you feel danger, withdraw immediately. Don't force yourself. Just scouting the situation around the palace should be fine. You don't need to worry." Nov shook his head gently, his words carrying a hint of self-deprecation. "Among us, there should be no one more afraid of them than I am, so I won't force myself." "Absolutely not." After saying this, he took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, opened the door, and walked out. Inside the apartment, everyone looked at the closed door and fell into silence. They all knew that for Nov, this step had already required immense courage. 107 Chapter 107 Declaration of War. Chapter 107, Declaration of War. The time for the operation to begin was drawing closer with every passing second. Everyone held their breath, their eyes occasionally drifting to the timer in the corner of the hide and seek apartment, the air thick with the gravity and tension of the impending battle. Feeling that the time was right, Sasuke stood up and walked slowly to the entrance of the hide and seek apartment. He placed his hand on the doorknob but didn't push it open immediately, turning his head to look at the group behind him. "Everyone, I'll be heading out first. Once the time comes, I will seize the opportunity to dive in from the air. Regardless of what happens then, do not panic, just stick to the plan." Sasuke recalled that in the original anime plot, when Knuckle and the others infiltrated the palace, they were stunned into inaction by the dragon dive that suddenly descended from the sky. They hadn't reacted in time, nearly creating an opening for Yuppie, who was lying in wait in the stairwell, which could have led to a grave mistake. Therefore, this time, he specifically warned everyone in advance to avoid encountering the same problem. "Sasuke, be careful. Staying alive is the most important thing." Gon looked at him with concern. He knew Sasuke was powerful, but he was also well aware that this operation was extremely dangerous. "Yeah, don't worry. I'm the type who values my life the most." Sasuke waved his hand and pushed the door open to step out. He didn't need his companions to emphasize it. Once he encountered anything that could threaten his life, his first reaction would definitely be to turn and run. He would never push himself unnecessarily. Arriving outside, the cool night breeze blew against his face. To avoid being detected by Neferpitu's Nov had set the exit closest to the palace at a considerable distance away. Sasuke suppressed his presence and quickly snuck toward the palace, his figure weaving through the night, leaving almost no trace behind. He only stopped when he reached a small hill closest to the palace. Finding a huge rock to hide behind, he waited quietly for midnight to arrive. One step further and he risked being swept by Neferpitu's aura, which would expose the plan and cause everything to fall apart. Sasuke poked his head out and looked down the hill. The scene before him made his pupils shrink slightly. He saw that the open space in front of the palace was densely packed with dozens of massive phalanxes. There were 5 million people standing there in perfect formation, motionless, like a silent ocean. Watching that sea of people, Sasuke couldn't help but feel moved. At this moment, ordinary humans were truly as insignificant as dust. Fortunately, these 5 million people were currently all hypnotized by Sheopuf's scales, their eyes closed tight, their expressions blank, and they were not moving at all. Otherwise, once the battle in the palace officially broke out, it would inevitably trigger mass panic, and in the resulting chaos and stampede, who knows how many innocent people would die. The moonlight was gradually obscured by dark clouds. Sasuke looked up at the sky above the palace. "What kind of creature is that?" he noticed a strange creature flying in the clouds above the palace. The creature had 3 pairs of wings, a slender body, and was pitch black, resembling a legendary dragon but with avian features. As its wings flapped, it emitted a low whistling sound. Regardless of what this creature was, Sasuke knew that Chairman Netero was about to make his move. He no longer intentionally concealed his presence, leaped up, and stepped on the moonwalk to fly rapidly toward the palace. After the strange bird flew directly above the palace, it flapped its wings slightly and hovered steadily in the air. Immediately after, 2 old men jumped off the back of the strange bird, their bodies radiating powerful auras. They were Chairman Netero and the Zoldyck family assassin, Zeno. As Zeno raised his hand, a dense golden nen gathered in his palm, and with a gentle wave, a golden dragon flew out from his hand. The giant dragon let out a deafening roar, instantly exploded in the air, and transformed into countless golden light blades. The large-scale dragon dive descended upon the palace like dense rain, with a grand and earth-shattering momentum. Such a grandiose and blatant attack could no longer be called a surprise attack. It was a formal declaration of war. With the descent of the dragon dive, the ultimate war between humans and the Chimera Ant began. On the high tower of the palace, Neferpitou sensed the disturbance in the air, withdrew the N she had maintained for so long, charged up her feet, and instantly shot into the sky. She unleashed Terpsichore in midair, her jet black nen condensing into sharp claws, and launched a fierce attack toward Netero. From the activation of the ability to the attack landing before his eyes, only 0.1 seconds had passed. The speed was extreme. But ultimately, she did not understand Netero's nen ability, and for Netero, who had long been prepared, this strike played right into his hands. Ho 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 ho, I anticipated several modes of attack and defense, but I didn't expect you to make such a bad move, little ant. Netero looked down from above at Neferpitou, who was rushing up, his tone carrying a hint of a smile. He then quickly pressed his hands together in a prayer stance. The next second, a giant golden Buddha hand appeared out of thin air, bearing immense pressure, and struck fiercely toward Neferpitou. A muffled boom, like an ancient bell being struck, exploded, and the shockwave swept in all directions. The Buddha hand accurately struck Neferpitou's body, instantly blasting her away, her figure becoming smaller and smaller as she flew rapidly in a direction away from the palace. At this moment, Sasuke also flew to Netero's side, hovering in the air while stepping on the shockwaves, his gaze fixed on the direction Neferpitou had flown. Yo, old man, your entrance is really quite stylish. It seems I won't be needed. No, I suspect that little ant will be back soon. I'll still need you to hold her off later. Netero shook his head. He didn't believe it would be that simple to deal with a royal guard. Sasuke turned to look at Zeno and asked Netero, Old man, who is this beside you? This is a helper I paid a high price to hire from the Zoldyck family. Netero introduced him simply. Sasuke and Zeno looked at each other without speaking. Sasuke could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from Zeno, which also carried the killing intent unique to an assassin. It might be even stronger than his teacher Biscuit Kruger, or Razor from Greed Island. Among the people he had met, Zeno was second only to Netero in strength. This old man must be Killua's grandfather. Old man, with a helper like this, is it even necessary to invite me? Zeno's voice was low. He looked at Sasuke and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Where did this boy come from? To have such nen at this age. Ho 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 ho, it's better to be safe than sorry. Netero laughed, stroking his specially trimmed beard. Let's go. Time to find the Ant King. The 3 men said no more. Their figures flickered as they descended from the sky, landing in the palace square, and walked directly toward the palace where the nen was the densest and most immense. That dark aura belonging to the Ant King, like an invisible vortex, drew their footsteps toward it. Chapter 108. Their respective battles at this moment. Neferpitou, having been blasted away by the Buddha's palm, was falling rapidly in a direction away from the palace. She had no ability to fly and nowhere to gain leverage in midair, causing her body to spin uncontrollably, yet there was not a trace of panic on her face. Soon, she thought of a way to solve the problem. Neferpitu's nin surged, manifesting a giant doll tightly connected to her tail. Dr. Blythe. Once this ability was activated, her range of movement would be limited to within 20 meters. Utilizing the characteristics of this ability, she used the doll's tension to force herself to a stop in midair, successfully neutralizing the immense impact of Netero's Buddha's palm. After stabilizing her body in midair, Neferpitu slowly descended. During the descent, she curled her body, and her thighs began to swell rapidly, soon becoming even thicker than they were during her previous fight with Sasuke. The muscle definition was taut, filled with explosive power. The moment her feet touched the ground, the massive reaction force propelled her away at high speed. Her figure turned into a black blur, speeding toward the palace, moving faster than when she had been blown away, and within a few breaths, she was already approaching the palace. As soon as Neferpitu returned to the palace, she immediately followed the Ant King's aura all the way to the west tower of the palace. Just as she leaped through the window into the west tower, the scene before her left her stunned on the spot, her nin stagnating in bewilderment. The Ant King stood in the center of the palace, emanating a terrifying and dark aura, yet without a hint of aggression. In his arms, he held a girl with an abdominal injury. Her face was pale, blood stained her lips, and her breathing was weak. Meanwhile, the palace intruders Sasuke, Netero, and Zeno stood to the side, holding their breath, watching the Ant King without moving. Time within the entire palace seemed to have frozen at this moment, and even the air had stopped flowing. The Ant King now gave Sasuke and the others a feeling different from what they had imagined. It wasn't that his terrifying aura was holding them immobile, but rather that his movements while holding the blood-stained girl were impossibly gentle. The Ant King carefully shielded the girl's wound with his palm, his eyes filled with infinite tenderness. Sasuke and the others couldn't help but feel doubt was such a being, who could be so tender toward a human, truly the ruthless, life-disregarding Ant King they had to eliminate. It wasn't until Neferpitu's arrival broke the silence that time within the palace began to flow again. The Ant King, carrying the girl, walked step by step toward Neferpitu. He crouched down, gently placed the girl on the ground, and fixed his gaze on Neferpitu. "Pitu, heal Kamugi for me. I am begging you." The words spoken were both a command and a request, which instead made Neferpitu feel a sense of panic. Neferpitu immediately replied, leaped before the girl, nin surging around her, and manifested Dr. Blythe once again. The doll's hands transformed into sharp surgical tools, and it began to operate on the girl's wound. Facing such a foolish and vulnerable action from the enemy, Sasuke, Netero, and Zeno just stood quietly to the side, watching without launching any attacks. Perhaps this was a form of respect for their enemy. The Ant King reached out and gently wiped the blood from the corner of the girl's mouth with his fingertip. After doing this, he stood up, turned to Sasuke and the others, and said in a calm tone, "This place is inconvenient. Let us go elsewhere. You should also agree that changing locations would be more convenient, right?" "Indeed." Netero opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he only uttered these two words. Separating the Ant King from his royal guards was the most critical step in his plan. To this end, he had spared no expense to hire Zeno from the Zoldyck family to help, all to ensure nothing went wrong. Yet, he never expected that this outcome, which he had gone to such great lengths to achieve, would be effortlessly accomplished by a single sentence from the Ant King. The Ant King paid no attention to the reactions of Sasuke and the others, walking straight past them toward the door. Netero and Zeno exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, followed immediately, their eyes fixed intently on the Ant King's back, not daring to relax in the slightest. Only Sasuke remained standing in place, not moving a step. When the Ant King reached the door, he sensed the movement behind him, turned to look at Sasuke, and asked in an indifferent tone, "Human, are you not leaving? My target is Neferpitu." Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Neferpitu, who was in the middle of the surgery. "Rest assured, Ant King. I will wait until Neferpitu has healed this young girl, and ensured her safety before I make my move." The Ant King stared at Sasuke for a long time, his eyes deep, as if trying to see right through him. This human gave him a sense of familiarity, yet he had never seen him in his memory. He was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly, "Human, have we met before?" Sasuke was somewhat surprised. His current appearance was completely different from the shadow clone he had used when infiltrating the palace to play Gungi earlier. Could the Ant King have recognized him just from his words? "I did not expect the Ant King to remember me. I am truly honored." Sasuke smiled, hiding nothing. "I played Gungi with you in the palace before, perhaps that is when we met." "So it was you. You are quite good." The Ant King nodded, perhaps because he recognized Sasuke's skill at Gungi. He also recognized Sasuke as a person. He did not pursue the matter further, nor did he care about Sasuke staying behind, turning, and walking out with Netero and Zeno. On another battlefield. After Gon and the others infiltrated the palace, they ran head-on into Menthetheupi, who was guarding the stairwell. Both sides were startled by this sudden encounter. At that moment, Dragon Dive descended. Thanks to Sasuke's prior warning, Gon and the others were unaffected. Instead, they took advantage of Menthetheupi's momentary distraction to launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard. Kite and Morel immediately bypassed them to search for Sheapuf. Ikalgo sneaked off in another direction to search for Palm Siberia. Gon, Killua, and Shoot joined forces to launch a frontal assault on Menthetheupi and restrain his movements. Melioron used God's accomplice to bring Knuckle into a state of invisibility. Then, Knuckle used his hack-aware ability to constantly ambush Menthetheupi from the shadows, loaning him interest to drain his nen. The original hope was to use this method to force the enemy into bankruptcy and into a state of zetsu. Yet, they did not expect Menthetheupi's nen to be terrifyingly vast. It seemed inexhaustible, and the battle fell into a stalemate for the time being. Meanwhile, Kite and Morel successfully found Sheapuf in the palace hall, who was frantically searching for the Ant King like a madman. Sheapuf initially did not want to pay attention to these two, but was trapped by a smoke cage created by Morel's deep purple, forcing him into a battle with Kite. Morel, on the other hand, kept using his nen ability to interfere with Sheapuf's movements, creating opportunities for Kite to attack. 109 Chapter 109 A Brief Harmony Chapter 109 Brief Harmony. After the Ant King left, only Sasuke, Neferpitou, and the injured girl remained in the palace's west tower. The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Sasuke looked around. The entire west tower had become dilapidated under the destruction of Dragon Dive. The only place that was still somewhat clean and level was where Neferpitou was performing the surgery. Sasuke did not stand on ceremony. He simply walked straight to the spot beside Neferpitou and sat cross-legged, watching her treat the patient in silence. Sasuke's sudden approach made Neferpitou instantly alert. Her hair stood on end like an agitated cat, and she stared sharply at Sasuke, thinking he wanted to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. "Don't worry, I'm just watching." Sensing her guard, Sasuke spoke calmly. "I promised the Ant King that I would not strike until you have healed her." But his words did not dispel Neferpitou's doubts. Throughout the treatment, her gaze never left Sasuke for even a second. The vigilance in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. If Sasuke made any suspicious move, she would immediately launch an attack. No need to be so guarded. Watching Patou's tense appearance, Sasuke couldn't help but want to tease her. "To be honest, I quite like you. You are the first enemy who has made me go all out and feel joy in battle." Neferpitou remained silent, still staring fixedly at Sasuke without responding. "Say something. You're not quite as lively as you were before." Sasuke felt a bit bored and wanted to find someone to chat with. "It's boring for me to just sit here like this. If you don't say anything, I don't know what I might do." Perhaps Sasuke's slightly threatening words had an effect. Neferpitou was finally willing to speak, her voice carrying a hint of her familiar liveliness. "Me too, meow. Since that day, I have been looking forward to the day I can fight you again." "Is that so? That's great." Sasuke laughed. "Your anticipation will soon be realized, because today is the day we fight to the death. Then you should be the one to die, Sasuke, meow." Neferpitou lifted her chin with a proud and smug air. In order to defeat you, I have developed many powerful moves. Sensing that Sasuke truly had no malicious intent, and with Komugi's aura gradually stabilizing and her life no longer in danger, Pitou gradually let down her guard. She returned to her usual lively and active personality, her tone of voice becoming relaxed, with a faint cat-like sound still trailing at the end of her sentences. Little kitty, the one who is going to die is you. Watching her tsundere-like demeanor, Sasuke couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, even gently touching those soft cat ears with his fingers. Neferpitou stiffened, suddenly stunned, and even Dr. Blythe, which was performing the surgery, paused for a moment. She looked at Sasuke with a dazed, cute expression, her eyes full of confusion, not understanding what his action meant. There was no malice or aggression, which left her feeling somewhat at a loss, but she didn't dislike the feeling. Sasuke also realized his action was a bit abrupt. He immediately withdrew his hand, a hint of imperceptible embarrassment appearing on his face as he coughed twice. My apologies, I'm just used to it. My clan has a deep connection with cats. In the past, I had a talking ninja cat friend, and I even thought about making it my summoning animal. What is a summoning animal, meow? Neferpitou's curiosity was piqued, the vigilance in her eyes diminishing a little more as she asked. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Sasuke avoided the topic and let his gaze fall upon the girl on the ground. Who is this little girl, and why is the Ant King so concerned about her? Her name is Komugi, she is the player brought in to play board games with the king, meow. Neferpitou introduced. I recall that the players who play board games with the Ant King are killed if they lose, right? Sasuke recalled the human corpses he saw in the hall when he was playing board games with the Ant King earlier. The king loves playing board games with her, but he hasn't won a single game against her yet, meow. I didn't expect this little girl to be so formidable. Sasuke exclaimed sincerely, without a trace of falsehood. To not lose a single game, it seems this girl is not an ordinary person either. Sasuke had a deep understanding of the terrifying speed at which the Ant King's board game skills grew. When his shadow clone first played against the Ant King, he could easily suppress him, but before long, the Ant King's skills improved rapidly, and the gap grew smaller and smaller. To remain undefeated in a game against the Ant King, one must not only possess superb skill but also an improvement speed not inferior to the Ant King's. Otherwise, one would sooner or later be surpassed by him. Sasuke knew clearly in his heart that if he continued to play against the Ant King, he would eventually lose. Because his skills were entirely inherited from Sai, he himself had not deeply understood the way of the game, much less had any so-called room for growth. He could only rely on the inherited skills to temporarily suppress the Ant King. Once the Ant King's skills surpassed the level left behind by Sai, he would never have another chance to win. During the time Neferpitou was treating Komugi, Sasuke sat on the side, chatting with Neferpitou off and on. The topics ranged from board game skills to nen ability, and occasionally, they would talk about some trivial matters. The atmosphere inside the palace was no longer as tense as before, instead, it had a rare touch of tranquility. Time passed bit by bit, and Neferpitou's movements became slower and slower. Finally, she put away Dr. Blythe, and let out a long sigh of relief. The wound on Komugi's abdomen had been perfectly sutured, a hint of color had gradually returned to her face, and her breathing was steady and even. At this moment, she looked as if she were asleep, no longer wearing the painful expression from before. It's done. This little girl's injuries have fully recovered. Next, it's time for our battle. Sasuke looked down at the steadily breathing Komugi on the ground, and was the first to stand up. He walked 2 steps toward the palace entrance, then turned his head to the side, lifting his chin to signal Neferpitou to follow him and leave. I cannot leave yet. I need to protect her for the king. I must not let her come to any harm. Neferpitou did not follow Sasuke, but remained guarding Komugi's side, not taking a single step away, her knees slightly bent, like a cat protecting its kitten. Sasuke followed Pitou's gaze to the unconscious Komugi on the ground, the girl's cheeks still bore a lingering paleness. He felt that what Pitou said was not unreasonable, the palace was now the heart of the battlefield, and could be caught up in the fighting at any moment. Leaving such a frail little girl here alone was indeed somewhat dangerous. Thus, Sasuke created a shadow clone to stay behind and protect Komugi. You can leave this girl to me. My clone will protect her well. She is also a human, and I will not harm her. Neferpitou still hesitated, her gaze shifting back and forth between Sasuke, the shadow clone, and Komugi, unable to decide for a moment. On one hand, she worried that Komugi would be in danger if she left. On the other hand, she urgently wanted to battle Sasuke to resolve the obsession in her heart. In fact, Pitou did not care about Komugi's life or death, rather, she disliked this human. Previously, the king had even broken his own hand because of this human. But since the king liked her, Pitou decided to protect this human well for the king. Chapter 110. The strongest form. Sasuke saw her hesitation, and a flicker of impatience gradually rose in his heart. It would be troublesome if any unforeseen events occurred if they dragged this out any longer. Neferpitou, it's not up to you now. His voice grew colder, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. If you insist on not leaving, I will start the battle right here. The space here is cramped, and the shockwaves of our battle would be enough to shatter everything around us. By then, this girl wouldn't be able to survive at all, you wouldn't be able to protect her. Sasuke stared at Neferpitou with his blood-red eyes, and a dense, intense fighting spirit exploded from his body, sweeping through the entire palace like a tidal wave. The air inside the West Tower instantly became suffocating and heavy. That unmasked killing intent, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, bore down directly on Neferpitou. It made the hair all over her body stand on end, and she instinctively sensed danger. Neferpitou sensed the threat in Sasuke's words. If she didn't leave, Sasuke might really make a move. If a battle were to start right here, Komugi would inevitably become a casualty. Thus Neferpitou could only slowly stand up. Fine, I'll go with you, but you must promise me that you will protect this girl well. Seeing her yield, Sasuke withdrew his killing intent, his expression softening slightly, even revealing a hint of a smile. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just done that earlier? There was a trace of imperceptible relief in Sasuke's voice. He himself didn't want to start a battle here, and if Neferpitou still hadn't left, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. Komugi was innocent, and Sasuke wasn't heartless enough to ignore her life like Gon did when he turned dark. After talking for so long, you should have some understanding of me. It's just that our positions are contradictory. If it weren't for that, I would truly hope to become friends with you. After all, you are the first opponent who has been able to make me go all out and fight to my heart's content, so I will protect the existence you wish to safeguard. The shadow clone walked silently to Komugi's side, and then stood there quietly. Sasuke turned around, no longer lingering, and walked toward the palace entrance. Neferpitou took a deep look at Komugi, then glanced at the Sasuke shadow clone guarding her side. Finally, she gritted her teeth, and followed quickly behind. The two of them, one in front of the other, left the heart of the palace and sped off in the direction of the outskirts of the city. They traveled at high speed the whole way without speaking, with only the wind whistling in their ears, each brewing the upcoming battle in their own hearts. They didn't know how long they had run, but they finally stopped in a vast, empty wilderness far away from the capital. There was no one around here, only withered yellow grass swayed in the wind, and the ground was covered in gravel. It was the perfect place to fight without holding back. Let's do it here. Sasuke stopped his footsteps, turned around, and swept his gaze across the empty wilderness. Fighting here won't disturb anyone else, we can fight all out to the death. Sasuke took out his Kusanagi sword from the system storage space, and gently tucked it into his belt. We have already fought once before and have an understanding of each other's strength, so there's no need for any pointless probing or maneuvering. Let me show you my strongest form at the moment. Sasuke closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan was fully activated, the three-pronged star pattern deep within his pupils spinning rapidly. Using the record ability, he saved his current physical state. Removal 50%, activate. As the removal ability activated, Sasuke's heart began to beat violently. His body silhouette suddenly expanded, and muscles and veins bulged all over his body, like coiled dragons perched on his skin, densely covering his entire body. A majestic surge of nen poured out from his limbs and bones, flowing rapidly along his meridians. The air around him was stirred into a slight tremor by this power. His fair skin gradually turned into a deep purplish red, and his eyes changed to red irises with black pupils, exuding a strange and powerful aura, like an Asura or a demon god. 50% was the limit at which Sasuke could still maintain his sanity while using removal. Once exceeded, the use of his own nen ability would be interfered with. Then, Sasuke used the life return ability to gradually retract and compress the previously swollen body, with his muscles and bones reshaping and solidifying under the effect of life return. The originally bloated body gradually returned to its original silhouette, yet it was more upright than before, with muscle lines becoming increasingly fluid. Beneath every inch of skin lay explosive power. Paper art, martial body. Immediately after, a majestic blue aura surged from Sasuke's body, with countless tiny bolts of lightning coiling around him, crackling and popping, emitting a piercing sound, much like a Super Saiyan 2. Thunderbolt mode activated. Bring it, Neferpitou. Sasuke gripped his sword with both hands, his tone carrying a hint of excitement and madness. Let me see your limit, and see just how much you've grown during this time. Just as I intended, meow. A flicker of fanaticism flashed in Neferpitu's eyes. She was not at all frightened by Sasuke's terrifying form, but instead exuded an eagerness to try. Unlike Sasuke's complex stacking of abilities, Neferpitou did not stack any complicated enhancements. She simply opened her arms gently, and the nen around her body exploded instantly. Pitch black nen surged out like a tidal wave, rapidly enveloping her entire body. Terpsichore instantly manifested above her. Sasuke channeled lightning into his Kusanagi sword, unleashing the Chidori blade. Blue lightning danced wildly on the blade, making a sizzling sound and emitting a deadly deterrent force. He turned his body and lowered his shoulder, bending his legs slightly, shifting his center of gravity downward, and assumed an Ayajutsu stance, lightning surging across his entire body. Thunder breathing, 7th form, Fire Thunder God. Sasuke's figure instantly vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only a faint afterimage of lightning. The sword in his hand transformed into a blue-gold lightning dragon, charging straight toward Neferpitou. At almost the same moment, Neferpitu's figure also dashed out from thin air. The pitch-black figure, like a ghost, sped toward Sasuke with a piercing sound of breaking air. The two figures collided with a boom in the center of the wilderness. A loud explosion erupted, and a massive shockwave swept across the entire wilderness. The withered yellow grass was blown away by the shockwave, and gravel on the ground splattered everywhere. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the wilderness, so piercing that it made one's eardrums ache. The Kusanagi sword, carrying lightning, was stuck firmly between Neferpitu's sharp claws, while black nen surged unceasingly on Pitu's claws, desperately resisting the erosion of the lightning. Dense sparks kept spraying out. Their powerful forces clashed against each other, and the Kusanagi sword bent slightly, emitting a faint creaking sound. If it hadn't been fused with Yamato, it felt like it might truly snap at any moment. Sasuke's heart tightened, and he increased his force, gripping the sword in his hand tighter. This strike was his fastest and strongest one yet, fusing the power of thunder breathing, Rokushiki, and Chidori blade. He had expected to be able to heavily injure his opponent in one blow. Yet he hadn't expected that it would be blocked head-on by Neferpitou. Sasuke fixed his gaze on the point where the sword and claws met. His Sharingan could clearly see that a layer of dense black nen was wrapped around the outer layer of Neferpitu's sharp claws. It was this nen barrier that had blocked the lightning cutting of the Chidori blade. The two of them were locked in a stalemate on the spot, with neither willing to retreat even half a step. The blue lightning around Sasuke's body and Neferpitu's black nen constantly clashed and exploded. The two powerful forces collided, forming an invisible wave of air that spread outward in all directions. The clouds high in the sky were actually torn apart from the middle by these two immense forces, revealing a huge rift. 111 Chapter 111 Ultra High Speed Offensive and Defensive Warfare. Chapter 111, ultra-high-speed battle. Neferpitu's black nen was heavier and denser than Sasuke's blue lightning, pressing in step by step like a tide. Sasuke's lightning aura was gradually being suppressed, and a wave of soreness and numbness began to radiate from his arms. Under the suppression of that immense power, his figure began to falter, swaying slightly. Sasuke could feel that even with the 50% boost from removal, his physical strength and total nen volume were still inferior to Neferpitu's monster-like physique. Continuing to stalemate would only be increasingly disadvantageous for him. To break the stalemate, the lightning around Sasuke suddenly surged. Chidori current instantly unfurled, and the violent electrical current roared outward, centered on himself. The blue current swept toward Neferpitu like a venomous snake, forcibly pushing her back half a step and breaking the stalemate. The moment Neferpitu retreated, Sasuke didn't hesitate for a second. With a flick of his wrist, he quickly sheathed his Kusanagi sword. Immediately following, he used his momentum to step forward and pursue, simultaneously unleashing Godspeed Iato. The ultra-high-speed blade light left behind streaks of afterimages in the air, and the sharp sword energy tore through the surrounding atmosphere, forming a frigid vortex of sword energy. It enveloped Neferpitu, and within the vortex, the airflow was violent, enough to tear everything apart. Dimensional slash. The instant the killing intent descended upon her, Neferpitu's beast-like hyper-intuition triggered violently. She sensed mortal danger, her pupils shrinking into thin, vertical slits, and the black nen around her surged instantly as she fully activated Tripsikara. In the extremely short gap before the dimensional slash fully formed, she leaped, escaping the combat zone midair. It was only then that the sword energy storm erupted, destroying everything within the space. Neferpitu landed on the ground not far away, barely dodging this fatal blow. That was dangerous, meow. She patted her somewhat flat chest, still shaken. In that instant just now, she had clearly felt the threat of death. I don't think I could have blocked that move just now. If I had been a step slower, I would probably have been sliced into pieces. Sasuke stood with his sword sheathed, watching the unharmed Neferpitu, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity, even catching her off guard with that strike failed, so there probably won't be another chance. Although the power of dimensional slash is strong, there is a brief gap the moment the sword energy vortex erupts. Even though it is only for an instant, it is very difficult to actually land a hit against a close combat opponent like Neferpitu, who possesses extreme speed and keen intuition. Perhaps only by unleashing the super wide range, the dimensional slash absolute, would there be a chance to seal off her movement and kill her completely. But Sasuke's current strength is not enough. He cannot use ultra-high-speed clones to launch multiple dimensional slashes, so he has to temporarily abandon this idea. Neferpitu composed herself, the lingering fear in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by an even more intense fighting spirit. To prevent Sasuke from having another chance to use that move, she decided she must stick to him in close-quarters combat, never giving him the chance to create distance and charge up a major attack. The muscles in Neferpitu's legs suddenly surged and tightened, her originally slender legs becoming thick and filled with wild power. She bent her knees and crouched, her feet stomping heavily onto the ground. With a crack, the ground shattered and soil splattered. Her entire body shot forward like a cannonball, lunging straight for Sasuke's face. The sharp claws extended from her fingertips, coated in black nen, slashed through the air. The speed was extreme, and only a black shadow could be seen striking instantly. Sasuke's Sharingan firmly locked onto Neferpitu's figure, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Seeing the direction of Neferpitu's lunge, he immediately used Soru, his body instantly dodging to the side, avoiding her claw blades. The claw blades grazed past his body, whipping up a sharp wind. But just as Sasuke had dodged this attack and hadn't yet steadied himself, Neferpitu's figure instantly stuck to his back, her claws swinging out again with a deadly edge. Sasuke reacted extremely quickly, backhanding a bolt of lightning behind him in an attempt to intercept Neferpitu's attack. But the power of this lightning was too thin, hardly enough to restrain her, and she swatted it all away with a casual wave. But this created an opening for Sasuke. He quickly stepped with Sora several times to create distance, while simultaneously condensing lightning into nen bullets, firing them wildly at Neferpitou like a machine gun. Flying finger pistol, the thunder barrage. The lightning bullets struck Neferpitou and the ground, causing bursts of explosions. Instantly, gravel splattered and dust rose into the air. Sasuke used his Sharingan to vigilantly observe his surroundings, and used magnetic field sensing to investigate the situation inside the smoke. Where is she? At this moment, he sensed a change in the magnetic field behind him. The next instant, the sharp claws struck, and Sasuke immediately used Soru to dodge quickly. This time, although he avoided Neferpitou's claws and wasn't directly hit, the black nen wrapped around the outer layer of the claws still tore for claw marks into his back, deep enough to see the bone. Blood sprayed out instantly, and an intense pain spread across his back. Without giving Sasuke any chance to catch his breath, Neferpitou had already gathered strength once again. She brought her four fingers together, and dense black nen condensed at her fingertips. The muscles in her legs surged again, and using the power of the spring, her entire body transformed into a sharp blade, thrusting toward Sasuke. The speed was faster and fiercer than before. Having no choice, Sasuke immediately activated the Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Susanoo. Purple nen and chakra gushed out from his body, and a massive purple skeleton instantly enveloped his entire body, blocking this thrust for him. This is really interesting, another ability I haven't seen before, meow. Neferpitou's claws stabbed into the purple skeleton, emitting a creaking sound, unable to advance even a fraction. With no other choice, Neferpitou could only back away, staring at the giant skeleton enveloping Sasuke, marveling at it. Sasuke, you really surprise me, every time, you manage to pull out a different ability, meow. Sasuke gasped heavily, his chest heaving slightly, and looking at the obvious cracks in the skeleton's ribs, he felt a wave of palpitations. He was almost broken through. The defense of the first form of the Susanoo used in desperation was still not enough. Hiss, it hurts. Sasuke discovered that the 4 claw marks on his back were still covered in black nen, which was constantly corroding his wounds, and the pain was becoming increasingly intense. Even if the injuries weren't fatal, continuing to fight in this state would only make the wounds deeper, affecting the subsequent battle. With no other choice, Sasuke had to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan's rewind ability to reset his own state. Very quickly, the wounds on his back healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the black nen attached to the wounds was also dissipated without a trace by the power of rewind. The injuries all over his body completely recovered, and his stamina also returned to its peak state. It's this situation again, meow. Neferpitou noticed that Sasuke had recovered his state, and the nen she had attached to his wounds had also disappeared. She suddenly remembered that during her last fight with Sasuke, this situation had also occurred several times. No matter how severe the injuries were, he could instantly recover as if nothing had happened. Neferpitou secretly resolved that the next time she attacked, she must kill him in one blow, aiming for his vitals. Chapter 112, Unexpected Growth. It seems you've discovered something, but I won't let you seize another opportunity. Sasuke snorted coldly, his purple nen and chakra surging continuously around him. The outline of the purple skeleton enveloping him began to change layer by layer. Flesh and meridians gradually grew over the bones, with meridians crisscrossing, and flesh continuously covering them. Immediately after, a layer of heavy purple armor solidified over the flesh, finally evolving into a half-body giant clad in armor and wielding a weapon. It wasn't that Sasuke didn't want to use the complete body Susanoo, but the third form of Susanoo was the limit he could stably control at the moment. The complete body Susanoo required a massive amount of chakra and nen, and his current nen couldn't support it for long. After all, he still had to reserve nen to activate rewind, just in case. After several exchanges, Sasuke had thoroughly recognized the reality. He couldn't go head-to-head in close combat with Neferpitou. Compared to her monstrous physical abilities, his human body seemed extremely weak. Whether it was strength, speed, amount of nen, or recovery ability, the gap was too wide. Continuing to engage in close combat would only lead to constant passive losses. You can actually evolve, meow. Seeing Sasuke's Susanoo change from its skeletal form into this current armored, weapon-wielding appearance, Neferpiti felt it was becoming a bit troublesome. She had been confident in breaking the skeletal form earlier, but this one looked highly defensive, and she didn't know if she could break it. Neferpiti began to sprint rapidly around Sasuke's Susanoo, gathering strength as she ran, with black nin continuously condensing on her body. Once charged, Neferpiti suddenly paused, then lunged sideways, concentrating all her strength into the sharp claws at her fingertips. Her sharp claws, carrying a deadly edge, slammed into the flank of Sasuke's Susanoo, stabbing fiercely at its armor. But no matter how much force she exerted, her claws were firmly blocked by the Susanoo's armor, unable to penetrate even a fraction. She didn't even leave a scratch. Instead, the recoil from the armor made her arm go numb. Seeing Neferpiti's charged thrust blocked by Susanoo, Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. His hanging heart finally settled. This should be stable now. It's useless. My Susanoo is known as the absolute defense, it's impossible to break. But what's the point of hiding in this turtle shell, meow? Your nen will run out eventually. When it does, won't you have to come out in the end? Neferpiti retracted her claws, took a few steps back, her tone carrying a hint of defiance. You can't hit me, but I never said I couldn't attack you. Sasuke looked at Neferpiti with a smile. He had already thought of a countermeasure, and wouldn't give Neferpiti the chance to wait until his nen was exhausted. Blue lightning surged on Sasuke's body, and several massive lightning slashes flew out from within the Susanoo. Thunder breathing, sixth form, rumble of the thunderclap. Simultaneously controlling the Susanoo, he swung the purple chakra blade in its right hand rapidly, while the giant crossbow in its left hand aimed at Pitu. In an instant, the lightning slashes, chakra blade, and energy arrows boomed out, carrying immense power and overwhelming Neferpiti like a torrential downpour. Neferpiti's eyes narrowed, she wasn't the least bit panicked, and she swung her claws rapidly and continuously. The black nin generated by her sharp claws instantly condensed into a huge barrier in front of her, sweeping out toward the lightning slashes. Those giant lightning slashes landed on the barrier, and were instantly shattered, turning into tiny specks of lightning that dissipated into the air. Then Pitu dodged flexibly, easily avoiding the swings of the chakra blade and the shots from the crossbow as she moved about. Neferpiti looked at Sasuke with an expression that said, "Is that it? Little kitty, you're quite arrogant." Sasuke's expression darkened, feeling a bit annoyed. Pitu's expression caused little physical damage but was extremely insulting. It was time to teach her a lesson. Sasuke expanded his N to the limit, fully mobilizing his electromagnetic control ability within his body. Centering on himself, he gathered all the iron sand within a radius of 500 meters. The fine iron sand scattered on the ground and deep in the wilderness floated into the air, and under the traction of electromagnetic force, quickly gathered together. Then, they divided into thousands of slender black snakes, each as thick as an arm, with flexible bodies. These snakes formed from iron sand were controlled by electromagnetic energy, thus generating high-frequency vibrations. Each snake was like an ultra-high-speed vibrating electric chainsaw, emitting a buzzing sound like a bee's wings amplified hundreds of times harsh and grating. The iron sand snake bodies were dark and deep, exuding a deadly deterrent. This actually looks a bit dangerous, meow. I feel like if I touch it, I might get scratched. Neferpiti's beastly intuition instantly sensed the danger of the iron sand snakes. She subconsciously took a few steps back, her eyes full of caution. Little kitty, if you touch them, it won't be as simple as just getting scratched. Sasuke sneered, mocking her naivety. The vibration frequency of these iron sand snakes is extremely high. As long as they touch you, your body will be instantly torn apart, and not even bones will remain. Sasuke controlled the black snakes filling the air and ground, closing in on Neferpiti from all directions. The dense swarms of iron sand snakes, like a tide, blocked all of Neferpiti's retreat paths, giving her no chance to dodge. Array of 10,000 snakes, iron sand snakes. The torrent of iron sand instantly wrapped around Neferpiti's entire body. The high-speed vibrating iron sand snakes coiled tightly around her, emitting a harsh friction sound as they attempted to tear her body apart. Standing inside the Susanoo, Sasuke watched Neferpiti, who was wrapped in the iron sand snakes, and revealed a smile of certainty, feeling that the outcome was decided. The next second, hundreds of red and black blood blades suddenly flew outward from Neferpitou as the center. The iron sand snakes coiled around her were all severed the moment they touched the blood blades. The severed snake bodies fell to the ground, turning back into loose iron sand scattered everywhere. By the time most of the black snakes had been cut, Sasuke finally saw what Neferpitou had done. It turned out she had used her claws to pierce her own palm, staining them with blood. Then, spinning at high speed with herself as the center, the sharp claws at her fingertips, fueled by blood-stained black nen, rapidly slashed out countless blood blades wrapped in black energy. Hey, this growth is over the top. Did the Neferpitou in the anime have these moves? Could it be that she became stronger just because she lost to him once? Sasuke even started to doubt if he had picked the wrong opponent, but then he thought that if he left such a powerful Neferpitou to be dealt with by Gon and Killua. With their current strength, they couldn't possibly be her match, and would definitely fall into mortal danger, or even lose their lives. Sasuke felt his choice was right after all. 113 Chapter 113 Sasuke's Trap Chapter 113, Sasuke's Trap. Neferpitou, did you come up with these moves yourself? Even flying blade blood claws? How did you think of moves like these? Sasuke wondered to himself, could it be that this world also has the anime Inuyasha, and Neferpitou learned these moves after watching it? That's right, meow. Neferpitou licked the bloodstains on her palms, her face full of excitement, like a child eager to show off a new toy. These past few days, I've been guarding the high tower of the palace, and it's been so boring that I've been simulating our rematch in my head. I figured them out bit by bit, and slowly developed these moves. Aren't they impressive? She tilted her head and thought for a moment, suddenly feeling that the name Sasuke had used for the move sounded really cool. Flying blade blood claws. That name is so cool. From now on, I'll call this move Flying Blade Blood Claws, meow. Sasuke said nothing more, the gravity in his eyes deepening. Neferpitou's growth rate was truly terrifying. Just by simulating battles in her mind, she could create so many moves specifically designed to counter him. The claws wrapped in black aura were used to block his Chidori blade, and this Flying Blade Blood Claws move could deal with his long-range attacks. If she were given more time to grow, would she even find a way to break through his Susanoo? If this continued, she would inevitably become an incredibly formidable opponent in the future. Therefore today, he had to completely finish off Neferpitou here, and leave no future trouble. He absolutely could not give her any more chances to grow, otherwise, next time they fought, he might truly be no match for her. Taking advantage of the moment while Neferpitou was still excitedly describing the moves she had thought up, distracted by the conversation, Sasuke quietly used his electromagnetic power to manipulate the iron sand scattered on the ground around them. With Neferpitou at the center, the iron sand began to rotate slowly around her, its speed increasing bit by bit, trying as much as possible not to attract her attention. Neferpitou quickly noticed the abnormal movement of the iron sand on the ground. However, driven by curiosity, she did not choose to dodge or stop it. She just watched quietly, wanting to see what exactly Sasuke was planning to do. In her eyes, this severed iron sand no longer posed any threat. The iron sand rotated faster and faster, and the wind began to howl. Eventually, it formed a massive black iron sand tornado, firmly locking Neferpitou in its center. Iron sand, demonic wind wall. Looking at the black tornado surrounding her, Neferpitou extended her claws, and gently probed the edge of the iron sand tornado. As soon as her sharp claws touched the high-speed rotating iron sand, dense sparks erupted, and a harsh sound of metal friction instantly rang out. A tremendous force immediately repelled her hand, and a burning pain shot through her fingertips. Neferpitou, you were too careless. Confirming that Neferpitou could no longer escape, Sasuke finally spoke. You had a chance to escape before the iron sand storm formed, but now you can't get away. Neferpitou's expression shifted slightly, the curiosity in her eyes gradually replaced by vigilance. She did not hesitate, immediately releasing her flying blade blood claws again. Hundreds of red and black blood blades spread outward from her center, slashing toward the iron sand tornado. But this time, although those blood blades pierced through the wind wall of the iron sand tornado, cutting out gaps. In an instant, those gaps were refilled by the flowing iron sand. The tornado continued to spin at high speed, sealing her tightly with no space to break through. Neferpitou refused to believe it. She activated Terpsichore, wrapping her entire body in black nen, and began to dart around frantically inside the tornado. But every time her body touched the wind wall, she was repelled by the high-speed rotating iron sand. Watching Neferpitou's actions inside the iron sand tornado, Sasuke did not stop her. He simply stood inside his Susanoo, watching her quietly. Struggle, keep struggling. That will only continue to drain your nen and stamina. This demonic wind wall move was developed by Sasuke to trap enemies, inspired by Morel's smoky jail. However, its flaw was also very obvious. It had no offensive capability unless the enemy slammed into it themselves, and it was impossible to attack from the outside in. After many attempts, Neferpitou realized it was completely useless, and she became increasingly agitated. What's wrong? Don't want to struggle anymore. Then I'm going to make my move. Sasuke pulled a revolver out of his system inventory and aimed the muzzle at Neferpitou. Seeing the appearance of this revolver, Neferpitou's body stiffened abruptly, and she instinctively raised her hands to protect her head. She recalled the scene from her last battle with Sasuke, where she had been hit by the railgun fired from this gun. That bone-deep pain was still fresh in her memory. Now, whenever she saw this gun, she would instinctively feel fear. It seems you still remember this gun. Sasuke looked at the traumatized Neferpitou, raised the gun in his hand, and feigned a threat. Since you remember, then taste the flavor of the railgun again. Let's see if you can block it this time. Although the railgun was not fatal to Neferpitou, the trauma left by the experience of running head-on into the muzzle last time was simply too great. Consequently, she became even more desperate to find an exit to escape. Very quickly, Neferpitou noticed that the top of the iron sand tornado was not completely sealed. Was that gap there before? Under the threat of the railgun, Neferpitou did not ponder this question too much. Now, she only wanted to break out of here quickly. The next second, the muscles in her legs bulged. Having lost her reason, she used all her strength to launch herself toward the gap above, flying up rapidly. Seeing Neferpitou fly toward the sky, Sasuke could no longer suppress the wild joy in his heart, and burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, finally fell for it. That's right, the gap above the demonic wind wall was intentionally left by Sasuke. Before, when he saw Neferpitou easily swatted away in midair by Chairman Netero, Sasuke knew she did not have the ability to fly. Neferpitou could only rely on the power of her jumps to stay airborne briefly. Once she ascended, she would lose her leverage, so she was just a sitting duck in the air. Sasuke looked up at the sky filled with thunderclouds, feeling that it was about time. In fact, from the moment Sasuke activated his Susanoo, he had been secretly using his electromagnetic power to draw down the lightning from the sky. Layer by layer, he built up the momentum, gradually condensing the clouds above into a thick domain of thunder, fully preparing for the ultimate strike to come. Sasuke immediately dispelled the demonic wind wall and Susanoo. His blue aura surged violently, and he ascended rapidly toward Neferpitou, stepping on the air using moonwalk. Flying in the air, Neferpitou suddenly noticed that the black iron sand tornado that had caused her so much distress and surrounded her had dissipated. Furthermore, Sasuke was also flying toward the sky. Her eyes were full of confusion. She didn't understand what kind of trick Sasuke was playing, and unease gradually grew in her heart. Sasuke soon overtook her, climbing to a higher position. He hovered in the high altitude using moonwalk, looking down at Neferpitou with his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. His posture was just like Chairman Netero's back then, carrying an air of lofty majesty. Chapter 114, Lightning Release, Kirin. Neferpitou, whether it is humans or Euchimera ants, both appear extremely insignificant and vulnerable in the face of nature. Today, I will let you properly witness the power of nature and see what true destructive power is. Rumble. Countless pale electric serpents surged crazily within the thick, dark clouds, intertwining, converging, and expanding, emitting an aura of destruction. The entire sky was shrouded by this terrifying power, becoming immensely dim and stifling, making it hard to breathe. Sasuke activated Chidori, guiding those electric serpents as their forms constantly shifted, finally condensing into a destructive, indescribably massive energy. This energy, carrying the most primal power of thunder and lightning from heaven and earth, was enough to destroy everything. Soon, this massive lightning energy gradually molded into the form of a giant beast. It possessed sharp horns, ferocious claws and fangs, and a body that wound for miles. Its body was wreathed in pale lightning, its presence magnificent, like a mythical lightning kirin, suspended beneath the clouds and radiating a lethal deterrent force. The entire wilderness trembled slightly under its pressure. At this moment, Sasuke stood at the pinnacle of the lightning, his body wreathed in blue lightning, echoing the lightning kirin in the sky. In Neferpitu's eyes, he was like a god of thunder, high above, looking down upon all living things. Divine and majestic, yet carrying destructive power, it caused the fear in her heart to instantly reach its peak. This person is terrifying to such an extent, he must not be allowed to live. Sasuke's strength had far exceeded her expectations. If he were allowed to live, he would surely become a huge threat to the Ant King in the future, and might even harm the Ant King. For the sake of the Ant King, to protect the Ant King, she had to kill Sasuke, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun crazily, desperately tracking the trajectory of every single electric current. Calculating and controlling that speed which surpassed the human reaction limit, the fastest speed in the natural world. He must strike accurately, completely killing Neferpitu, and must not leave any future trouble. Now both of them had only one thought in their minds, to kill the other. Suddenly, Sasuke swung his arm down fiercely. Lightning release, Kirin. In an instant, the giant Kirin beast, composed purely of thunder, let out a deafening roar and surged forth from the thunderclouds. Carrying destructive lightning, it dove down towards Neferpitu. Neferpitu had nowhere to dodge in midair. The pale lightning instantly swallowed her entire body, enveloping her within it. The massive thunder beast exploded in the sky, emitting a blinding, dazzling white light. That blazing white light illuminated the entire wilderness, even lighting up the distant capital. For a moment, the whole world seemed to be left with only pure white, and no other colors could be seen. Sasuke subconsciously raised his hand to shield his eyes, avoiding the blinding white light. Only then did the deafening sound of thunder erupt, resounding across the world like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting. It made one's eardrums ache, and all other sounds were drowned out by the roar of the thunder. The wilderness underfoot also trembled violently under this immense power. After a burst of blinding white light and deafening roars, everything returned to calm. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed, the pale lightning vanished without a trace, leaving only smoke filling the air. Sasuke waved his hand to disperse the smoke before him, and slowly descended from the sky. When his feet stood back on the ground, the system's notification sound rang in his mind. Successfully killed the Ant King's direct guard Neferpitu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 gold skill chest. The host has now completed all main missions issued by the system. The host may choose to travel to the next world at any time within 1 month. After 1 month, it will automatically travel. Not easy at all, finally finished. Hearing the system's notification, Sasuke finally let out a sigh of relief, his tense nerves instantly relaxing. Fighting the Chimera ants continuously for this period of time had indeed made him feel a bit weary. Now, having finally killed Neferpitu and completed the system's main mission. The Ant King. That was not his business. Just as Sasuke relaxed his guard, he suddenly felt a sharp, intense pain coming from his back. Immediately following that, a blood-stained claw pierced through his chest from behind. A large amount of blood gushed out from his chest. Not good. My heart has been completely destroyed. Sasuke couldn't help but cough up a large pool of blood, his vision began to blur, and his body became increasingly weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. He never expected that after stabbing so many people in the chest, he would one day be stabbed in the chest by someone else. How ironic. Sasuke looked back. It was a mangled, broken body, it had no head, and the remaining incomplete torso had only one arm and one leg. The whole body was shrouded in dense black nen, the aura eerie and cold. It was indeed Neferpita's corpse. And above Neferpita's corpse, a huge doll emitting strong resentment, darkness, and death chi was floating. Clearly, this was the Nen after death formed from Neferpita's lingering obsession after she died. Even though her body was already dead, she still wanted to kill Sasuke and protect the Ant King. Sasuke struggled to pull his body away from Neferpita's claw, and blood gushed out even more violently. His voice grew faint. Really so unwilling, just one last step. Just kidding. The moment the words fell, the rewind ability was activated. The wound on Sasuke's chest healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, his destroyed heart was reshaped, and within just a few seconds, it had recovered to its original state. Except for the hole in his clothes and the blood staining his body, not a single scar could be seen, and his aura had returned to its peak state. Sasuke turned around to look at the corpse of Neferpitu, which was dead beyond a doubt. He knew that Neferpitu was only able to move now by relying on the Nen after death to sustain her. Her physical body had long been completely destroyed by the lightning release at Kirin, leaving only a broken shell. Is it worth it? Is your obsession really that heavy? Sasuke felt a bit helpless regarding Neferpitu's obsession with killing him. It's not like I'm going to attack the Ant King, or are you just that reluctant to let me go, that you want to take me with you even after death? Well, I'm sorry, but I'm someone who cherishes life the most, and I don't want to die so soon. Neferpita did not respond, and under the control of the doll formed from the Nen after death, she launched another attack at Sasuke. It was just that her movements were much stiffer than when she was alive, lacking her previous agility and speed. Sasuke didn't bother with more nonsense. He directly pulled out his revolver, aimed it at Neferpita's corpse, and pulled the trigger continuously, emptying all 6 bullets in the gun. Railgun sixfold. 6 bullets containing powerful electromagnetic force, like 6 bolts of lightning, blasted Neferpita's broken shell far away. Immediately following that, a violent explosion erupted, even producing the effect of a small nuclear bomb blast. The immense heat instantly swept across the entire wilderness, a huge deep crater was blasted into the ground, all the surrounding weeds were burned to ashes, and smoke filled the air. Under the bombardment of the railgun, Neferpita's corpse had its bones and flesh completely dissolved, leaving no traces whatsoever. Even the doll formed from the Nen after death dissipated without a trace. 115 Chapter 115 The Poor Man's Rose Chapter 115, Poor Man's Rose. What a spectacular sight. There should be nothing left of her now. Sasuke walked to the edge of the massive crater and used N to scan the surroundings, only feeling truly at ease after confirming that Neferpitu's aura had completely vanished. Neferpitu, let me give you one final piece of advice. Next time you are determined to kill an enemy, it is best to aim for their head. Only by destroying the head can you completely extinguish their life force. It is a pity, however, that you will not have a next time. Sasuke took one last deep look before turning away and heading in the direction of the palace. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, a blinding flash of fire suddenly streaked across the distant horizon, instantly illuminating half the sky. What is that direction? Sasuke stopped in his tracks, sensing something, and quickly leaped into the air, using moonwalk to ascend to a high vantage point. He then looked toward the direction from which the flash originated, but the distance was too great to discern the specific situation with the naked eye. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, using its long-distance vision to peer closely at the source of the fire. He saw that in the far distance, a massive, scorching fireball was erupting from the ground. The flames soared into the sky, and a huge, rose-shaped cloud of thick, black smoke slowly bloomed in the air, blotting out the sun. The scene was extremely spectacular, yet also extremely tragic. Although Sasuke had never witnessed the explosion of a poor man's rose with his own eyes, he could roughly guess that the massive fireball, and the rose-shaped cloud of thick, black smoke were likely the legendary poor man's rose. It was the bomb that Chairman Netero had specially placed in his own heart to kill the Ant King. It would only detonate once his heart stopped. The appearance of the poor man's rose meant that Chairman Netero was already dead. Old man, rest in peace. Sasuke spoke softly toward the direction of the fire, a flash of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Since the battle between the chairman and the Ant King had ended, the time for the Ant King to return to the palace was likely approaching. Sasuke worried that Gon and the others might be in mortal danger once the Ant King returned. He immediately activated Thunderbolt mode, and a crackling, blue-white aura of lightning instantly enveloped his body. Wrapped in this aura, he sped toward the palace like a blue meteor, leaving shallow scorch marks on the ground as he passed. According to the memories transmitted back by his shadow clone, Komugi had already been entrusted to the protection of Gon, Killua, and Palm Siberia. As for the other two royal guards, Sheapuf and Menthithiyupi, according to what Gon and the others had said, they had suddenly and simultaneously retreated mid-battle and disappeared. Sasuke guessed they must have gone to find the Ant King. Not long after, Sasuke arrived at the palace. Following the auras of Gon and the others, he quickly wove through the dilapidated palace and soon reunited with them in a relatively intact side hall. Thank goodness, Sasuke. You're safe. The moment Gon saw Sasuke appear, he immediately hurried over to greet him. He gripped Sasuke's arm tightly, his excited voice trembling slightly. Don't worry, I told you I would be fine. Sasuke gently patted Gon's hand. I have already taken care of Neferpitu. What is the situation here? Where are Kite and the others? Sasuke's gaze swept over everyone present. Gon, Killua, Knuckle, Palm Siberia, Mr. Melioran, and Ikalgo were all there. Kite, Shoot, Morel, and Nov were missing. On the floor to the side, a worn-out velvet cloth was spread out, upon which Komugi lay fast asleep, blowing large bubbles of snot. Killua stepped forward, his emotions were much more stable than Gon's, and he quickly explained the current situation to Sasuke. Kite and Shoot were seriously injured, but fortunately, no vital organs were damaged and their lives are not in danger. Morel and Mr. Nov have already taken them to the association's hospital for treatment. Upon hearing this, the joy on Gon's face at seeing Sasuke instantly faded. He lowered his head, recalling the scene at that time, and said guiltily, "It is all my fault. It is all because I was too impulsive and rushed at the enemy without regard for anything. Kite blocked a fatal blow for me to protect me, otherwise, he would not have been so severely injured. This is not the time for this." Knuckle gave Gon's back a firm pat, interrupting his self-reproach, and raised a more urgent issue. Palm Siberia said that she used her ability to observe the Ant King flying toward the palace. Looking at it this way, the chairman has likely failed. Once the Ant King returns, we have no chance of being his match. What should we do? That is correct. Palm Siberia's expression was serious. As she activated her ability, she explained the Ant King's movements to everyone. My ability allows me to observe Sheapuf. Within my line of sight, he and Menthithiyupi are currently following the Ant King, and flying this way together. Moreover, they are moving very fast. At this speed, it will not take long before they reach the palace. Her words made the expressions of everyone present even more grave, and a sense of unease grew in everyone's hearts. Everyone, listen to me for a moment, things are not as serious as you think. Seeing their panicked state, Sasuke knew he had to stabilize their morale, and felt it was necessary to explain the situation clearly. After arriving in East Gorto, I had a conversation with Chairman Netero. He told me that no matter what the outcome of the battle was, even if he had to sacrifice his own life, he would definitely eliminate the Ant King. Did you notice earlier that there was an extremely blinding flash of light in the direction where the chairman was fighting the Ant King? But the fact is, the Ant King is still alive and is flying back toward the palace. Knuckle couldn't help but interject. He truly could not believe that the Ant King had been eliminated, especially since that terrifying aura was still steadily approaching. Don't be so hasty, this is exactly what I am about to explain. Sasuke waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. I do not know if you have heard the name Poor Man's Rose. Upon hearing the words Poor Man's Rose, Palm Siberia's expression instantly changed. She looked sharply at Sasuke, immediately realizing what he wanted to say. Are you saying that kind of nuclear bomb that small dictatorships love to use in wars? Sasuke nodded. Since you have heard of it, you should know that the most terrifying thing about this type of nuclear bomb has never been the impact force or destructive power generated during the explosion, but the highly toxic poison that remains afterward. That toxin permeates the air, soil, and water sources. Once infected, the infected person's body tissues will be slowly eroded and destroyed from the inside, inching toward death, a process that is agonizing and for which there is no cure. Sasuke paused here, and the others did not interrupt, as if they already knew what he was about to say. Perhaps you have already guessed it. What Chairman Netero used in the end was precisely this kind of nuclear bomb. Therefore the Ant King now, including the other two royal guards following him, Sheapuf and Menthetheupi, have all been infected by the toxin, and will not live much longer. One had to admit that compared to the directness and brutality of the Chimera ants, the humans of the hunter world sometimes appeared even more terrifying and even more despicable. The Poor Man's Rose was merely a weapon on the surface. One could only wonder how many other terrifying and unknown abilities and weapons remained hidden behind the scenes. Chapter 116. An anxious Sheapuf. Sasuke's words were like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. After a long while, the group slowly gathered their wits and accepted this fact. Then what are we going to do next? Gon asked. In truth, everyone knew perfectly well that if things were really as Sasuke had said, the Ant King and his royal guards would not live much longer. Then they didn't need to do anything, they just had to stay far away and wait for the Ant King to slowly die. But Gon still wanted a clear answer from Sasuke. Leave this place, Sasuke said without the slightest hesitation. The further you escape, the better. Try to avoid contact with the Ant King and his guards to avoid being infected by the poison, and to avoid being injured by their final counterattack. He pointed to Komugi, who was sleeping to the side, and continued, as for this girl, she is the person the Ant King values most. Their fate is for them to decide. I will just be responsible for bringing her to the Ant King's side. Gon immediately spoke up, rejecting Sasuke's idea. It's too dangerous. Sasuke, you cannot be left alone to meet the Ant King. I'm going with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke gave Gon a hard knock on the head. With a thud, it sounded crisp and loud. What are you thinking? Sasuke rolled his eyes. How could I possibly go to find the Ant King alone? I'll definitely leave a shadow clone here, while I accompany you all to evacuate. It's not like you don't know what kind of person I am. I never do anything without being certain of success. Gon clutched his aching head, looking aggrieved. You didn't explain it clearly, so how was I supposed to know? I just didn't want you to take risks alone. All right, stop throwing a tantrum. It's settled. Sasuke patted Gon's head, then scanned the crowd. Everyone, prepare to retreat immediately. Walk in the opposite direction from where the Ant King is coming to avoid encountering him and his guards. With Morel, Nov and Kite all absent, Sasuke, relying on his formidable strength and calm demeanor, had instead become the backbone of the group. The group had no objections and nodded one after another. The once luxurious, extravagant, and magnificent palace had become dilapidated after a night of intense battle. Palace walls had collapsed, floor tiles were shattered, and traces of battle were visible everywhere. Amidst the broken walls and ruins, the lingering scent of blood still remained. Sasuke stood atop the palace's high platform, holding the Kusanagi sword. He closed his eyes slightly, sensing the changes in the surrounding magnetic field, and waited quietly for the Ant King's return. However, he did not wait for the Ant King, but instead, he first waited for Sheapuf, one of the 3 royal guards. Sasuke felt puzzled. According to his conjecture, Sheapuf should have returned to the palace with the Ant King. Why would he return alone? He opened his eyes, glanced at Sheapuf, and probed his aura, quickly understanding the reason. The Sheopuf before him had a weak aura and scattered nen. It was clearly not the main body, but rather a clone he had split off. After flying back to the palace, Sheopuf completely ignored the conspicuous Sasuke on the high platform. His gaze swept quickly over the ruined palace, and then his body turned into specks of light, instantly splitting into countless tiny clones. Like a sky full of flying insects, they scattered densely into every corner of the palace, seemingly searching for something. Sasuke stood on the high platform, watching quietly without any intention of taking action. The palace was now empty, gone, and the others had safely evacuated, and Komugi had also been properly taken care of. No matter what Sheopuf wanted to find, it would not affect anyone. Rather than wasting energy dealing with an insignificant clone, it was better to save his strength and wait for the Ant King's arrival. But while Sasuke did not want to pay him any mind, Sheopuf's clones took the initiative to approach Sasuke. Those tiny clones scattered throughout the palace surged toward the high platform like a tide. They gathered rapidly in front of Sasuke, gradually restoring themselves to normal human size. "Human, are you the only one here?" Sheopuf's gaze was fixed intently on Sasuke, his tone urgent, carrying a trace of imperceptible anxiety. "Where did everyone else go? That woman, where is that human girl named Komugi? Aren't there people all behind you?" Sasuke said, pointing toward the square in front of the palace. Sheopuf turned his head to look in the direction Sasuke was pointing, only to see millions of people standing densely in the square. He instantly realized that Sasuke was deliberately toying with him, and his expression sank immediately. "Don't play dumb. You should know what I want to ask. I am looking for Komugi, the girl who plays board games with the king. Hand her over." "I do know you are looking for her, but why should I tell you?" Sasuke scoffed, a bit confused by Sheopuf's logic. Did he really think Sasuke would listen to whatever he said? "It seems I have to make you suffer a little before you'll obediently tell me." Sheopuf's face instantly became ferocious, his eyes bloodshot. He really didn't have the patience to continue bickering with Sasuke. The king was about to return. He had to find Komugi before the king returned, kill her, and hide her body well. He absolutely could not let the king see her again. This was the true purpose behind Sheopuf recklessly returning to the palace alone beforehand. He wanted to sever the weakness in the king's heart, and let the king return to being that cold, ruthless king, who was unaffected by emotions. Sheopuf flew rapidly toward Sasuke, wanting to teach this human a lesson. But before he could get close to Sasuke, a blue-white beam of light, condensed from powerful electric currents, suddenly burst forth from in front of Sasuke. The spear of lightning hit Sheopuf's body head-on. The immense heat generated by the current instantly swept through half of his body, and his black nen dissipated instantly under the scorching of the lightning. The lightning beam directly destroyed half of his torso. Lightning. Sheopuf looked at Sasuke, who was emitting bursts of electricity, his eyes full of wariness. He dared not act rashly again. He never expected that this human could actually control such powerful lightning power, severely damaging his clone with just one strike. Sheopuf remembered that among the humans who invaded the palace, there was also one who used lightning, but the power was far inferior to the person before him. "You are truly too weak, you can't even withstand lightning of this power. You'd better back off, don't waste my time here." Sasuke was not bluffing, he was speaking the truth. The current Sheopuf was indeed very weak. In order to save the Ant King, who had been seriously injured by the poor man's rose, he had contributed most of his own power for the Ant King to consume. His main body could hardly even maintain a normal physique, having turned into a chibi form, with his strength greatly reduced. Moreover, the one before him was just a clone he had split off, and its power was less than 1/10 of the main body, so naturally, it was not worthy of Sasuke's attention. 117 Chapter 117 The Evolved Ant King Chapter 117 The Evolved Ant King. Sasuke glanced at Sheopuf with disdain, then withdrew his gaze and stopped attacking. He knew that Sheopuf's ability was division, creating numerous clones, making him difficult to kill completely. Even if he completely destroyed this clone, it would be meaningless, it would just be a waste of time and nen. The one standing here now was Sasuke's shadow clone. Although Sasuke had infused this shadow clone with a large amount of nen, giving it strong combat capabilities to handle most emergencies. But a shadow clone was, after all, just a shadow clone. Unlike the original body, the nen within it was not renewable. Once exhausted, the shadow clone could no longer maintain its existence. He had to conserve his nen and wait for the Ant King's arrival. It seems the main event has returned. Sasuke clearly sensed a surge of nen so immense it was heart-stopping, rapidly approaching from the horizon. Without needing to think, this was highly likely the Ant King, Muruem. Sheapuf also sensed the king's aura getting closer, the agitation in his eyes growing more intense. He was unwilling to give up just like that and wanted to make a last-ditch effort. So he split into countless tiny clones again, scattering into every corner of the palace, searching every crack, refusing to miss any trace of Komugi. Sasuke stood on the high platform, watching the tiny, scurrying clones with cold eyes. Go ahead and search, even if you turn this palace upside down, you will absolutely never find Komugi. Because Komugi was currently temporarily placed by Sasuke inside a spatial channel opened by the Kusanagi sword, this was also the reason why the shadow clone was here holding the Kusanagi sword. As the Ant King's aura drew closer, Sasuke felt the power of this nen even more acutely. The air nearby seemed to be constantly compressed by an invisible force, making it difficult to breathe. Until a sound of breaking through the air came from the horizon, and the Ant King, carrying a miniature version of Sheapuf and Menthithiyupi, flew in front of Sasuke and hovered in midair. Only then did Sasuke truly realize the horror. He was almost unable to breathe under the weight of this immensely powerful nen. A doubt couldn't help but arise in his heart. Is this really a creature that can exist in this world? The current Ant King was no longer in existence on the same dimension as Sasuke. If it were the previous Ant King, Sasuke might have felt there was a slim possibility of victory, choosing not to act only out of fear of death. But the current Ant King, with just his aura alone, was enough to make him completely extinguish any thought of attacking. It was a feeling of oppression and despair that seeped into his bones. He knew clearly that if he dared to attack, he would definitely be instantly killed, without even a sliver of a chance to resist. Fortunately, the one standing here was just one of Sasuke's shadow clones, so he could still maintain his composure. Besides this, in Sasuke's perception, hidden within the Ant King's vast and terrifying nen was a trace of extremely faint death energy. Although this death energy was weak, it was exceptionally tenacious, like maggots on a bone, slowly devouring the Ant King's vitality and growing stronger. It was precisely this death energy that made Sasuke more certain that the Ant King was not long for this world. Otherwise, with the Ant King's current strength, humanity would likely truly be completely ruled by the Chimera Ant. He didn't think the 5 great nen users mentioned by Chairman Netero had any possibility of challenging the current Ant King. Ant King, or perhaps I should call you Muruem. Sasuke greeted the Ant King, who had flown in front of him indifferently. Mainly because Sasuke's position was too conspicuous, he was standing on the high platform in the very center of the palace. As soon as the Ant King flew over the palace, he spotted him. At this moment, the miniature Sheapuf behind the Ant King immediately said to him, "King, this guy is one of the attackers, we must execute him immediately." No need to act yet. The Ant King raised his hand to stop Sheapuf's intention to attack. Since he specifically stood here waiting for me, he must have something to say. Perhaps he can help me recover my lost memories, it wouldn't hurt to listen. Then the Ant King turned his head, looking down at Sasuke from above. "Human, you know my name. Who are you?" "Just a nobody who played board games with you before, not worth mentioning." "Board games?" Upon hearing board games, something seemed to flash through the Ant King's mind, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't remember. He stared at Sasuke, falling into a brief contemplation. Suddenly, he remembered seeing this person before leaving the palace. "I remember you. So why do you know my name?" "It's simple, because I was there when the queen passed away, and heard her last words." Sasuke continued, "I don't know if the old man, the chairman, conveyed the message clearly, so I will say it again. Muruam, which means the light that illuminates all things in the world, this is also the hope your mother placed in you. The light that illuminates all things in the world, is it? The Ant King repeated his own name in a low voice, his tone hiding a trace of complex emotion. Thank you for telling me this, human. What is your name? I have remembered your name, Sasuke. The Ant King nodded slightly. Now you can state your true purpose. Do not lie to me, I can perceive your emotions, so lying is useless against me. What a convenient ability. Sasuke smiled. That's perfect. From what I'm about to say, you should be able to determine that I am not lying. Muruam, you, and the 2 guards behind you, are all going to die soon. As soon as Sasuke's words were spoken, the Ant King still had no reaction on his face, his expression calm. But Sheapuf and Menthithiyupi behind him immediately became agitated. King, this arrogant fellow must be executed immediately. Let your subordinate handle it for you and tear him to pieces. The Ant King raised his hand again, stopping them. Wait, I can perceive that he is not lying, simply stating a fact. Sasuke, can you tell me the reason? Muruam, do you remember what I said to you? You cannot withstand the malice of humanity. Sasuke looked at the Ant King and spoke slowly. The explosion you suffered before was not an ordinary bomb, but a nuclear bomb called the Rose. Its true terror is not its power during the explosion, but the poison hidden within it. You should also be able to feel it yourself. Your body is undergoing an irreversible collapse, and death is just a matter of time. Seemingly to corroborate the fact Sasuke stated, Menthithiyupi's nose happened to uncontrollably bleed black blood at this moment. He instinctively covered his nose. What is happening? My body, how could it be like this? The Ant King closed his eyes to carefully feel the changes in his body. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. In his calm gaze, there was not a trace of fear of death. So that's how it is. We have lost this war against humanity. How is that possible? Sheapuf screamed, his whole body trembling. It was as if his sky had collapsed instantly. He simply could not accept this reality. How could the king die? The king is invincible. How could he be defeated by human weapons? He roared, but at the same time, he could also feel his own body being eroded and collapsing from the invisible poison. That sense of powerlessness made him nearly collapse. Suddenly, Sheapuf seemed to grasp at a last straw. He turned his head sharply to look at Sasuke. You must have a way, right? Since this is a weapon developed by you humans, there must be a method to treat it. Sasuke shook his head gently. That is why I said, compared to you chimera ants, humans are even more cruel and ruthless. Do you think they would specially develop a treatment for a weapon created for the sake of destruction? But Sheapuf did not believe his words. He immediately returned to his normal size and flew rapidly towards Sasuke, wanting to capture this human and threaten him to hand over a treatment method. Will you not learn your lesson? Lightning surged over Sasuke's body, and he was preparing to hit him with another lightning spear. Just at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Ant King, causing both of them to stop their actions simultaneously. Chapter 118 Muruam and Komugi. Sheapuf turned his head with difficulty to look at the king behind him. Step back. Otherwise, you can go die. The Ant King said coldly. Sheapuf dared not disobey the king's command, and had to retreat obediently. What a terrifying aura! The moment he was locked onto, Sasuke felt as if he saw death. Regaining his composure, he continued, I told you this just so you wouldn't die without knowing why. What I'm about to say next is the main reason I stayed. Muruam, do you still remember Komugi? Hearing Komugi's name, Sheapuf, who looked ashen, didn't react in the slightest. Compared to the news that the Ant King was about to die, the matter of Komugi had become trivial. At this moment, his heart was entirely focused on how to save the Ant King. He had no time to spare for anything else. Komugi. The Ant King whispered the name, and the face of that girl became clearer in his mind. Her frail body, her blind yet bright eyes, and her focused expression while playing Gungi all emerged in his mind bit by bit. He remembered everything. The girl he had yet to beat at Gungi, the human girl who made him feel emotions he had never felt before. Komugi. The Ant King's eyes instantly softened. Where is Komugi now? I want to see her. Please, tell me. I can tell you where she is, but you must agree to one condition, that I be the one to witness your final moments. I understand the concerns of you humans. Facing Sasuke's condition, the Ant King did not hesitate at all and agreed immediately. Sasuke gripped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, pulled it out sharply, and slashed a clear cross in the air. A pale blue spatial portal instantly unfolded before him. Then, he gently carried the sleeping Komugi out from the spatial portal and transferred her into the Ant King's arms. The Ant King held Komugi gently, his face revealing a shockingly doting smile. Komugi, stop sleeping. Wake up and play Gungi. Hearing the Ant King's call, Komugi slowly opened her eyes. Although she could not see and could not behold the Ant King's appearance, she knew immediately that the person holding her was the Ant King. Supreme Leader. Her voice still held a hint of post-sleep confusion. Hurry up and wake up. We have to continue our match. Supreme Leader. Komugi immediately perked up, a happy smile appearing on her face. The Ant King carried Komugi and flew toward the west tower of the palace. Sheapuf and Menthithiyupi followed silently behind, still steadfastly upholding their duties as guards, though the despair in their eyes was hard to conceal. In the west tower of the palace, familiar to the Ant King, the lights had been damaged by the ravages of battle. But at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the bright moonlight spilled in from the hole in the top of the tower, like a silver veil covering the entire room, making the originally dim room exceptionally bright. The Ant King and Komugi sat in the center of the room, playing Gungi under the moonlight. Sasuke, Sheapuf, and Menthithiyupi sat in different corners of the room, quietly watching the Ant King and Komugi play, without making a single sound. Sheapuf and Menthithiyupi's bodies were deteriorating increasingly severely, with black fluid constantly flowing from the corners of their mouths, yet they still forced themselves to hold on. Earlier you asked for my name, didn't you? In the silent room, the Ant King suddenly spoke. My name is Meruem. Meruem. Upon learning the Supreme Leader's name, Komugi suddenly became flustered and knelt before Meruem, her posture respectful. My name is Komugi, a common Gungi player. Please treat me well, Meruem. I know your name. And there is no need to add sir. Don't make me say it twice. No need to add sir. Just call me by my name, Meruem. No, how could I do that? I absolutely cannot address the Supreme Leader by his given name. Komugi immediately shook her head, her face full of hesitation. Then, if I beat you at Gungi, you are not allowed to call me sir anymore. Meruem looked at her stubborn expression, and could only use Gungi as a wager. Komugi was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. I understand. Whenever it came to anything related to Gungi, she would become exceptionally serious. Then, let's begin. Meruem picked up a piece and placed it gently on the board. As time passed, the only sound in the room was the slight click of pieces being placed on the board. Menthithiyupi was the first to be unable to hold on. His body completely fell apart, and he slowly collapsed to the ground without making a sound. He died silently, fearing he would disturb the king, who was playing Gungi. After some time, Sheapuf also couldn't hold on any longer. He looked at the king's back, and with reluctance in his eyes, he slowly collapsed. He also didn't make a sound, guarding the king's final moments with his loyalty. 791 Pawn, 231 Pawn. 272 Cannon. When it was Komugi's turn to move, Meruem waited, but she didn't make a move. He looked up at Komugi and saw that her eyes were already brimming with tears. Tears flowed down her cheeks, dripping onto the board. Those blind eyes were now shining brightly, full of radiance. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Meruem was puzzled, He didn't understand why Komugi would suddenly cry. Am I really allowed to be this happy? Komugi sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. Is it really okay for someone as ordinary as me to encounter so many wonderful things one after another? Muruem lowered his head, looking at the pieces on the board, and said slowly, I still have to tell you. I have been poisoned, so I won't live much longer. Komugi, I want to spend my final moments with you playing gungi, but this poison is contagious. If you stay by my side for too long, even you will. Before Muruem could finish, Komugi picked up a piece, and placed it gently on the board, using her actions to show her determination. She raised her head, her face tear-stained, yet she showed a radiant smile. Muruem, I feel so happy right now. Although I am a reckless person, please let me stay with you. At this moment, Komugi was so dazzling in Muruem's eyes, radiating endless light, brighter than the moonlight, and more precious than anything in the world. He looked at Komugi, a gentle smile on his face. He didn't try to persuade her anymore, just picked up a piece and continued the game. The gungi match between the two did not stop. They didn't know how long they had been playing. Slowly, Muruem's arm could no longer be lifted, he could no longer move the pieces, and his eyes gradually lost their sight. Muruem lay in Komugi's arms. Now he could see nothing and feel nothing, he could only ask repeatedly, Komugi, are you there? Yes, of course I am. I won't go anywhere, Muruem. Komugi held Muruem, gently stroking his head, repeating her answer over and over again. Sasuke sat in the corner, quietly watching the scene before him. He watched their figures leaning on each other, silently put the Kusanagi sword back into his system inventory, and then dispelled his shadow clone. The Ant King's life had reached its end. Let them spend their final moments alone together. Undisturbed by anyone, this was the final respect Sasuke could give them. The shadow clone turned into smoke and dissipated into the air, leaving only the moonlight to gently bathe the room, covering this pair as they approached their end, along with the unfinished gungi game on the board. 119 Chapter 119 Everything Settles Down Chapter 119 Everything Settles Down. On the roof of the hospital belonging to the Hunter Association, Sasuke lay on the rooftop, hands behind his head, leisurely gazing at the white clouds in the sky. After the Chimera Ant extermination battle, all members who participated in the fight were injured to varying degrees. Only Sasuke, relying on his formidable strength and the record rewind ability, remained unscathed. Therefore, everyone was currently receiving treatment and recovering from their injuries in this hospital exclusive to the Hunter Association. The Ant King and Komugi ultimately died while nestling against each other under the moonlight of the palace's west tower. There was no dramatic finale, only a silent tenderness. As the life of the Ant King Muruem completely faded away, this war between the Chimera Ants and humanity, which had lasted for so long and caused countless casualties, finally came to an end. After the Ant King died, to prevent his corpse from being taken by those so-called high-ranking officials for dissection and research, Sasuke specially returned to the palace and used fire release to completely incinerate the bodies of the Ant King, Komugi, Sheapuf, and Menthithiyupi. It could be considered giving them a decent ending. However, this action of Sasuke's quickly drew strong accountability from the high-ranking officials of V5. Those high-ranking officials were furious upon learning that the Ant King's body had been incinerated, as they had lost the best sample for researching the Chimera Ants. They repeatedly pressured the Hunter Association, demanding that Sasuke be handed over for severe punishment. Fortunately, Morel and Nav voluntarily stepped forward and took all the responsibility for Sasuke, claiming publicly that it was the two of them who proposed burning the bodies, and it had nothing to do with Sasuke. The Hunter Association, out of regard for the two of them, and also wary of Sasuke's formidable strength, ultimately chose to stand on Sasuke's side, and came forward to negotiate with the V5 high-ranking officials. The matter was eventually dropped, and V5 never came to cause trouble again. However, even if V5 really dared to come and cause trouble, Sasuke would not be afraid in the slightest. He would not even mind carrying out a purge of these high and mighty officials who viewed life as worthless. With his current strength, as long as he did not court death, basically no one could threaten him. At least within the known human sphere, excluding the mysterious Dark Continent. But he was also aware that the world is unpredictable, and there was no guarantee those V5 high-ranking officials did not have some unknown secret weapons hidden away. Even someone as strong as the Ant King, possessing world-destroying power, still died under the rose of the poor. So as long as they did not provoke him, Sasuke would not take action intentionally. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Several days had passed since the end of the Chimera Ant incident. The impact of this war far exceeded everyone's expectations and caused a massive uproar throughout the international community. The scope of the fallout was so wide that it directly led to the complete collapse of the regimes in the NGL Autonomous Region and the Republic of East Gorto. NGL was the origin of the Chimera Ants, and after the devastation by the Chimera Ants, the common people had long since been killed or injured, so the collapse of the regime was inevitable. As for the Republic of East Gorto, the royal family was destroyed, the army was scattered, and having lost the foundation of its rule, it also fell apart. After the two countries collapsed, millions of survivors who had lost their homes were treated as refugees. The remaining three countries of the Mighty Union, after some negotiations, finally reached an agreement. They agreed to accept the millions of refugees on the condition of dividing the property and land left behind by East Gorto. On the surface, it was extending a helping hand, but in reality, it was just to compete for interests, each taking what they needed. The NGL Autonomous Region was taken over by V5 and designated as a natural resource zone. Sasuke had absolutely no interest in the political games and power struggles between these countries. When Morel mentioned these matters in the hospital room that day, he had just listened casually for a few moments and paid no further attention. Those deceptions and power struggles were far less interesting than the blue sky and white clouds above. Sasuke suddenly sat up. He felt it was time. He had a strong premonition that opening a treasure chest now would definitely yield something top tier. Finally, the moment he was most excited about and looking forward to had arrived, the treasure chest opening and reward claiming phase. Golden Legend. Sasuke silently chanted in his heart, "System, open the golden skill treasure chest." Golden skill treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Dead River, from the Hellsing world. It actually produced a legend. Sasuke opened his eyes wide, somewhat in disbelief. And it was Alucard's ability from Hellsing. He already possessed the powerful life-saving ability Record Rewind, and now that he had obtained Dead River, was he really about to become the king of immortality? System, described the Dead River ability. Sasuke suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked in his mind. Is it really the ability of that vampire king Alucard that I know of? Sasuke himself was no stranger to the Dead River ability. He knew just how terrifying Alucard's Dead River was. But he was still worried about making a mistake. After all, he was not a vampire, so it was best to have the system confirm it to be sure. Very well, host. The Dead River ability does indeed come from the vampire king Alucard, but there are some differences. Because the host is not a vampire and has a physique completely different from Alucard's, the system has partially modified the mechanism of the Dead River to adapt it to the host's body. The host does not need to consume blood. Instead, by directly killing enemies, you can store their souls within the Dead River. The souls will be continuously nourished by the Dead River and will not dissipate. The host can extract stored souls from the Dead River at any time to summon them, making them serve you and obey all your commands, but you can only summon one soul at a time. No matter what kind of damage the host sustains, whether it's external injuries, poisoning, or nin depletion, you can consume the soul power within the Dead River to recover rapidly. The speed of recovery depends on the amount of soul power consumed. When suffering a devastating blow, such as decapitation, heart-piercing, or brain destruction, you can consume one soul from the Dead River to instantly regenerate. After regeneration, your body will be restored to its peak state, with no injuries. The host can also use the final move of the Dead River Zero Hand to release all the souls within the Dead River at once, letting these souls fight for you simultaneously to form an overwhelming combat force. However, if the host's true body dies while using this move, you will not be able to regenerate again, and the dead river will dissipate along with it. After hearing the detailed introduction from the system, Sasuke truly believed that he had really obtained Alucard's terrifying regenerative and resurrection ability. This ability was even more powerful than he had imagined, and thanks to the system's modifications, it perfectly adapted to his physique. Not needing to consume blood, just accumulating souls by killing enemies, his life-saving ability had reached a whole new level. If Sasuke were an evil person, he would probably have started a city slaughtering mode in minutes after obtaining this ability, killing wantonly to accumulate countless souls and becoming an unstoppable demon. Fortunately, he was not that kind of maniac. Although he was not opposed to killing, he had never slaughtered the innocent, he only killed for self-preservation or to eradicate those who were truly evil. Chapter 120, Dead River System, Are you tempting me to fall into corruption? Please do not think that way, host. It is just that the system detected the host's extreme desire for life, so when randomizing the ability, it made a slight effort towards survival and regeneration. There is no intention to tempt the host into corruption. Regardless of whether the system had such expectations, Sasuke no longer cared. He had always believed that abilities themselves were neither good nor evil, the difference lay solely in the person using them. As long as he could hold fast to his original intentions, not be blinded by power, and not be dominated by slaughter, he believed he would never become the kind of demon that killed the innocent indiscriminately. Taking a step back, if he truly couldn't hold fast to his original intentions, then he would just fall into corruption. This was an outcome Sasuke could accept. If he truly chose to fall into corruption in the future, then there would surely be reasons and thoughts from his future self. Thinking about it too much now was meaningless, better to just let nature take its course. Sasuke closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and carefully felt the changes within his body. A river containing the aura of death and the underworld was flowing deep within his soul. That river was the Dead River. Just then, he suddenly realized that a considerable number of souls were already stored within the Dead River. The quantity surprised him, and the aura of every soul felt familiar to him. Could it be? Sasuke carefully examined the souls within the Dead River. Sure enough, those souls were exactly everyone he had killed after crossing over to the Hunter world. Including Tonpa, whom he first met during the Hunter exam, then the Janae Raiden members, the trio of Genthru the Bomber, and the most numerous Chimera Ant army. Of course, it also included the Catgirl Neferpitou, whom he remembered most vividly and liked the most. System, what is going on? Why are the souls of the enemies I killed in the past already inside the Dead River? At that time, I hadn't obtained the Dead River ability yet. Logically speaking, their souls shouldn't be stored in the Dead River. Because the system extracted all the souls of the enemies the host had killed throughout the River of Time, and placed them into the Dead River. This can be considered a perk the system is giving the host. The unexpected harvest made the smile on Sasuke's lips even more pronounced. He had already felt like he hit the jackpot when he obtained the Dead River ability, but he hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. It was equivalent to having a massive soul army the moment he obtained the ability. This feeling was simply too good. The anticipation in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and Sasuke decided to immediately try out his newly acquired ability. He concentrated his mind and carefully searched for Neferpitu's soul within the Dead River. That familiar, lively aura was quickly found. Sasuke did not hesitate, and with a thought, he immediately summoned Neferpitu's soul from the Dead River. Very quickly, a catgirl with fluffy white wavy hair, wearing a dark blue suit, slowly emerged from Sasuke's shadow. Yo, Pitou, we meet again. Sasuke stood up and looked at the Neferpitou before him. Do you still remember me? Neferpitou blinked her ruby-like eyes, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Meow, Sasuke. Sasuke smiled and reached out, gently stroking Neferpitu's hair, and incidentally pinching her soft cat ears. The sensation was exactly the same as when she was alive. He had long wanted to do this. He had restrained himself that time at the palace, but now he could touch her without any inhibition. Sasuke said softly, "How do you feel now? Do you still want to kill me?" Hearing these words, Pitou immediately shook her head frantically, a hint of panic appearing on her face. Without even having time to think, she immediately knelt on one knee before Sasuke, lowered her head, her posture respectful to the extreme. How could your subordinate have such a treasonous thought? You are my king, the only object of my subordinate's loyalty. Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness in daring to address the king by name. Sasuke nodded slightly, roughly understanding the mechanism of the dead river in his heart. The summoned souls would not completely lose their memories from before death, past experiences and combat abilities were all retained. However, their cognition was completely altered, he would become the only existence they needed to be loyal to. Regardless of what their relationship was while alive, they would now be absolutely loyal to him. Just a joke, get up, Pitu. No need to be so formal. In the future, you don't need to add any honorifics when speaking to me. I still prefer that unruly appearance you had before. He paused, looked at Neferpitou, who was still kneeling on the ground, and added, also, just call me Sasuke, no need to call me king. Come on, say it and let me hear. Neferpitou slowly stood up, a hint of hesitation on her face. She looked at Sasuke, then lowered her head again, seemingly not yet accustomed to such an address. A moment later, she obediently followed Sasuke's instructions and spoke softly, Sub. I understand, meow, Sasuke. Very good, this is how a cat should be. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. For now, you should temporarily return. When I need you, I will summon you out again. Having said that, Sasuke moved his mind and cancelled the summoning of Neferpitou. Neferpitou's figure slowly melted into Sasuke's shadow, returning to the dead river and disappearing from sight. It was a pity that the Ant King Meruem, as well as the other two royal guards Sheapuf and Menthetheupi, were not killed by Sasuke's own hands. Therefore their souls were not stored in the dead river, otherwise, he could have summoned them. However, even if time could flow backward and return to the time before the Ant King died, Sasuke would not choose to deliver the final blow to kill him. Killing him in that situation would be an insult to the Ant King's final moments of life, and Sasuke's conscience would not be able to bear it. As for the other two royal guards, Sasuke might have delivered a finishing blow before they died, but thinking about it now was useless. He lay back down on the ground, gazing at the white clouds in the sky. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Sasuke felt he could do it again. Even facing the evolved Ant King, he felt completely undaunted. Although he still couldn't beat him, the Ant King also couldn't kill him. As he was now, not to say invincible in this world, but at least there was no one left who could thoroughly kill him. Combined with his Mangekyo Sharingan's record rewind ability, no matter how many times he died, or how many souls he lost, he could reset everything back to the previous state and restore it as it was. Zero Hand. What is that thing? Sasuke sneered in his heart. He felt that he would probably never use this final ultimate move in his entire life. Fighting is about assessing one's strength. If you really can't beat them, then just run. He wouldn't be stupid enough to use such an ultimate move that endangered his own life, and caused him to lose the chance of rebirth once used to deal with enemies. It could be said that now, the only thing left that could truly kill Sasuke was time. The passage of time, birth, aging, sickness, and death. This was the law of all things in the world, which he currently could not escape. But Sasuke was not anxious. He still had enough time to explore various worlds and seek stronger power. If he could obtain the ability of immortality in the future, then he would truly become an undying and indestructible existence, able to traverse various worlds forever. If he really couldn't, then he would just use rewind to get by. Anyway, with this ability, it was impossible for him to die of old age. 121 Chapter 121 Election of the President Chapter 121 Chairman Election. There were no system-issued missions, no clear action goals, and no immediate enemies to deal with. This unconstrained state actually left him at a loss as to what to do for a moment. What a rare, leisurely time. Sasuke murmured softly, with a hint of laziness. Travel to the next world. Anyway, the stay period granted by the system still had nearly a month left, so there was no rush to leave. He still wanted to stay in the hunter world for a while longer. At the very least, He wanted to meet all his familiar friends and bid them a proper farewell before embarking on a new journey. As for that mysterious dark continent, Sasuke never had any intention of venturing there from the very beginning. It contained too many rule-based things, and who knows what kind of trouble one might get entangled with there. At this moment, a faint sound of flapping wings came, and a white dove descended from the air to his side. Sasuke noticed a small bamboo tube tied to the dove's leg, which was likely used by someone to convey information. What era is this, and they're still using such an old-fashioned method as sending messages by carrier pigeon? Sasuke opened the bamboo tube, which contained a ballot and a letter detailing the election rules. It turned out that the election for the new chairman of the Hunter Association was about to begin, and they were currently summoning professional hunters from all over the world to head to the Hunter Association headquarters to vote. Sasuke was quite interested in this matter, not because he cared who would be elected as the next chairman, but because he could take this opportunity to see his old friends. Sasuke left the rooftop and found Gon and Killua, who were currently in the hospital ward visiting Kite, who was still recovering from his injuries. The ward was very quiet. Kite was lying on the hospital bed, his arms and abdomen still wrapped in thick bandages, and his complexion remained somewhat pale. Gon and Killua were sitting on chairs by the bedside, holding the same letters as Sasuke, evidently having also received the notification about the new chairman election. Did you guys receive the notification too? Sasuke walked over, leaned against the wall, and asked the three of them. I don't have anything to do right now, so I'm planning to go to the association headquarters to check it out and join in the excitement. How about you guys? Do you want to go together? Kite, lying on the hospital bed, smiled bitterly and said, with my injuries, I'm afraid I still need to recuperate for a while. Whether or not I can go depends on my recovery. He paused and turned to look at Gon. However, I do think you should go and take a look, Gon. Haven't you always wanted to find Jing? With such a big event as the association election, I believe that teachers should be on site. If you go there, perhaps you'll be able to see him. Upon hearing the name Jing, a trace of panic appeared on Gon's face, and for a moment, he was at a loss. The father he had been bitterly searching for suddenly offered a chance to meet, but it wasn't the result of his own hard efforts. He subconsciously looked at Killua beside him, and asked softly. Then what about you, Killua? Are you planning to participate in this election? Seeing Gon suddenly ask him, Killua lowered his head, and was silent for a moment. After careful consideration, he still chose to answer truthfully, I probably won't participate. There is an important matter waiting for me to do, and I need to go home. Gon looked at Killua's expression and immediately guessed that what he had to do was definitely something difficult to accomplish, and perhaps even full of danger. As Killua's best friend, how could he abandon Killua at a time like this? So he made a decision immediately. Then I'll accompany you back first. You've always been the one accompanying me to do the things I want to do, and now it's my turn to help you. Killua looked up at Gon's firm gaze, a trace of emotion flashing in his eyes, but he still couldn't help but advise. But haven't you always wanted to find your father? Now the opportunity is right in front of you. If you miss this time, who knows how long you'll have to wait until you see him again. It's okay. It won't be too late to go to the association headquarters after accompanying you home. Even if I miss it, I believe that with my own ability, I will find Jing sooner or later. Just go and do what you want to do, don't have any worries. Sasuke spoke up at this moment. Gon, don't worry. If I see Jing, I will firmly hold him for you, ensuring that whenever you come, you will be able to see him. Watching the two of them supporting each other and having already made their decision, Sasuke also wanted to do what he could to help them. Thank you, Sasuke. Gon scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But it really doesn't need to be that troublesome. Even if I don't see him this time, it doesn't matter. I still have plenty of time, and I'll always be able to find him. Sasuke waved his hand, not taking Gon's refusal to heart at all. Although he didn't know what powerful abilities Jing had, nor how strong Jing actually was. But Sasuke believed that with his current strength, he was enough to control Jing, probably, or at least holding him back shouldn't be a problem. As for Killua returning home, Sasuke could roughly guess that it was because of Killua's sister or brother. Time arrived at the eve of the Hunter Association chairman election vote. The banquet hall at the association headquarters was brightly lit and bustling with voices. To entertain the professional hunters who had rushed from all over the world to participate in the voting, the association specially held this banquet. Sasuke wove through the crowd, his gaze quickly scanning the entire hall, and he soon found two familiar figures, Biscuit Kruger and his senior brother, Wing. Biscuit Kruger was wearing a black Lolita outfit. Although it was quite a contrast to her usual attire, it did not seem out of place at all. Wing was still the same as always, wearing a simple white shirt with a gentle smile on his face, standing quietly beside Biscuit Kruger. "Teacher, senior brother, you're both here." Sasuke quickened his pace and walked over to greet them. Seeing Sasuke, a trace of a smile flashed in Wing's eyes, and he nodded gently at him. Biscuit Kruger immediately came up to meet him, stretched out her hand, and patted Sasuke's shoulder hard. The force was so great that Sasuke couldn't help but frown slightly. It was that familiar strength. She said with a smile, "Good kid, I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you weren't interested in this kind of thing, and definitely wouldn't come. By the way, where are those two little guys, Gon and Killua? They didn't come with you. Those two have important things to do." Sasuke unobtrusively rubbed his shoulder, which had been patted numb, truly worthy of being the super-strong gorilla old lady. Even after not seeing her for so long, her strength was still so great. "I had nothing to do on my side, so I came over to take a look, thinking that perhaps I could run into you, teacher, and senior brother. By the way, teacher, is this outfit of yours for mourning the old chairman? I always feel like you're thinking of something bad. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. Wearing this today is indeed to mourn the old man, the chairman. Speaking of which, it's still hard for me to believe that he died so easily even now. You guys participated in this mission too, right, Sasuke? Was it really that dangerous? Teacher, you have the nerve to say that. Didn't you come here yourself? You ran away quite fast, without even worrying about whether your beloved disciples would encounter any accidents. Ahahaha, you know about this. Isn't this trust in you? You actually dare to doubt your teacher. Being directly exposed by Sasuke for running away back then, Biscuit Kruger's cheeks turned slightly red, and she gave a few awkward, dry laughs. Seeing that Biscuit Kruger was actually trying to shift the blame, Sasuke rolled his eyes in speechlessness. However, Sasuke also knew that Biscuit Kruger had full trust in him. It was just that she really hadn't expected this mission to be so dangerous, to the point that even Chairman Netero lost his life because of it. Chapter 122, Reunion with Old Friends and an Unexpected Person, so that's what happened. You're being a bit unfair, teacher. Wing, who had been quietly watching the two talk from the side, foolishly decided to chime in at this moment. What did you say? Say that again. Come here. Biscuit Kruger, who had been struggling to find a way to change the subject, seized this opportunity, and Wing was dragged to the side to be lectured. Yo, Sasuke, long time no see. Hearing someone call his name, Sasuke turned his head, and saw Menchi walking toward him with a drink in her hand. Examiner Menchi, long time no see. Just call me Menchi. It's been so long since the hunter exam, calling me examiner makes it feel so distant. Menchi waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor as bold and spirited as it was during the hunter exam. Miss Menchi. Sasuke paused, choosing his words carefully. He hadn't had much interaction with Menchi, limited only to their time during the hunter exam, so he couldn't immediately adapt to a more intimate form of address. Whatever, call me whatever you want. Menchi didn't force the issue and shrugged. By the way, what have you decided about what I asked you before? What I asked before? A look of confusion appeared on Sasuke's face. Did he have any agreement with Menchi? Gourmet hunter. I invited you to become a gourmet hunter to travel the world searching for delicious food, and you didn't even take it to heart. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Menchi was a little annoyed. She, a great beauty, had extended an invitation, and Sasuke didn't care at all and had completely forgotten about it. Oh, I remember now. I'm really sorry, Miss Menchi. I'm truly not interested in becoming a gourmet hunter, so I've let down your expectations. It's fine, I didn't really have high expectations anyway. Menchi didn't seem disappointed. Perhaps Sasuke's refusal was already within her expectations. I just didn't expect you to grow so quickly. I heard your performance in the Chimera and incident was quite spectacular. You flatter me. The chairman played the leading role, we were just there to assist. By the way, Miss Menchi, do a lot of people know about this? Sasuke was curious. He had thought this matter would be covered up by the higher-ups, but it seemed many people knew. Not that many, I suppose. But for an event as big as the Chimera and incident, it's quite easy for professional hunters to find out the details if they want to. Alright, your friend is coming over, so I won't disturb you anymore. Just as Menchi left, Sasuke heard rapid footsteps. He turned his head and saw Rio running toward him with his arms spread wide. I've missed you so much. Rio shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs while lunging at Sasuke. Sasuke instinctively dodged to the side, avoiding Rio's bear hug. Rio, long time no see. I know you're excited, but calm down for a second. Rio lunged into empty air and nearly fell, saying with the resentment of a scorned wife. How stingy. What's wrong with a hug between best friends after a long time apart? Sasuke got goosebumps hearing that tone. Rio, I advise you to stop talking like that, or I won't be able to stop myself from hitting you. Ha 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 ha, I'm just messing with you. Where are Gon and Killua? Why don't I see them? Didn't they come with you? Rio dropped his aggrieved act, laughed heartily, and his voice returned to normal. They went back to Killua's family for a bit and might come later. What about Kurapika? I haven't seen him in a long time. He's a very busy man now. He's traveling the world recovering the scarlet eyes of the Kuta clan, and has even become the young leader of the Nostrade family. I couldn't even find him when I went to the Nostrade family to look for him last time. Hearing about Kurapika's current situation from Rio, Sasuke felt relieved. It seems Kurapika is moving toward his goal. That's a good thing. I was worried he would fall into self-denial and torment. As the two were talking, a familiar voice sounded from the other side of Sasuke. Young master. I've missed you so much. Sasuke knew who it was without turning around. He turned to look. Sure enough, Ken was shouting as he lunged toward him with open arms, just like Rio had done a moment ago. Sasuke dodged again, avoiding Ken's tackle. You're pulling this act too, kid. Ken, long time no see. I almost forgot you were a professional hunter too. Ken steadied himself, scratched his head, and revealed an honest, simple smile. Young master, you haven't returned to the family in a long time. We haven't had any missions, and our bodies are getting rusty. You don't have to do anything and get paid for free. Aren't you satisfied with that? That is indeed great, but my professional ethics make me feel a bit uneasy. Ken rubbed his hands together and smiled fawningly. Young master, let me stay by your side to protect you for the next few days. Sasuke felt a bit helpless, but he had no reason to blame Ken for his loyal attempt to protect his master, even if it was unclear who would be protecting whom if real danger struck. Ken and Rio nodded at each other. They were somewhat familiar with each other. When Sasuke and Biscuit Kruger entered Greed Island, Ken had been responsible for hosting Rio. Sasuke brought Rio to meet Biscuit Kruger and Wing and introduced them to each other. That night, Sasuke and Rio talked a lot. Rio told Sasuke that he had been working hard to study medicine and ninability during this time. Sasuke shared some of the experiences he, Gon, and Killua had been through during this time. During the banquet, Sasuke also saw old friends like Hanzo, Sadats, Buhara, Gore Inu, and Sasuke one after another. The long-awaited reunion made the banquet much livelier. The next day, the election for the new chairman of the Hunter Association officially began. Sasuke brought Ken to the voting site, followed the line to the ballot box, and cast his vote under the witness of 3 members of the Zodiacs. For Sasuke, voting was just a formality. He didn't care who was elected chairman, so Sasuke simply wrote Biscuit Kruger's name on the ballot. Before leaving the ballot box, one of the Zodiacs called out to Sasuke. "You must be Sasuke." Sasuke looked at the massive giant with an afro in front of him, and was certain he hadn't seen him before. "That's right, what is it?" "Nothing special. I just heard Morel and Nov praise you, so I was quite curious about you." Sasuke realized that after this chimera and incident, he seemed to have become somewhat famous. When Menchi mentioned it before, Sasuke didn't pay much attention, but now even the high-ranking officials of the association like the Zodiacs were starting to pay attention to him. At the voting site, Sasuke also saw someone he didn't expect. 123 Chapter 123 The Three Beauties of the Hunter Chapter 123 The Three Beauties of Hunter Hisoka. I'm actually surprised you're still alive. 100 points, he. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Sasuke. Thanks to your help, I survived. No, I should say I've already died once. Seeing Sasuke appear, Hisoka maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, but in reality, he was extremely surprised. He could no longer see through Sasuke at all. Don't say that. I just collected your corpse. I didn't actually do anything for you. In Sasuke's perception, Hisoka had become stronger than in the past. Within his aura, he could still detect a powerful resentment and deathly energy. This was a feeling Sasuke had only sensed in Neferpitou after death. It was indeed Nen after death. I'm not talking nonsense. You killed Crawlo, didn't you? Hisoka smiled. Sasuke didn't refute this and stated truthfully, I was indeed the one who dealt the finishing blow. Then that settles it. If you hadn't killed Crawlo, I wouldn't have had a chance to resurrect. Given that guy's cautious personality, he would have likely destroyed my corpse completely. Thinking about it, Sasuke might have inadvertently helped Hisoka. So, what are you doing here? Someone like you, I don't think you'd be interested in something like an election. Recalling the 100 points Hisoka mentioned earlier, Sasuke suddenly understood. Alright, you don't need to say anything, I already understand. A pervert like you only pursues battle. The reason you're here is most likely to take advantage of the opportunity, where all professional hunters are gathered to see if there are any worthy opponents. Sasuke, you really understand me. As expected of the little apple one have my eye on. Hisoka gazed at Sasuke with a soulful look and even licked the corner of his mouth. This look, combined with that tone, instantly gave Sasuke goosebumps. Can you speak normally? It's honestly a bit disgusting. He still couldn't accept Hisoka's speaking tone, as he always liked to inflect the last word of every sentence. That's just my habit, I can't change it. Hisoka shrugged. So have you found an opponent you want to fight? Not a moment ago, but I have now. Hisoka stared straight at Sasuke, his eyes filled with desire. Sasuke, let's fight again. Are you serious? Sasuke looked at Hisoka with a strange expression. Are you sure you want to seek death? If you fight me, you really will die, and this time there won't be another chance for you to resurrect. You should know that very few of the enemies I've killed have been left in one piece. Sasuke was completely unfazed by Hisoka's provocation. It wasn't that he looked down on Hisoka. Although Hisoka had indeed become stronger, he was cheating, after all. Facing Hisoka now, he really couldn't get excited. I'll definitely have to taste you, my delicious apple, when there's a chance in the future. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Hisoka had indeed backed down. The Sasuke of now was completely different from when he fought Hisoka at Heaven's Arena. Rashly challenging him might truly lead to death. Hisoka dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. Having managed to save his life, he didn't want to die again. Ha 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 ha, you won't have a chance in the future. I'm leaving, I'm done chatting with you. Sasuke waved goodbye to Hisoka. Wait for a chance in the future. He didn't even know which world he would be in by then. Young master, do you need me to go and take care of that person? At this moment, Ken, standing behind Sasuke, asked secretly and made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. All right, Ken, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've already become this cocky. Go ahead, I'll collect your corpse. Ahahaha, just joking, young master. That guy clearly isn't an enemy I can handle. I just thought it felt more like a gangster, didn't you? Sasuke was already used to Ken's clowning around. Play along with his acting. He wasn't that bored. After leaving, Sasuke continued to keep an eye on Hisoka. He remembered that in the anime plot, at this time, Hisoka would receive an invitation from Illumi to help him intercept Killua as he took a look away from the family. Sasuke didn't know if this would happen, but just in case, he decided to keep an eye on it. Although Gon and Killua had both grown up, Hisoka, now empowered by Nen after death, had also become stronger. Not long after, Illumi appeared and took Hisoka away from the voting venue. Sasuke knew things were progressing as he had expected. Ken, you stay here and help me keep an eye on things. If you see someone named Jing Freaks appear, keep a close watch on him. I have something to take care of, and will be leaving for a bit. But young master, how am I supposed to protect you if I'm here? I don't need your protection. Just do what I told you to do. Some time after Hisoka and the others left, Sasuke gave Ken instructions and also left the election venue. Regarding Killua's situation, Sasuke had no intention of intervening personally, but even without doing so, he had ways to help Killua. Sasuke came to an empty rooftop, and then extracted Crawlo's soul from the dead river to summon him. A young man wearing a black coat with an inverted cross design, with his hair slicked back and a purple cross tattoo in the center of his forehead, emerged from Sasuke's shadow. Crawlo looked at Sasuke before him with a calm expression, while also taking a moment to observe the surrounding environment. You don't seem very surprised, Crawlo. Seeing Crawlo's calm face, Sasuke found it rather uninteresting. This isn't something particularly strange. My own ability is to steal enemies' powers for my own use, so the existence of an ability to kill and manipulate enemies is not surprising. There was not a trace of surprise or panic in Crawlo's tone, only the calm of someone who fully accepted the reality of the situation. That's fine, saves me the trouble of explaining. Actually, I'm curious, what exactly am I in your eyes now? An enemy who destroyed the Jinei Ryodan? Or a master to whom you must unconditionally pledge loyalty? Sasuke asked with some curiosity. If I were to use a more appropriate analogy, in my understanding, you have now taken my place and become the new leader of the Jinei Ryodan. Crawlo's words made Sasuke understand a little. The dead river's modification of soul and thought wasn't a complete reversal of will, but rather a replacement of the entity they needed to pledge loyalty to in a logical way. Sasuke nodded slightly and continued, let's not discuss this. I have some news here that might interest you. Hisoka is not dead. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in Crawlo's eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. These things no longer matter to me. So what is your purpose in summoning me? Crawlo's reaction didn't satisfy Sasuke. He had expected Crawlo to be more excited. However, this guy Crawlo had always had this personality. Even when facing death, he always had an expression that suggested everything was under control. TCH, boring. Let's get straight to the point. Sasuke stopped wasting words and said directly, I need you to help my friends, and ensure they can safely arrive here, at the Hunter Association headquarters building. Actually, Sasuke didn't need to go to so much trouble, just summoning Neferpitou would easily solve it. This could be considered one of his mischievous quirks. In his past life, there was always talk on the internet about the three beauties of Hunter. He might as well take this opportunity to let Crawlo, Hisoka, and Illumi cross paths. Chapter 124, Paris-Tun, the election for the new chairman of the Hunter Association, was in full swing. Because the first round of voting failed to meet the requirements for electing a chairman, the association's upper management added a new rule. Abstaining or casting an invalid vote would result in the temporary revocation of one's hunter license, and then the voting was reopened. However, after several consecutive rounds without meeting the requirements, Sasuke was already feeling somewhat impatient, yet he had no choice but to remain. It wasn't because he didn't want his hunter license revoked, but because he had promised Gon he would help keep an eye on Jing. After multiple rounds of voting, and without Leorio's participation as seen in the anime, 2 chairman candidates were finally narrowed down. One was Cheadle, the dog of the Zodiacs representing the neutral faction, and the other was Paris-Tun, the rat of the Zodiacs representing the association's power faction, who was also the current vice-chairman of the association. Meanwhile, Gon and Killua were constantly being pursued by enemies. Gon dodged an enemy's lunge and delivered a backhand chop to the back of their head, but another enemy immediately pounced on him. Furthermore, the enemy he had just knocked down quickly stood back up and launched another attack. What is going on with these people? No matter how many times I knock them down, they keep getting back up. Gon could only continue to dodge. He really didn't dare to use excessive force. According to his perception, these attacking enemies were just ordinary people who had likely been manipulated, and he couldn't determine if they were still alive. It must be that guy Illumi. Do you see the nin needles behind their heads? Pulling them out might break the control. Killua shouted at Gon while dodging the enemy's attacks. At this moment, Killua was carrying a little girl, or boy, on his back, electricity crackling around his body, his hair standing up in sharp, electrified spikes due to the stimulation of the current. His speed was incredibly fast, impossible to follow with the naked eye. On a nearby hill, Hisoka and Illumi were observing Gon and Killua's movements. Subarashi I didn't expect them to have grown to this extent. I really want to harvest them right now. Hisoka looked fanatical, his tent already pitched, he really couldn't hold it in much longer. Illumi stood beside him, expression calm, and said, "You can do whatever you want with that black-haired brat, but you cannot touch a single hair on Killua." What if I said I wanted both? Killua's growth is truly too interesting. Just thinking about the pleasure of personally picking a ripe apple makes me excited. Hisoka said, looking at Illumi. The moment those words fell, the surrounding air suddenly froze. Illumi's originally calm gaze instantly turned icy cold, and his hair began to float. The intense killing intent he exuded startled the surrounding birds, causing them to scatter and fly away. He did not roar in rage, his tone remained flat, but it was laced with undisguised killing intent as he said, word by word, "Do not touch Killua." He, just a joke. Hisoka brushed it off perfunctorily, but no one knew what he was really thinking. Seeing that the needle people were almost dealt with by Gon and the others, Hisoka and Illumi prepared to make their move. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the side. "You two might need to stay a while." Hisoka turned to look, and at this sight, he was ecstatic, his entire demeanor reaching a climax, his expression instantly becoming twisted and bizarre. He, wonderful. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. You can only die by my hands. The corners of Hisoka's mouth were split almost to his ears, Gon and Killua were completely forgotten. Now, only Crawlo existed in his eyes. Illumi also looked at the suddenly appearing Crawlo with a puzzled expression. "You're actually still alive?" "That's impossible. My intelligence indicated that you were definitely dead." "Could it be Nen after death?" Crawlo's appearance did make him a bit concerned, but that was about it. Illumi's only target was Aluka, whom Killua was carrying. Illumi looked at the now crazed Hisoka, and knew this guy was useless, so he would have to go after Killua himself. He ignored the two of them, and dashed in the direction Killua had left. But the very next instant, he was sent back to his original position by a mysterious force. "Who said you could leave?" Crawlo was standing there with Bandit's secret in his hand. It was clear that the previous phenomenon was caused by Crawlo's ability. Illumi looked at Crawlo with a calm expression. "This doesn't seem like you." Do you think you can handle both of us by yourself? There's no help for it, it's out of my hands. Crawlo said with a smile. He was indeed no match for the two of them. Once his soul entered the dead river, his abilities became fixed in the state they were in before his death. Although he wouldn't grow or be able to acquire new abilities, it wasn't without its benefits. At least he didn't have to worry about the original owners of the abilities in Bandit's secret dying and causing the abilities to disappear. The opponents he had to face were Hisoka, who had become stronger through Nen after death, and the already powerful Illumi. He had absolutely no chance of winning this battle, but he didn't need to win, he just needed to stall them, and it wouldn't matter even if he died. Hisoka could no longer hold back, he conjured a few playing cards and immediately attacked Crawlo. The battle was about to erupt. In the corridor outside the chairman election venue, Sasuke, who was preparing to head to the final round of the chairman election voting site, suddenly sensed that Crawlo's soul had returned to the dead river. After reading his memories slightly, he knew that Crawlo's mission was complete, and before long, Gon and Killua would likely arrive at the venue. Just then, an unexpected person blocked Sasuke's path. Paris-tun, what do you mean by standing here blocking my way? The final round of the election is about to start. Is it really okay for you, the biggest candidate for chairman, not to go over there? Sasuke asked Paris-tun, who was standing in front of him. Ha 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 ha, Sasuke-kun, no need to be so nervous. I have no ill will toward you. My purpose in waiting here is simply to ask you if you have any intention of joining my side. Paris-tun wore his unchanging smile, eyes narrowed, laughing heartily. He looked harmless, but Sasuke could clearly feel the deep malice hidden beneath that smiling face. Do you want me to cast my candidate vote for you? That's not impossible, anyway, I have no interest in who gets elected chairman among you all. It makes no difference to me who gets it. Ha 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 ha, I think you've misunderstood, Sasuke-kun. Of course, I'm not talking about the chairman election game, but rather hoping you can become my partner, and in doing so, you will obtain everything you desire. Sasuke laughed, he, interesting. Judging by that, you want to recruit me to work for you, right? Not work for me but become partners. We are equals. Paris-tun explained briefly. It is indeed a very tempting offer but I refuse. Oh my, may I ask why? Even after being rejected by Sasuke, Paris-tun maintained that smiling face. One of the things I, Uchiha Sasuke, like to do most is to say no to those who think they are powerful. Ha 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 ha, you really are an interesting person, Sasuke-kun. I like you more and more. If you change your mind, you are welcome to come find me at any time. Paris-tun said, then turned and walked toward the venue. At this moment, Sasuke called out to him. Paris-tun turned around and looked at Sasuke, saying, have you changed your mind so quickly? Not at all. I just wanted to say, can you put away that hypocritical smile? Your fake smile really makes me feel sick. After Sasuke finished speaking, Paris-tun's eyes immediately became deep and dark, but soon returned to his narrow-eyed, fake smile. My apologies, then, that my smile made you feel uncomfortable. In the future, I will try to smile more sincerely, ha 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 ha. Paris-tun walked away from the corridor, laughing, and returned to the election venue. Sasuke stood in place, watching him leave quietly. He had no idea what this guy was thinking. Working with him always gave the feeling that one would be backstabbed sooner or later. 125 Chapter 125 The 12 Earthly Branches Chapter 125 Zodiacs The final round of election voting officially began. Regarding this election, Sasuke watched with a mindset of just watching the spectacle, his attention entirely focused on Jing, who was sitting off stage. As for Jing, the father Gon was always thinking about, Sasuke didn't see anything particularly special about him. He was just a scruffy, somewhat weathered-looking middle-aged man. Perhaps he was hiding it too deeply to be seen from the outside. Therefore, Sasuke would not underestimate him for this. After all, Jing was one of the 5 strongest Nen ability users in the world, handpicked by Chairman Netero. Sometimes Sasuke wondered to himself if he would have a chance to make the list if Netero were to rank them again. The results of the chairman election were released. Paris Tun was elected as the 13th Hunter Association chairman, with a landslide victory of over 50% of the vote. However, to everyone's utter shock, immediately after being successfully elected, Paris Tun appointed another candidate, Cheadle, as vice chairman and simultaneously resigned from the position of chairman. The fiercely contested chairman election ended in such a farce, a result that no one had anticipated. Sasuke looked at Paris Tun, who kept a bright smile on stage, and felt curious about what exactly it would take to make him drop that hypocritical smile. He wondered if he would still be able to smile, if he were beaten into a disabled person unable to care for himself. Just as Sasuke was thinking this, he saw Paris Tun wave at him with a smile, looking even happier. This guy, could he perceive others' malice? The chairman election concluded, the hunters in the venue began to disperse, and Jing, sitting in his chair, also prepared to get up and leave. Jing, could I ask you to stay here for a while longer? At this moment, Sasuke arrived in front of Jing. Jing looked at the youth in front of him who was about the same age as his son, and asked in confusion, Sasuke Uchiha. I know you. You participated in the Chimera and subjugation battle with Chairman Netero. What do you want with me? Since Mr. Jing knows about me, you should also know that I am friends with your son. Gon wants to see you. Could you please wait here? I've spoken with him on the phone, and he will arrive here very soon. Sasuke spoke slowly, constantly sensing Jing's movements to prevent him from escaping. Jing scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm really sorry, I'm very busy right now. Please tell him that we will meet in the future. At this moment, a massive amount of aura suddenly erupted from Sasuke, and a powerful pressure instantly filled the entire venue. His blood-red Sharingan stared at Jing, that won't do. I promised Gon, even if I have to use forceful methods, I will keep you here. What a terrifying youth. Even if he started training from the womb, it shouldn't be possible to be this strong, Jing thought to himself, secretly shocked. At this time, the hunters who had not yet left the venue were all intimidated by this pressure from Sasuke. Hunter A, who is that youth? Such powerful aura. Is he about to start a fight with that guy Jing? Hunter B, don't you know? That youth is named Sasuke, and he shone brilliantly during the Chimera and incident, completely on par with Morel and Nov. Biscuit Kruger, Wing, Leo Rio, Hanzo, Morel, Nov, Gore Inu, and others also came to Sasuke's side. They knew what Sasuke wanted to do, and as Gon's friends, they also wanted to contribute to this matter. Seeing so many people surrounding him, Jing felt a headache coming on. It's just not wanting to see his son so soon. Was it necessary to put on such a big display? All right, I'll agree, okay. I will meet with Gon, but not here. Do you think I'll believe you? Once you leave, you'll definitely run off somewhere else again. Do you know how long Gon has been searching for you just to see you? Leo Rio stepped forward, grabbed Jing by the collar, and stood up for Gon. Leo Rio, don't get excited. Jing has already agreed, he certainly won't go back on his word. Sasuke had Leo Rio release his grip on Jing's collar and said to Jing, right, mister, rest assured, since I've promised, I won't break my word. To be honest, even with so many of you surrounding me, I could still get away if I wanted to. Sasuke didn't believe it. Jing took out a piece of paper, wrote a letter, and handed it to Sasuke. As Gon's friend, please help me give this letter to Gon. I will be waiting for him there. Then, under everyone's gaze, Jing left the venue. We're just letting him go like this. What if he goes missing again? Leo Rio was still a bit skeptical. That guy Jing shouldn't be lying. Just as he said, if he wanted to run, the few of us wouldn't be able to hold him, so there's no need for him to lie. Although Biscuit Kruger hadn't seen much of Jing, anyone who could be recognized by that old man Chairman Netero was definitely not simple. Thus, the group dispersed, leaving Sasuke in the venue to wait for the arrival of Gon, Killua, and the others. After a while, the doors of the venue were suddenly pushed open heavily. It was Gon's urgent figure, followed by Killua and his sister Aluka. Yo, Gon, Killua, and this must be Aluka, right? Sasuke sat in the center of the venue and greeted them. Sasuke, are you the only one here? Gon looked around the venue and discovered that only Sasuke was there. Sorry Gon, I didn't help you keep Mr. Jing here. Hearing Sasuke's words, Gon lowered his head in disappointment. It's okay, Sasuke. This isn't your fault, it's just that we arrived too late. In the future, I will find Jing on my own. Gon, he's lying to you. Killua looked at Sasuke, who was holding back laughter, and directly exposed Sasuke's lie. Really, Sasuke? Gon looked at Sasuke, looking a bit confused. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. Jing agreed to see you. This is the letter he left for you. Sasuke walked over and handed the letter Jing had left to Gon. Geez, Sasuke, you're so mean. Gon was a little sulky about Sasuke's teasing. Don't be angry. Oh right, there's another person who wants to see you. At this moment, Leo Rio, who had been hiding on the side, walked out. Long time no see, Gon, Killua. Seeing Leo Rio appear, Gon immediately rushed over. Killua also smiled and nodded at Leo Rio. Except for Kurapika, the partners from the Hunter exam were finally reunited once again. After a brief reunion, the four of them set off on their respective journeys again. Gon was going to head to the World Tree, the location where he agreed to meet Jing. Killua was taking a look to temporarily accompany Gon to the city, where the World Tree was located, and then he would start his own journey. Leo Rio was going back to continue his studies for the medical exam. Sasuke planned to find Kurapika for a meeting first, then consider what to do next. But before Sasuke could leave the Hunter Association headquarters, the new association chairman, Cheetle, sought him out. Sasuke, I would like to invite you to become the new rat of the Zodiacs. Chapter 126, Seeing Kurapika again right from the start, Cheetle got straight to the point and directly invited Sasuke to join the Zodiacs. Faced with Cheetle's invitation, Sasuke felt somewhat conflicted. Undoubtedly, joining the Zodiacs now would provide significant assistance for what Sasuke intended to do next. However, he had absolutely no desire to participate in the subsequent Dark Continent incident, nor did he have the time. Sasuke thought for a moment and ultimately decided to decline. I am truly sorry, Chairman Cheetle. I am a person who prefers freedom, and does not wish to be bound by responsibilities, so I must decline. However, I can recommend a suitable person to you. His name is Kurapika. He is my friend, currently the young leader of the Nostrade family, and he is a very capable individual. It doesn't matter. The Zodiacs are not an organization with strong binding power. That guy Jing is never seen for years at a time and basically never shows up for meetings. He even held the position of Boar for a very long time in the past. There are currently 2 vacant positions in the Zodiacs. Both you and your friend could join. Cheetle wanted to try a little harder to persuade him. She held Sasuke's abilities in high regard. What if the entire Zodiac membership is required to execute a very important mission, but I suddenly go missing and cannot participate? At this point, Sasuke posed a hypothetical. If this were acceptable, he might be able to join. Cheetle hesitated regarding the scenario Sasuke hypothesized. Although Jing was missing for years at a time, he would still participate in important matters. If she agreed to Sasuke's situation, the Zodiacs would effectively become a mere formality. So thank you for your invitation, but I truly cannot join the Zodiacs. I understand. Then, could I trouble Sasuke to give me your friend's contact information? I will arrange for Mizaestum to invite him. Mizaestum? That 2-star crime hunter. Hearing the name, Sasuke immediately associated it with his profession. Mizaestum had also reached the final 4 in the chairman election. Because it was relevant to what Sasuke wanted to do next, he had paid some attention to him. That's correct. Cheetle confirmed Sasuke's question. As it happens, I was just preparing to go see Kurapika. Let me travel with Mr. Mizaestum. There are some things I would like to ask him. That's fine. I will contact him right now. Cheadle contacted Mizaistum on the spot and explained the situation. After receiving his reply, Cheadle nodded at Sasuke. On the way to the Nostrade family, Sasuke and Mizaistum sat in the same vehicle. Both men were the type who were not good at socializing. Neither spoke, and for a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Because he had a favor to ask, Sasuke was the first to break the silence. "Hello, Mr. Mizaistum. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I know of you. Your name has already gained some renown among us Zodiacs. I heard from Cheadle that you have something you wish to ask me. What is it?" Mizaistum was a man with a serious expression, yet he wore a cute cow costume and a cow-horned hat, creating a strong sense of contrast. It seemed that, aside from Jing and Paris Tun, the appearances of the other Zodiac members were more or less related to their code names. Once the conversation was opened, the rest was simple. "It's like this, I heard you are a famous crime hunter. You must have a lot of information on ninjutsu criminals in your hands. I want to hone my abilities by capturing these ninjutsu criminals. So I would like to ask you to share this information with me. Of course, I only want the information on the criminals' whereabouts. All the bounty obtained from capturing the criminals will go to you." Previously, when Sasuke summoned Krallo to help, he discovered that if he had enough souls of ninjutsus stored in his dead river, he could handle various situations. In the context of the myriad worlds, nin ability is not a very powerful ability, and it has many limitations. However, its functionality is very high, the abilities are bizarre and varied, and it can achieve a wide range of effects. If he missed this opportunity in the hunter world, he would never have such a chance again. Of course, Sasuke would not be so deranged as to target someone just because he coveted a certain ability, then devour their soul. That would truly make him a villain devoid of any morals. Therefore, Sasuke wanted to target those ninjutsu criminals. This way, he could obtain their souls and abilities while also fighting evil and eliminating crime, allowing him to keep his conscience clear. Mizaistum pondered for a moment. Considering Sasuke's decent reputation, he felt that providing this intelligence shouldn't have any negative impact. There is no problem with that. I am also happy to see more ambitious people fighting crime. I can provide you with information on criminals, but the bounty must be split 50-50. If you don't agree, then forget it. Such a condition, which was favorable to Sasuke, gave him no reason to refuse. He was truly worthy of his reputation as a crime hunter, his integrity was impeccable, and he was not greedy for profit at all. After changing transportation several times, Sasuke and Mizaistum arrived at the territory where the Nostrade family was located. The security of the Nostrade family was very strict. When Sasuke and his companion tried to see Kurapika, they were blocked outside by the family's mob underlings and not allowed in. It was only after Sasuke revealed his identity as part of the Uchiha clan that these mob underlings were willing to go in and report it. "Just tell your young leader, Kurapika, that his friend Sasuke has come to see him. That way, he will allow us to enter." Before long, the underling who went in to report came back out. "Lord Sasuke, the young leader requests your presence." Sasuke nodded and was about to go in with Mizaistum, but Mizaistum was blocked outside. "Sir, please stay back. The young leader only invited Lord Sasuke in." "Apologies, Mr. Mizaistum. I will go in and speak with Kurapika first, and I will ask him to let you in shortly." Helpless, Sasuke could only apologize to Mizaistum. Mizaistum had a pretty good temper, and was not angry, he didn't feel slighted. "It's fine, Sasuke. You go in first, I'll just wait here." Mizaistum was left to be hosted by the underlings outside, while Sasuke followed another underling inside. Guided by the underling, Sasuke walked into the basement and arrived at the door of a heavily guarded room that resembled a secret chamber. "Lord Sasuke, please enter. The young leader is waiting for you inside." Sasuke opened the door and walked straight in. As soon as he entered, he saw Kurapika sitting in the center of the room, surrounded by glass jars filled with formalin solution containing fire-red eyeballs. You're quite high and mighty. It's not easy to get a meeting with you. Sasuke teased Kurapika as soon as he entered. Seeing Sasuke, a smile appeared on Kurapika's face. Sasuke, it's been a long time. Although he was speaking with a smile, Sasuke could sense a hint of fatigue in Kurapika's voice. Clearly, he had been pushing himself all this time. 127 Chapter 127 Crossing into a New World. Chapter 127, Traveling to a New World. Honestly, why so gloomy? I told you to pursue your goals, but I didn't say you had to work this hard. Staying in this airtight place all the time, you'll suffocate sooner or later. Go out and walk around a bit. Sasuke looked around the room. There wasn't a single window, the lighting was dim, and the shelves were lined with glass jars containing human eyeballs. It looked quite creepy. Kurapika watched Sasuke looking left and right, occasionally touching the glass jars containing scarlet eyes, and felt a bit helpless. It was only because it was Sasuke. If it were anyone else, Kurapika would have definitely fought him. Sasuke, is there something you need? Can't I come see you if I don't have any business? Though I do have something to discuss, we can talk about that later. First, tell me what you've been up to lately. After getting bored of looking around, Sasuke sat down nonchalantly on the chair in front of Kurapika, acting completely at home without any reservation. In his view, they were brothers, so there was no need to worry about formalities. Next, the two briefly chatted about their respective situations. I didn't expect you, Gon, and Killua to have gone through such a huge event. After listening to Sasuke talk about the Chimera and incident, Kurapika was a bit surprised. Even Chairman Netero sacrificed himself. You didn't even know about such a major event. You're too immersed in your own goals. You should go out and look at the world more. I think I did receive news about the election for the new chairman, but I didn't pay attention to it at the time. Thank you for your concern. I'll pay more attention in the future. Kurapika could tell that Sasuke was concerned about him, and wanted him to relax, and not be so tense, which was why he told him these things. Alright, small talk is over. It's time to get to the main point. Kurapika, don't get too agitated after hearing what I'm about to say. What is it? Seeing Sasuke's mysterious demeanor, Kurapika started to get curious. I've developed a new nin ability that can summon the souls of enemies I've killed and command them. So heaven-defying. Just hearing the simple explanation, Kurapika could feel the horror and danger of this ability. He said to Sasuke with a grave expression, that really is a powerful ability, Sasuke. I don't want my friend to become a murderer in the future. Kurapika's imagination was running too wild. Sasuke almost pulled a muscle. Where are your thoughts going? Do you remember that I once killed someone you've been hunting? Hearing this, Kurapika couldn't sit still anymore. Could it be? Sasuke nodded, that's right. I hope you can stay calm. Come out, Crawlo. Soon, a figure emerged from Sasuke's shadow. Hearing the name Crawlo and seeing the familiar face before him, Kurapika's pupils instantly turned a vivid scarlet uncontrollably. Crawlo, having just been summoned, looked at the scene filled with jars of scarlet eyes, and the survivor of the Kuta clan he had seen in the past, and immediately understood Sasuke's purpose in summoning him. Crawlo, you must answer whatever Kurapika asks truthfully. Sasuke issued an order of absolute obedience to Crawlo, and Crawlo could only helplessly accept, understood. Go ahead, I will answer whatever questions you have truthfully. Leaving Kurapika and Crawlo alone, Sasuke walked out of the room. This was Kurapika's private matter, and he wouldn't get too involved. Of course, if Kurapika were willing to talk about it, Sasuke would listen attentively. Sasuke guarded outside the door, occasionally hearing Kurapika's emotionally intense voice from inside. After a while, the room returned to silence, and Sasuke sensed that Crawlo had returned to the dead river. Opening the door, he saw Kurapika sitting in his original spot with a preoccupied look on his face. It seems there are hidden circumstances regarding the massacre of the Kuta clan. Do you need my help? You've already helped me enough. I will settle the rest myself. Thank you, Sasuke. Kurapika looked up at Sasuke, his eyes filled with gratitude. No need to be so polite, we are friends, aren't we? Sasuke responded with a smile. Yeah, perhaps it's because I have friends like you that I've been able to keep going this far. Remembering the experiences of adventuring with his companions, a smile appeared on Kurapika's face involuntarily, and he laughed out loud, no longer the forced smile from before. Seeing you able to smile like that, I feel relieved. There is someone else who wants to see you later. I recommended you to them, whether you agree or not is up to you, Sasuke said. Kurapika asked curiously, what is it? You'll know soon enough. Let him come and tell you himself. I should be going too. I don't know when we'll meet again. Goodbye, Kurapika. Sasuke's voice grew quieter and quieter, becoming almost imperceptible by the end. After saying this, he turned and left the basement. Sasuke returned to the reception room and greeted Mizaestum, who was still waiting outside. Then, he left the Nostrade family alone. Later he contacted Mizaestum by phone, and learned that Kurapika had agreed to join the Zodiacs, becoming the new rat. He didn't know what he had said to make Kurapika agree to join. For the next period, Sasuke entered a crazy hunting mode. Based on the information about non-ability user criminals provided by Mizaestum, Sasuke would pick out abilities he found useful, and then hunt down the users of those abilities. Unknowingly, Sasuke's reputation as a hunter started to spread among criminals. It was said that none of the criminals he targeted were ever put in prison, they all died on the spot. Because he used lightning as his ability, Sasuke earned the title Death Lightning. Whenever criminals saw that blue lightning appear, it meant they were not far from death. Sasuke's brutal deeds scared some criminals so much that as soon as they heard they were being targeted, they immediately turned themselves in. Sasuke was quite helpless. In such cases, he couldn't chase them into prison to kill them, so he had to change targets. This went on until Mizaestum, as a member of the Zodiacs, had to board the Black Whale heading to the Dark Continent, and could no longer provide him with criminal information, at which point Sasuke stopped his bounty hunting activities. The 1-month deadline has arrived. The traversal to the next world is about to begin. Please prepare yourself, host. So this day has finally arrived. Although I'm reluctant to leave my friends in the hunter world, the road must still be traveled. Come on, begin the traversal. Iron Body. Sasuke tensed his muscles all over his body, and gathered his chi at the back of his head. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if someone had struck him with a club. System, what the F*******. Amidst a melody of beautiful notes, Sasuke instantly passed out. When he woke up again, he had appeared in a new, unfamiliar place. Sasuke touched the back of his head speechlessly. No way, he had defended himself like that, and it had absolutely no effect. Chapter 128, MT Fujikase Selection Current World, Demon Slayer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white identity treasure chest. The identity treasure chest has been automatically opened for you. In an instant, Sasuke understood his current situation. He was still named Uchiha Sasuke, and he was currently at the Demon Slayer Corps' selection site, MT Fujikase, here to participate in the selection as a prospective member. His original body's relatives were killed by demons, and he was taken in by the Demon Slayer Corps as an orphan to learn thunder breathing. His trainer wasn't some current or former Hashira, just an ordinary member, which was perhaps why the identity treasure chest was only of white rank. Compared to his status as a gang young master in the hunter world, the current Sasuke had no power or influence he could draw upon. He could only rely on himself. Main Quest released. Main Quest 1, Upper Rank Bane. Kill the upper rank moons under the Demon King. Each time you kill one upper rank, you can obtain a random treasure chest. Each number can only be obtained once. Main Quest 2, The Fall of the Demon King. Kill the Demon King Kabutsuji Musen and eliminate the existence of demons. Reward, 1 golden random treasure chest. Killing demons, Sasuke was actually quite good at that. Having mastered thunder breathing for so long, he hadn't killed a single demon yet. The power level of this world was, for him right now, completely on easy difficulty. Demons can regenerate. Who could compare to him when it came to regeneration? The King of Immortals wasn't joking around with you, and he didn't have the weaknesses of sunlight and Nichiren swords. If not for the system restrictions, Sasuke could completely kill an upper-ranked demon, wait for the Demon King to replenish it, and then kill it again to farm rewards infinitely. Unfortunately, the system seemed to know he might do this, and had sealed off this path in advance. As for the final quest, the difficulty wasn't the Demon King's strength, but how to find Kibutsuji Muzan and kill him. This so-called Demon King was cowardly, but his ability to flee and survive was extremely strong. If he were scared off by Sasuke and hid for a few hundred years, then Sasuke would really be left speechless. Furthermore, there was another important issue. In his previous life, Sasuke had only watched the first season of Demon Slayer, and knew nothing about the later plot, losing the foresight advantage he had in the hunter world. If I had known this, I should have watched more of the new episodes. Sasuke leaned against a tree trunk and sighed softly. You're scared too, right? Why don't we run away together? Coming to a place like this is basically suicide. I want to go home, Grandpa. At this moment, a trembling voice sounded beside Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head to look and saw a guy with strange yellow hair shivering in the corner. With such obvious features, Sasuke immediately recognized him as one of the main cast, Agatsuma Zenitsu. Are you really okay being this shaky? Sasuke walked gently to his side, looking at Agatsuma Zenitsu's appearance with some speechlessness. He really didn't know how he passed the selection in the anime. Could it be that he opened an alt account to play, and slept through the whole thing? Agatsuma Zenitsu seemed to have seen a savior, clutching Sasuke's thigh tightly and crying loudly, of course it matters. But Grandpa said if I don't pass the selection, I can't go back. I don't want to be here either, what should I do? I get it. Please let go first, okay? Sasuke wanted to pull his leg out, but Agatsuma Zenitsu was holding on too tightly. He couldn't break free no matter what. People around saw this scene and moved away, not wanting to be associated with them. All right. If you let go, I'll ensure you don't die. Sasuke was truly at a loss with Agatsuma Zenitsu. Agatsuma Zenitsu looked at Sasuke with teary eyes. Hearing Sasuke's confirmation, Agatsuma Zenitsu finally let go. For Sasuke, the Demon Slayer core selection was a piece of cake. Even if he had to carry an extra burden, he didn't mind at all. After Agatsuma Zenitsu calmed down, Sasuke finally had the mind to look around. All the examinees were currently standing on a terrace surrounded by wisteria flowers, waiting for the selection to begin. Familiar faces had all arrived, Tanjiro, Kaneo, and another guy with scars who looked unapproachable. Sasuke also noticed a guy wearing a boar mask hiding in the shadows. Was that Inosuke? Did this guy participate in this selection in the anime? He must have, otherwise how did he become part of the Demon Slayer Corps? Everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps final selection. At this moment, a pair of twins with one black and one white hair color stood in the center of the venue holding lanterns, starting to introduce MT Fujikase and the rules of this selection to everyone. The rules of the selection were very simple. All participants enter the interior of MT Fujikase, which is filled with demons, and survive for 7 days by any means necessary to pass the selection. For this kind of selection method, Sasuke felt somewhat unable to understand. He remembered that in the anime, the only people who passed this selection were the main cast, and all the other examinees died. Perhaps the anime wanted to reflect the cruelty of this selection, but this was too much of a joke. Passing or not passing the selection didn't explain anything. Strong people might die at the hands of powerful demons, and weak people might just hide for 7 days and end up surviving. And wasn't the Demon Slayer Corps short on personnel? Was it really okay to ignore the lives of the examinees like this? Even if these people couldn't kill demons, doing odd jobs or passing on information would be fine too. Letting them die like this, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it raising poisonous insects. He couldn't see how the Demon Slayer Corps' Ubuyashiki cherished these members at all. Perhaps only the members who passed the selection were qualified to be his children. The selection officially began, and Sasuke took Agatsuma Zenitsu and headed directly into the interior of Mt. Fujikase. Sasuke walked in front, using magnetic field perception to probe the locations of demons around him. Agatsuma Zenitsu followed behind Sasuke, trembling. "Big brother, why don't we find a safe place to hide? We just need to survive these 7 days." Sasuke glanced at Agatsuma Zenitsu sideways. "Hide? That's the thinking of the weak. As my subordinate, just follow obediently behind me. So reliable, big brother." Agatsuma Zenitsu suddenly felt that Sasuke's back became instantly tall, giving a strong sense of security. A demon is coming. Finally, it appeared. Let me see what level the demons of this world really are. Sasuke sensed 3 demons gradually approaching in front, so he drew the standard Nichiren sword he had brought with him across the world. A demon. Then let's run away quickly. Hearing there was a demon, Agatsuma Zenitsu was immediately frightened and at a loss. Sasuke barked. "Big brother." Agatsuma Zenitsu obediently shut his mouth, his eyes fixed tightly on the front. At this moment, 3 demons appeared from behind the woods at the same time, looking greedily at Sasuke and Agatsuma Zenitsu. "1 year, finally it's time to enjoy a delicious meal again, he 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 he. Big brother, what should we do?" "There are 3 demons." Agatsuma Zenitsu hid behind Sasuke, shivering. "Just 3 demons. Even without me, you could handle them yourself. Don't joke around at a time like this. How could I possibly beat them?" Agatsuma Zenitsu didn't believe he was that strong. He didn't know his own strength at all. His inferior and cowardly personality kept him suppressed. The 3 demons couldn't hold back anymore. "Arrogant brat, go to hell." They bared their fangs and attacked Sasuke simultaneously. This speed was too slow. Sasuke could see their movements clearly without even activating his Sharingan. In the next instant, before Agatsuma Zenitsu could see what happened, the 3 demons were already decapitated. Sasuke slowly sheathed his sword, not even having used a breathing technique. Pathetic, truly too pathetic. 129 Chapter 129 The Hand Ghost Chapter 129 Hand Demon, weak, truly too weak. None of these demons are worth fighting. Sasuke Uchiha stood under the moonlight, surrounded by over a dozen demons lying scattered about with their heads separated from their bodies. He watched the corpses of these demons gradually dissipate, silently evaluating their strength level. These so-called demons, if placed in the hunter world, would only be equivalent to the average level of candidates participating in the hunter exam. They are stronger than ordinary people, but not by much. Perhaps their regeneration and immortality make them a bit trickier to deal with. Big brother Sasuke is too strong. Zenitsu gazed at Sasuke with adoring eyes. He was now completely a little fanboy of Sasuke. That's right. Too strong. It wasn't just Zenitsu. There were several other examinees here whom Sasuke had saved along the way while hunting for demons. After all, the more people there were, the stronger the attraction for the demons. This way, Sasuke didn't have to go through the trouble of searching for them. The demons would just come to him automatically. Furthermore, leaving these people to survive on their own in this wisteria mountain full of demons meant they would surely die. Among these people, some couldn't even hold their swords steady during a fight, and others would collapse with weak legs the moment they saw a demon, unable to even run away. They were just like ordinary people who had never received any training. I really don't understand how their trainers agreed to let them participate in the final selection with this level of skill. Someone save me. At this moment, someone came scrambling out of the woods, having lost their Nichiren sword despite being a swordsman. Seeing so many people here, the panic in his heart dissipated a little. Panting heavily, he said, "A demon covered in hands has appeared over there, and several people have already been eaten by it." A demon covered in hands, could it be that hand demon from the anime? Hearing this, Sasuke felt a spark of interest. That guy should be the strongest demon on Wisteria Mountain, right? In the original story, Sabito and Makomo both died at its hands. Where is the demon you're talking about? Sasuke walked up to the man and asked. The man pointed to the path he had come from. Over there. Are you going? That demon is very strong, even a Nichiren sword can't cut its neck. After confirming the direction, Sasuke dashed off in that direction, completely ignoring what the man said afterward. Big brother, wait for me. Zenitsu hurriedly followed. Although he was also afraid of the demon the man mentioned, it was clearly safer to stay by Sasuke's side. On Tanjiro's side, facing the hand demon's fierce offensive, he was already completely at a disadvantage. He did not blame the guy who had run away alone just now. Now he was only thinking about how to kill this demon. From the mouth of this hand demon, he learned that his fellow disciples had all perished at its hands. Therefore, Tanjiro had to kill this hand demon to avenge his fallen comrades. It's no good, there's absolutely northwest chance to get close to its neck. Tanjiro swung his sword to cut off the incoming arms, while moving closer to the hand demon. However, the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his breathing grew. One moment of carelessness, and the hand demon seized the opportunity. An arm attacked him from his blind spot, and Tanjiro had nowhere to dodge. At this moment, a bolt of white lightning shot over, instantly shattering the hand demon's arm. Tanjiro escaped disaster and hurriedly retreated to put some distance between them. Who is it? The hand demon looked toward the direction the lightning had shot from and saw a human hanging upside down on the trunk of a large tree, looking down at him. That's a human. What kind of human stands upside down on a tree trunk without falling? It simply defied physics. No, the hand demon realized its focus seemed to be wrong. Was that lightning fired by this person? You demon look quite unique. Other demons at least look somewhat human, but you've... I don't even know how to describe you. Sasuke jumped down from the tree and walked to Tanjiro's side. He looked at the demon in front of him, covered in arms, and with its neck wrapped in layers of hands, and suddenly felt that the other demons didn't seem so ugly after all. Thank you so much for your help. My name is Tanjiro. Be careful, this demon is very dangerous. Tanjiro said gratefully. If Sasuke hadn't intervened, he would have been in danger just now. We can make introductions later. Let me take care of this demon first. Sasuke's casual attitude completely enraged the hand demon. This was clearly not taking him seriously at all. Go to hell. Except for the arms wrapping its neck, all the other arms on the hand demon's body extended and attacked Sasuke. Watch out! Tanjiro shouted. Seeing Sasuke standing still, he was about to step forward to block the attack. Unexpectedly, before those arms could get close to them, they were instantly severed by iron sand that suddenly erupted from the ground. What is that? Neither Tanjiro nor the hand demon could understand the phenomenon before them. The iron sand swirled around Sasuke and Tanjiro, forming a black protective shield. No matter from which direction the hand demon's arms attacked, they were immediately severed. Seeing that all its attacks were ineffective, the hand demon retracted its arms and wrapped them all around its neck. So what if I can't hit you? You can't kill me anyway. No matter who you are, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to cut my neck. Although the human in front of him seemed unusual and his ability was strange, the hand demon was very confident in its defense. Is that so? We'll see if we try. Sasuke placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, slightly bent his body, and instantly, lightning surged from his body. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. A flash of lightning streaked by, and Sasuke had already appeared behind the hand demon. While sheathing his sword, he said slowly, if it weren't for the fact that I have to use a Nichiren sword to cut off your neck, I wouldn't even need to move to deal with you. You have the voice of a strong person, but your strength is so pathetic. The hand demons had rolled to the ground, and it could only watch powerlessly as its body gradually dissipated. Tanjiro hadn't seen what happened at all, he just saw the hand demon's head, along with the wrapped arms, get sliced off together. Sasuke came before Tanjiro and said softly, "Are you all right?" Hearing Sasuke's voice, Tanjiro finally snapped out of his shock. "Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" "Sasuke Uchiha. You can just call me Sasuke." A smile appeared on Sasuke's face. He actually had a pretty good impression of Tanjiro, kind but not foolishly so, with a clear sense of right and wrong. He was a good person. Moreover, he possessed ability that Sasuke particularly wanted, the transparent world. After activating the transparent world, one can greatly enhance perception and insight, and even see through the opponent's body structure to predict their actions. This was a godly skill comparable to observation haki, but at this moment, Tanjiro hadn't mastered it yet, and it was unknown if his father had taught him this ability. As for the Demon Slayer mark, Sasuke felt it was inferior to his own removal, and activating the mark carried the risk of shortening one's lifespan. For Sasuke, who was pursuing eternal life, that was a pass. "Big brother. I finally found you. You were too fast." At this moment, Zenitsu finally caught up. Behind him followed a few people whom Sasuke had saved. It was unclear whether they had come to help or if they felt that being with Sasuke might be safer. Chapter 130, Searching for Traces of Demons. As the sun rose on the seventh day, the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps came to an end. All those who participated in the selection returned to the terrace surrounded by wisteria flowers to wait. Because Sasuke had embarked on a crazed demon hunting spree on Mt. Fujisain during this selection, the number of demons on the mountain had plummeted, and many more people passed the selection than in the original story. Just in Sasuke's small group alone, there were nearly a dozen people, though it was unclear how many of them would survive future demon-slaying missions. Sasuke had always held to the philosophy that if something happened right before his eyes, he would save those he could, but he wouldn't go out of his way to deal with things he didn't see. Life and death were up to fate, and one could not force it. "Welcome back, congratulations on passing the selection, it's good that you are all safe." Not long after, the pair of twins from the beginning walked out, and announced the end of the selection. They then explained matters such as the uniform and the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps, and had everyone choose the steel ball used for forging their own Nichiren sword. Before that, one of the twins clapped her hands, and suddenly a flock of crows flew in from the sky, landing on or beside each of the people who had passed the selection. Wait, no, what flew to Zenitsu was not a crow but a small sparrow. "Starting now, Kasugai crows will accompany each of you." Kasugai crow. Sasuke glanced at the crow perched on his shoulder. This little creature seemed capable of tracking the whereabouts of every Demon Slayer Corps member at any time. Although, judging from the anime, these Kasugai crows were only used to relay information, and were not used by the higher-ups to monitor Demon Slayer Corps members. However, Sasuke did not like his whereabouts being monitored at all times, so he calmly activated his Sharingan to hypnotize the Kasugai crow. This way, not only would his own movements not be leaked, but since information flowed between the Kasugai crows, he could conversely keep track of the movements of other Demon Slayer Corps personnel. As for the steel ball for forging the Nichiren sword, Sasuke didn't put much thought into it and casually picked one. Other than the size, he couldn't see any difference between these steel balls. It seemed that even if the sword broke later, they would just send you a new one, so he didn't know what the point of this selection process was. Moreover, Sasuke didn't care much for the Nichiren sword, he had his own weapons. Aside from the property of suppressing demon regeneration, the Nichiren sword had nothing special compared to an ordinary blade. Therefore, it was merely a temporary weapon for Sasuke to use to slay demons in this world. The fact that demons didn't die was the only troublesome thing for Sasuke. He had already tested it. As long as there was no way to instantly turn a demon's entire body into ash, they had ways to slowly regenerate. Therefore, despite having so many abilities, in the end, he was still forced to use a Nichiren sword to cut off the demons' necks. Otherwise, during the Mt. Fujisain selection, there would have been no need for him to hunt down and kill the demons one by one. He could have just used N to lock onto the demon's locations, and then use lightning for an area of effect, AoE, clear, just like he did when dealing with the Chimera ants. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly felt that it would be nice if his Mangekyo ability were Amaterasu. No matter how much they regenerated, he would just burn them all. However, he wouldn't actually want to change his abilities. The reason was simple: Amaterasu was just too unreliable. Despite being set up to be so powerful, it had never actually burned anyone to death. It wasn't needed for the weak, and it couldn't hit the strong, leaving it in an awkward, middle ground position. Once the twins finished giving their instructions, all the people who passed the selection began to disperse. Those who had been saved by Sasuke all came over to express their gratitude before leaving. Tanjiro waved goodbye. Sasuke, Zenitsu, take care, goodbye. Sasuke waved back, then looked helplessly at Zenitsu, who was hugging his leg and crying, aren't you leaving? Big brother Sasuke, I really don't want to part with you. A few black lines appeared on Sasuke's forehead. Are you truly reluctant to part with me? Or are you just afraid that there will be no one to protect you in the future? Hurry back and find your master. He then gave Zenitsu a light kick to push him away. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Even if I survived now, I'll still end up dying eventually. After being kicked away, Zenitsu muttered to himself as he walked down the mountain in low spirits. It was finally quiet. Watching everyone leave, Sasuke felt it was time to start his own operations. Kasugai Crow, go and find traces of demons for me. Note that I need at least lower moon level demons. In the anime, Kasugai Crows would search for demons that matched the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps member they followed, so Sasuke explicitly ordered that the stronger the demon, the better. Although it seemed that intelligence errors often occurred, leading to casualties. Oh, and help me keep a constant eye on Tanjiro's movements. If you discover a mission that requires him to go to Asakusa, report it to me as well. He remembered that in the anime, Tanjiro would meet the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, in Asakusa. Although he wasn't certain of a guaranteed kill, and wouldn't make a move on Muzan at this time, he could keep track of his whereabouts at all times. Understood, Lord Sasuke. The Sharingan swirled in the eyes of the Kasugai Crow, and it immediately flew toward the sky. Watching the Kasugai Crow fly further and further away, Sasuke wouldn't just sit around quietly waiting for its intelligence. Given the Demon Slayer Corps' intelligence capabilities, they hadn't managed to find a trace of Muzan for so many years. If it weren't for Tanjiro's protagonist Halo, they might have just kept wasting time. With a thought, Sasuke extracted a soul from the dead river. Then, a figure slowly emerged from his shadow. It was the Jinei Ryodan member, Sean Arc. As the information gatherer for the Jinei Ryodan, Sean Arc possessed strong intelligence-gathering capabilities, so Sasuke wanted to have him help him find demons as well. Sean Arc was not particularly surprised to see Sasuke after emerging. In his eyes, the current Sasuke was the leader, Dancho, of their Jinei Ryodan. Leader, do you have any tasks for me? Sasuke explained the ins and outs to Sean Arc, including the background of this world, the characteristics of the demons, and his own goals. Sean Arc listened thoughtfully. Demons? This is truly the first time I've heard of them. What curious creatures to actually possess an immortal body and infinite lifespan. Perhaps former leader Krallo would be quite interested in these creatures. Did I ask if you were interested? I'm asking if you can find them. Sasuke was a bit speechless. It was good that the dead river preserved their original personalities, but having their own thoughts meant they were not completely controllable. Ha ha ha, sorry, I missed the point. Sean Arc laughed and scratched his head, then a troubled expression appeared on his face. Finding them shouldn't be a problem, it's just that without a computer and the internet, it will be a bit troublesome. Perhaps we can start with the fact that demons fear sunlight. Seeing that Sean Arc already had an idea so quickly, Sasuke asked, what do you have in mind? Sean Arc nodded. To blend in among humans while avoiding sunlight for long periods would easily attract attention, but if their profession involves working at night, it wouldn't be strange at all. I know where we might find clues. After listening to Sean Arc's analysis, Sasuke also guessed his thoughts. Fine, then proceed with your plan. Once you find them, don't alert them, just return to the dead river and tell me. Understood. Sean Ark acknowledged and immediately set off to gather information. After making arrangements for information gathering, Sasuke finally returned leisurely to his residence in this world. Expect Sasuke to find the demons himself. Having not seen the later plot, other than knowing there was a Lower Moon 5 at MT Natagomo, he had no idea where those Upper Moon demons were. Japan wasn't exactly huge, but it wasn't small either. Searching aimlessly was still very difficult. 131 Chapter 131 The Knights in Action Chapter 131 Sean Ark on the move in a secluded house near the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Sean Ark was sitting cross-legged in a corner, his fingers rapidly tapping on his phone's keypad. To complete Sasuke's mission of finding an Upper Moon demon, after several inquiries, Sean Ark finally narrowed his search down to Tokyo's most bustling sleepless city, the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. I didn't expect demons to actually exist in this world. How fascinating. Recalling his first encounter with a demon, Sean Ark still couldn't help but marvel. The technology of this world was still at the early stages of industrialization, with steam and electricity only just beginning to develop. Never mind the internet, even computers and mobile phones hadn't been developed yet. Therefore, if one wanted to know where a place was, they could only use the most primitive method, asking for directions. And there happened to be a demon who saw Sean Ark wearing strange clothes and not knowing his way around. Clearly an outsider, he was the perfect target. So, pretending to be enthusiastic, the demon guided him, only to launch a sudden attack once they reached a secluded, deserted area. Fortunately, Sean Ark had suspected something was off from the very beginning. Staying alert, he quickly subdued the demon with a swift counter. And so, this demon became his best test subject. The more he experimented, the more surprised Sean Ark became. To think there was a way to achieve immortality in this world without relying on a nen ability. That rate of regeneration and recovery was something even an enhancer nen user with healing abilities could never hope to match. If he hadn't known from Sasuke's description that they feared sunlight, Sean Ark really wouldn't have known how to kill this demon. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Sean Ark noticed through his phone screen that his target had appeared. Over the past few days, Sean Ark had been using his black voice antenna to control nearby patrons to gather information for him, and he quickly locked onto his target, the star Oiran of Kayagaka House, Daki. Although the demon's disguise made her look no different from an ordinary human, the aura on her body wouldn't lie. When Sean Ark used Gyo to observe Daki, he found that her aura far exceeded that of ordinary people. This was clearly unreasonable for an Oiran. Combined with the frequent disappearances around her, Sean Ark could already conclude that she was a demon. He just didn't know if she was the Upper Moon demon the leader was looking for, so he still had to test her himself. By the way, when Sean Ark used Gyo to observe people, he noticed that although the people of this world also emitted aura, they did not have aura nodes. Adding a patch for why people from other worlds can't learn nen abilities, otherwise, it would be troublesome if enemies awakened nen every time they got hit. Late at night, in a secluded alley far from the bustling streets of Yoshiwara. This should be the place. Sean Ark looked at a very narrow hole in the corner, only large enough for a small child to pass through. After tracking Daki for a while, Sean Ark found that she often vanished without a trace, her whereabouts unknown. Every time, the puppets he controlled would lose her trail at a certain spot, so he decided to take action himself this time. Upon discovering that Daki had gone out once again, he followed her using Zetsu until her tracks disappeared once more. Sean Ark was certain that she must have entered this hole. While the size of this hole might be an obstacle for others, it wasn't a big problem for Sean Ark. He dislocated his shoulder joints, wrapped his entire body in aura, and then squeezed directly into the hole. Following the tunnel all the way down, Sean Ark arrived at a large underground cavern. This must be where the demon stores her food. Seeing the cavern walls draped in sashes, with the faint outlines of human figures visible on them, Sean Ark instantly understood the purpose of this place. Who allowed you to break into someone else's food pantry as you please? At that moment, a cold female voice echoed in the silent cavern. Shonark turned to look and saw a beautiful, scantily clad woman with sashes floating around her, staring at him with a freezing gaze. The words upper rank were engraved in the woman's left eye and 6 in her right. She had pink tattoos on her left cheek and the right side of her forehead. Faced with this eerie scene, Shonark showed no fear. Instead, he smiled. "Oh, looks like I hit the jackpot. You must be an upper moon demon. The Demon Slayer Corps. What a reckless fool, not even bringing a weapon. I don't even know how many of your Hashira I've killed." Daki glanced at Shonark contemptuously, her tone filled with disdain. "You're also the one who's been following me all this time, aren't you?" Shonark scratched his head and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, was I found out? I thought I hid pretty well. No one in Yoshiwara can hide their presence from me. Otherwise, did you think I would expose my whereabouts so easily? I don't like eating men, but you look decent enough, so stay here for me." Daki wasted no more words. Under her control, the sashes behind her shot out from all directions toward Shonark, attempting to trap him. What a pain. I'm not really good at fighting. With a light leap, Shonark easily escaped the encirclement of the sashes, then sidestepped to dodge the sashes attacking him again. Is this the strength of an upper moon demon? Doesn't seem very strong. How dare you look down on me? Blood Demon Art, 8-layered sash slash. 8 sashes as sharp as blades burst from Daki's body, cutting off Shonark's path, while unleashing continuous slashes at him. Shonark condensed his aura onto his fist and punched one of the sashes. His fist collided with the sash, producing a dull, metallic clank. Shonark found that these seemingly soft sashes were as hard as steel. His entire fist went numb after the collision. Daki was also astonished. To block her sashes with a bare body and not get severed. At this point, Shonark already had the urge to retreat. This demon's ability was clearly a long-range type, and his black voice antenna had no chance of being inserted into her. If he wanted to get close to her, he would have to activate autopilot, but that was pointless. Demons couldn't be killed this way, and activating autopilot would only lead to a faster death. Since he had already obtained information about the upper moon demon, his mission was complete, and there was no need to stay any longer. After dodging an incoming sash, Shonark chose to return directly to the dead river, his entire body instantly vanishing into thin air. Where is he? Where did he go? Seeing the enemy suddenly vanish while under the constant onslaught of her sashes, Daki immediately looked around, worried he might launch a sneak attack from somewhere. But no matter how Daki searched, she couldn't find a single trace of the enemy. Even after using her sashes to search outside, she found no sign of him, and could only give up in frustration. He, what a useless little sister, unable to even keep a single human. At that moment an ugly, bare-chested man with a bizarre physique emerged from Daki's body, letting out a continuous, eerie laugh. Damn human. Mocked by her brother in such a way, Daki, who had always possessed high self-esteem, instantly flew into a rage, swearing in her heart to tear that human from just now into 10,000 pieces. Chapter 132, The Master's Invitation. Returning to Sasuke's perspective. Only a few days after returning to his residence, Sasuke received an invitation from the Master of the Demon Slayer Corps, who wished to meet with him. Although Sasuke did not know what it was about, he had no reason to refuse, and thus the following scene unfolded. At this moment, Sasuke was blindfolded, being carried on the back of a man wearing a black uniform, a black hood, and a black and white mask, as they ran along a mountain path. I am truly sorry, mister, this is our regulation. I must ask you to bear with it. The man carrying Sasuke, concerned that he might be uncomfortable, specifically adjusted his posture. That is nothing. After all, this is the location of the master, maintaining secrecy is very important. I understand. Although these measures were completely useless for Sasuke even blindfolded, he could perceive everything around him, unless he were knocked unconscious. It was just that he had not been carried on someone's back in so long, and it felt a bit strange. Speaking of which, the Demon Slayer Corps is so wealthy, why don't they get a car? Cars have already been invented in this era, right? If they are worried about cars not being able to navigate small paths, a carriage would also work. Thinking about how those Hashira had also been carried this way, he found it somewhat amusing. Goto, there is a question bothering me. Could you tell me? Sasuke said. What is it? As long as it does not involve classified information, it should be fine. Sasuke asked with a serious expression. It is just, do you suffer from hair loss? Arriving at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, they reached the courtyard of the master's residence. When Sasuke removed his blindfold, several people were already standing before him. Aside from the master, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who was sitting in the inner room with a strange, sickly appearance, 9 people of varying physiques stood in the courtyard. Looking closely, Sasuke guessed that these 9 people were likely the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Their appearances were very similar to what he had seen in the anime. Sasuke, thank you for accepting my invitation. Although the master's face looked somewhat frightening, his voice was very gentle, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It is nothing. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, this is expected. I am just curious, Master, what business do you have with me, and why such a grand display? Sasuke glanced meaningfully at the 9 Hashira standing before him. The expressions of these Hashira as they looked at Sasuke were varied, some were curious, some disdainful, and others appeared indifferent. For instance, Water Hashira Jotomioka and Mist Hashira Michiro Takedo had expressions of being lost in thought, completely unaware of what they were thinking about. At this moment the master spoke slowly, do not be afraid. We have no malice toward you. It is just that the number of people who passed the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps this time was too high, so we conducted an investigation. All the factors uncovered by the investigation ultimately pointed to you, Mister. What about it? I do not think there is any problem with saving other members during the selection process. Or are you saying that you think it would be better to let them die? Sasuke said calmly, though his tone carried a hint of mockery. Before the master could respond, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, became angry first. Show some respect to the master. You are still just a low-ranking member right now. I feel that the Demon Slayer Corps should value strength above all, rather than these useless hierarchical systems. Sasuke looked at Sanemi Shinazugawa with disdain. What did you say? Sanemi Shinazugawa immediately drew his sword, wanting to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, and show him how to respect his seniors. However, before he could act, he was immediately stopped by the master in the inner room. Stop, Sanemi. The master revealed a smile that inspired goodwill and said to Sasuke, I am truly sorry, Sanemi was somewhat rude. Bringing you here this time is by no means to hold you accountable. I do not think there is any problem with your behavior of saving your comrades during the selection. One should say this is a commendable act. Then, the master continued, it is just that in this investigation, according to the descriptions of many examinees, it seems you, Mr. Sasuke, possess certain special abilities, as if you can manipulate lightning or fire. May I ask if this is true? Could you demonstrate it for us? So that is what this is about. They are not wrong, I do indeed possess some special abilities. Sasuke directly confirmed the master's question. After all, he could not keep hiding his abilities and never using them in future battles. They would find out sooner or later. Moreover, this was not something that needed to be hidden. To substantiate his words, Sasuke released a large amount of lightning from his body. Suddenly, lightning flashed throughout the courtyard, crackling loudly. Sasuke also casually shot a bolt of white lightning at a tree in the courtyard. With a loud bang, the large tree snapped in response. What kind of ability is this? The ability Sasuke displayed shocked everyone present, including Jotomioka and Michiro Takedo, who had been staring blankly just a moment ago. Master, I suspect this guy is a demon. Only a blood demon art could achieve this effect. Sanemi Shinazugawa said immediately. The master did not refute him, but simply asked, "Then, Sanemi, do you think he looks like a demon?" Sanemi Shinazugawa glanced at Sasuke, who was standing brightly under the sun. To insist that he was a demon would be hard on his conscience. Compared to Sanemi Shinazugawa's suspicion, Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku walked to the tree that had been blasted apart, squatted down to examine it, and touched the charred marks on the trunk, confirming it was not some magic trick. Truly impressive. How is this done? It is simple. Because I am a ninja, it is normal to know some fire release or lightning release. Sasuke said matter-of-factly. What kind of joke is that? How could ninjutsu achieve such a thing? If you are a ninja, then what am I? Sasuke's words instantly made Sound Hashira Tengen Yuzui agitated. Had his many years of ninja training been for nothing? The hidden villages are different, and the ninjutsu taught is different. Hanzo hasn't said anything. Why are you getting so worked up? This is clearly unreasonable. How is it unreasonable? When using water breathing or flame breathing, do not water and fire appear as well? Sasuke countered. Can those be the same? Those are just. Tengen Yuzui was somewhat at a loss for words, suddenly not knowing how to refute him. He could hardly say those were just special effects. He, Mr. Sasuke, please do not tease him. We have also investigated your background, from the time you were taken in by the Demon Slayer Corps until you participated in the selection. There was no opportunity for you to have any contact with ninjas. The master continued, however, since you do not wish to say, we will not force you. But could we ask you to teach the Hashira how to use these abilities? That way, we can have a better chance of success when fighting demons. The master's face turned toward Sasuke. Although he was blind, Sasuke could see the plea in those hollow eyes. Sorry, I cannot teach this. Sasuke said with regret. He actually did not mind if the Hashira could master an ability. However, people in this world did not have the structure of aura nodes, and Sasuke did not know how to help them awaken their nin. Era, how do you know you cannot teach it if you have not tried? Insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho spoke up. Although she had a kind smile on her face, her tone revealed a sense of defiance. Sasuke was pondering how to explain it. The master noticed Sasuke's distress and said, "It is fine. I believe you have your own reasons, Sasuke. You should not refuse my next request, right? Sasuke, I would like to invite you to become a candidate for the Roar Hashira, with a status equivalent to a Hashira. What do you think?" Upon hearing the master's invitation to Sasuke, the other Hashira all appeared very surprised. 133 Chapter 133 I want to fight 10 Chapter 133 I'll take on 10, I don't mind, there's no downside for me, but may I ask why? I recall that there are certain conditions required to become a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, aren't there? Sasuke asked, puzzled. He didn't believe that merely demonstrating his ability to manipulate lightning would be enough to fully convince the master. Although the effect he displayed was indeed astonishing, any one of the Hashira present could easily unleash techniques with greater destructive power than the lightning Sasuke had just used. The master wore a gentle smile and said softly, "Because I believe you have sufficient strength to qualify for this position." "Have you looked into my strength?" "No, but I can feel it." The master looked toward Sasuke. Although his eyes were blind, they seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. Interesting. It seems your ability to lead the Demon Slayer Corps isn't just relying on your family's influence. Just as Sasuke was about to agree, Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa, who was standing to the side, became displeased. "Master, please reconsider. What right does a mere low-ranking member who just passed the selection have to stand on the same level as us?" Ha, ha, ha. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard a funny joke. "I think you've misunderstood something. It's not about whether I have the qualifications to stand on the same level as you, but whether you have the qualifications to stand on the same level as me." "What did you say? How dare you look down on me?" Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa's scarred face twisted instantly. He was completely enraged. This time, no matter what the master said, he was going to teach this brat a lesson. Don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting you. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and swept his gaze across the faces of the Hashira one by one. I meant that everyone here. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the Hashira darkened instantly. That's too much. How could Sasuke-chan say such things? Mitsuri was a bit heartbroken. From the moment they met, she had taken a liking to Sasuke, mainly because Sasuke had a handsome face that suited her aesthetic taste. How pitiful. This child is truly ignorant, it is truly sad. Namu Amida Butsu. Gyumei prayed with both hands, tears streaming from his vacant eyes, looking the picture of compassion. Meanwhile, Iguro drew his sword directly and huffed coldly, I'd like to see if you can remain this arrogant later on. Iguro, don't attack. Let me deal with this brat. Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa was so angry he laughed. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant guy, even the Demon King wouldn't dare say such things. Sasuke looked at the Hashira who were still showing restraint and shook his head, deciding to add more fuel to the fire. No need to take turns. All of you come at me together. I'll take on 10. He glanced at the master, who couldn't even stand up, and then corrected himself, 9. Then, a massive surge of nen was released from Sasuke, instantly sweeping across the entire courtyard. He deliberately avoided the master, otherwise, with his sickly body, he might have been shaken to death by the nen by accident. What is this? Under the suppression of Sasuke's nen, all the Hashira felt a tremendous shock to both their bodies and minds. It was the first time they had ever felt such a sensation. It was as if they were walking naked in a snowstorm, with an immense chill seeping deep into their bone marrow. Among them, the physically weaker coach's Shinobu couldn't even stand steadily and knelt on the ground as if submitting. I absolutely cannot accept this. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising dust storm. Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa forcibly withstood the suppression, centered himself, and swung his Nichiren sword to whip up a sky-high sandstorm. The sandstorm interrupted the release of Sasuke's nen, which created a breathing space for everyone. However, this was also because Sasuke didn't want to release it anymore. Dealing with people without nen ability, nen suppression was equivalent to Conqueror's Haki, simple and brutal but boring. After lifting the suppression, Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa immediately closed the distance, his blade thrusting toward Sasuke accompanied by a powerful hurricane. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. But before he could get close to Sasuke, a flash of lightning occurred, and Sasuke's figure suddenly disappeared from before his eyes. The next instant, Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa's abdomen was struck by an inexplicable blow. Intense pain immediately spread throughout his body, almost making him vomit bile. Ugh, so. At this moment, Sasuke was surrounded by lightning, his hair taking on a sharp, lightning-like appearance, and the aura he projected was completely different from just a moment ago. This technique was exactly the god speed he had learned from Killua. After the Chimera Ant battle, Sasuke and Killua had exchanged information about their abilities. Since both of their abilities were lightning, the idea of learning from each other naturally arose. Killua's god speed was somewhat similar to Sasuke's Thunderbolt mode, yet completely different. Sasuke's Thunderbolt mode used lightning to stimulate and strengthen the muscles, achieving the effect of bodily activation, thereby enhancing speed and strength. Killua's god speed, on the other hand, involved the body directly enduring the electricity, using electricity as a driving force to forcibly stimulate the body's potential, compelling it to perform actions that exceeded its own limits. In terms of nature, it was divided into two types. One was speed of lightning, which involved controlling the body with self-awareness and freely manipulating the changes in the body's muscles. The other was whirlwind, which automatically reacted by perceiving the opponent's movements. Whirlwind could make the fastest response to an enemy's murderous intent and movements. It did not rely on instructions from the brain, but instead used electric shocks to transmit commands to the body, allowing it to launch attacks that exceeded the physical limits of the body based solely on the body's reflexive actions. In other words, when Whirlwind was activated, the speed of the attack was so fast that even the user wouldn't react before the body had already completed the action. Naturally, it could also surpass the enemy's reaction speed. As long as the physical speed was fast enough, there was no such thing as an attack that couldn't be reacted to. Combined with speed of lightning, which allowed for free control of muscles, enabling the body to reach its speed limit to achieve high-speed movement and precise attacks. Combining the two abilities made the speed simply invincible. The name Killua gave this ability, God Speed, was truly well-deserved. Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa hadn't even realized what had happened before Sasuke's attack had already landed on him. Just as he wanted to swing his sword to counterattack, Sasuke disappeared in an instant, and then his side profile was immediately hit by a heavy punch. By the time he looked again toward the direction of the attack, there was no one there. Damn it, I don't believe the gap is this huge. Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa gritted his teeth against the pain, performed a large jump, and leaped high into the air, finally spotting Sasuke's figure from above. Wind breathing, 9th form, Ida 10 Typhoon. He immediately launched a wide-range wind blade slash toward Sasuke's direction, hoping to restrict his speed. But Sasuke's speed completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The next second, he appeared above Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa. Then, a lightning-imbued elbow strike slammed Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa toward the ground, followed immediately by a lightning strike. Instantly, a violent explosion erupted on the ground, and dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Chapter 134, Becoming the New Thunder Hashira. I can't see his movements at all. Is this really the speed a human can reach? Watching Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa being toyed with and beaten by Sasuke without any ability to fight back, Iguro Abanai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Shinazugawa, you're not dead yet, are you? It's not over yet. As the smoke cleared, Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa was struggling to get up from the ground. He was covered in wounds, with some areas even charred, but a close look revealed that his injuries were slowly healing. Your physique seems a bit special. It seems you aren't completely useless, at least you qualify as a punching bag. How about it? Do you want to keep fighting? Sasuke descended from the sky, mocking Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa, then looked at the other Hashira watching the battle. Or do you all want to come at me together? Seeing this one-sided battle, combined with the aura Sasuke had just released, they realized this was an enemy they absolutely could not defeat in a one-on-one fight. Don't look down on me. Wind breathing, 8th form, primary gale slash. Wind Hashira-san Shinazugawa drew his blade again, and charged at Sasuke. The others exchanged glances and decided to coordinate with the Wind Hashira to attack. Insect breathing. Sound breathing. Mist breathing. Serpent breathing. Love breathing. The Insect Hashira, Sound Hashira, Mist Hashira, Serpent Hashira, Love Hashira, and Wind Hashira attacked Sasuke simultaneously from different directions. Well done. Sasuke's Sharingan activated instantly, observing their attack movements with super high-speed dynamic vision. Furthermore, a blue aura crackling with lightning began to surge from his body. Thunderbolt mode activated. The combination of Thunderbolt mode and Godspeed boosted Sasuke's current speed to a terrifying level. In that instant, everyone's movements appeared frozen in his perception. He could even see the subtle changes in each person's facial expressions. Although it was only a fleeting illusion, at this very moment, Sasuke felt as if he had entered the speed force of the Flash. Speed is weight. Everyone, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? The battle did not last long. The six were quickly defeated by Sasuke one by one. The outcome was destined from the start. Faced with Sasuke's extreme speed, the six had no power to fight back, unable to even touch the hem of his clothes. It was less of a battle and more of a one-sided beating. Although Sasuke's mention of the speed of light was an exaggeration, it made no difference to the six of them, they couldn't see him anyway. At this moment, they realized the gap between their strength and Sasuke's was like a chasm that could not be crossed through teamwork. What an unflamboyant defeat! Yuzui Tengen lay on the ground, murmuring as he looked at the sky. The speed he had always been proud of now seemed like a joke. How is it possible to be this? Iguro Abanai forced himself to stand up, looking at Sasuke in shock. Kanroji Mitsuri covered her face, lying on the ground and sobbing quietly. Woo-woo, Sasuke-chan really doesn't know how to treat a lady gently. Kochu Shinobu nodded in agreement from the side. It was the first time she had met such a man. She felt completely electrified, and her body was still aching all over. For their thoughts, Sasuke dismissed them. He was an advocate for gender equality, and wouldn't go easy on someone just because they were a delicate girl. In front of his fists, gender didn't matter. Ignoring the 6 who were questioning their existence, Sasuke turned to look at Joe, who was standing still. Aren't you coming? Joe maintained his deadpan expression and said calmly, earlier, I felt that the result would be the same whether I joined or not. Now I feel that the result is still the same whether I join or not. What about you? Sasuke turned to look at Gyumi. I simply didn't want to bully the few with the many. What a powerful child. Namu Amida Butsu. Gyumi prayed with his hands together, his expression serious. He knew that even if he had joined the attack, he wouldn't have lasted a few rounds against Sasuke. Before Sasuke could ask Kyujuru, he heard a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, don't ask me. I wouldn't be your opponent either. The master, sitting in the inner room, applauded and said excitedly, that was truly magnificent. Perhaps destroying Muzan really can be achieved in our generation. I don't think there's any need to appoint a successor for the Thunder Hashira position. Sasuke, you should just become the new Thunder Hashira. Although the master had sensed that Sasuke was strong, he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. In the face of absolute strength, the rule that there can only be 9 Hashira seemed less important. The others did not oppose this appointment either. After witnessing Sasuke's strength, these originally proud Hashira were completely convinced. It should be said that Sasuke being at the same level as them was already them climbing high. It's just that there were no higher positions above. They couldn't very well make Sasuke the master, as that wasn't something achieved through strength. After completing the inauguration ceremony for the new Thunder Hashira, Sasuke stayed at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for a few more days, as his uniform and Nichiren sword were almost finished. Is this my Nichiren sword? Sasuke received the Nichiren sword from a swordsmith wearing a funny mask. That's right, Lord Sasuke. It was hard to tell if this person was naturally very polite, or if it was because Sasuke had become the new Thunder Hashira, but he was very respectful toward Sasuke. The Nichiren sword is also known as the color-changing sword. It changes color according to its owner. Lord Sasuke, please draw it and take a look. Sasuke drew the sword from its scabbard and examined it carefully. He couldn't tell the difference from the standard-issue Nichiren swords he had seen before. If he had to say, it was that this sword belonged to Sasuke alone. Soon, the color of the blade began to change, gradually shifting from the original silver-white of a standard katana to a blue with lightning patterns. This color-changing property felt a bit magical to Sasuke. He didn't know the principle behind it. The swordsmith was a bit surprised. That didn't make sense. Although the blade color did vary from person to person. As the new Thunder Hashira, how could it be the blue of water breathing? However, the lightning patterns on it did match the identity of the Thunder Hashira. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the color of the sword? Sasuke asked while stroking the blade with his finger. It's nothing, I was just wondering why it wasn't yellow. But please don't worry, the color of the blade doesn't determine anything. The swordsmith explained specifically, fearing Sasuke would be worried. However, Sasuke didn't care. Isn't it normal for lightning to be blue? Yellow lightning in anime always felt strange. After sending the swordsmith away, Sasuke looked at the Demon Slayer uniform that had been delivered and felt a bit conflicted. The style of the uniform seemed to be designed based on the student uniforms of this era, with a large destroy character on the back. It wasn't ugly per se, but it didn't quite fit Sasuke's aesthetic. However, he didn't want to be eccentric. After all, both ordinary members and Hashira wore the same thing. In the end, he decided to put it on, just draping an extra white haori, similar to that of a captain of the Godii 13, over the outside. Must say, it felt unexpectedly good after putting it on. One could only say that Sasuke's face was too authoritative. Basically, nothing he wore would look bad. 135 Chapter 135 The Butterfly Mansion and Shinobu Kocho Chapter 135 The Butterfly Mansion and Kocho Shinobu The Butterfly Mansion, the logistics department of the Demon Slayer Corps. Sasuke took a light sip of tea, sitting on the edge of the courtyard corridor, looking at the white clouds drifting in the sky with a look of contentment. As expected, it's much quieter here, with no one to disturb me. Ever since Sasuke became the new Thunder Hashira, Demon Slayer Corps members who admired him had been constantly appearing around his residence. These people all wanted to see what kind of person could become a Hashira so soon after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Since they didn't harbor any malice, Sasuke couldn't very well chase them away violently. Moreover, no sooner had he chased away one group than another arrived, forcing him to hide over at the Butterfly Mansion. Look, right now, there were 3 little girls with dot eyes secretly peeking at him through the crack in the door, thinking Sasuke hadn't noticed them. Oh my, isn't this the Honorable Thunder Hashira? What wind blew you over to my place? A gentle female voice rang out. Kocho Shinobu walked over and sat down beside Sasuke, then looked at him with a kind smile. Sasuke withdrew his gaze from the clouds in the sky, looked at Kocho Shinobu, and said softly, Miss Kocho, just calling me Sasuke is fine. I'm still not quite used to the title of Thunder Hashira. That won't do. You are the new Thunder Hashira personally appointed by Oyukata-sama. I wouldn't dare be negligent. Kocho Shinobu's voice was soft and pleasant, but her words inexplicably made one feel like she was being sarcastic. Miss Kocho, why do I feel like your words are laced with thorns? Do you have some kind of issue with me? Sasuke asked. The Thunder Hashira really is forgetful. You just beat me up a few days ago. Have you forgotten so soon? Kocho Shinobu's eyes curved into a smile, but the gaze she directed at Sasuke looked like she wished she could stab him to death. That was just a normal sparring match. It's mainly because you're too weak. You can't blame anyone else for having inferior skills. Thunder Hashira, has anyone ever told you that what you say is very infuriating? I don't think so. My friends all quite like me. Well, Miss Kocho, has anyone ever told you that your smile looks very fake? Oh my, I haven't heard that either. The two locked eyes, sparks flying in the air with a sizzling sound. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder, as if they were about to start fighting at any moment. What do we do? What do we do? Insect Hashira-sama and Thunder Hashira-sama look like they're about to fight. The 3 little girls outside were running around in a panic, but they were quickly held down by a girl with black hair, blue eyes, and twin tails wearing a blue butterfly hair accessory. Stop making noise. Come with me and leave here. Don't disturb the conversation between the Hashira. The 3 little ones hung their heads and obediently followed Kanzaki Aoi away from there. Sasuke and Kocho Shinobu, of course, did not actually start fighting. The two soon withdrew their gazes from each other. Sasuke continued to take a sip of tea. He didn't want to pay any more attention to this woman. But even if Sasuke didn't want to pay attention to Kocho Shinobu wouldn't let him relax and rest here. The Thunder Hashira still hasn't answered my initial question. What are you doing over here? Sasuke glanced at her. I came here for some peace and quiet. Is that not allowed? It is not allowed. The Butterfly Mansion is a logistics organization under the Demon Slayer Corps, mainly providing a place for injured members to receive treatment and rehabilitation. Please leave as you are not involved. Kocho Shinobu smiled and made a gesture for him to leave, the implication of which was self-evident. What a stingy woman. Sasuke looked at the closed gate of the butterfly mansion and snorted coldly. Maintaining a fake smile all day, just like Paris Tun, though fortunately, it didn't make him feel disgusted like that guy did. No, comparing Coach Shinobu with Paris Tun was an insult to Coach Shinobu. Paris Tun's fake smile hid deep malice and hypocrisy, but in Coach Shinobu's fake smile, Sasuke could feel a trace of reluctance and sadness. It felt like there was some kind of story behind it. So, where should I go next? Sasuke stood in place, pondering his next move. Kill demons. Although he knew the location of upper rank 6 now, he didn't want to make a move before Tanjiro met Muzan. Otherwise it might trigger a butterfly effect, causing Muzan not to appear in Asakusa, and by then, he wouldn't know where to look for Muzan. Excuse me, are you the new Thunder Hashira, Lord Sasuke? Here we go again. Sasuke thought it was those Demon Slayer Corps members curious about him again, and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a young man with black hair and thick eyebrows standing there. He looked ordinary, but had a sinister look on his face that made people feel uncomfortable. Who are you? I am Kaigaku. The former Thunder Hashira, Kawajima Jigoro, is my master. Kaigaku bowed slightly and respectfully explained his identity. Former Thunder Hashira. Sasuke immediately remembered that this was Zenitsu's master, so this person in front of him must be Zenitsu's senior brother. So Sasuke smiled and said, "So you're Zenitsu's senior brother." But as soon as he heard the name Zenitsu, Kaigaku immediately showed an expression of disgust and said viciously, "That piece of trash doesn't deserve to be my master's disciple." Hearing this, Sasuke instantly withdrew his smile, and his attitude immediately turned cold. Zenitsu was a younger brother, he acknowledged. Being slandered like this made him feel very unhappy, and even if it was Zenitsu's senior brother, it wouldn't do. Then what do you want with me? Sasuke said coldly. Although he didn't know why Sasuke suddenly changed his attitude, Kaigaku still said respectfully. I also practice thunder breathing, so I hope Lord Sasuke can guide me. I refuse. Kaigaku never expected Sasuke to refuse so decisively, without even a moment to think about it. He originally thought that by bringing up his master's name, the former Thunder Hashira, Sasuke might agree out of respect for his master, but he didn't expect such a result. May I ask why? Sasuke looked into Kaigaku's eyes, his own gaze devoid of any emotion. No. After saying this, he turned and left. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Kaigaku's face instantly became twisted and terrifying, and he began to punch the wall repeatedly. Everyone is looking down on me, damn it. Thinking that Sasuke had only changed his attitude because of Zenitsu's name just now, his hatred for Zenitsu in his heart grew even more intense. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Why did Master take a piece of trash like you as a disciple? Jealousy and hatred made Kaigaku's heart twist continuously. Although Sasuke was far away, he could still feel the malice emanating from Kaigaku. He frowned as he watched Kaigaku venting his emotions on the wall. How can the Demon Slayer Corps have a guy like this? Originally, if Kaigaku hadn't shown that look of disgust towards Zenitsu, Sasuke might have guided him a move or two. He didn't have anything to do anyway. Although his face made Sasuke feel a bit uncomfortable, he was, after all, Zenitsu's senior brother, so he shouldn't be a bad person. But looking at him like that, the probability of this guy falling into darkness was very high. Could it be another one of those plot tropes where senior and junior brothers love and kill each other, then there's a flashback, and finally reconciliation? Perhaps there will even be a scene where, before Kaigaku dies, he says to Zenitsu, "Take my final ripple," and then Zenitsu powers up to defeat a powerful enemy. Sasuke thought to himself, but those were things for the brothers to deal with themselves. Anyway, as for Kaigaku, Sasuke found him quite annoying. Chapter 136, Kibutsuji Muzan. Asakusa in the Taisho era was the most prosperous and modern core district in Tokyo, and indeed all of Japan, at that time. Rows of new-style buildings stood tall, completely distinct from the dilapidated, old-fashioned towns. The entire area exuded a modern atmosphere that belonged uniquely to the new era. Sasuke stood atop the highest building in the district, his gaze overlooking the entire Asakusa area. Watching the bustling streets filled with traffic and pedestrians, he saw colorful neon lights everywhere, occasionally catching glimpses of passers-by in suits and streetcars passing by. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This was the only place that had a hint of a modern city. He had transmigrated to the Demon Slayer world over 10 days ago. During this time, Sasuke had traveled from place to place, seeing nothing but wild mountains and remote villages. The houses along the way were all old-fashioned, wooden Japanese structures, simple and dilapidated. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had traveled back to the Warring States period of Japan. Just yesterday, Sasuke finally received the intelligence sent by the Kasugai Crow. The message clearly stated that traces of a demon had been detected in the Asakusa district of Tokyo Prefecture, and the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters had already dispatched Tanjiro to carry out a demon-slaying mission there. Sasuke knew that during this mission, Tanjiro would encounter the Demon King, Kibutsuji Muzan, for the first time. At the same time, for Sasuke, this was the best opportunity to grasp the whereabouts of Muzan. After all, Sasuke had not read the subsequent plot, and he did not know where Muzan would appear next. With the intelligence in hand, Sasuke did not delay at all and set off immediately. Arriving in the Asakusa district a step ahead, he concealed his presence to lie in wait, quietly anticipating Tanjiro's arrival. Asakusa had a massive flow of people, with streets extending in all directions. The crowd was dense and chaotic, making it very difficult to lock onto a specific target among thousands of passers-by under normal circumstances. However, Tanjiro's features were too conspicuous: iconic fiery red short hair, carrying a large, square wooden box on his back. It was hard not to notice him when mixed in the crowd. Sasuke released his perception, scanned briefly, and quickly caught sight of Tanjiro deep within the crowd. There was no need to deliberately identify him. Sasuke did not step forward to greet Tanjiro, but instead remained hidden in the shadows, locking onto him with his aura, and constantly monitoring his movements. He observed silently the entire time, waiting for the situation to develop. And everything unfolded exactly as Sasuke had anticipated. Tanjiro, weaving through the crowd, suddenly paused. His nostrils quivered slightly as his acute sense of smell caught a wisp of a familiar scent. That was the scent left at the scene when Kibutsuji Muzan slaughtered his entire family, a scent he would likely never forget in his entire life. The familiar scent instantly stirred Tanjiro's heart and mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and hurried along the source of the scent. Constantly pushing aside the crowd, he tracked accurately all the way, finally reaching out to firmly grab a man's shoulder. "Is that Kibutsuji Muzan? His aura is hidden so well, just like an ordinary person. If it weren't for Tanjiro, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to discover him." Sasuke also noticed the person Tanjiro had grabbed. He looked like a somewhat effeminate man. However, even knowing Kibutsuji Muzan's current appearance was useless. This guy was skilled at disguise and could change his form at will, even transforming into the appearance of a woman. Kibutsuji Muzan, whose identity had been exposed in public, did not panic in the slightest. His expression remained calm as he casually manipulated the blood within his body, quietly injecting it into an innocent passerby beside him. The passerby's body mutated instantly, transforming into an out-of-control demon on the spot. The district fell into chaos instantly. Seeing this, Tanjiro had no time to pursue Muzan. To prevent the demon from hurting people, he could only temporarily focus all his efforts on suppressing the out-of-control demon. Taking advantage of this sudden chaos, Kibutsuji Muzan withdrew without making a sound. He slipped away from the scene silently, masked by the flow of people, and completely disappeared into the crowd. Sasuke watched Kibutsuji Muzan leave but did not follow, continuing to wait instead. It was not until Tamayo appeared, used her ability to resolve the chaos, and took Tanjiro away that he slowly withdrew his gaze, turned, and quietly retreated from the bustling district. He moved quickly, moving away from the bustling downtown area until he arrived at a deserted, quiet alley. Sasuke expanded his N to investigate, confirming that there was indeed no one around. "Come out, Rainer." The moment his voice fell, the shadow beneath Sasuke's feet slowly writhed and stretched, and a man's figure slowly emerged from it. "How is it? Did you gather information on the target?" Sasuke asked directly, his tone flat. He, Lord Sasuke, I have fulfilled the mission." The man named Rainer let out a strange laugh, then materialized a blueprint out of thin air in his hand. On the blueprint was a 3D map displaying the surrounding environment. Upon closer inspection, one could see a red dot moving on the map. Sasuke raised his hand to take the blueprint. Looking at the slowly moving red dot on the map, he showed a confident smile. It seemed everything was settled. "Very good. With this, the Demon King's whereabouts are basically in my hands. Once I finish off all the Upper Moon demons, I can slowly deal with him." Lord Sasuke is as wise as ever, he. Seeing Sasuke's satisfied expression, Rainer laughed along, emitting his strange laughter. Sasuke raised his hand and punched Rainer on the head, warning, "Don't laugh so hideously, it makes us look like bad guys." "But I'm not a good person to begin with," Rainer said aggrievedly. "That's your past. Or do you want to take another punch?" Sasuke raised his fist in a threatening gesture. Rainer covered the top of his head, not daring to laugh strangely anymore. Rainer was originally a wicked non-ability criminal with an extremely special ability. He only needed to touch someone's body, or an object they had touched to permanently lock onto the target. Generating a real-time updating 3D tracking map, he could precisely grasp all of the target's movements. His tracking and scouting ability could be called top-tier. Relying on this ability, he had avoided the encirclement and killing of bounty hunters many times in the past, hiding his tracks and living freely for a long time. When Sasuke learned of this ability, he naturally would not let it go, so Rainer became one of the souls within his dead river. Just now, after Tanjiro found Kibutsuji Muzan, Sasuke had sent Rainer to mix in with the crowd. When the passerby turned into a demon and the entire district fell into chaos, Rainer used Zetsu to hide his aura, snuck up, and successfully touched Muzan, completing the conditions to activate his ability. Now with this map that could track in real time, Sasuke had no more worries. He could boldly hunt the 12 Kazuki without needing to deliberately hide his strength. Even if he revealed combat capabilities that exceeded the norm, he did not need to worry about Muzan sensing danger, getting scared, hiding his tracks, or avoiding the world. No matter where Muzan fled, his whereabouts would be precisely locked. Then, let's start with the Upper Moon 6, whose location we already know. Sasuke revealed a cold smile, then disappeared into the darkness. 137 Chapter 137, Yoshiwara Pleasure Quarters. Chapter 137, Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Stepping onto the streets of the Yoshiwara Pleasure District once again. No, it should be said that this was Sasuke's first time coming to Yoshiwara. Last time, he only dispatched Shonark from the Dead River to scout. Experiencing it in person was ultimately different from what he had seen in his memories. Pedestrians strolling about, brothels soliciting customers, geishas wearing thick, deathly pale makeup, and the parading Oiran. The entire market district was incredibly lively. So this is Tokyo's most bustling sleepless city, the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. It certainly has a distinct charm compared to Asakusa. Sasuke had changed out of his Demon Slayer Corps uniform, and dressed like a ronin. He pulled one arm out of his wide sleeve, resting it casually against his lapel, and sauntered down the busiest street in Yoshiwara, appearing relaxed and carefree. That's only natural. Yoshiwara is a money pit for Japanese men. As long as you have the money, you can find any kind of woman here. At this moment, a sleazy-looking man behind Sasuke replied repeatedly. He was a local guide Sasuke had paid to introduce him to the local situation, and to help conceal his identity. The man rubbed his palms together, cautiously drawing closer to Sasuke, and said, "My lord samurai, may I ask which house's girl you are interested in? I am familiar with this entire area, and can help introduce you. I would like to know about Miss Daki of the Kayagaku house. Do you have any connections?" Sasuke said this while pretending to stroll casually, but in reality, he was releasing his aura to constantly scout the surroundings. Ever since stepping onto the streets of Yoshiwara, Sasuke had been able to feel a gaze on him at all times. Although it was very concealed, under the perception of his he instantly discovered that the source of the gaze was strips of cloth hidden within the streets or houses. From Shanark's memories, he knew this must be the weapon used by that Upper Moon 6. No wonder that female demon said that no one in Yoshiwara could hide their tracks from her. He, you have excellent taste, my lord samurai. Miss Daki is the most famous oiran in all of Yoshiwara. Countless people want a taste of her favor, and it's no easy feat, but that is not a problem for me. The man laughed with the look of a crooked merchant, occasionally putting on a troubled expression to drop a hint. It's just that the price might be a little high. Sasuke pulled a stack of banknotes from his bosom, and handed them over without counting how much it was. After Sasuke became a Thunder Hashira, the Demon Slayer Corps had never been stingy with operational funds. He was currently not short on money at all. Leave the arrangements to me. Just come to the Kayagaka house to find me later tonight, my lord samurai. The men took the money with an excited look and rushed off to make the arrangements for Sasuke. Sasuke watched the man's retreating back and shook his head. Honestly, if he weren't worried that fighting in such a bustling area might harm the innocent, he would have wanted to draw his blade and hack that Upper Moon demon to pieces right then and there. He still had to find a way to lure her to a deserted place. According to Shanark's intelligence, that female demon would disappear for a period of time every few days, most likely to that underground hole to store food or feed. Furthermore, she seemed to only like using women or good-looking men as food. Perhaps he could start from this point and use himself as bait. Just as Sasuke was contemplating a strategy, a woman's voice rang out beside him. You are the newly appointed Thunder Hashira, Lord Sasuke, correct? He had been recognized. Was this an enemy? Sasuke turned his head to look at the other person. The one speaking to him was a woman he didn't recognize. Sorry, you have the wrong person. I am not some Thunder Hashira, Sasuke, my name is Naruto. Nonsense. I saw you at your inauguration ceremony. I certainly wouldn't remember it wrong. Hearing about the inauguration ceremony, Sasuke could roughly guess that she was one of his own. Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Why aren't you wearing the uniform? I suppose so. I am Lord Tengen's wife, Suma. I am here on orders from Lord Tengen to carry out a mission. Suma revealed a naive smile and explained the situation to Sasuke. At a tea house in the Yoshiwara district. You're saying all three of you are wives of that guy, Tengen? Sasuke looked surprised, staring at the three beautiful women with distinct appearances and temperaments sitting across from him. Hinetsuru, Makio, and Suma all replied in unison. Are you sure it's that weirdo who wears strange face makeup and shouts about being flamboyant all day? Aren't you being threatened? Sasuke still found it a bit hard to believe. Although that guy Tengen was a handsome man, just looking at his face, his personality and attire were truly too strange. That is truly rude. Even if you are Lord Thunder Hashira, I will not tolerate you speaking about Lord Tengen like that. Suma pouted, looking unhappy. Sorry. So, what mission are you here to carry out? Sasuke took a sip of tea and skipped the topic. He really had no right to ask about their private affairs. Lord Tengen felt that there might be a powerful evil demon hiding here, so he arranged for us to come and carry out an investigation mission. After Suma finished, Makio continued, that's right. We are preparing to infiltrate the more famous brothels in Yoshiwara separately, disguising ourselves as courtesans to conduct a secret investigation. Cough, cough. Upon hearing such an action plan, Sasuke nearly spat out the tea he had just drunk. What's wrong, Lord Sasuke? The gentle Hinetsuru asked with concern. Wait, you are Tengen's wives, and you are disguising yourselves as prostitutes here to carry out a mission. Was this a mission arranged by Tengen, or did you decide to do this yourselves? Of course it is Lord Tengen's mission. Is there a problem with that? Suma was somewhat confused as to why Sasuke would ask such a question. It is just my own ignorance. Good grief, he's NTRing himself, isn't he? Perhaps this is the ninja style. They don't really care much about chastity. Perhaps their relationship is more like superior and subordinate than husband and wife. Although Sasuke was also a ninja, it was from a different world, and the nature was different. In any case, he personally could not accept such a thing. I already understand why you are here. As for the demon you are looking for, it happens to be my target as well, and I already know where the demon is. Sasuke looked at the three girls and continued, you don't need to do any secret infiltration, just coordinate with my actions from here on out. Hinetsuru, Makio, and Suma exchanged glances, hesitating. How about we go ask for instructions from Lord Tengen first? Suit yourselves, but I don't have time to wait for you. I will most likely make my move tonight. Sasuke stood up, ready to leave immediately. He didn't expect much use from these three girls anyway. He only hoped they could help disperse passersby when Sasuke fought, and rescue those who had been captured by the demon as reserve food. Actually, whether they helped or not didn't matter. After all, Sasuke could summon helpers through the dead river himself. Wait, Lord Sasuke, we have decided to cooperate with your actions. After obtaining the consent of the other two, Hinetsuru, the more mature one among the three, decided to join Sasuke's operation together. As a Thunder Hashira with the same status as her husband, she had also heard her husband mention that this was a person with incomparably powerful strength. Listening to Sasuke's words in this situation was definitely the right choice. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.